Chapter 291. I really wonder what level these monsters in the leopard room are. Second limit, or third? Lin Qian muttered to himself, deliberately letting the bald monster hear. Stop guessing. If you want to know, I give you 100 gold coins. Hearing the offer, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Pa! 30 strange gold coins slammed onto the counter. Oh! So many again. The bald monster's eyes lit up. I'm planning on getting some item. There's been a lot of new items lately. Lin Qian shook his head. Forget it. Ordinary items can't keep up with my growth rate, and I can't afford the high-end ones. He pulled out the screamer and pulled the trigger. Ah! A shrill scream echoed, but the two men at the counter remained silent, as if they hadn't heard it at all. Can this thing be recycled? Only after the screaming stopped did Lin Qian place the screamer on the counter. The bald monster shook his head. Helplessly, Lin Qian could only hang it back on his waist. This thing is completely useless at this stage. It's useless in high-end games and low-end games. Does he even have low-end games? Even worse, this thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. No one can use it. Forget it, back to the point. Lin Qian fiddled with the 30 strange gold coins on the counter, speaking carefully. I encountered survivors of another race. They must be the orcs you mentioned earlier. But before he could finish his sentence, the bald monster interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't mention that. Lin Qian was speechless. Yes, I was hallucinating. Isn't that okay? He continued. During the fight, these guys mentioned the protection period. Lin Qian looked up at the bald-haired monster. If I want information on this, what's the price? The bald-haired monster didn't say anything, just held up a finger. Another 100? Lin Qian frowned. The bald-haired monster smiled and nodded. It seems this question also involves the rules within the Infinity Building. Then let me ask it another way. Lin Qian licked his lips, stared directly at the bald-haired monster, and spoke each word with clarity. Are our enemies more than just the orcs? As soon as he finished speaking, he laid out 30 gold coins in a row, like a deck of cards, motioning for the bald-haired monster to take them. The bald-haired monster seemed surprised that Lin Qian would ask such a question. After a long pause, it raised its hand and slowly took 10 gold coins. Yes. The brief answer made Lin Qian's heart sink. Although he had expected this, the confirmation still left a heavy heart. He actually had another question he wanted to ask. Was the bald monster actually considered his enemy? But after some thought, he decided not to ask. Not all answers are good. At least up to this point, Lin Qian had received considerable help from the monster. Second question. What does disqualified mean? After a brief pause, Lin Qian continued. The bald monster took another 10 coins. A group of pitiful creatures, their strength reaching a bottleneck, unable to withstand the brutal trials. To survive, they used special methods to shed their survivor status, losing their privileges in exchange for a chance to remain in the dungeon. In addition, if you violate certain rules, your survivor privileges will also be stripped, and you will be forcibly made disqualified. After a moment's silence, Lin Qian asked his third question. Any information about the unruly land? This time, however, contrary to Lin Qian's expectations, the bald monster actually shook his head. What? Not enough gold coins? But the bald monster shook his head again. I don't know. Lin Qian was stunned. You don't know? The bald monster looked at Lin Qian as if he were an idiot. Doesn't it mean I should know everything? Lin Qian's eyes widened. Isn't it? The bald monster was speechless. Of course not. The unruly land is a place only the overseers can enter. How could I possibly know? Oh. Lin Qian's expression suddenly dawned with realization as he quickly collected the remaining 10 gold coins, fearing the bald monster would charge him again for the information he had revealed. Seeing his actions, the bald monster couldn't help but roll his eyes. I really don't know what you're thinking. If there's a fee involved, how can you possibly avoid it? Hurry up. Any questions? Ask them all at once. We're busy. The bald monster looked impatient, his arms folded across his chest, his toes trembling. That's all for today. I come back to you if I have any questions. Lin Qian casually tossed an apple to the bald monster and left the room. Lin Qian had deliberately thrown the apple high, not intending the bald monster to catch it. However, the monster simply raised his hand, and the apple, which had been launched backward, automatically floated back and slowly landed in his palm. Naughty. The bald monster shook his head helplessly, then sighed. Is it already a level 2 supervisor? In the corridor, Lin Qian was communicating with Wu Xing through his consciousness. Brother Wu, how is it? Can you sense the strength of that bald monster's soul? Do you have the urge to devour it? He was truly extremely curious about the bald monster's strength, but unfortunately, Wu Sheng's answer still disappointed him. I can't sense it at all. If possible, could you let it touch me next time? Maybe it would help. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by Lin Qian. Until you're sure of the other party's strength and personality, it's best not to try such tricks. The most fatal thing about people is to think of themselves as the protagonist of the world, treating everyone else as foolish NPCs, and assuming that everything will go according to their plan. More importantly, knowing the bald monster's strength level has no impact on him at this stage, so there's no need to gamble on this. But Brother Wu, how exactly do we communicate now? Lin Qian had been curious about this for a long time. I'm not entirely sure. I guess I inherited the soul-devouring curse's ability to touch souls. Those souls before were controlled by the curse, only bewitching the user. I've been able to control it, so that's probably why. Wu Sheng also had a limited understanding of this, merely speculating. I'm not curious about the principle, but if someone else were in his place, would Brother Wu be able to communicate freely? Lin Qian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It should be possible. Hearing this, Lin Qian suddenly had a bold idea. In that case, I have something I need Brother Wu's help with. What is it? How about you translate for me? Translate? He's also an old friend of mine. He's always been very supportive of me at work. Because we don't speak the same language, I've never been able to thank him properly. Could Brother Wu translate for me later? What exactly does hissing mean? Chapter 292. With some time left before the safe exploration was over, Lin Qian planned to try to communicate with Snake Brother to learn about the contracted hounds and the land of chaos, rather than just opening a blind box. With nothing else to do, he decided to wander around. He reached the end of the corridor. This was Lin Qian's first time using the building's internal area passage. Reaching out and touching it, he was startled. A panel appeared before him, displaying area numbers. There were adjacent areas and the supervisor area he had just unlocked. Ouch! It's an elevator! Lin Qian, somewhat surprised, casually selected area 11756, the farthest from area 4126. Buzz! The passage opened, and Lin Qian stepped inside. However, when the passage opened again, he was greeted by a loud gunshot. Bang! A bullet, trailing a red glow, shot towards Lin Qian's head. He noticed it immediately, but didn't dodge. Instead, on a whim, he activated his extreme speed, rapidly covering his palm with bone armor, and then he grabbed the bullet. Bang! His wrist trembled, and his palm hurt. The armor transforming ability still hadn't fully covered his palm. But Lin Qian was already satisfied. He opened his hand, and a huge, strangely shaped bullet lay in his blood-soaked palm. The bullet was spiral-shaped, with many corners and a notch at each edge. The explosion had just occurred from these notches. If it had entered the human body normally, it would have sent a circle of shrapnel around like a grenade, extremely deadly. At the end of the corridor, at the door of room 998, a robot resembling a giant crab aimed its thick gun barrel at Lin Qian again. With a loud bang, another bullet struck. However, this time, Lin Qian had no intention of tolerating it. He casually dodged the bullet with his head, turned gracefully, and hurled the shadow lightning gun in his hand. Z. Boom! The violent, pitch-black lightning pierced the giant crab-like robot, its twisted serpent shredding and exploding, its parts arcing and shattering everywhere. What's going on? Lin Qian looked around in confusion. Unlike Area 4126, this place was eerily quiet, and the corridors were completely deserted. However, many of the door handles in the surrounding rooms still had green lights on, indicating that the survivors were within their own rooms. Only a few had red lights, likely indicating they were in the dungeon. So many people are holed up in their rooms, not leaving the dungeon? Lin Qian was puzzled. Just then, a door suddenly opened in front of him. A bald, middle-aged man raised his hands high, sweat dripping from his forehead. As soon as he stepped out, he fell to his knees with a thud. Number 631. My share has been surrendered in advance. Requesting passage. His eyes were tightly shut, his ribs severely injured, his lips pale, and his whole body trembling. After a long pause, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes in confusion, glanced in the direction of 998, and his eyes widened. This. Seeing the terrifying killing machine reduced to shattered pieces without anyone noticing, the middle-aged man's expression was filled with shock. Hey! At that moment, Lin Qian's calm voice echoed from the other side, nearly scaring him to death. He jerked back, and sat flat on his back. You? You? Lin Qian's eyelids drooped, waiting for him to recover. What does this mean? Is the ritual so strong that you have to kowtow to exit a dungeon? To his surprise, the other party didn't even bother to answer his question. Instead, he warned Lin Qian. Who are you? I've never seen you before. I advise you to leave here immediately otherwise. Lin Qian was annoyed. What else? The man looked at the killing machine in the distance, reduced to shattered pieces, and was also stunned. I have very little patience, so you better answer my questions honestly. I ask again, who are you kneeling to, and who are you asking for passage? The bald middle-aged man's chest heaved violently. He swallowed hard before speaking with difficulty. I don't know who he is either. We haven't seen him. He's always hiding his room number in the regional channel. All I know is that if you don't obey him, you be shot. Over a dozen people have already died. Hearing this, Lin Qian became even more confused. You don't know who he is? How is that possible? Haven't you experienced the regional trials? The man lowered his head. We did have experience, but everyone fought on their own, rarely forming teams, so we didn't know each other very well. He added, he really disliked us forming cliques. We didn't want to be shot for no reason, so we were all very obedient. Wait a minute. Lin Qian stopped him. You mean, in the regional trial, you fought on your own, and yet so many of you survived? He had just roughly estimated that there were at least 200 survivors on this floor. I'm a little curious. What was the content of your second regional trial? The man looked up at Lin Qian, seemingly puzzled as to why he asked such a question, but he answered truthfully. The second survival trial was incredibly difficult. We landed in an abandoned city with no resources, no water, and dangerous mutant beasts lurking in the darkness. Listening to the man's account, Lin Qian fell silent. That's called difficult. Sending any Black Army soldier. No, at this level, I'm afraid the reserves would be enough. Sending just 2 reserves would probably clear the area easily. And judging by this guy's appearance, the dangerous beasts he was talking about probably weren't that dangerous. I originally thought the neighboring districts of 4,126 were already considered weak, but I didn't expect there were still contestants who were no better than average after 2 survival trials. And judging by the situation, this guy might not even be the weakest in this district. Excuse me, what are the rewards for your second regional trial? This time, the man answered readily. 2 free attribute points. His eyes gleamed, and his expression held a hint of pride, as if he were about to say something truly remarkable. Lin Qian opened his mouth, which ultimately morphed into a sigh. Even if we don't know that guy's identity, didn't anyone see him deploy the robot? He still found it hard to believe that such a useless robot could control the entire area. Place? The man's face was filled with confusion at this remark. That killing machine has always been there, untouched. Lin Qian frowned, but quickly realized. These guys had no idea the cleaners existed. After the safe exploration period ended, everything in the corridor would be devoured. But even if this guy didn't know, the one who deployed the robot surely did. Lin Qian guessed that the person must have retrieved the robot after the safe exploration period ended, then deployed it in the dark before the safe exploration period began. What? Why isn't he afraid of the supervisor, since the system has assigned all of this area, 101 to 998, to Lin Qian? It means there weren't any supervisors on this floor before today. Lin Qian glanced at the time and smiled. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 fires. Let me catch some unlucky guy first. You're acting like a local tyrant here, relying on a crappy machine. You're even charging for dungeons. Outrageous. Chapter 293. The safe exploration time ended, and the corridor fell into darkness. In the center of the corridor, a door opened, a warm yellow light filtering through, accompanied by melodious music. A young man of ordinary appearance hummed a light-hearted tune, a smile on his face as he walked towards the end of the corridor. Raising his hand, the searchlight on his shoulder instantly illuminated the entire corridor. Suddenly, his steps stopped. In the distance, the sniper robot he had painstakingly designed had, without knowing when, been reduced to shattered pieces. Instantly, he realized something was amiss. It seems you are the ruler. A faint voice came from behind him. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he turned, a streamlined rifle appeared out of thin air, and he pulled the trigger. Click! However, a hand clamped onto the muzzle faster than the bullet. Sparks flew, and the barrel was deformed. With a loud bang, it exploded. The man's face was scratched by debris, bleeding profusely. However, his fear gradually subsided when he saw Lin Qian's appearance. You're not from our area, he said calmly. You're able to perceive the supervisor as a deception, just as I was. It seems we're of the same kind. I think, as fellow invaders, there's no need for us to kill each other. The man calmly pulled a handkerchief from his storage space and wiped the blood from his cheek. Working together, we can rule better. Swish. Bang. Lin Qian, impatient, swung his hand and slapped him. With a smack, the wall was covered in dirt. Ding. Kill the abnormal intruder. Reward, free attribute points *2 plop. The headless corpse collapsed, splattering blood and flesh. The searchlight on its shoulder hummed incessantly, its control panel gone. He was anxious to find Brother Snake, so he didn't have time to nag at him. You're my kind, so you're so arrogant. Muttering a few words of disdain, Lin Qian disdained even this inferior flesh and blood, leaving it to the cleaners. Shadow Walk activated, and the figure quickly vanished. Back in Area 4126, he looked around, but there was no sign of Brother Snake in the corridor. This is a bit tricky. There's no work group, so finding Brother Snake would be a matter of luck. Hey! If I send someone out to Area 500 for a look, Brother Snake would get the notification. As long as his mindset remains stable, there are always more solutions than problems. He checked the area channel, only to find that most of the Black Army was in the dungeon, with only a few remaining on standby. Among them was Lin Qian's new neighbor, Weber. The door opened, and Weber cautiously stepped out. Qian, Brother Qian. Compared to his casual demeanor during their first meeting, now aware of Lin Qian's status in the Black Army, he was incredibly respectful. Go run over there and take a spin. Lin Qian pointed in the direction of the 500th district. Yes. He didn't ask why, obviously having been warned of Lin Qian's temper. With a mixture of fear and a touch of excitement, he began to run. Stop. Reaching the 500th district, Lin Qian told him to stop. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Just when Lin Qian thought Brother Snake wouldn't show up today, a vast pool of darkness suddenly appeared within his range of perception. Done! He clapped his hands excitedly, beckoning Weber back, and trotted off to meet him. Brother Snake. Weber heard the noise behind him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he didn't dare look back, simply running towards his room. In the 500th area, Brother Snake emerged from his shadow-walking state, and just happened to meet Lin Qian running from the opposite direction. However, his vertical pupils passed over Lin Qian, and stared intently at Weber's back. Huh? Lin Qian sensed Brother Snake's murderous intent, and felt something was wrong. Brother Snake, don't be nervous, this is one of us. He tried to explain. I'm summoning you. But before he could finish his words, Brother Snake suddenly rushed out, at breakneck speed. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he unleashed his maximum speed. His shadowy form swiftly dodged and spun, his arms outstretched to block Weber. The withered claws paused in midair, just a dozen centimeters from Lin Qian's head. Run! Back to your room? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qian hurriedly warned Weber. Judging from Snake's condition, it was clear he hadn't given up on chasing Weber. Oh! Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Weber sensed something was amiss. He pulled his flying skateboard from his storage space, accelerated with a thrust, and stumbled through the door before returning to his room. Silence returned to the hallway, and Snake's gaze finally settled on Lin Qian. Lin Qian's breathing was slightly rapid. He had been extremely nervous just now, fearing that Snake would turn on him. But Weber had come to help at his behest. He had to protect the other. Man and Snake stared at each other, hissing, their pitch-black tongues spitting out, rustling, their tails swaying, their scales scraping against the ground. Only after confirming that he sensed no hostility from Brother Snake did Lin Qian finally relax. Brother Snake, you're truly too dedicated. He let out a long breath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The familiar spitting sound echoed. Oh! That's right. Lin Qian picked up the Lin Yuan long sword and handed the hilt to Brother Snake. Brother Snake, try holding this sword and see if he can understand you. Wu Xing's voice echoed in his mind. Brother Lin, why do I feel like this isn't right? From his tone, Wu Xing hinted at his intense resistance. He seemed to sense the danger posed by Brother Snake. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I'm aware of this. Lin Qian patted his chest, reassuring him. No, I still feel. Before he could finish his words, Lin Qian had already carefully grasped Brother Snake's hand and placed it on the hilt. Communication was interrupted. Silence. A long silence. Snake even stopped spitting out his tongue and wagging his tail. The only sound in the entire corridor was Lin Qian's breathing. He nervously watched Snake's reaction. After a long moment, Snake finally made a move, extending the knife handle toward Lin Qian. Lin Qian's brows twitched, and he quickly took it. Brother Wu. How's it going? Did it work? The moment they established contact, Lin Qian couldn't wait to ask more. It worked. Wu Sheng's voice, still lingering with fear, echoed in his mind. Brother Wu. What happened? Sounding something was amiss, Lin Qian hurriedly inquired with concern. It's fine. Just a little noisy. Lin Qian was stunned. Noisy? Soul communication involves voice? That's quite unusual. What did Snake say? Quick, translate for me. Lin Qian asked impatiently. Chapter 294. He asked me what I did. I said, I was the one you asked to translate, and I'm one of you. Then he handed me back to you. Lin Qian blinked. You two spent all this time talking, and you only said 2 sentences? He was a little incredulous. Communication was a little difficult to establish. His speech was like garbled text, very difficult to understand. I seemed to vaguely hear him tell me to get out. Wu Sheng's tone was uncertain. Well, regardless, ask him if there's anything I can help you with. After giving Wu Sheng instructions, Lin Qian handed over the Lin Yuan long sword. This time, Snake Brother was only slightly startled, then he took the hilt. After another long wait, Snake Brother finally handed the knife back. How's it going, Brother Wu? He asked expectantly. Wu Sheng seemed to be trying to complete a puzzle, pondering for a long time. He said you're a strange door opener. He's met someone important to him, and wants you to help rescue them. What about a contract, a hound, or something? Lin Qian's head was swirling with questions. Hand me back to him, and I ask again. Wu Sheng had no choice but to re-establish communication. This time, it took longer, but he received more complete information. I figured it out. He asked you to rescue someone, and only you can do it, because you could open doors. Lin Qian frowned, his mind immediately recollecting the woman in the black dress he met in the quarantine zone. It was from that moment that Snake Brother's attitude towards him changed. How? Well, he said he helped you advance, then obtain a card, find that person, enter a place with them, and then make them your hound or tracker or something. It was clear that Wu Sheng was trying very hard to understand Snake Brother's words. He wasn't sure what those terms meant, but Lin Qian was different. He understood Snake Brother's meaning instantly. No wonder he kept feeding me for no reason. It seems he was trying to get me promoted to level 2 overseer quickly, and gain the privileges of a contracted hound. But what about making that terrifying woman in the black dress my hound? Is that even possible? During the promotion, there was a prompt stating that he could only contract hounds in the undisciplined land. Snake Brother meant for him to first find the woman in the black dress, bring her to the undisciplined land, and then complete the contract. Lin Qian scratched his forehead. Although it sounded challenging, Snake Brother had been taking good care of him after all. Even if it was difficult, he still had to try. Tell Snake Brother I've successfully advanced to level 2. After giving his instructions, Lin Qian held out the Lin Yuan long knife again. Soon, Lin Qian saw Snake Brother's head tilt and stare at Lin Qian sideways, seemingly in shock. He's surprised. That doesn't need translating, I can tell. Oh. Just then, Brother Snake suddenly reached out, and a scale carrying a shadowy aura floated up. He said if you get there and take the scale, no matter how far away, the man will find you. Listening to Wu Sheng's translation, Lin Qian reached out, took the scale, and nodded to Brother Snake. Don't worry, I take care of it. That doesn't need translating, he can understand. Reaching out to grab the Lin Yuan longsword that was quietly drifting towards Brother Snake, Lin Qian was speechless. Oh! Watching Brother Snake sink into the shadows, Lin Qian let out a long sigh. He immediately opened the chat interface and sent a group message, asking anyone encountering the quarantine zone dungeon to summon him. Unfortunately, most people were in the dungeon, so it wasn't likely they would reply for a while. He then asked Weber to spread the news to the reserves in the regional channel, and then Lin Qian returned to his room. Oops. I was so busy thinking about how to complete Brother Snake's commission that I forgot to ask him about the supervisor levels and the Chaos Realm. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Qian realized what was happening and couldn't help but beat his chest. Forget it. We've established communication now, so there's always time to ask next time. The thought of the woman in the black dress becoming his hound filled Lin Qian with excitement. That was a terrifying being. My own 2% of filth had already shown great effectiveness in several battles, while that person was brimming with filthy energy. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lin Qian became. If this really works, I have a truly amazing teammate. The message had already been sent, but Lin Qian wasn't about to open the blind box. Otherwise, if someone suddenly summoned him during a crucial moment in a mission, it could easily delay things. Thankfully, he had Wu Sheng by his side, so he wasn't alone at all. Brother Wu Sheng, come here and give me some advice on a sword technique suitable for this heavy sword. Drawing out the Jinchuan broadsword, Lin Qian continued to study martial arts with Wu Sheng in the room. With this experienced teacher, Lin Qian's fighting skills began to improve by leaps and bounds. He was no longer relying solely on brute force and numerical superiority. However, Wu Sheng had also said that skill could only narrow minor gaps. The true determinant of victory lay in one's own individual abilities. Lin Qian said the conditions weren't a problem. He could just sit around and do nothing, drawing a salary without doing anything, and still leave all the other survivors far behind. What's more, he was determined to become a good employee. Every mission required him to search for the anomalous intruder. The mission rewards, combined with the supervisor's rewards, would definitely give him plenty of stat points, if nothing else. In a certain dungeon, a chaotic battle was underway. A dozen survivors, divided into several camps, flew all sorts of technological weapons and strange abilities, and bursts of fire erupted, all in a desperate struggle for the treasure chest perched on the central platform. Judging from their strength, these individuals were all quite capable, at least among the elite survivors. Among them, two burly men stood out the most. One was a massive figure, his green robe ripped, revealing a body covered in glowing yellow tiger tattoos. His eyes gleamed fiercely, his face flushed red. He wielded his azure dragon crescent blade with powerful force, forcing a man back with every blow. The other man was stout and massive, his eyes wide and wide. He wielded two massive axes with such force that no one dared approach him. Ah! A furious roar spread, the sound waves spreading, shaking everyone dizzy and dazed. Second brother. Go! Taking advantage of this opening, the man yanked hard, and the two brothers escaped the encirclement. Chase! We can't let them get away. Leave the stuff behind. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. The two were outnumbered, and were quickly surrounded again. Hee hee, I have to admit, you two brothers are quite capable. A man in a white mask slowly approached the two men, who were cornered by the machine guns. What? You really think you're Guan Yu? Looking at the green-robed young man half kneeling on the ground, the man in the white mask couldn't help but sneer. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious. They say the three heroes of Peach Garden swore brotherhood, but how come you've always been just two brothers? How about you two acknowledge me as your big brother and follow me from now on? The white-masked figure squatted down and asked with a smile. Chapter 295. Lin Qian? Who is that? Hearing this unfamiliar name, White Mask couldn't help but try to recall it in his mind, but ultimately gave up. I don't know him, just a nobody. Even if you already have a big brother, is he more powerful than me? He spread his hands, knowing his own combat prowess wasn't exceptional, but he had many brothers under his command. Adding these two powerful generals would be even better. But the red-faced man stroked his non-existent beard, his eyes curling upwards, his face filled with disdain and contempt. Comparing you to my big brother is a disgrace to his reputation. The third brother, standing nearby, knew he couldn't provoke this group if he wanted to stay alive, so he quietly tugged at his second brother's sleeve, taking advantage of the opportunity. Have you heard of the Black Army? This sentence immediately caused White Mask to narrow his eyes. Is your big brother a member of the Black Army? His tone became noticeably more alert. Although he had never personally seen the Black Army, he had heard of their vicious reputation. Not only that, even the captain of the Black Army's second squad would have to bow respectfully upon seeing my big brother. However, the red-faced man's words immediately dispelled the White Mask's doubts. What a boast! A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Captain of the second squad? Why didn't you mention that even Su Mian had to kneel upon seeing your big brother? Ha ha. Boss, stop wasting time with him. Just kill the fusion space. Someone grew impatient. Since you don't want to live, you can't blame me. Seeing something amiss, the red-faced man's gaze suddenly fixed. He stretched his neck and unleashed a sonic attack reminiscent of a lion's roar. My eldest brother is Lin Qian. How dare you touch me? The sonic waves resonated and spread, startling the groups fighting in the distance. The man in white mask scratched his ears in disgust. Too noisy. Kill him, kill him. With an impatient wave of his hand, he shook his head and turned away. What came into view was a bald, muscular man, his whole body aglow with golden light. The man wasn't tall, but his muscles were as solid as if cast from metal. Combined with the recognizable golden armor and the jet-black robes, the man's identity was instantly recognized by the man in white mask. Master Luo. Master Luo. The man's voice choked, his heart skipping a beat. What was going on? Hadn't this ancestor said he already taken what he wanted and wouldn't participate in the fight for the final treasure chest? His reason was that he didn't want to cause too much bloodshed, not that he couldn't defeat them. It was said that this ruthless individual had exceeded his kill quota during the regional trials, and due to the limitations of his technique, he had to restrain himself for a while. Otherwise, with his reputation for brutality, there would be no chance for them to succeed. How did he attract this great god? Could it be that he couldn't bear to watch us kill? That's not right. Several people have died over there, and he doesn't seem to care. Just as he was lost in thought, Luo Quan, seemingly ignoring them, walked up to the green-robed youth. You said your elder brother is Lin Qian? His brows twisted strangely into two bulging swirls of muscle, creating a deep, crisscross pattern between them. His eyes were wide open, gleaming with a faint golden light. He looked ferocious and terrifying. That's right. The red-faced man nodded, confident and self-assured. What proof? Luo Quan's voice was like a resounding bell, making his eardrums buzz. No proof. The red-faced man remained confident and self-assured. Okay. But he had no idea Luo Quan actually believed him. He felt that no one would dare to defraud others under Lin Qian's name. He turned and looked at the embarrassed crowd. I protect these two. Get out of here. The white mask's breath caught. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare ask. Let's go! Without hesitation, he beckoned everyone to leave. Wait! Just as everyone turned, Luo Quan's voice rang out again. Anything else? Anything else? Master Luo. The white mask's voice trembled. 1, 2, 3. But Luo Quan ignored him and began to check the heads one by one. 9 people. I've rescued quite a few demonic beasts and evil spirits lately. This should be enough. He muttered silently, then raised his head, raised one hand, and muttered a strange slogan. Kill one, pay one. That man has a bad temper. To avoid him causing you trouble in the future, I better put an end to your suffering first. His tone was calm, even a hint of compassion. The white-masked man didn't even react before a blinding golden light burst forth in front of him, and a massive palm print sent him flying. Whoosh! Boom! His body, like a kite with a broken string, pierced the battlefield, slamming heavily into the rock wall. He tumbled back, his chest heaving and his limbs twisted. He struggled for only a few moments before he expired. Vajra palm. Demon subduing fist. Ha! Boom! Bang! Bang! The battle was resolved in a flash. Amidst the scattered bodies, Luo Quan wiped the blood from his face with his jet-black robes. He clasped his hands together, a sacred golden light emanating from his body, and his breathing gradually steadied. Amitabha! Behind him, the two brothers were stunned. They involuntarily huddled together for warmth, shivering. He won't take us out too, will he? After studying heavy sword techniques with whooshing all night, Lin Qian had made significant breakthroughs in his combat skills. In a good mood, he took a long, unforgettable bath. After opening the control panel and fully investing all 10 newly acquired free attributes, he remembered that he hadn't yet reviewed the system evaluation after being promoted to Level 2 Supervisor. Name: Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 90/1000, Strength, 135.5. Agility, 100.1. Const, 118.4. Spirit, 182.9. Traits: Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, on cooldown. Abilities: Spirit Fire, 100%, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood/Blood Mist/Pure Young Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk /Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor/Crystal Armor, Giant's Power, 17.3%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eye Rage, Clairvoyance. Rating: even among Level 2 Supervisors, there are only a handful who have surpassed the first limit in all 4 attributes. They possess no weaknesses, possess multiple advanced powers, and possess unlimited potential. Minor attribute updates. The Resurrection trait is still on cooldown. Giant's Power seems to be accumulating a little slowly. I wonder if it's because I'm in such a good mood. It wasn't until he saw the comments section that Lin Qian's expression relaxed. It's truly remarkable to even be praised by the system. Recalling the days when the system treated him like a dog, Lin Qian couldn't help but burst into tears. I, Lin, have finally turned things around. Chapter 296. Late at night, the sea surged. A strange wave crashed against the reef. Boom! The reef shattered and collapsed all the way to the shore. The sentry on the cliff noticed the movement and immediately looked over. Swish! With a barely perceptible sound, the sentry's body collapsed. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared out of nowhere, and then, one figure after another emerged from the invisible air, looking around in amazement. This ship truly can evade radar detection. You truly are divine messengers sent from heaven. The mustachioed officer in military uniform turned and looked at the man who slowly stepped off the invisible ship. The man wore a windbreaker with a stand-up collar. His face was clearly marked by a circle of stitching. Both hands were mechanical prosthetics, and a faint blue light shone from below his neck. I've said it before, you and I are brothers. I will help the Empire win this war without a doubt, as long as you follow my plan. The mustachioed officer, unable to conceal his excitement, took 2 steps forward, extended his hand, and firmly grasped the mechanical arm. For the Empire. It was time for another day of safe exploration. Area 4126 was finally bustling with activity. Last night, almost all of the Black Army had returned from their missions. This included Su Mian's team. Brother Qian. In the corridor, Su Mian excitedly ran towards Lin Qian. Wow, your demeanor has changed. That's quite an improvement. Lin Qian could clearly sense Su Mian's transformation. It seemed his strength had surpassed Ergo's, truly making him a formidable force. Hee, you've exceeded your survival mission, and the reward is generous. Facing Lin Qian, he didn't hide anything and directly pulled out a tumor-like object from his storage space. Lin Qian frowned and reached out to take it. The thing was actually pulsing slightly. Mutant cell, after ingestion and digestion, break through the first limit of the strength attribute. Digestion requirement, strength 100 points. When the item information popped up, Lin Qian couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Wow! This is a good thing. Su Mian's expression was filled with pride, as if he had found a good thing, and handed it to his parents, expecting praise. As long as Brother Qian likes it. But then, he was suddenly stunned. Lin Qian handed the tumor back. I don't need it anymore. Keep it for yourself. Su Mian blinked, then his expression suddenly changed to horror. Brother Qian, could it be? Could it be? Lin Qian smiled and nodded. Gudong. Su Mian swallowed hard. He knew Lin Qian was strong, but he hadn't anticipated his strength to this degree. 100 points of strength. Su Mian had estimated Lin Qian's stats. Considering that he consistently exceeded his targets for every mission, and fully developed all 4 attributes, his average stats would probably be just over 50. This was his guess. However, what he didn't know was that, rather than quest rewards, Lin Qian's primary source of free stat points came from his role as a supervisor. Right. Lin Qian seemed to suddenly remember something, returned to his room, and took out the cursed butcher knife. You're averagely developed, so your spiritual stats should be quite high. Try this knife, and see if you can master it. The butcher's knife truly wasn't something that any ordinary person could wield. He considered giving it to Old Wu, but Old Wu's primary attributes were strength and constitution, and his spirit had been damaged by martial arts training and the use of the mad laughter potion, making him vulnerable to the backlash of the tyranny curse. And Qin Liang, someone with a strong mental agility, couldn't wield the butcher's knife. After much deliberation, Su Mian was the only one who was most suitable. Looking at the knife that had once terrified him, Su Mian's eyes trembled. Brother Qian. His voice trembled, and he looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. He slowly reached out to take the knife, but the moment his palm touched the handle, his eyes were suddenly filled with a red glow. Kill them all! Kill them all! His expression instantly twisted into a ferocious, murderous look. He took 2 steps forward, swung the butcher's knife, and was about to strike Lin Qian. However, looking at Lin Qian's calm face, Su Mian's expression struggled for a moment, but was quickly consumed by his fury. Go to hell! Ha ha! Pa! A loud slap across the face, a crisp and melodious sound. Bang! The butcher knife slipped out of his hand. Su Mian, panting, was left, his eyes gradually clearing. His left cheek was visibly swollen. Just focus a little more, practice more often when you have time. It's best to have someone watching you when you use it. If you lose control, just knock the knife away. It shouldn't be a big problem. Patting Su Mian on the shoulder, Lin Qian nodded approvingly. Su Mian didn't have the natural talent of a stone heart, so the fact that he showed signs of struggle without any preparation was already impressive. Thank you, Brother Qian, for the reward. Although one side of his cheek burned with pain, the tears in Su Mian's eyes were truly moved. That was the sword that had accompanied Lin Qian on the battlefield. The fact that it was handed to him was proof that Brother Qian truly recognized him. Oh right. And this? Su Mian held out his hand, and a pile of gleaming gold coins appeared in his palm. Strange gold coins? Lin Qian's eyes lit up. This must be the currency for the 777 shop. Qin Liang told me it was a mysterious shop and that Brother Qian might be interested. Lin Qian took the coins and counted them, a full 12. Where did you get so many? He was genuinely surprised. We usually get some rewards for exceeding our mission targets. This is just our team stock. After 2 major events this time, everyone's strength has skyrocketed. We've already left everyone behind. I'm sure there will be quite a few teams exceeding their targets. If Brother Qian really needs it, I have them all gather and hand it in. Lin Qian nodded. I really need this. Thank you for your help. Relieved? These men under his command were truly worthless. How dare you say such things, Brother Qian? Never again. It was clear that Su Mian had become quite familiar with Lin Qian and had figured out his temper. Now he even dared to joke with him. Get lost. Lin Qian was speechless and kicked Su Mian in the butt, sending him stumbling. Unexpectedly, Su Mian not only took the kick with glee, but also waved his hand with joy, as if receiving a reward. Hey! Brother Qian has issued an order to get out. Then I will do the same to you, Brother Qian. As he shouted, he rolled on the ground like a naughty child, his armor making his movements clumsy and comical. Members of the Black Army passing by in the corridor burst into hearty laughter at the sight. Even the reservists were so nervous at the sight that they dared not breathe, let alone laugh. Su Mian's joke wasn't meant to amuse them. A sigh. Envy. When will I truly be able to join these people? Work hard. Even reserve status is something many can only dream of. Chapter 297. What did you say? You guys are helping Brother Qian complete the mission? You? Help? Brother Qian? Complete the mission? Su Mian's voice echoed in disbelief in the corridor. Why are you shouting so loudly? Qin Liang, standing across from him, glared at Su Mian with disdain. Su Mian still couldn't believe it. No. Why didn't you summon me? He was puzzled. Brother Qian was afraid it would interfere with your mission. Qin Liang explained this for the umpteenth time. What's there to be afraid of? There are plenty of missions out there. Just open a door. Serving Brother Qian is a matter of honor. No, why didn't you summon me? Qin Liang was speechless. Brother Qian won't let me. So, can I really disobey his orders? Su Mian calmed down, thought about it, and realized it was true. Oh my! He could only blame himself for his bad luck. Brother Qian. Just then, Lin Qian suddenly emerged from room 777, clutching 5 newly acquired servings of delicious worm pudding, his face beaming with joy. Seeing it was Qin Liang, Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're back so soon. Did you manage to steal the armor? He still remembered the time when Qin Liang had been summoned by Jiang Jinshan to steal the armor. Qin Liang shook his head. Unfortunately, another group got there first. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. Another group? Qin Liang nodded. Jiang Jinshan has fought them many times. Brother Qian, you should have seen them too. Lin Qian briefly recalled. Oh, you mean those little bastards. Qin Liang's expression was grave. Brother Qian, I was just about to report this to you. Lin Qian looked at him, motioning for him to continue. These guys shouldn't be underestimated. Some of them realized early on that dungeons themselves are also valuable resources besides missions, so they've been infiltrating and developing their own influence in that world. However, Jiang Jinshan's obstruction hasn't been smooth sailing. But recently, Jiang Jinshan has noticed that their activities in that world have begun to weaken. I suspect these scoundrels have set their sights on other dungeon worlds. Should we take precautions against this? Hearing this news, Lin Qian's brows furrowed slightly. What's your advice? He looked at Qin Liang. We must be on guard. Qin Liang's expression was solemn. According to Jiang Jinshan's intelligence, the top survivors on the other side seem to be connected to each other and have formed some kind of organization. That's the advantage of a small country. After 2 regional trials, these top survivors have long since established connections and united through various means. This force is insignificant to Brother Qian, or even to the Black Army, but in any dungeon world, it would be a devastating blow to the indigenous people. Not to mention anything else, those weapons of mass destruction on the technological side alone can instantly massacre thousands of warriors. As Qin Liang spoke, Su Mian's expression grew serious. You arrange it. Lin Qian handed the matter over to Qin Liang. Yes. That was all Qin Liang needed. At this stage, The dungeon was their territory. They couldn't control other countries for the time being, but as the top force on their side, they naturally had to take on the role of leader. How could they allow these clowns to show off their power on their territory? He was ready to show the other side the true dominance of the Black Army. What Qin Liang hadn't anticipated was that, even though Jiang Jinshan's warning had been timely, he was still a step too late. Ding! Survivor number 412-6329 has used a summon card on you. Do you accept? Not long after the safe exploration period ended, Lin Qian received the long-awaited summon message. Looking at the number, which began with 4126, he accepted without hesitation. Only those who had completed a round of missions and returned could see Lin Qian's message. It must be said, these guys were truly diligent. They never took a break. A flash of white light, and the view shifted. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian found himself in front of a window, sunlight streaming onto a turquoise swimming pool. In the distance, a bustling street was visible. He stepped on soft carpet, and retro music echoed in his ears. Looking around, he saw a luxurious suite. Turning around, he saw 4 men standing straight, their backs straight, in formation, awaiting his inspection. I couldn't place their names, but they looked familiar. Which team? He asked curiously. Brother Qian. We're Team 7. The short-haired, stern-eyed young man in the lead responded in a resolute, bell-like voice. Okay, don't be so serious. Relax a little. Lin Qian quickly waved his hand to dissuade the others, and casually sat down on the sofa. Has the mission information been released? Although he had told the 4 to relax, even as they sat, their backs remained straight. Their team style was clearly different from the others, and they were very disciplined. Brother Qian, the mission has been released. It's survival, and the duration is 3 days. Since we couldn't initially confirm whether this world had a quarantine zone, we spent some time confirming it. The captain of Team 7 explained that it was indeed because he had delayed too long that Lin Qian, summoned, was unable to accept the mission. But there was no other way. This mission had nothing to do with the quarantine zone, and he couldn't rashly summon Lin Qian until he was absolutely certain. Okay, stay safe. If you're in danger, you can contact me via the communicator. Lin Qian didn't care about the rewards for missions of their level. Already anxious, he left the room with a single word, finding a corner, and using shadow walk in broad daylight. Knowing this was a copy of the quarantine zone, Lin Qian sank directly underground. After rapidly descending for a while, his vision suddenly opened up. Of course, this was due to his night vision. An ordinary person would have seen only darkness. In the shadows, Lin Qian's figure quietly emerged. Above him, a dot of blue light, like the night sky, was faint and distant. His eyesight was exceptional, and with a moment's concentration, he discerned the light source. It was the energy source of the psychic weapon. The psychic crystals. The underground world was far greater than he had imagined. Even the depths of Qinzhou City couldn't compare. It was a world of its own. The psychic crystals were massive, scattered in piles, but from such a distance, they appeared as mere specks of light. Dong. Dong. Just then, Lin Qian's ears twitched, suddenly picking up a series of distant knocking sounds. Chapter 298. Taking out Brother Snake's scales from the storage space, an invisible ripple seemed to sweep through the air, a powerful shadowy aura emanating. Waiting for the Bluetooth connection. With nothing else to do, Lin Qian walked towards the source of the sound. As he walked, observing his surroundings, he discovered that this place, like the 3rd level of the maze in the 100 Districts War, was filled with faint, tiny particles floating in the air, though on a much smaller scale. With his physical attributes, he felt no discomfort at all. Occasionally, his feet would become slippery, and he would step on patches of black moss. If he listened carefully, he could hear the moss whimpering softly when he stepped on it. He peeled off a piece and examined it carefully, revealing that it was densely packed and wriggling, a truly disgusting sight. Ah! With a whoosh, spiritual fire rose from his palm, and the moss instantly vanished into ash. Sure enough, this place is full of strange things. After walking for a while, Lin Qian spotted a massive stone pillar in the distance. Atop it, a pitch-black creature hunched over, its hands clinging to the pillar, banging its head against the stone like a woodpecker. Granite shattered, revealing a deep pit. The pitch-black creature climbed nimbly like a monkey, its feet planted on the newly dug pit, continuing to dig higher. Lin Qian walked to the base of the pillar and curiously looked up at the creature. Observing it, he discovered it lacked facial features, with a prominent, black, smooth protrusion on its face, resembling a ball-peen hammer, with a crack on it that should be its mouth. Clatter! Another pit successfully dug, and the hammer-headed creature continued its climb. It seemed to be trying to escape the underground world, but it didn't realize that the broken stone pillar wasn't connected to the surface world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just then, a rapid sound of air breaking suddenly came from above. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, triggering his focused vision, and captured 3 palm-sized flying creatures. They had no feathers or wings, their bodies covered in jet-black scales, shaped like javelins, and flying at the speed of bullets. Bang! Bang, bang! With a scream, the hammer-headed man was struck by the javelins and plummeted to the ground, landing right at Lin Qian's feet. Ah! Rising unperturbed, it danced like a monkey, smashing its hammer everywhere. The force was so strong that it cracked the stone layer of the ground and sent rubble flying. Just then, a hand suddenly grasped its head, stopping the hammer-headed man's madness. Go, get out of here! Lin Qian casually raised his hand and sent the hammer-headed man flying over 10 meters, where he fell to the ground again in disarray. It struggled to its feet, looking around in confusion, but couldn't find its target. Suddenly, the ground beneath its feet shook, and a striped, soft tentacle burst forth, piercing through it. A sizzling, corroding sound accompanied by a pungent, green smoke. Like a single stone stirring 1,000 ripples, the movement here set off a chain reaction. In the distance, a tall, dark figure appeared, its legs strangely slender, waving its arms as it ran towards them. However, halfway through its run, it was swallowed by another enormous shadow. If it had been Lin Qian, the last time he entered the quarantine zone, seeing this scene would have probably broken into a cold sweat. But now, he observed everything calmly, even tempted to pull out some sunflower seeds to watch the excitement. A sea of deformed monsters, each cursing life, it felt like a different kind of zoo, quite a novelty. Suddenly Lin Qian's expression shifted, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Sizzle! The sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed, as a frail figure stumbled into view. It wore tattered prison uniforms, its body covered in wounds, and disgusting pus dripped onto the ground as it moved. Its head was engulfed in a crocodile claw-like torture device, its brain pierced by steel needles, rusted and stained. Its limbs were bound by heavy chains, and a massive iron ball dragged beneath its feet, making each step difficult. Strangely, the ground beneath its feet seemed to move on its own, transporting the strange prisoner's body forward. Though its steps were slow, its speed was frightening. Lin Qian met those terrifying, lidless eyes, filled with violent resentment. He felt a strong sense of threat from this creature. Without a moment's hesitation, the Zhenxuan broadsword materialized, and the Linyuan longsword was unsheathed simultaneously, ready for battle. However, just as he was about to attack, the strange prisoner suddenly stopped. Then, a sticky, dripping sound echoed from the ground behind Lin Qian. A familiar, cold aura drifted through the intense shadows. Then, a white arm reached out from above his shoulder and reached for Lin Qian's chest pocket. In the pocket, there were Snake Brother's scales. She's coming. Realizing that it was the woman in the black dress behind him, Lin Qian visibly tensed. A burning pain emanated from his shoulder. The woman's foul power would still cause harm if it touched him. He simply wasn't sure if his foul power would have any effect on her. He let her take the scales without stopping her. He looked up at the strange prisoner, only to find it turned and left without hesitation, slinking away at a speed countless times faster than when it arrived. Damn! Don't run! Lin Qian was utterly disappointed. He had finally encountered an opponent he felt threatened by, and just when he was about to test his mettle, he was frightened off by the woman in the black dress. Looking around, Lin Qian noticed total silence. Not a single trace of the monsters from before could be seen. From this, it seemed the woman in the black dress was far higher than he had imagined. He took a deep breath and slowly turned to face her. Over 3 meters tall, Lin Qian had to look up. He noticed that the NPCs he encountered who wielded shadow power seemed quite tall. Snake Brother, the woman in the black dress, the shadowy figure with the bird bone mask, the giant knight, all of them. Gah! Squeak! As Lin Qian looked up at the woman in the black dress, the mottled wooden door creaked again, with a harsh grinding sound, and slowly swung open. This time, however, Lin Qian, whose mental attributes had surpassed the first limit, only had a momentary blurring of vision before he showed no further reaction, not even triggering the Stoneheart effect. He was already immune to this level of mental attack. Seeing Lin Qian's indifference, the woman in the black dress seemed deeply puzzled. She tilted her head slightly, and made the exact same movement as Snake Brother. This alone, without needing to look for anything else, confirmed that the two were undoubtedly closely related. Ignoring Wu Xing's protests, Lin Qian directly handed over the Lin Yuan long sword. Seeing the woman in the black dress remain indifferent, he could only carefully grasp her hand, just as he had with Snake Brother, and slowly place it on the hilt. Brother Wu, I'm counting on you. Chapter 299. I take you to a place. A contract. The owner of this scale. It's what she asked for. After a long while, thanks to the patient communication of interpreter Brother Wu, the woman in the black dress finally understood Lin Qian's meaning. Seeing her nod, Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's too hard. But at that moment, the woman in the black robe slithered forward, opening her arms and embracing him. Wait, wait! I'm not ready yet. Lin Qian was immediately horrified and quickly stepped back. But the woman in the black dress ignored his resistance and suddenly accelerated. Sizzle! A familiar burning sensation emanated from all directions, and Lin Qian felt like a piece of pork belly on a red-hot iron plate, sizzling. The woman in the black dress seemed completely unaware of the terrifying power of the foul energy within her. She gently embraced Lin Qian, her arms tightening, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Thankfully, Lin Qian was now able to endure this level of pain. Furthermore, the foul energy was stable, not penetrating the wound and invading his flesh. Brother Wu, hold on tight. He clamped his legs tightly around the Lin Yuan long sword, mumbling something in a slurred voice, before immediately retrieving the pitch-black card from his storage space. Ding! Use the teleport card? Yes. He could no longer feel the left side of his face. Ding! Use successful. With a swish, the teleport card in his hand vanished in a flash of white light. The next moment, his vision distorted, and a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Lin Qian felt as if he had fallen into a vortex, his head spinning and his mind in a state of confusion. Swish! The dizziness wore off, and he finally found a foothold. But before he could regain his balance, his body began to slide uncontrollably. Thankfully, after his agility attribute had broken through its first limit, Lin Qian's control over his body had greatly improved. Dozens of bloodlines shot out, wrapping around any points of force they could reach, and only then did he manage to stop his slide. Looking down, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a shock. He was standing on a mountain of crystal skeletons. Each of these skeletons was only the size of a palm, likely the bones of some reptile, with skulls shaped like lizards. Most were severely damaged, with a glassy texture, free of sharp edges and polished to a smooth surface, making it difficult to gain a foothold. Looking up again, Lin Qian was stunned. Directly above, in the distant sky, a ruined fortress floated amidst the dark red clouds. In the distance, a massive, battered ship slowly drifted towards him. Darkness, oppression, chaos. As the name suggests, this place feels like a place without order. Everything you see challenges your perception and your understanding of the rules. Chi-Chi. Just as Lin Qian was stunned by what he was witnessing, he suddenly caught sight of a faint sound not far away. Crash. A pitch-black creature suddenly poked its head out from the pile of bones, like a mole, a shattered crystal skull resting on its head. Chi-Chi. The creature, upon seeing Lin Qian, grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, a single eye, pointed ears, the size of a puppy, and a spiked tail. However, its ferocity was only for a moment before it abruptly shut its mouth, cowering and quickly backing away. As a result, it slipped and tumbled awkwardly over the pile of bones. Amidst the sticky squirm, the woman in the black dress silently arrived behind Lin Qian, following him like a shadow. An injection of a high-level healing potion quickly restored his flesh, corroded by filth. Lin Qian turned to look at the woman in the black dress, and discovered that one of his bloodlines was actually held in her hand. Her fair palm was uncoated by the filth, so the bloodline was also uncorrupted. Sister Min. After a long pause, Lin Qian finally found a suitable address for her. Before he could finish his words, a sudden, violent tremor erupted beneath his feet. A mountain of crystal bones tumbled down like a bloody avalanche, causing Lin Qian's body to sway, but Sister Min's hand held his shoulder. The next moment, the two of them slid into the shadows, moving. 100 meters in an instant, they saw the pile of crystal bones in the distance. A gigantic worm, incredibly large, suddenly rose to its feet, shaking off the crystal skeleton covering its body. It staggered, its head raised, facing the sky, its two-studded mouth wide open, and let out a shrill roar. Roar! A terrifying wave of air rolled like a tsunami, sending a flood of bones tumbling and crashing in all directions. Lin Qian's hair was blown back by the blast, his features contorted into a ball, his cheeks puffed out by the wind. Furthermore, his brain felt like it had been struck by a massive hammer. Even a mental force that had surpassed its first limit was dizzy and shaken by the sound waves. Not only him, but even the woman in the black dress beside him trembled, her black dress heaving violently as if boiling, clearly affected by the mental attack. A cool sensation spread through his mind, his stone heart triggered, and Lin Qian's consciousness instantly returned to clarity. Looking at the giant worm in the distance, it shook its head like crazy, smashing around, until it had shattered all the bones, rubble, and debris that had buried it. Only then did Lin Qian get a clearer look at the creature. Its body seemed stuck in a crack, and even with all its might, it couldn't escape. The stuck part showed obvious signs of growth, like a swimming ring, making it more difficult to escape the longer it was trapped. Roar! Roar! It struggled unwillingly, its body swaying from side to side, hitting the ground, causing it to tremble. Its roars drove all nearby life away, leaving only Lin Qian and Sister Min, who were watching the excitement from a distance. Lin Qian, relying on his stone heart's trait, endured the sonic attack and observed the worm's movements. However, Sister Min couldn't bear it anymore and placed her hand on Lin Qian's shoulder again, wanting to take him away. However, Lin Qian took the initiative to avoid the other party and refused to join them. Sister Min, you take cover for a moment. Let me see what this thing is all about. He turned to look at Sister Min, a faint glint of greed in his eyes. Such a powerful creature trapped to death. Not taking a risk was simply not Lin Qian's character. Of course, more importantly, he had just discovered that his resurgence trait had cooled down. With his second life already at the ready, why would he have so many concerns? Gazing at the giant worm stirring up dust in the distance, Lin Qian didn't find it disgusting or scary at all. Instead, he licked his lips involuntarily. High-quality ingredients. Chapter 300. Screaming Gun, a large-scale psychic attack item crafted from juvenile screaming worms. Beware, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. After each use, the screaming worms need a long time to recover. Holding the screaming gun, after rereading the item's information, Lin Qian looked back at the giant worm in the distance. These two things, can't they really be the same species? Both lack eyes, both can launch large-scale psychic attacks. The only difference is their size, a stark difference. One is measured in centimeters, the other in meters. It's hard to imagine that such a tiny creature could grow into such a terrifying giant monster. He watched the excitement with a careless eye for a while, his stone heart trait triggered several more times by the roar. Finally, the giant worm collapsed to the ground, seemingly exhausted. Its body began to slowly curl up like a pile of feces. Its head wriggled from the top into the nest it had created, then tightened and fell silent. Finally, it's quiet. Seeing the giant worm stop moving, Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief and began to quietly approach it. He drew out his Lin Yuan longsword and tried to touch the giant worm's body with the tip. Hey! Hey! Ignoring Wu Xing's mental resistance, the tip of the knife scraped across the worm's surface, making a rustling sound. The surface was covered with a dense layer of translucent, shiny scales. From a distance, Lin Qian mistook it for slime. Ding ding ding! He chopped it a few times with the blade, only to find it couldn't even leave a mark. Wu Xing was fed up. Why do you always bother me? Use that big knife. Before he could even reveal himself, the giant worm roared and forced him to dive back into the blade to avoid it, leaving him with a lingering fear. Although both were stone hearts, the difference in their spiritual strength was too great, and Wu Xing was completely unable to withstand the worm's sonic waves. Ding ding ding. He seems to be asleep. I know, stop knocking. Ding ding ding. I'm going to get mad. Okay, okay. Lin Qian sheathed the Lin Yuan longsword. So stingy. A steaky sound was heard, and Sister Min quietly appeared behind Lin Qian. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Sister Min. Sister Min, can you attach filth to this thing? It doesn't need to be too much, just corrode the scales on a small area of its surface to create an opening, so I can eat away at it bit by bit. Handing over the translator, a moment later, communication was successful. She said yes. Wu Xing's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Qian's face lit up. Immediately Sister Min took a few steps forward, her fair hands grasping the hem of her squirming skirt. As if in a dance move, she swung it with all her might. Swish. Puff. A pool of foul energy, like mud, splashed onto a patch of the giant worm's midsection. Instantly, a sizzling, corrosive sound erupted, and mist rose. At first, the giant worm remained motionless, but soon, its body began to wriggle and untwist, its head plucked from its center. Let's go! Seeing the situation was averted, Lin Qian immediately pulled Sister Min into shadow walk mode, and in a flash, They were over 10 kilometers away. Roar! This time, the worm seemed enraged, its sonic attack power increasing several notches. Even over 10 kilometers away, it still had some effect. But because of the distance, it was no more than a screaming gun to Lin Qian, completely unaffected. He planned to wait until the foul power had corroded some of the worm's flesh before returning. This would at least deplete its physical strength. Judging from its struggle just now, it possessed not only a powerful mental attack, but also considerable physical strength. Sister Min is awesome. Amidst his anticipation, Lin Qian also praised Sister Min. The foul power Lin Qian possessed had the same properties. After Sister Min released a large amount of it, her originally full skirt shrank significantly, making her appear taller overall. Lin Qian raised his right hand and looked at the triangular inscription on his palm, which glowed faintly white. This must be the method for contracting a hound. However, he wasn't sure whether he would be forcibly transported away immediately after the contract was successful, so Lin Qian held off on establishing a contract with Sister Min for the time being. Just then, a crackling sound suddenly came from the other direction. As the distance approached, the sound grew clearer, like the sound of a galloping horse, a mighty roar. Looking out, he saw a rolling thundercloud in the distance, flickering blue lightning. The shadows of at least 100 flying creatures darted up and down within the thundercloud. Triggering his focused vision, Lin Qian could clearly see the creature, scaly, long-tailed, the size of a small dog, its flesh translucent, its glowing bones faintly visible. Lin Qian suddenly thought of the pile of crystal bones. They seemed to be the bones of this creature. Could it be that a large number of these flying creatures passed by in the past, were killed by the giant worm's roar, and after consuming them all, they couldn't digest the bones and regurgitated them to build their nest? He pinched his chin, feeling he had already guessed what was going on. However, with so many crystal skeletons, it was clear the giant worm had eaten more than one batch of these flying creatures. No wonder they hadn't starved to death. They could only thank nature for its gift. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Qian's gaze fixed, catching sight of a strange figure behind the flock of flying creatures. The figure was grotesque, like a giant tortoiseshell on its back. Its head was invisible, its body hunched, but its limbs were strangely slender. Its legs lifted and lowered with huge swings, bouncing and running wildly. Its movements were comical, but each landing emitted a loud roar, a terrifying force. It waved its massive, three-fingered palm in vain, unable to catch up with the thundercloud before it. Finally, its speed slowed, and it withdrew its legs in defeat, its body slowly descending, as if it had fallen into a state of autism, curled up in its shell and unwilling to emerge. Lin Qian's keen eyesight allowed him to almost instantly detect the triangular mark on the other's palm, identical to his own, and a slight movement of the heart fluttered. Colleague? After a moment's thought, he asked Sister Min to wait for him, while he cast Shadow Walk and approached the shellman. About 20 meters away, Lin Qian's figure emerged from the shadows. The moment he appeared, the shellman in the distance seemed to sense his presence, shifting slightly, its hand slowly emerging from its shell. Its body resembled a shell snapped together, irregular in shape, its surface rough like coral. As he approached cautiously, Lin Qian searched for the creature's head, but after a long search, he found nothing of the sort. Unsure if this creature possessed the ability to communicate, Lin Qian could only show it his hand, gleaming with inscriptions. One of us, a friend. Chapter 301. Under Lin Qian's gaze, the shellman's body slowly rose, like an elevator, stopping before he could only look up. In terms of height alone, this creature might be taller than Snake Brother or Sister Min, but its proportions were strange. Its shell was large and thick, while its limbs were spindly. At first glance, it looked like a crab with several legs broken off. The shellman stood upright, silent. Of course, it might not even be able to speak. It simply stood motionless facing Lin Qian. At least, judging by its posture, it seemed to be facing him. Lin Qian could sense a not too strong danger from the other creature. He should be able to defeat it, but it wouldn't be easy. This was normal. Judging from its performance, it was likely a newly promoted level 2 overseer like himself, yet to complete the hound contract. Naturally, its attributes couldn't compare to those of a veteran level 2 overseer. Sensing the other creature's wariness, but confident in his own strength, Lin Qian walked directly in front of it. It was a strange feeling. All the supervisors Lin Qian had encountered before were incredibly powerful and terrifying. This was the first time he encountered a colleague on his own level. Hello? He gave a professional smile, and waved with a hand bearing the inscription of the contract. The shellman seemed petrified, still motionless, only the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Following the sound of his breathing, Lin Qian found the man's breathing hole. Surprisingly, it was in his crotch. What kind of body structure is this? Lin Qian's head was filled with questions. Soon, he spotted 2 rows of what looked like eyes next to the breathing hole. They varied in size and moved slightly, most of them staring at Lin Qian. Are you planning to contract those flying creatures? Lin Qian gritted his teeth and spoke, feeling the awkwardness of a cold shoulder. I can help after all. He opened his mouth, then swallowed the words he prepared. Forget it, he wasn't sure if this guy would understand, so he might as well show his goodwill with his actions. A shadow spread beneath his feet, and Lin Qian immediately began walking. A few minutes later, his figure reappeared, clutching a struggling silver package. A burning smell wafted through the air, and the blackout cloth ignited. Quick-witted, Lin Qian used his blood thread to tether the translucent flying creature as it attempted to escape, forcing it back in. Crack! Snap! As the creature struggled, arcs of blue electricity occasionally erupted, and Lin Qian's hair visibly stood on end. It looked inconspicuous, but it dealt considerable damage, and was incredibly fast and agile. Without his extreme speed, Lin Qian would have struggled to capture it without causing damage. Grasping the flying creature's neck, he lifted it up and swung it toward the shellman. The shellman finally moved. It slowly extended its inscribed hand and pressed it against the flying creature in Lin Qian's hand. The moment of contact, a flash of white light shone, and the flying creature struggled even more violently, but it was still unable to break free from the bloodline's restraints. Gradually, the white light engulfed it, and finally, after a brief flicker, the flying creature vanished. The shellman withdrew its hand, swaying awkwardly, as if in joy. Then, it raised its hand, and the inscription illuminated again. Swish! A flash of white light, and the previously vanished flying creature reappeared from thin air. After circling several times in the air, a flood of blue arc suddenly appeared around it, and it swooped down towards the shellman. Bang! There was a dull thud, and the crustacean remained motionless, while the flying creature flipped over on its belly, plummeting from the sky like a sparrow striking tempered glass. The crustacean seemed extremely nervous, frantically reaching out to catch it, but its movements were too clumsy, and after 2 attempts, it missed. Finally, Lin Qian couldn't bear it, and caught it with his bloodline. Raising his hand, the crustacean carefully took it, gently stroking the dying flying creature, seemingly filled with sorrow. Lin Qian's eyelids drooped, a look of speechlessness on his face. What was this creature thinking? He had to contract such a weak creature, and its intelligence was so low. What a fool! He wouldn't even want it for himself. Seeing the crustacean's apparent sadness, Lin Qian felt the time was right, and placed the hilt of his Lin Yuan long sword against the creature's palm. The shellman was clearly startled, trembling, but soon calmed down. The communication went surprisingly smoothly. It wants you to help save its precious, Liang Jingjing. After completing the translation, Wu Sheng added an objective assessment. This child seems a bit clueless. Lin Qian couldn't help scratching his head. Before he could agree, the shellman's 2 large hands held the severely injured silly bird to him. What to do? Give it a hand. He randomly found a healing powder in the storage space, and sprinkled it on like seasoning. Soon, the silly bird shook its head and sneezed, then opened its eyes. Seeing the silly bird awaken, the shellman began to shake again, but the next moment, the silly bird took off again, with the familiar thunderous dive. Lin Qian was terrified. Bloodshot shot through his veins, as he forcibly yanked the silly bird down and held it down tightly. The shellman frantically took it, and with a flash of white light, he finally retrieved the silly bird. Seeing this, Lin Qian even breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of colleague is this? He somewhat regretted initiating this workplace social interaction. Although this colleague's IQ seemed a bit questionable, the effect of this overture was still clear. With the help of Ace translator brother Wu, the 2 of them managed to begin a difficult conversation. Oh, so it likes shiny things like this. After learning this, Lin Qian had a sudden inspiration and dug out a bunch of unimportant gems, diamonds, night-shining pearls, and other items from his storage space and handed them to the shellman. As expected, upon seeing these things, the shellman began to shake with joy again, reaching out to take a handful of glittering gems. Then, a crack slowly opened in its shell. In an instant, a brilliant light shone through the crack, illuminating the clouds above like a spotlight. With a swish, it raised its hand and tossed a handful of gems into the crack, and the crack closed. Lin Qian was stunned. What kind of creature is this? A clam spirit that likes to collect luminous objects? Why are all my colleagues so strange? He was lost in deep self-doubt, while the shellman before him trembled all over. The next moment, with a click, A smooth, grayish-white oval object squeezed out and landed in its palm. As if to thank Lin Qian, it slowly handed the mango-sized grayish-white object to him. Chapter 302. Looking at the oval-shaped object resembling a bird's egg, Lin Qian reached out to take it with a puzzled expression. As soon as the object fell into his hands, Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, yet his body still tilted forward uncontrollably. It's so heavy. It's hard to imagine that such a small object could possess such a terrifying weight. It's ridiculous. He looked up at the shellman in surprise. This creature's strength attribute was probably higher than his own, likely a single specialized monster. After waiting for a long time, with no item information popping up, Lin Qian put the heavy egg back into storage. For another thing, if this thing were used to hit someone, they would likely underestimate it due to its size, making it a great tool for a surprise attack. Thank you, I like it. Lin Qian smiled at the shellman. The shellman seemed to understand his words, and began to sway slightly again. Did you also just get promoted to level 2 supervisor? Which areas are you responsible for? Using the Linyuan long sword, Lin Qian began chatting with the shell man. According to his understanding, the shell man's initial jurisdiction was also just one floor, but unlike him, it was responsible for the entire floor, while Lin Qian only had a small section in the middle, like surviving in a crack. This made him even more convinced that there must be another supervisor in Area 700, someone he had never met. According to the shellman, it had been a supervisor for a long time, which made Lin Qian curious about how long he and his companions had been in the Infinity Building. A thought struck him, and he asked, and sure enough, Area 652? This was the first time Lin Qian had heard of a 3-digit area, and his curiosity grew even stronger. What kind of unusual invaders have you seen in your area? Are there any of those hairy beast men? Since the 2 leopards also had timers on their wrists, that proved they were also trapped in this building, and had lived there far longer than their group, so their area numbers would definitely be higher up. But the shellman shook his head. Shiny little people? Hearing Wu Sheng's translation, Lin Qian looked bewildered. Is that a metaphor? No, it's just shiny little people. My translation is accurate, Wu Sheng said firmly. A new race. Lin Qian's expression grew serious. Oh, could it be that because it liked shiny creatures, it couldn't bear to kill them, and that's why it's been holding off on its promotion until now? Suddenly, he felt a sudden realization. No, it said it couldn't bear it, but it couldn't control itself from attacking. It's just that those shiny little people are very smart and fast, and it's too clumsy to catch up. Hearing Wu Sheng's message, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. Unable to control itself? He immediately thought of the scene when Snake Brother attacked Weber. Could it be that this was the reason? But if Snake Brother was determined to kill Weber, he probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Furthermore, Snake Brother had fed him twice before, proving that he could control the intensity of his attacks. But why didn't he lose control like that when he saw the unusual intruder? Is it because the survivor status takes precedence over the supervisors? Or is there some other reason? The bald monster said that according to the rules, he couldn't become a supervisor. It seemed the origin of that supervisor ID card wasn't as simple as he imagined. Even though all 4 attributes had broken through the first limit, Lin Qian still felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of the evil demon brother in room 666. The more he understood the rules of the Infinity Building, the more he feared the monsters in the leopard room. However, judging by the bald monster's behavior, these monsters actually had something to fear. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. He simply put these distant concerns aside and focused solely on the present. I let my future self worry about the future. Roar! The distant roar of the giant worm had grown noticeably weaker. It looked like the time would soon be right. Just then, the shellman took action, pressing down on the hilt of the Linyuan long sword. There's movement in its new territory. We must leave. Lin Qian nodded. Okay, tell it to come visit it when you have time. Keeping the shellman's jurisdiction firmly in mind, Lin Qian planned to catch up with this colleague from time to time. It was very happy, and said we see you in the City of Disorder. As Wu Sheng finished translating, the shellman before him vanished in a flash of white light, leaving Lin Qian bewildered. The City of Disorder? What is that place? However, no one could answer his question. Forget it, I ask Brother Snake later. Speaking of which, Lin Qian had always wondered where the supervisors, including Brother Snake, had gone and what they were doing during the safe exploration period. The City of Disorder. The Land of Disorder? A place only accessible to the overseers. Lin Qian frowned and muttered, feeling his guess was getting very close to the correct answer. Although it was only a brief exchange with the shellman, Lin Qian had gained a wealth of information and even a gift, a truly remarkable achievement. In addition, he had confirmed that he would not be forcibly teleported away after completing the contract. Using Shadow Walk, he returned to Sister Min's side and found her waiting motionless. He glanced in the direction of the giant worm. The roar was still pitiful. Since there was no rush, he decided to wait a little longer. We could complete the contract first. Confirming the exchange through the Lin Yuan long blade, Sister Min nodded in agreement. Lin Qian then extended his hand, bearing the contract inscription, and pressed it against the back of her white, untainted hand. Confirm the contract. With a thought, a flash of white light flashed. Sister Min's body was gradually engulfed by the white light, the process unexpectedly slow. It seemed that without Sister Min's active cooperation, Lin Qian wouldn't have been able to force the contract. Plus, as evidenced by the silly bird in the shellman's contract, hounds aren't immune to attacking their supervisors. Therefore, it's likely that most supervisors would choose hounds they can tame. Lin Qian recalled some less pleasant memories, a time when the system constantly compared him to a hound. Ding! Contract successful. Hound Space activated. A system notification sounded, drawing Lin Qian back from his thoughts. A thought flashed through his mind, and a pitch-black space suddenly appeared in his mind, surrounded by nothingness, completely different from the pure white storage space. Is this the Hound Space? Lin Qian reached out to call Sister Min back, but with a snap, his hand was swatted away by Sister Min. Huh? Lin Qian blinked, bewildered. Chapter 303. Is this right? This isn't right. Lin Qian, hands on his hips, looked up at Sister Min, only to be met with a slowly swinging old wooden door. His arrogance gradually subsided, and he lowered his head. He had no other choice but to communicate with Sister Min through Wu Shenlai, coaxing her into cooperating with him in testing the Hound Dimension. After receiving Sister Min's permission, Lin Qian reached out to touch her again, but this time he wasn't hit. Recall. With a thought, Sister Min's figure instantly transformed into white light and vanished. In the void of the Hound Dimension, Sister Min appeared out of thin air, surveying her surroundings in confusion. It seems the speed of recall has nothing to do with size. It's all a matter of a split second. Lin Qian, feeling certain, fearing Sister Min might be uncomfortable inside, immediately prepared to summon her. However, after a few seconds, Lin Qian's face was blank. What's going on? The summoning failed? Sister Min hadn't responded to his summons at all, and was curiously strolling through the Hound's space. This isn't right. Lin Qian fell into self-doubt again. Recalling required contact, but summoning required a response, and it couldn't be forced. This wasn't quite the Hound he imagined. But thinking of the shellman's silly bird, Lin Qian's mood suddenly brightened. At least he had Brother Wu to connect with, and there was also Brother Snake. Sister Min would sooner or later become a great help, but that guy was in trouble. Just as he was gloating, Lin Qian suddenly felt a strange sensation in his chest. Looking down, he saw a rectangular outline slowly emerging from his chest. Then, the color changed, and a familiar wooden door appeared out of thin air. Creaky. The next second, the wooden door creaked open with a teeth-grinding scraping sound. A slimy, wriggling sound echoed. Lin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Sister Min, like a soft-bodied creature, slowly emerge from the door on his chest, landing on the ground and slowly standing up. The wooden door closed, and Lin Qian's clothes returned to their original state, intact, as if everything had just been an illusion. This? Lin Qian looked at Sister Min, then at his own chest, a look of shock on his face. This was outrageous. She could actually walk directly out of the Hound Space on her own. And judging by the characteristics of the door, this wasn't a privilege granted to every hound, but rather an ability she possessed. The door in front of her face seemed to have more than just a disorienting effect. After all, Lin Qian didn't know much about his hound. He hadn't even witnessed it in action. He grew increasingly curious about the connection between Sister Min and Brother Snake. He looked forward to their meeting. But before that, his feast seemed almost ready. In the distance, the giant worm's roar had grown feeble. Evidently a vast amount of filthy energy had seeped into its body. It's time. Using Shadow Walk, he instantly reached the giant worm. At this point, the giant worm had been corroded by the filth, leaving it no strength to struggle. A terrifying gaping hole had appeared in its midsection, and amidst the sizzling corrosion, the gap continued to widen. A sticky sound came from behind him. Sister Min appeared, still following Lin Qian. Sister Min, you can retract the filth. Following Wu Xing's instructions, Sister Min slowly slid along the ground, approaching the worm's wound. At that moment, the worm whipped its head violently towards Sister Min. Sister Min, be careful. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. He was about to step forward, but Sister Min suddenly sank into the shadows. When she reappeared, she had emerged from the worm's wound. The outline of her skirt had visibly plumped up, completely absorbing the foul energy she had previously spilled. The foul energy clinging to the wound vanished, revealing a large expanse of deep purple flesh, oozing with transparent liquid, to the air. Lin Qian swiftly stepped forward, leaping high, directly onto the worm's wound. Raising both hands, bloodlines burst forth with all their might. Puff! Puff! Roar! Without the protection of its translucent scales, the giant worm's flesh was as soft and fragile as tofu. Fearing the bloodline wouldn't penetrate, Lin Qian even used his hardening ability, but it proved unnecessary. The moment the absorption began, Lin Qian's brow furrowed uncontrollably. At the same time, sensing the threat of death, the worm, already exhausted, began to struggle again, unleashing a barrage of mental attacks. However, after such a prolonged period of exhaustion, its mental attacks had completely failed to affect Lin Qian. Not even the stone heart effect could be triggered. Time passed minute by minute, and as the audible notification of attribute increases echoed in his mind, the giant worm's skin rapidly shrank. Soon, it lay motionless, its struggles fading. After completely absorbing the worm's body trapped in the crack, Lin Qian carefully pulled the entire, completely peeled, translucent skin up bit by bit, storing the worm's shed mouthparts, digestive organs, and other organs into the storage space, ensuring nothing was wasted. Huh, so comfortable. Feeling the power surging within him, Lin Qian felt refreshed. He calculated the gains from eating. Strength increased by 13 points, bringing it to 148.5. Constitution increased by 15 points, raising it to 133.4. While eating, he even considered using the Lin Yuan long sword to test whether it could trigger Soul Devour, but Wu Sheng told him it was impossible to establish a connection with an unintelligent creature because it lacked a soul. Overall, aside from its bizarre sonic attack, this giant worm wasn't incredibly powerful, and its flesh and blood weren't nearly as nutritious as those of a leopard that had broken through the first limit. However, its size was there, and the food was plentiful. With a total of 28 stat gains, Lin Qian was overjoyed. This place is truly my treasure. Having snagged such a great deal right off the bat, Lin Qian was reluctant to leave and prepared to explore. He had originally wanted to take a look at the shattered castle in the sky, but unfortunately, shadow walking could only be achieved in the absolute darkness of Eternal Night City, bypassing any obstacles. Otherwise, a solid connection would be necessary. As for flying, Lin Qian did have a set of divine raven armor in his storage, but the shattered castle was too high to reach. However, he could take a look at the ruined giant ship. He did what he thought. Lin Qian first returned Sister Min to the Hound space, then quickly donned the divine raven armor, triggering its flight ability. A burst of intense light erupted, and he soared straight up, flying towards the ruined giant ship that had already reached overhead. Chapter 304. Bang! The dark wood cracked, and light filtered into the cabin. Inspecting the hull, Lin Qian discovered that the ship's structure was completely different from what he had imagined. The wood used was also very special, extremely hard, and completely free of corrosion. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying force could have destroyed the behemoth before him to such an extent. Creaky. The familiar sound of a door opening was heard. This time, Sister Min emerged from behind Lin Qian, moving much faster than before, as if she were already familiar with the situation. Perhaps because the original dungeon world was too boring, Lin Qian felt that Sister Min seemed to be curious about everything and loved to wander around. As expected, after reappearing, Sister Min began to wander around on her own. Lin Qian stared at her all the way, and was stunned to see that she chose to shadow walk through any object blocking her path. Turning his head, he looked at the wooden planks he had shattered. Yeah! Why didn't I think of that? After trying a few times, he realized he wasn't as agile as Sister Min at shadow walking. He needed more practice. The ship was enormous, and even with all the holes in it, it would take a while to completely loot it. Lin Qian found traces of many inscriptions on the hull, but they were so badly damaged they had lost their effectiveness. Amidst the devastation, Lin Qian harnessed the power of his bloodline to transform into a tentacle monster. Over a dozen blood whips crisscrossed, flinging debris backwards with incredible efficiency. Huh? Suddenly Lin Qian paused. Amidst the pile of debris, a nondescript black ring lay quietly in a corner. Lin Qian manipulated his blood whip to pick it up. He expected it to be some kind of metal, but it was surprisingly light. He waited, and it seemed to be made of wood. Carefully wiping the surface, Lin Qian discovered that the ring was also engraved with numerous, densely packed inscriptions, covering both the inside and the outside, a sight that was dizzying. He wrapped the blood thread around the ring, twirling it back and forth like a yo-yo, while continuing his exploration downwards. He reached a corner of the lower cabin, the only remaining intact area. Opening the door to the innermost room, Lin Qian was stunned. He saw a figure in brand new, gleaming silver armor standing facing the doorway, sword in hand. At first glance, it looked like a living, armored figure, but closer inspection revealed that the interior of the armor was hollow. It was just that the armor was too large for Lin Qian. Of course, even if it were the right size, Lin Qian had no interest in armor-like equipment due to his ability to transform into armor. But now that he had found it, there was no reason to let it go. Lin Qian's eyes were filled with the joy of a finished product, and he reached out to store it in his storage space. But the next moment, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The item cannot be stored. What's going on? A cursed item? Just as he was puzzled, a gurgling sound suddenly emanated from within the armor before him, as if something were wriggling within. Though he sensed no danger, Lin Qian still stepped back 2 steps and unsheathed his Lin Yuan sword. Instantly, Lin Qian witnessed the armor gradually bulge, the empty helmet now filled with a mass of disgusting, pitch-black tentacles. Then, slowly raising the sword with both hands, he took a step toward him, as if alive. What do you mean? Lin Qian frowned, watching the armor's movements, visibly transitioning from clumsy to smooth. He expected it to attack him, but it suddenly twisted its tip and sheathed its long sword, hanging it at its waist. Dong dong. Then, facing Lin Qian, he suddenly extended his right hand and struck his chest twice, standing straight, as if in a salute. Lin Qian was puzzled, yet also more alert. This armor was too strange, but since it wasn't actively attacking him, he wasn't prepared to act rashly. He slowly backed away, making way for the door. However, to his surprise, as he retreated, the armor followed him. When he stopped, it stopped immediately too. Just then, Lin Qian felt a slight vibration. He looked down, and saw that it was the ring he was holding that was making the noise. He shook his wrist vigorously, lifted it up, and leaned in for a closer examination. A barely perceptible faint light flickered, and the intricate inscription seemed to come alive, changing their configuration. After all, they were all from the same ship, so it wasn't hard to deduce that the unusual nature of the armor before him was most likely related to the ring in his hand. After attempting to store the ring in its storage compartment, he looked at the armor again, which seemed to have lost its purpose and become dazed. But contrary to Lin Qian's expectations, even so, the creature showed no desire to attack. It simply turned around and resumed its patrol. But after only 2 steps, one of its legs got stuck in a gap, becoming trapped. It struggled for a long time, unable to free itself, looking quite clumsy. Lin Qian leaned forward to observe carefully, then attempted to contact the dark tentacles with his Lin Yuan long sword, but was met with a rebuke from Wu Sheng, and the communication failed. Taking out the ring again, he could clearly sense the armor's attention returning to him. Dong dong. Even with one leg stuck, he still had to tap his chest and straighten his back and salute. Quite politely. In a playful mood, Lin Qian wielded the ring back and forth like a cat toy, trying to command the armor. Get up. Turn around. Raise your hands. But after fiddling for a long time, the armor remained frozen in place. He tried to move away, and sure enough, the armor reacted, trying to follow, but it was stuck and unable to move. Just when Lin Qian thought it would continue to clumsily move, the armor suddenly raised its fist and smashed down with a powerful bang, shattering the wooden planks with a bang. Lin Qian's eyes widened. That's quite a bit of power. After freeing itself, the armor followed Lin Qian step by step, and stood still again. Dong dong. Another tapping and salute. Okay, got it. Lin Qian, as if he had found a toy, began to carefully study the ring in his hand. How about trying to connect it with your soul? Like a warrior connecting with a cursed weapon. Wu Sheng also acted as a military advisor, offering suggestions in his mind. That makes sense. Lin Qian heeded the advice, and immediately closed his eyes to mobilize his soul. Soon, a pitch-black claw with golden nails emerged and touched the pitch-black ring. But the next moment, Lin Qian felt as if he had been struck hard. A shrill roar, filled with endless resentment, suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind. Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill! The stone heart was immediately triggered, a cool sensation spreading, and the voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 305. What the hell just whizzed by? You scared me. What are you yelling for? Lin Qian subconsciously retracted his soul and checked himself, finding no effect. He again raised his guard and tried to make contact, but this time, there was no sound. Instead, there was a faint sense of connection. He seemed to have successfully established a connection with the living armor before him. Back off. He tried to issue a command with his mind, and this time it worked. The armor took heavy steps backward without hesitation. 1, 2. Boom. Then he missed a step and fell directly into the hole he had just created. He struggled to grab the edge with both hands, but the weight was too much, and the wooden plank shattered again. There was a clanking sound, and then there was no movement. Hey! Are you okay? Lin Qian leaned over the edge of the hole and looked down, only to see the armor frantically rising from the rubble and looking up at him. Dong dong. He tapped his chest and saluted. Okay. Lin Qian was filled with disdain. This thing was too clumsy, but it was certainly powerful. Plus, he picked it up for free, so why not? But it couldn't fit into the storage space, and its size made it inconvenient to carry. Just then, Sister Min appeared silently behind him, and Lin Qian suddenly had an idea. Since Sister Min could open the door and exit the hound space, couldn't he also slip this thing through the door? Thinking of it, Lin Qian immediately asked Wu Sheng to communicate with Sister Min. Unexpectedly, the process went smoothly. Sister Min agreed immediately. Lin Qian summoned her back to the hound space, and soon, the outline of a modeled wooden door slowly emerged on his chest. Feeling strange, Lin Qian twisted the handle himself, opening the door. He looked down and saw Sister Min guarding the door. The surroundings were a void, and the exact size of the area was unknown. He then shot out a stream of blood, entangling the living armor that had fallen below, and pulled it up. Just as he was about to find a suitable angle to push it into the door, Sister Min reached out, grabbed the armor, and forcibly pulled it in. Lin Qian stared wide-eyed at the armor shape, which seemed to be forcibly distorted like liquid. Suddenly, he thought of Zane's painting. The door in that painting seemed to have a similar effect. Click! The wooden door on his chest closed, and Lin Qian's shirt emerged intact. He closed his eyes, sensing the scene in the hound space. He found the armor patrolling back and forth like a headless fly. Sister Min curiously followed it, observing its new neighbor's movements. But soon, as if losing its target, the armor finally stopped, and the gaps opened by its dark tentacles slowly shrank, gradually returning to its initial dormant state, sword in hand. Seeing its stillness, Sister Min circled and observed for a moment, then grew bored and slid out through the door behind Lin Qian's back. I feel like my body has become a rental apartment. Lin Qian couldn't help but grumble, not forgetting to ask Wu Sheng. Brother Wu, why don't you go inside and take a look? Wu Sheng refused without hesitation. I forget it. If you find it too much trouble to carry me, I can walk down on my own. Of course not. How could I dislike Brother Wu? Lin Qian's face flickered with embarrassment, but he refused to admit it. Using blood mist to search the giant ship thoroughly, he found nothing useful. Desperately, and with the utmost care, Lin Qian tore two massive, dark wooden planks from the hull and stuffed them into the storage compartment. Then, he leaped directly downwards. Because he was wearing Menjia, he didn't use the divine raven armor. Instead, he quickly wove a parachute with blood threads, slowing his descent and landing safely. Crack! As soon as he landed, Lin Qian felt something strange beneath his feet. Lifting his foot, he saw it was the crystal skeletons that had covered the giant worms. The worms' relentless sonic attacks had blown these skeletons far away, and after being delayed on the giant ship for a while, he had landed right in the area where they were found. Shaking off the bloody threads, he picked up a complete skull and held it in his hand. He weighed it. It wasn't heavy, but since even the giant worm couldn't digest it, it must be quite hard. He tried to absorb it with his armor core, and the crystal skull in his hand gradually melted and changed shape. It could absorb, but very slowly, proving that the material might be even harder than the giant skeleton. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he looked around, seeing sparkling things everywhere, scattered across the ground by the giant worm's torment. For anyone else, collecting these skeletons would surely take a considerable amount of time, but Lin Qian was different. He closed his eyes, and the blood mist quickly dissipated. After pinpointing the location of the skeletons, countless blood threads suddenly shot out in all directions. Amidst the clattering sound, a large number of crystal skeletons were entangled and retracted. After repeating this process a dozen times, Lin Qian had already collected over 90% of the crystal skeletons into his storage space. As for the disjointed bones, he was too lazy to collect them, so he left them buried in the sand. After finishing all this, Lin Qian glanced at the time and decided it was almost time. He couldn't keep Snake waiting any longer. After glancing around to make sure nothing valuable was left behind, he immediately returned. Swish. The view shifted. He expected to be back underground in the quarantine zone, but unexpectedly, he was back in his room, saving Lin Qian the trouble. After spending quite a bit of time in the Chaos Land, he opened his dashboard and saw another 10 free attribute points added. As usual, he went all in on his spirit attribute, raising it from 182.9 to 192.9. Then, he immediately opened the door and headed into the corridor. Lin Qian had already prepared to find someone to lure Snake out, but as soon as he left the room, he turned around and saw Snake standing quietly in the middle of the corridor, eyes closed, motionless, like a statue. He didn't know how long he'd been waiting. "Oh my God, Snake! You've been waiting here? Sorry, I must have kept you waiting." Lin Qian's forehead was immediately covered in sweat. If he had known Snake was waiting here, he wouldn't have gone to plunder the giant ship. He felt so bad for wasting so much time. Sensing Lin Qian's presence, Snake slowly opened his eyes, his tail scraping against the ground. Lin Qian took a step forward, about to explain, when a wooden door suddenly appeared in his chest. Looking down, he saw a creaking sound. Door Sister had pushed the door open and was slowly emerging. The scraping sound of the tail suddenly stopped. Lin Qian looked up at Snake, surprised to find that this powerful supervisor was visibly nervous. He had stopped spitting out his tongue, and even his breathing seemed to be choking. His pupils trembled, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Chapter 306. A sticky sound echoed from the dark corridor. Sister Min's body gradually rose, finally standing face to face with Brother Snake, within arm's reach. The two of them stared at each other silently motionless. Lin Qian glanced left and right, his gaze filled with anticipation. He was deeply curious about their relationship, and had already made many assumptions. Father and daughter? Siblings? Brothers and sisters? Husband and wife? Close friends? Finally, under his gaze, Sister Min moved. She slowly crawled forward, approaching Brother Snake, opening her arms and gently embracing him. Sizzle. Filthy power corroded Brother Snake's body, but he remained unmoved. Instead, he extended his withered palms, unconcerned with Sister Min's filth, as if wanting to rub her into his body, embracing her with all his might. Lin Qian, the spectator, smiled at the side, as if he had witnessed a happy ending. More importantly, he had played a key role in it, feeling deeply involved. After a long moment, Sister Min finally realized the destructive power of the filth and released her hands, retreating. Even though Snake Brother's robes and scales had sustained significant corrosion damage, he remained lingering. Then, the two began a conversation. Lin Qian could keenly detect the frequent fluctuations of shadow energy between them, but his grammatical differences prevented him from understanding. Though he longed to join in the conversation with his Lin Yuan Long Blade, he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere after their long separation. They chatted endlessly, and Lin Qian, sensing they wouldn't be able to stop anytime soon, pulled out a video game console from his storage space to pass the time, like a child left behind, while a parent greeted a friend. The game console, a gift from Qin Liang, looked quite high-tech, but even for Lin Qian, whose agility had reached its first limit, it presented no challenge. However, Wu Sheng was quite interested in it, mentally directing Lin Qian to turn left and right. After an unknown amount of time, the conversation on the side finally ended. Sister Min slowly moved behind Lin Qian, and Snake Brother also came over, stopping in front of him. "What's wrong, Snake Brother?" Putting away the game console, Lin Qian stood up and handed over the Lin Yuan long sword. "It's thanking you." Soon, Wu Sheng's voice rang out. "Oh! That's being awkward. By the way, could you tell me what level of Supervisor Snake Brother is?" He wanted to ask last time, but had forgotten because of the commission. After a while, Wu Sheng returned with the answer. Level 3. Lin Qian wasn't surprised by this answer. After all, Snake Brother's strength was there. He never even seen him use his full strength. He always been there to help him defeat monsters. Finally finding the right opportunity, Lin Qian took advantage of Snake Brother's good mood to unleash all the questions he had about the Supervisor. "I encountered unusual invaders in the inner world. They seem quite wary of supervisors. Can level 3 supervisors enter the dungeon?" Holding out the Lin Yuan long blade. This time, the answer took noticeably longer than before. "Yes, but you need to accept a quest, and you won't be able to stay long." Lin Qian was stunned. Accept a quest? It's said to be in a place called the City of Chaos. Hearing the familiar place name, Lin Qian froze. His next question was about news of the City of Chaos. What exactly is this Chaos City? Lin Qian demanded. Chaos City is where the supervisors live. Supervisors in the building are teleported there at certain times. This answer was similar to Lin Qian's guess, and the question that had puzzled him for so long was finally answered. Chaos City, is it in the Chaos Land? Although the name suggested it, it was free to confirm. Chaos City is a fragment of the Chaos Land. Except when contracting hounds, supervisors below level 3 cannot enter other Chaos Lands through Chaos City. Hearing this answer, Lin Qian couldn't help but blink hard. Fragment? Other Chaos Lands? Could there be more than one Chaos Land? The amount of information was a bit overwhelming, but Lin Qian was more concerned about something else. How do I enter Chaos City? This time, Snake Brother answered quickly. Don't know? Yes. It said you're a strange door opener, so it doesn't know. Lin Qian had long realized that the Overseer couldn't open the door. Otherwise, wouldn't every Overseer be able to farm points like him? Just as he was getting worried, Wu Sheng returned with new information. It said you can stay in the corridor until the timer is up and see if you be teleported away. If not, you have to advance to level 3 before you can freely enter the City of Chaos. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, he never waited in the corridor until the safe exploration timer started. He glanced at the timer. There were less than 2 hours left. It was worth a try. But before that, he had to confirm safety. Will supervisors kill each other? Snake's answer brought him a sigh of relief. Fights are common in the City of Chaos, but they don't kill anyone. That's fine. After some thought, it seemed all was fine for the time being. Snake, on the other hand, seemed to have other things to do. After Lin Qian finished asking, he exchanged a few more words with Sister Min, as if saying goodbye, before performing Shadow Walk and disappearing from the scene. Looking at the once empty corridor, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have a senior colleague leading the way. Just as he was about to ask Sister Min about their relationship, a system notification chimed in his head. Ding! Unusual intruder detected. A map appeared out of thin air before him, a flashing red dot indicating areas on other floors. Wow! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. He had been planning to wait until the safe exploration time began, but he hadn't expected a pleasant surprise. Let's go! Sister Min. It's time. With a wave of his hand, he activated Shadow Walk, bypassing the elevator altogether. Together, he and Sister Min swiftly sank into the shadows, rushing towards the target area. While Shadow Walk was in progress, he felt as if he were truly inside a building. No matter how many floors separated them, they were separated by a thin layer of floorboards. Furthermore, these areas were interconnected, connected end to end. Even if they rushed headfirst in one direction, they would ultimately loop endlessly through these unlocked floors, unable to escape. Lin Qian had previously experimented with this when connecting the areas, so it wasn't surprising. Shadow Walk was far faster than using an elevator, and in an instant, he had reached the alarm floor. In the dark corridor, a pool of shadow began to spread. With a sticky sound, Lin Qian and Sister Min behind him slowly rose from the ground. The supervisor has arrived. Come, let me see what's going on. Chapter 307. Area 8213. Even the experienced Lin Qian couldn't help but scratch his head at the scene before him. Before coming, he considered the possibility that a survivor had ventured out at night, or that some monster inside had escaped by opening the door, but he never expected the scene. Boom! Boom! A flash of red light flashed, and one after another, armored warriors resembling sci-fi figures emerged from the doorway, forming neatly into the corridor. They were armed with massive, cannon-like guns, and the moment they spotted Lin Qian, more than a dozen of them pointed their muzzles at him almost simultaneously. Who are you? You have 3 seconds to answer. But before Lin Qian could say anything, a terrified voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The Supervisor. It's the Supervisor. The Supervisor really exists. We're finished. Bang! With a muffled thud, the held survivor was knocked unconscious by a casual punch from the armored warrior beside him. Then, an armored warrior, resembling a commander, stepped out of the crowd and approached Lin Qian. His gaze briefly glanced at him, before finally settling on Sister Min behind him. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. Lin Qian's ears twitched slightly, faintly catching the mechanical chime from within the armor. He even ignored the other party's contempt for him, still a touch in disbelief. It was absurd. NPCs from the inner world were actually holding survivors hostage, to open the door to the Infinity Building. And judging by the scene, it seemed like they were just the advance guard. There might be more soldiers behind them. Commander, what should we do? Lin Qian intercepted the voice on the communicator. With their agility over 100 points, their conversation was completely private. From this point of view, the armor's workmanship wasn't particularly detailed. The soundproofing was mediocre, and its effectiveness was unknown. Looking at the group of armored soldiers standing ready, Lin Qian felt as if he were looking at a mannequin in a clothing store. Yeah, they'd probably like it. Facing the muzzles of the dozen or so guns that gradually lit up with bright lights, Lin Qian smiled. Crack! However, before he could make a move, a tooth-grinding sound of door hinges suddenly rang out overhead. Then, a dozen or so armored soldiers froze in place, their already charged guns slowly lowering. Huh? Sister Min has taken action. Lin Qian was stunned, clearly still not accustomed to having teammates. He turned to look at Sister Min with surprise, only to see her slowly raise her fair hand and gently wave it towards the dozen or so armored soldiers. After a dull thud of a door closing, all the armored soldiers fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Ding! Kill the unusual intruder. Reward, free attribute points *2. Ding! Kill the unusual intruder. Reward, free attribute points *3. Beep. Beep. Lost live signature. Lost live signature. In addition to the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Lin Qian could also hear the armor system's alarm. Because it was a contracted hound, any kills by Sister Min would be counted directly against Lin Qian. Holy crap! He was shocked. This was too cruel. An instant kill. Because of his stone-hard talent, Lin Qian had no idea how powerful Sister Min's psychic attacks were. Seeing them today, he was convinced they were truly extraordinary. And this thing even has area damage. Looks like, when I need to clear minions from now on, I just have Sister Min come out and open a door. Sister Min. Awesome. Lin Qian generously gave her a thumbs up and specifically asked Wu Sheng to convey his admiration. Proof that even the closest relationships require daily communication. After receiving Lin Qian's praise, Sister Min was clearly in a good mood. She smoothed her grimy hair with one hand and, with the other, slapped Lin Qian's head sheepishly. Slap. Lin Qian stumbled at the slap and turned back in disbelief. Sister Min. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? Wu Sheng mentally analyzed his situation. She seemed very happy. Lin Qian was speechless. Hitting someone just because she was happy, what a bad habit. However, from that slap, he could gauge Sister Min's strength. Her strength wasn't high, only a few dozen points. Her primary attribute was probably spirit, enabling her to launch mental attacks through the door on her face. Furthermore, the door seemed to also function as a dimensional portal. But Sister Min's unholy power was the most destructive. No matter your level, one splash of it would kill you in no time. She's the perfect partner for cross-level combat. Lin Qian was quite pleased with his supposed hound. Next, he began to count the spoils. However, after a few attempts, Lin Qian discovered that the armor was locked shut, making it difficult to dismantle. He simply placed the corpse inside into storage, leaving it to Qin Liang, the expert, to deconstruct it. At that moment, the survivor who had fainted at the doorway in the distance finally regained consciousness. He slowly sat up, his face half swollen, and looked around blankly. The place was completely empty, with no trace of the armored soldiers. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Hey! Suddenly, Lin Qian's voice rang out from behind him, nearly startling him. The man spun around, not even daring to look up. He fell to his knees, eyes closed, and cried for mercy. Please let me go! Please spare me! Woo-woo! Seeing his head banging against his head, Lin Qian opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. No wonder he was hijacked by an NPC. How cowardly. Ding! The cleaners are arriving soon. The notification sounded, confirming Lin Qian's suspicions. As expected, the cleaners had classified him as garbage. Even if he killed him, there would be no reward. Too lazy to waste time with such a person, Lin Qian and his sister slipped into the shadows and returned to their own floor. As for whether the guy could escape the cleaners' attack, it depended on his own luck. Back in Area 4126, he checked the time. There was still over an hour left before the safe exploration period. With nothing else to do, he simply pulled a stool from the storage space, sat down by the door, and began to slowly absorb the crystal bones. But before he could finish absorbing the skull in his hand, the system alerted him again, announcing that the cleaners were about to arrive. Lin Qian looked at the stool under his butt speechlessly. No! This can also be classified as garbage. He put the stool back into the storage space, but it still couldn't stop the cleaner's arrival. Seeing the unusual sound of tentacles wriggling at the end, Lin Qian had no choice but to open the door to his room and wait for the cleaners to pass before leaving. This building system doesn't seem very intelligent. Looking at the spotless hallway, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown and complain. Chapter 308. Ding! Supervisor points earned *27 in the corridor. Lin Qian and Wu Sheng were intensely discussing new martial arts ideas when suddenly, a system notification chimed, and everything before them distorted. A familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over them. Here it comes! His heart skipped a beat, and his nerves tensed. He knew this was the teleportation into the City of Chaos, and he felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Swish! A flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. The dark red light gave him a suffocating, oppressive feeling. The surroundings were gloomy. In the distance, shadows of varying sizes appeared out of thin air, silently drifting away. Before him stood a hexagonal stone tablet reaching straight into the sky, black, smooth, and terrifyingly large. Stepping back, he looked up. A boundless expanse stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Qian looked around, feeling everything so new and strange. His night vision allowed him to completely ignore the gloom. Boom! Boom! Not far away, a gigantic stone figure was walking in a certain direction with clumsy steps. Seeing this familiar figure, Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly trotted after it. Getting a little closer to examine it, the closer he looked, the more it resembled him. Isn't that the blue buff? The stone figure was tall and majestic, with vines and moss hanging from its body. It looked exactly like a monster from a game Lin Qian had played before. If he hadn't been so rude, he would have even pulled out his camera to take a picture. But even though he was only following from a distance, he still caught the stone figure's attention. With a rumble, the stone figure suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Qian. Its eyes glowed an earthy yellow, devoid of any emotion, like a dead object. Excuse me, I just think you look a bit like a friend of mine. Lin Qian couldn't help but smile awkwardly at being stared at. I don't know if the stone figure understood him, but he turned away and ignored Lin Qian. The atmosphere between colleagues isn't very pleasant. Lin Qian stood still, observing his surroundings carefully. The hexagonal steel seemed to be some kind of teleportation device, situated in a vast square. Underfoot lay smooth, hard stone slabs, a dark brown color, seamless, as if cut from a single knife. He didn't rush to explore other areas, but instead circled around the hexagonal steel. Not far away, he saw a giant snake, coiled and sleeping on the ground. It was terrifyingly large, at least as thick as a water tank, and its body was covered in white spots shaped like eyes, forming a pattern that was dizzying. I wonder if it's a relative of Brother Snake. A strong sense of danger prevented Lin Qian from provoking the giant white-spotted snake. He took a detour from a distance. A few steps later, he spotted another centaur knight, shrouded in black smoke. Lin Qian was very familiar with that black smoke. It was formed by a thick evil aura. His own ferocious beast soul also had it, but not to this extent. The centaur knight, wielding a pitch-black giant axe, was galloping back and forth with reckless abandon. Perhaps the noise was too loud, but it disturbed the giant white-spotted snake. A rustling sound of scales rustled, and the snake slowly raised its head, its vertical pupils emitting a faint light. Lin Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Not good. Without a moment's hesitation, the swift, black shadow swung into action, narrowly dodging the invisible ripples that raced through the air. The patterns on the giant white-spotted snake's body seemed to come alive, flashing as rapidly as the rotating lights at the entrance of a barber shop. The centaur knight didn't react at all. His entire body twisted and stretched as it shoved into a rolling shutter, eventually transforming into a pitch-black ball and shooting off into the distance. Even on the other side, Lin Qian emerged, a long, black shadow trailing behind him, a lingering look of fear on his face. Perhaps because Lin Qian was too conspicuous, the giant white-spotted snake glanced at him, then lowered its head and went back to sleep. Oh my god! What kind of attack was that? Such a massive centaur knight, and he was just thrown out in a ball? He had no doubt that if he hadn't been able to dodge, he would have been swept away as well. However, the twisting motion seemed remarkably similar to how Sister Min dragged the living armor into the hound's space, so it shouldn't be life-threatening. To verify his suspicions, Lin Qian lightly followed the centaur knight's flight, wanting to see how seriously injured it was. As he walked, he heard the familiar creak of a door opening from behind him, and Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed. Sister Min. Get back. This place is full of untouchable beings. Don't mess around. Even after Wu Sheng had hurriedly tried to persuade her, Sister Min still emerged on her own, stretching out. Ah! You! Lin Qian was racked with anxiety. His hound was completely disobedient and headstrong. What should he do? Sister Min. Just as he was racking his brains to persuade Sister Min, he turned around and saw her brush past Lin Qian, heading straight in the same direction. Hey! Lin Qian was startled. Where are you going? Sister Min. Don't run around. Fearing he might disturb some intimidating colleague, Lin Qian didn't even dare to shout, and could only anxiously chase after her. However, perhaps because she was annoyed by Lin Qian's nagging, Sister Min slid forward a distance, then sank directly into the shadows, entering a walking state. Hey! Sister Min. Lin Qian reached out, but it was empty, and blinked in confusion. What should I do? A clattering sound came from behind him. Turning, he saw a strange-looking puppet. The puppet reached only to Lin Qian's knees, its body seemingly strung together by ropes. Every step it took produced a crisp, allegro-like sound. Looking behind the puppet, he saw a series of dark footprints slowly disappearing, marking the spot where it had left off on its way. The puppet stopped in front of Lin Qian, raised its featureless head, and looked up at him. I don't think I've seen you before. A baby voice suddenly echoed from his mind, startling not only Lin Qian's expression, but also Wu Sheng. What's going on? Lin Qian instinctively stepped back, creating distance. Establishing communication without contact. Be very careful. However, Wu Sheng's warning was intercepted by the puppet. Soul-devouring curse. The baby voice seemed to be showing some interest. Are you new here? It asked Lin Qian again. Seeing Lin Qian remain silent for a long time, the puppet helplessly spread its hands. Why are you so nervous? Although supervisors often get into fights for no apparent reason, I'm not in the habit of bullying children. Being called a kid by a baby-voiced voice should have made Lin Qian feel awkward. However, facing this seemingly harmless puppet, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Chapter 309. You should be thankful you didn't wander into the wrong area. Although this place is called the City of Chaos, there are still quite a few hidden rules. Even though everyone is ugly in their own way, they still seek out those who resemble them based on appearance and abilities. The City of Chaos was originally just a vast plain. Ultimately, it was just a place where we couldn't wander around, like a prison. But through the efforts of generations of overseers, we have truly built cities of our own on this wasteland. Look, this is the territory that belongs exclusively to us, the Cursed Ones, the City of Skeletons. Listening to the puppet's narration in his mind, Lin Qian looked in the direction of the other's finger. He saw the thick, dark fog in the air gradually dissipate, and the outline of a huge, dark skull gradually became clear. The skull was terrifyingly large, as oppressive as a mountain. Besides the eye holes, there was another massive hole in its forehead. Its mouth was propped open by metal cylinders, and a thick, pitch-black fog emanated from the maw, enveloping the surrounding area. All sorts of bizarre creatures scurried in and out, seemingly unaffected by the fog. Using the skull of a three-eyed giant as the main structure of the city, this very fact alone would have made those giants envious. As the puppet spoke, it pointed in another direction. If you walk in the opposite direction from the stone tablet, you soon come to Giant City. It's inhabited by towering, low-intelligence creatures who rely solely on brute force to solve problems. Similarly, the city's style is rugged and barbaric, with even the roofs being extravagant. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but think of the stone man he first encountered. It seemed to be heading in that direction. Additionally, the shell man he encountered while contracting hounds in the Land of Chaos also met the requirements for Giant City. It seemed like meeting it would be quite difficult. That's Gear City, the domain of technological life. These ironclad creatures are notoriously boring. I suggest you stay away. The wood nest was originally a massive broken tree, hollowed out and transformed into a unique city, inhabited by a group of bizarre lifeforms. Of course, with the City of Chaos being so vast and the Supervisor so eccentric, there are bound to be some who dislike the hustle and bustle and seek out isolated areas as their own, but most of them are quite remote. As if he finally found someone willing to listen, the puppet introduced Lin Qian to the various areas of the City of Chaos like a stream of beans. Despite the zoning, the relationship wasn't hostile. It was simply birds of a feather flocking together. The tacit understanding between the two groups was more like a gathering of like-minded individuals. The City of Chaos was more like a staff dormitory, with different areas representing different buildings. From the puppet's words, it was clear that it had personally visited each of these places, though its words, unlike those of its kind, were likely to be unwelcome. Because of Lin Qian's eerie aura, coupled with Wu Xing's presence, the puppet immediately identified him as one of its own, and led him into the skeleton city through conversation. Lin Qian had expected his normal appearance to attract the attention of the other supervisors, but to his surprise, no one noticed him at all. Everyone continued their journey in silence. Perhaps normal is only relative. Lin Qian thought he was incredibly normal among a sea of grotesque creatures, but who knew that the other supervisors might just see him as a monster in human skin. Just as he had initially sensed, the relationships between his colleagues were cold and distant. Apart from him and the puppet, there wasn't even a sight of anyone walking together. Amidst the clattering sounds, Lin Qian followed the puppet through the maw of the skeleton, and the scenery before him suddenly changed. Magnificent, yet crude, neat, yet chaotic. Buildings of all kinds were neatly arranged, yet their shapes were bizarre and varied. Bird nests made of piled bones, bunkers built of stone, houses made of various metals, chained bubbles, giant curled leaves. The endless array of bizarre structures was simply dazzling. This is the first level of the skeleton city. Follow this path, and you reach the trading area, where you can trade your loot for more needed items. Trade? At the word trade, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the overseers didn't seem to have storage space, so their loot was mostly obtained from anomalous invaders. The cursed butcher knife he'd taken from Snake Brother before was his loot. But the old man, being a generous man, hadn't taken it seriously, treating it like a child's toy. This gave Lin Qian many opportunities to go on killing sprees. And he not only had storage space, but also the authority to open doors. He could even confirm what the other party needed, then find the corresponding supplies and exchange them. In this entire trading market, who could compete with him? The more Lin Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. However, just as he was about to visit the trading area, the puppet led him around a corner. Using what looked like coconut shells as steps, he leaped over the gap above and arrived at the second level of Skeleton City. Lin Qian followed him up, curiously surveying his surroundings. It was dim and cramped, and the air was thick with a pungent odor. It was an enclosed space, but the pitch black didn't affect Lin Qian's vision. In the center stood a large, irregular stone, surrounded by several smaller wooden fruit shells, seemingly serving as chairs. This is my home. Isn't it beautiful? Listening to the puppet's proud introduction, Lin Qian suppressed the urge to frown and forced a look of shock. It's so beautiful. Perhaps because there was no direct contact, the signal connection wasn't as stable as Wu Xing's. The puppet didn't notice Lin Qian was lying and visibly brightened. Lin Qian noticed that his fellow supervisor seemed innocent and easily satisfied, unlike the old monsters in the leopard house, each one more cunning than the last. The puppet man moved back and forth in the somewhat short room with a clattering gait. Some mechanism triggered, and with a swish, the door to the nutshell house tugged open, letting in light from outside. Although still dim, there was finally a touch of color. Stooping down and exiting the nutshell house, Lin Qian observed the surrounding buildings. Although it was called a house, it was actually just a patchwork of junk. In comparison, the puppet man's nutshell house was considered one of the more upscale of the bunch. At least it was intact and airtight. Chapter 310. Senior Puppet, what level of supervisor are you? Through their interactions, Lin Qian felt that this puppet seemed simply lonely and just wanted to chat. He wasn't a dangerous person. Seeing the time was right, he finally asked the question he'd been curious about from the beginning. Me? Level 3. The puppet pointed to his proud fruit shell house. The materials used to build this house were brought back from a mission, right? It took a lot of effort. Lin Qian wasn't surprised to hear that the puppet, like Snake Brother, was a level 3 supervisor. After all, he had already sensed the puppet's level of danger. It was no exaggeration to say that it reminded him of his first encounter with Snake Brother. This small body concealed immense terror. Add to that the puppet's constant distance from him. Lin Qian suspected that even touching it would bring unimaginable consequences. He suddenly understood why his colleagues in Skeleton City were so cold. After all, no one knew what kind of curse the other party carried, and if they were caught off guard, the consequences would be disastrous. Senior Puppet, how long have you been a supervisor? As soon as the second question came out, Lin Qian could clearly feel the puppet startle. How long? I can't quite remember. It's been a long time, anyway. Lin Qian was startled. That was a bit terrifying. According to his own calculations, a level 3 supervisor earning 100 points a day would, over the years, surely their stats would accumulate to a terrifying level. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet confirmed the level 3 supervisor salary with Snake Brother. Senior Puppet, is the daily salary for a level 3 supervisor 100 free attribute points? However, the puppet's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Salary? It seems I haven't received a salary in ages. But even if I did, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, if I can't break through the limit, any more is just a number. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned. Yes, there's this restriction. So, if the attributes can't grow, the salary will stop? He pressed. Yes. The puppet nodded in response. Then, Senior Puppet, could you please reveal your attributes? Lin Qian thought about it, and decided to take the liberty. Of course. It's not a secret. Several friends know it. My development is a bit abnormal. Aside from my mental attributes, the other 3 attributes haven't broken through the first limit. They're all at 100 points. Hearing that none of the 3 attributes had broken through the first limit, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. This wasn't what he had expected. Logically, a level 3 supervisor should have formidable attributes. How could all 3 be lower than his own? Then, what about his spiritual attributes? He couldn't resist his curiosity and hurriedly asked. It broke through the first limit and reached the maximum of 1,000 points a long time ago. It can't improve any further. The puppet man helplessly spread his hands and said in a calm tone. Huh? Lin Qian was truly shocked this time. A level 3 supervisor, only 1 attribute had broken through the first limit. This was a far cry from what he had expected. He had expected that since he had broken through the first limit in all 4 attributes to be promoted to a level 2 supervisor, the puppet man and Snake Brother, as level 3 supervisors, would have to have at least 1 attribute break through the second limit. He suddenly understood the phrase in the system evaluation. Even among level 2 hunters, only a handful have surpassed the first limit in all 4 attributes. This evaluation wasn't groundless. As a level 3 hunter, he had only seen Snake Brother use the Ring of Strength. As for whether his other attributes had surpassed the first limit, it was hard to say. Lin Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have retained the fear he had felt towards Snake Brother in his youth, leading him to develop expectations for hunters that went beyond his current level. His back straightened uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt as if he could soon become Snake Brother's equal. Have I become so strong without realizing it? But soon, he realized something was wrong. That's not right. Even though we're both at the first limit, there's still a huge difference between our attributes. His daily salary was only 10 points. Even if all 4 attributes surpassed the first limit, it would take forever to reach full levels. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly realized the importance of hunter rank. As long as I'm promoted to level 3 overseer, I gain 100 points a day. My current attributes total less than 600, which means I only need 35 days to max out all 4 attributes. By then, it won't be too late to raid the dungeon. I clicked on the dashboard to check my current progress. Level 2 Overseer, 117/1000, I'm still 883 points short. If I kill more of the unusual invaders hiding in the dungeon world, it seems I'd be promoted soon. Lin Qian's thoughts grew increasingly excited, and he couldn't help but begin pacing back and forth at the doorway, eager to dive into the dungeon and wreak havoc. Where the hell has Sister Min gone? Thinking of Sister Min, who had vanished into nowhere, Lin Qian gritted his teeth. His hound lady, while formidable, was truly disobedient. He had to think of a solution. I wonder if Brother Snake could help persuade her. Sensing Lin Qian's distress, the puppet man's voice echoed perfectly in his mind. What's wrong? Are you worried? Lin Qian slumped down on the fruit shell chair. I don't know where my hound is gone. We separated right where we met Senior Puppet. He was just complaining, not really expecting the other party to help. Hound. However, at the word, the puppet man revealed a touch of nostalgia. A long time ago, I also had a hound companion. Unfortunately, he died on a mission. Sensing the other's slightly sad mood, Lin Qian couldn't help but turn to look at the puppet. If the hound died? In his mind, the puppet sighed, its childish voice carrying an indescribable sense of age. It just died without a ripple. Sometimes, I envy those tribulation survivors. They have so many tools that integrate various rules. If I had those tools, perhaps I could have saved it. Filtering out the other's emotions, Lin Qian keenly grasped a new term. Tribulation survivors? From the description, tribulation survivors clearly referred to the survivors themselves, perhaps also including those of the beast tribe with timers. Just as he was about to ask further, the puppet changed the subject. Don't worry. As for the hound, I help you find it. As long as we stay within the confines of Skeleton City, we should be able to find it quickly. Chapter 311. Oh, the power of filth? What a remarkable hound. After learning about Sister Min's abilities and characteristics, the puppet patted its chest. Leave it to me. Then, it stopped moving. Lin Qian blinked, looking at the puppet in confusion. What does this mean? But soon, he noticed something was amiss. Looking down, he saw a large number of pitch-black footprints spreading in all directions, actively avoiding his position. Senior puppet? Lin Qian tried to call out to the puppet in his mind, but received no response. He must have entered a state similar to an out-of-body experience. As expected, more than their attributes, the strange abilities of these fellow supervisors were the most terrifying. Poking his head out of the doorway, he looked around, only to see the pitch-black footprints disperse in different directions, disappearing around a corner as if conducting a sweeping search. What an incredible ability! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. He had to ask Senior Puppet how he acquired this ability. It was truly a divine skill for hunting prey. Not long after, a large number of pitch-black footprints began to recede, and the puppet finally made a move. Found it. Lin Qian immediately stood up, eager to leave. Where is it? The puppet's tone was hesitant. Your hound seems to have entered someone else's home. The owner of that house has a bad temper and isn't easy to get along with. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned. Huh? The puppet threw up his hands helplessly. Forget it. I'd take you there. It would be bad if that guy found you. Led by the puppeteer, Lin Qian returned to the first floor, passed through the trading area, and reached a corner. His first sight was a tattered tent. The tent, supported by a skeleton and made of various tattered leather materials, was enormous. Its base was padded with dark straw, and 2 piles of dirt lay at the entrance, with a few colorful mushrooms growing on them. Through the holes, Lin Qian saw Sister Min rummaging around inside, which frightened him terribly. Sister Min, what are you doing? Don't do that. The relationship between the colleagues was already tense, and you're just looking for trouble by casually barging into someone else's home and rummaging around. Sister Min seemed to have noticed his approach, but she simply tilted her head slightly, making no attempt to acknowledge Lin Qian. Lin Qian wanted to go in and bring Sister Min out, but he discovered that the tent, despite its holes, was like a bowl stuck on the ground, with no door for anyone to pass through. What's going on? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard the puppet in his mind's eye warn in a hurried voice. Oh no! The owner of this room is coming back. Hearing this, Lin Qian became even more anxious. He was about to activate Shadow Walk to forcibly put Sister Min into the storage space, and then run as far away as possible, but the puppet suddenly said, It's over. It saw. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. He turned around, but saw no one paying attention. But the next moment, as the puppet retreated with a click, a familiar figure suddenly rose from behind Lin Qian. Hiss! Feeling that familiar, cold aura, Lin Qian didn't even need to look back. His tense nerves immediately relaxed. Scared me to death. So this is your house? Brother Snake. She let out a long sigh, turned her head, and met Brother Snake's orange-yellow pupils. At the same time, Sister Min's figure slowly emerged from the tent. Lin Qian had never been able to master this method of finely manipulating shadows, to achieve the effect of passing through walls, and could only stare in envy. Swish, swish. Huh? With a rustling sound, Lin Qian was surprised to discover that a large number of pitch-black chains had been wrapped around one of Sister Min's wrists. The chain swung downward, touching the filthy long skirt and quickly engulfed in the spreading power of filth. They were clearly new items recently acquired in Brother Snake's tent. A nearby puppet watched the harmonious trio, shaking its head back and forth, looking from Lin Qian to Brother Snake, baffled. Suddenly, Brother Snake turned and glared at the puppet, hissing a warning. The puppet figure wisely raised its hand and stepped back. Lin Qian's voice echoed in his mind. It doesn't like me very much. I have to leave. You know where my home is. Remember to come visit me often. If you have any questions, I do my best to answer them. Be sure to come often. As if afraid Lin Qian would forget, it tried hard to prove its worth. Don't worry, Senior Puppet. I definitely come to visit you often. Only after hearing Lin Qian's promise did it turn around and walk away with a brisk pace. As the clacking sound faded, Snake Brother slowly turned and took the Lin Yuan long sword. Don't interact with it too much, or you be infected with misfortune? Acting as the translator, Wu Xing's tone was as bewildered as Lin Qian's. I think Senior Puppet is quite nice. Brother Snake, do you have any misunderstandings about him? However, Brother Snake simply reiterated the warning against contact with the puppet, offering no further explanation. This made Lin Qian suddenly understand why the puppet had been so delighted to see him, responding to his every request and chattering non-stop. Although these veteran supervisors didn't usually interact, over the years, they come to understand each other to some degree. Once a reputation for spreading misfortune spread, supervisors, who didn't interact much, would actively avoid him. This was the most painful torture for a chatterbox. But to be honest, although he hadn't met many supervisors, the puppet was the only one he could communicate with smoothly. Not only did he have a clumsy shellman, but even Brother Snake and Sister Min had a bit of a hard time communicating. He always felt like he wasn't on the same wavelength as them. On the other hand, the two men communicated seamlessly. Sensing the frequent shadow fluctuations, Lin Qian could only pull out a stool and sit nearby, acting like an outsider. However, just as Lin Qian had taken the stool from his storage space and set it down, before his butt could even touch it, Snake Brother's attention suddenly stopped, as if drawn to it. Seeing Snake Brother's gaze, Lin Qian froze, half crouching in midair, a wave of nervousness building within him. "What's wrong, Snake Brother?" Then, he saw Snake Brother stalk over to him, reach out, and pull the small stool from under him. He lifted it up, examining it closely. "What do you mean? If you like it, I give it to you. It's not worth much, there are plenty." Lin Qian, unconcerned, casually pulled out a soft sofa chair from his storage space and sat down, his body sinking into a cloud. However, the next moment, Snake Brother's head suddenly turned around again, and there seemed to be light in his eyes. Chapter 312. Skeleton City. Lin Qian clutched his Lin Yuan long sword, looking at Brother Snake, who sat refusing to get up from the sofa before him, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. "Are you saying that Brother Snake's tattered black robe doesn't possess any special abilities or meaning, but is simply because he can't find any other clothes?" After receiving Wu Sheng's affirmative answer, Lin Qian looked at Brother Snake with a hint of sympathy. "Look at these clothes. They've been corroded to such a state by Sister Min, and yet she's still reluctant to change them. Look at the place they live in. It's worse than a doghouse. The supervisor has no storage space, and can't open a door. Most of the building materials are spoils collected from killing abnormal invaders. It took a long time to piece together this simple house. But Brother Snake's tent and the puppet's fruit shell house are considered mansions in Skeleton City. At least, they have a complete roof. Who could have imagined that the supervisor, who instilled such dread in the survivors of the Infinity Tower, could only hunker down in such a shabby house after get off work, with virtually no social life or leisure activities? The entire Skeleton City, aside from the intimidating giant skulls that dominated it, was a pure refugee concentration camp. And even this, it's hard to say how long it took to accumulate it bit by bit. It's truly heartbreaking. Ordinarily, with their power, acquiring other resources would be easy, but the constraints of the Infinity Tower's rules denied them any opportunity to do so. It could be said that they were a group of prisoners, exploited to the extreme, with no freedom or the right to opt out of their missions. If they were just a bunch of mindless puppets, it wouldn't be a big deal, but these supervisors all have independent minds and preferences. For example, Shellman likes shiny things, Snake Brother enjoys delicious worm pudding, and Puppet Man enjoys making friends. This is truly cruel. Lin Qian felt a strong sense of suffocation just imagining himself in Snake Brother's situation. It's so depressing. This infinity building is even more capitalist than the capitalists themselves. But, Lin Qian rubbed his chin, his thoughts stirring. This seems like an opportunity to me. As an outlier, he not only had the right to open doors, but also storage space, and even the ability to perform missions without being forced. If he wanted to build his own residence in Skeleton City, it would have to be built to the highest standards, a mansion that would be the envy of all supervisors. Thinking of this, Lin Qian immediately asked Snake Brother, "Snake Brother, I wonder if there are any rules or regulations for building in Skeleton City." However, the answer Wu Sheng brought back left him somewhat bewildered. "Just find a spot according to the arrangement, and don't block the road." It also said that if you like someone's house, it can come over and help you drive the previous owner away. Stolen housing seems to be a common occurrence in Skeleton City. Hearing this, Lin Qian hesitated. With his abilities, what if he built a house that was too good and someone else took a fancy to it and snatched it away, while he could easily build another one? It still felt a bit pathetic. Wu Sheng shared his concerns with Snake Brother, but to his surprise, Snake Brother only gave him a cold glance. It said, "Don't worry, with it here, no one dares to mess with you." Lin Qian blinked. It sounded like Snake Brother was a bully here too. "Isn't there a level 4 supervisor?" Wu Sheng continued translating. It said it's never seen a level 4 supervisor. In Skeleton City, level 3 supervisors are the highest. And at level 3, it has 2 attributes that have surpassed the first limit, making it one of the strongest. Hearing this answer, Lin Qian suddenly understood, his heart reassured. As expected, Snake Brother was Snake Brother. No wonder the puppets didn't want to mess with him. It seemed he still didn't fully understand Snake Brother's strength. He hoped to have the chance to see him at full strength. With Snake Brother as his protective umbrella, Lin Qian felt reassured. However, his storage space was mostly filled with various materials, none suitable for construction. But there was no rush tonight. He would go back and research to see if there were any construction experts. It would be best if he could just pack up a finished product and take it away. After all, he only had a limited understanding of the subject. Thinking of this, Lin Qian instinctively raised his hand to glance at the timer, his brows furrowed. Only 40 minutes? Something was wrong. He perceived that he had spent at least 2 hours here, yet the timer hadn't even reached an hour. Is there something wrong with the flow of time? Lin Qian stared at the seconds for a long time before a number finally jumped. He estimated that time here was at least 2 or 3 times slower than outside. In other words, the 5 hours of safe exploration time would take 10 to 15 hours here. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then the City of Chaos is even better suited for skill practice than the training space. However, when he teleported to the Land of Chaos to contract the hounds, time flowed normally. Why was it different in the City of Chaos? He didn't bother to speculate on the exact mechanism behind this situation. For now, all he needed to do was capitalize on it. Lin Qian's trip to the City of Chaos wasn't in vain. At least, he had refined his next development plan. Main quest: raise the supervisor to level 3. Use the level 3 supervisor salary to quickly build strength to the limit. Side quest: build good relationships with colleagues and gather some intelligence. It might come in handy later. As for collecting the various quest rewards from the dungeons within the gate, with the Black Army around, Lin Qian didn't need to rush into it. He could just do it on the side. The bald monster revealed that the scoring system only considers one's innate abilities and attributes, and doesn't factor in external factors like equipment or items. After consecutive victories in the Eternal Night City dungeon and the 100 District War, the Black Army is currently at its peak, especially the top 4 teams, which are generally capable of exceeding their targets, leaving him with nothing to worry about. After experiencing the unusual invasion in Qingzhou City, Lin Qian's sense of crisis no longer stems from the regional trials, but from the hidden rules of the infinite building. What exactly is the protection period mentioned by Black Panther? As soon as he collects enough strange gold coins, he'd definitely go to room 777 and ask for clarification, otherwise he'd be left hanging. Snake Brother, having received the sofa chair Lin Qian had just given him, was clearly in a good mood. Min Jie and him were chatting, which Lin Qian couldn't understand. After confirming with Snake Brother that Min Jie wouldn't wander off, Lin Qian prepared to explore the trading area alone. After all, there was still plenty of time. Chapter 313. Following the direction indicated by the puppet's finger, Lin Qian arrived smoothly at the Skeleton City's trading area. There were no buildings here, just a flat, square-like expanse. A few figures squatted here and there. There were no stalls, just items placed at their feet. There were no calls, no introductions, and no one even bothered to raise an eyelid as they passed by. The service was extremely poor. The merchandise was even more varied. A broken robotic arm, a ripped door panel, a pitch-black fish, its tail pinned by a bird's claw, still alive and kicking, a broken giant sword, and a mess of rags. It was more like a flea market than a trading area, displaying nothing but junk. Of all the merchandise, the lively pitch-black fish was the most sought after. 3 figures crowded in front of the stall owner, each offering their own exchange items. But the stall owner simply glanced at it, and closed his eyes again, not even looking up. It seems living creatures are a hot commodity here. Lin Qian observed silently from the side, not until the 3 figures had left, when he cautiously approached. Lin, a powerful figure in the outside world, was extremely docile in Skeleton City, fearing he might provoke a formidable presence. "Boss, how much are the fish?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Qian regretted it. There was no one here who could understand him. The ability to translate seemed to be possessed only by the survivors, and the old monster in the leopard house. Supervisors clearly lacked this ability. As expected, the stall owner, covered in black feathers, with slender legs like an ostrich and a head like an owl, glanced at Lin Qian calmly. Without even a murmur, he closed his eyes again. It seemed to be able to sleep while standing. Lin Qian had no idea what the owl wanted to exchange, so he could only try one at a time. First, he took out a large piece of monster flesh. No reaction, so he exchanged. Gold? Sun crystal? Hey! You're opening your eyes. However, the owl stall owner didn't seem to be interested in the items in his hand, but rather curious about how he could produce so many things. Although Lin Qian's storage space contained many items, most of them were useful and of considerable value. For example, the delicious worm pudding, which he himself couldn't bear to eat, was unlikely to be traded. He exchanged a few more items, but the owl only stared at him curiously, still showing no sign of interest. Helpless, Lin Qian could only try to establish communication with the Lin Yuan long sword. He gestured frantically for a long time, uncertain whether the owl understood him. While observing its reaction, Lin Qian handed the hilt of the Lin Yuan long sword over. Unexpectedly, the owl didn't resist the touch of the Lin Yuan long sword, and communication was quickly established. What does it want in exchange for this fish? Lin Qian asked Wu Sheng to inquire for him. Soon, as the owl tilted its head in confusion, Wu Sheng completed the communication. Does it want water to clean its feathers? Water? If it weren't for Wu Sheng, Lin Qian would never have guessed this answer. A closer look revealed that the owl's jet-black fur was indeed stained with a filthy mucus, tangled and emitting a strange odor. Exchanging fish for water was truly unexpected. Although water was easily available to the survivors, for the overseers, unable to open the door, obtaining it from the anomalous intruders was practically impossible. Unless it was a human-skinned water ghost like the one Lin Qian had encountered before, but that was also dirty water. Lin Qian's storage space, however, contained a large amount of pure water. With a graceful wave of his hand, a large plastic bucket appeared out of thin air, a full 50 kilograms of drinking water swaying slightly inside. The owl looked at Lin Qian, then at the bucket, clearly startled. Lin Qian casually picked up the bucket, opened the lid, and reached in to fiddle with the water. Ask it if it wants to change, Lin Qian instructed Brother Wu. Soon, Wu Sheng returned with the answer. Change. It seems happy. Lin Qian smiled with satisfaction. Happiness was the right thing to do. He reached out to grab the still vibrant, pitch-black fish. Sure enough, the bird's claws, like a layer of rock, loosened. But Lin Qian's attention was momentarily distracted, and the fish soared through the air, hurtling straight towards his face at terrifying speed. Fortunately, Lin Qian reacted quickly enough, piercing the black fish's flesh with his blood thread, causing it to pause in midair for a moment before being devoured by the massive blood thread. Not to mention, the meat was surprisingly good, comparable to that of an elite-level demon beast. Unfortunately, Lin Qian's current stats were too high, so the improvement wasn't noticeable. After absorbing half, Lin Qian reserved the other half for the werewolf, who also possessed a foreign blood core. Looking at the owl vendor, he was currently dipping his head into the bucket, raising it to let the water flow down his head and over his body. Without hands, it was inconvenient. Unable to bear this, Lin Qian prepared to help his disabled colleague. Communicating through the Lin Yuan long blade, the owl was visibly incredulous when Lin Qian offered to help him bathe, but ultimately agreed. Then, a scene that stunned many of the supervisors unfolded. To cooperate with Lin Qian, the owl sat on the ground, legs tucked in, feeling suffocated. Lin Qian, using a helmet as a scoop, scooped water onto its feathers while pulling out his own high-end shampoo and pouring it onto the owl's body. The shampoo smeared the wet feathers, and with a few casual rubs, a flood of foam erupted. In a matter of moments, the massive, pitch-black owl was practically engulfed in the foam, helpless, like a melting snowman. Goo! Goo! Suddenly, it spread its wings. Lin Qian instinctively dodged, thinking it was a reaction to the washing, but Wu Sheng's voice rang out at the perfect moment. It said, "Rub the underside of your wings too, a little harder." Lin Qian was speechless. Okay, you really treat me like a body scrubber? Try harder. Helplessly, since he already provided the service, he had to do it right. Lin Qian splashed water while busying himself, then reached under the owl's wings to clean any hidden corners. His palms scratched rapidly, and a large amount of dirt dripped off along with the foam. Only then did Lin Qian realize that the owl's feathers weren't actually black. They had simply been unwashed for so long that they had become filthy black. Goo! Goo! Amidst the flying foam, the owl couldn't help but reveal an expression of enjoyment, a scene that attracted the attention of passing supervisors. Strange creatures of all shapes and sizes stopped to gaze at the owl being scrubbed by Lin Qian, either with curiosity or envy. Slurp, slurp. Meanwhile, busy as he was, Lin Qian suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. He instinctively turned to look and saw a wide-mouthed monster resembling a catfish lying on the ground, slurping up the dirty water and foam from its feathers. It looked as if it were savoring a rare delicacy. Noticing the sewage had stopped flowing, the catfish slowly raised its head, its bulging frog-like eyes meeting Lin Qian's shocked gaze. "Bur, aren't you the owner of the stall next door?" Chapter 314. In the trading area, Lin Qian uncomfortably finished bathing the owl, surrounded by his supervisory colleagues. The catfish vendor nearby drank up all the dirty water and foam, then, unsatisfied, looked up at Lin Qian with bulging eyes. Somehow, those frog-like eyes, though devoid of any emotion, made Lin Qian feel deeply sad. With a sigh, he no longer cared whether he could exchange anything for it. He simply pulled a large bucket of water from his storage space, casually opened the lid, and poured it down on the catfish without paying. Splash. Seeing the water pour down, the catfish's eyes seemed to bulge with excitement. Its already large mouth stretched wide, its chin scraping the ground, as if afraid to waste a single drop, as it drank the entire bucket. The catfish's body swelled visibly, but even after Lin Qian had poured in a bucket of water, its massive mouth refused to retract. Seeing Lin Qian's inaction, it thrust its jet-black tongue to the edge of its mouth and smacked it twice, signaling for more. This piqued Lin Qian's interest. The catfish wasn't particularly large, only reaching Lin Qian's waist. It was rather stocky, its body round and round, yet surprisingly flexible and elastic, like rubber. "I'd like to see how much you can drink." He produced 2 more 50-kilogram buckets of drinking water and poured them into them simultaneously. The catfish crouched on the ground, its mouth expanding again. After consuming the 100 kilograms of water, its body had swelled into a spherical shape. However, it still showed no sign of retracting its mouth. "Ah, a drink." Lin Qian was intrigued. He had an insane amount of water in his storage space. He didn't believe he couldn't fill this catfish's stomach. But the next moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbed the catfish's tail, and before it could react, flung it away like a shot put. Followed by this, a smaller lizard, also with bulging eyes, but possessing 2 enormous hands, approached with an arrogant gait. Lin Qian blinked, looked at him, then at his catfish brother, now out of sight in the distance, a bit bewildered. The lizard's body was covered in uneven rock, making a rustling sound as it walked, its dryness visible to the naked eye. It looked up at Lin Qian, and after a moment, with a gentle flick of its curled tail, a sharply angular, translucent purple crystal slid to its feet. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he bent down to pick it up. He expected it to be some treasure, but the system didn't even display an item notification. It must be just an ordinary stone, not even glowing. A crustacean wouldn't necessarily be interested in it. But he still wore a satisfied expression as he put it into storage. The seemingly arrogant lizard before him visibly relaxed after seeing Lin Qian put the stone away. Then Lin Qian successfully established communication with the aid of his Lin Yuan long sword. It wants a bucket of water to take with it, saying it wants to go back and soak itself to see if it can get rid of this damn dirt crust. Hearing this, Lin Qian was speechless. The owl, and this guy too. Apparently, they've all gone so long without a bath that they've become like this. What kind of lives do these unfortunate colleagues usually lead? With a wave of his hand, Lin Qian handed the lizard 2 large buckets of water, which it happily carried back home. Seeing this scene, some of the onlookers were clearly eager to try, but perhaps because there were no items worth exchanging, no one approached for a long time. What happened? The trading area hasn't been this busy in ages. Just then, Lin Qian suddenly saw a passage slowly clearing through the crowd. With a crisp, clattering sound, a puppet, seemingly harmless among the monsters, staggered over. "Hey! Senior Puppet." Seeing an old acquaintance, Lin Qian immediately greeted him warmly. "See you again." The puppet, who had been secretly observing this area for a while, also pretended to meet by chance and waved, mimicking Lin Qian's gesture. "Senior Puppet, you arrived just in time. Please translate for me. No matter what the exchange item is, anyone who needs water can come here to exchange it." Unlike Wu Sheng, the puppet could establish communication without physical contact. Using it as a translator would be more efficient. "Really? Let me do it." The puppet's baby voice was clearly filled with excitement. It clattered forward, confirming Lin Qian's words with disbelief, giving him a strangely poignant feeling, like an empty-nest elderly person suddenly being valued. Lin Qian keenly noticed the puppet's foot, which had been moving toward him, suddenly pause in midair and timidly withdraw. From the moment they met, the puppet had actively kept its distance from Lin Qian, as if he were wary of something. This made Lin Qian realize that Snake Brothers' warning was likely groundless. It must be carrying some terrifying curse. It wasn't just the puppet. From Lin Qian's observations, the surrounding supervisors all possessed some strange and bizarre abilities. Many of them appeared insignificant, but could be fatal to the touch. It seems that to become a high-level overseer, simply pushing the limits of your attributes isn't enough. You also need powerful destructive abilities. While observing and gathering information, Lin Qian generously laid out all the large barrels of water in the storage space. They lined up in a row, a full 300 barrels, filling the space of 12 stalls. The puppet man, on a platform built from 3 layers of barrels, served as a megaphone. No picks, no rejections, take anything, exchange anything. New overseers are going to the countryside to distribute benefits. Surprisingly, the puppet man's communication ability could be extended to a wider area. Perhaps due to his notorious reputation, no one was willing to approach him at first. However, as more and more people began to try exchanging, the idea of throwing scraps of bone and wood on the ground and getting a bucket of water began to tempt many species in need of water. Slowly, more and more people began to exchange, and the garbage on the ground piled up into a small mountain. Lin Qian handed out buckets of water, without a trace of disdain, memorizing the expressions of his colleagues. Soon, all the drinking water was gone. My God, you've done such a great thing. Today, many people will remember you. This has never happened in Skeleton City. A miracle. I witnessed a miracle. Lin Qian squatted beside the pile of garbage, picking through it. The puppet figure danced with excitement, even speaking incoherently, as if it had never experienced so many people actively communicating with it. Don't get too excited, Senior Puppet. This kind of thing will happen often in the future. What? Chapter 315. Senior Puppet, what do you do every time you return to the City of Chaos? To gain a deeper understanding of the lives of the supervisors, Lin Qian once again followed the puppet man to the second-floor fruit shell house, preparing for a comprehensive interview. As for me, I mostly wander around the various areas. After being promoted to a level 3 supervisor, I occasionally leave the City of Chaos and venture into the Chaos Land. However, it's mostly wasteland there, and I don't have any teleportation skills. I usually just quietly stroll alone until the start of the supervision period, then teleport back to my area. The puppet man's baby voice always sounded optimistic, but its undertones were filled with deep loneliness. What about the other supervisors? Lin Qian frowned slightly and pressed on. Those who can sleep sleep. Those like me who don't need sleep just find something to do. Ah, how enviable. The puppet man let out a long sigh. Actually, I feel like an aberrant life form like me is more suited to staying in Gear City. We don't need to sleep, and we can't enjoy eating. But the artificial creations there are too old-fashioned. Few possess complete souls. They're even worse than those giant creatures in Giant City, boring. Lin Qian rubbed his eyes, feeling increasingly sad the more he listened. Don't people here have any social or entertainment activities? The question was quickly answered. Communication. They don't have the same communication abilities as you and me, and their respective languages have different vocalizations. So even if they've been neighbors for a long time, they can't understand each other. At this point, the puppet man's mood visibly darkened. It had been actively avoiding topics the other supervisors didn't want to discuss, as if fearing Lin Qian would stop talking to it if they learned of it. Lin Qian wasn't about to ask, because establishing communication with his fellow supervisors required the presence of this puppet, capable of soul communication, to be essential. As for Snake Brother's warning about the Curse of Doom, he would be wary, but not fearful. He had worked so hard to improve his strength, not to be afraid of this and that. Entertainment activities? Hearing Lin Qian's question, the puppet fell into deep thought. There are several huge arenas in Giant City. They use food as the wager. The winner wins, and the other side wins the other side's wager. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm talking about activities like that. But the puppet immediately changed the subject. But we don't have that in Skeleton City. After all, those giants compete on strength, making it easy to predict and control. If they use curses, it would be hard to determine who would win, and both sides would most likely suffer. The Skeleton City supervisors are mostly aloof, like Snake Brother, who is difficult for ordinary people to get along with. Changing this isn't easy. But Lin Qian is ready to give it a try. He wants to bring this city to life. Farewell to the reluctant puppet, Lin Qian returned to the first floor. He still had plenty of time, so he planned an experiment. Approaching Snake Brother's tent, he touched the edge of the giant skull and pulled a door from his storage space. A pitch-black wooden door. Permanent door. Snake Brother's attention was drawn to him, and he stared at Lin Qian with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian placed the permanent door against the massive giant's skull and chose to use it. Swish. Ripples appeared as the wooden door began to merge with the giant skull. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back. Holy crap! It actually works? He only been giving it a try, but he never expected it to actually work. As Lin Qian had previously complained about the cleaners, the entire Infinity Tower system was crude and clumsy, like those single-player games we played as kids. Once a bug was triggered, a cascade of bugs would appear. And he, being both a supervisor and a survivor, was a bug in itself. Unlike the game, however, the Infinity Tower wouldn't collapse. Opening the door, as expected, he found himself in his own magnificent room. He didn't step in, but with a sudden thought, turned to look at Brother Snake. Brother Snake, come here. He waved. Brother Snake seemed shocked that Lin Qian could actually open the door here. He paused for a moment, then he and Sister Min stood up and approached. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian grasped Snake Brother's withered hand with one hand and Sister Min with the other, slowly walking through the eternal door. Click! The dark wooden door closed automatically. They had successfully entered Lin Qian's room. Lin Qian's heart was pounding, feeling as if this was something truly extraordinary. He casually opened the private chat interface and quickly explained the search for the architect to Su Mian and Qin Liang. Turning to Snake Brother, he saw that he, too, seemed quite astonished, glancing around with curiosity. It was very shocked, asking where we were. Wu Sheng began to translate. This is my home. After saying this, Lin Qian suddenly frowned. I remember opening a door in front of Brother Snake. Could it be that it can't see what's inside? Please ask if it can enter an open door. It said it can't, and all it sees is darkness. Only the quests in the City of Chaos allow it to enter the dungeon world, and it can't stay there for long. Lin Qian fell into deep thought again. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Qin Liang, his military advisor, for advice, but the importance of being a supervisor was too much, and explaining it was too complicated. Better to rely on himself. It can't enter the room with an open door, but it can pass through the permanent door. Is it because it's not working hours, or is it because the permanent door is located in the City of Chaos? Brother Snake, come with me again. To verify his hypothesis, Lin Qian directly opened the permanent door leading to the demon town. Snake looked at the scene inside with some confusion and slowly stepped forward. Lin Qian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw Brother Snake enter the eternal gate with his own eyes. Bringing Sister Min with him, they followed him inside, the dark wooden door closing automatically. As Brother Snake and Sister Min looked around curiously, Lin Qian had already pushed open the confessional door. Smoke billowed from the church, but as soon as Lin Qian stepped out, all the flames quickly extinguished, and the sky outside instantly brightened. You're here. Zane, sitting at the table, turned and smiled at Lin Qian. He had appeared suddenly, yet it was as if he had been waiting there from the beginning. The next moment, his smile froze. Amid the rattling of chains, Brother Snake and Sister Min emerged from the confessional, one after the other, their heads bowed. They stood behind Lin Qian, one on each side, like two black ghosts seeking his life. The invisible pressure made Zane feel a strong sense of danger. This was his domain, and logically, no one could threaten him here. But looking at the appearance of these two guys, they don't seem like reasonable people. Chapter 316. Don't be nervous, we're all family. Let me introduce you. Seeing Zane clearly getting nervous, Lin Qian quickly soothed him, while having Wu Sheng communicate with Snake's sister, fearing a fight might ensue. However, judging by Zane's behavior, even in his own territory, he seemed wary of Snake. It seemed his territory wasn't absolutely invincible. If it encountered an enemy too powerful, it would still be broken. Even after the introductions, Zane still couldn't help but be wary of Snake. There was no way around it. Even if Snake was just standing there, the oppressive presence was enough to make him breathless. Lin Qian had gotten used to it by now. When they first met, he nearly peed himself out of fear. In comparison, Zane still had the demeanor of a powerful warrior. By the way, Zane, I asked you to replicate the apple as much as possible. It's been so long, how's the progress? To ease the tension, Lin Qian quickly changed the subject. Oh! Here it is! As expected, Zane's attention was diverted. He reached out and grasped in the air, slowly pulling out a piece of drawing paper. Lin Qian frowned, took the drawing paper, and found it still contained a door. Just as he was about to lower his head to examine the situation within, there was a snap, and the paper suddenly tore. With a whoosh, like a flood, countless apples directly submerged Lin Qian. Seeing the situation was ominous, Sister Min quickly dodged to the confessional entrance, while Brother Snake remained motionless, allowing the apples to bury him to his waist, curiously observing the bright red apples. Clatter! Soon, drowned in apples, Lin Qian began to use his storage space to collect them. A large number of apples quickly disappeared. Brother Snake's nostrils twitched slightly, smelling the delicate fragrance of apples. He glanced at Lin Qian, who had just emerged, and suddenly lowered his head to bite a few, placing them in his mouth. Raising his head, he began to chew them with a crunching sound. Apparently enjoying the taste, seeing that Lin Qian had almost completely collected the entire mountain of apples, Snake Brother flicked his tail, and secretly rolled up a few apples, hiding them beneath his tattered black robe. He then picked up 2 and popped them into his mouth, chewing them sweetly. From a distance, Zane quietly observed Snake Brother. Seeing that he seemed to enjoy the apples he had created, his nervousness instantly eased. Soon, Lin Qian finally collected all the apples, and looked at Zane again, unable to resist a look of surprise. "Why so many?" Zane smiled faintly. "My strength has grown considerably recently, and I can create a lot of apples at once." But the next moment, a frown crossed his face. "However, I feel that if this continues, sooner or later, the town will grow uncontrollably." Zane did not want to cause further casualties. "I've been trying to merge my multiple selves lately. Even if it's just a short fusion, it's enough to free me from my obsession with this place. I'm planning to move. Preferably to a deserted island, so I don't hurt innocent people." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Lin Qian cautiously. "But if I move, will you still come visit me from time to time?" Lin Qian was frowning in thought, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood Zane's intentions. "Don't worry, it won't just be me. I might even bring some new friends over to chat with you in the future." Even if others didn't tell, Senior Puppet Man would definitely like Zane, his new friend. As Lin Qian was daydreaming about the future, Snake Brother beside him suddenly transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. Several apples hidden in his robes also rolled out, untouched. "Huh?" Lin Qian and Zane were startled almost simultaneously. A glance at the timer revealed that the safe exploration period had ended. It seemed that no matter where Snake was, he would be forcibly summoned to his workstation at work, completely eliminating the possibility of absenteeism. "That's too cruel." Lin Qian silently put away the apple that Snake had hidden, intending to give it to him when they met again. "It's rare to find something Snake likes, so I give him more." He took out 2 boxes of delicious worm pudding and gave them to Zane, keeping 3 boxes as his middleman's reward. After chatting for a while, he also left a futuristic game console for Zane. Then, Lin Qian returned to the Infinity Building with Sister Min. Returning to the room, he pushed open the door and entered the pitch-black corridor. A moment later, without summoning, Snake's figure slowly rose. Lin Qian took out the tape measure he had prepared in advance, approached Snake, and began to measure his size. Although Snake was puzzled, he didn't shy away. Instead, he turned and chatted with Sister Min. Ever since learning that Snake Brother only wore the tattered black robe because he had no new clothes, Lin Qian decided to have someone custom make some new clothes for him. All he had to do was take the measurements and give the orders. It wouldn't be a hassle, and maybe even make Snake Brother happy. So why not? After taking the measurements, Lin Qian retrieved a cloth bag filled with apples from his storage space and handed it to Snake Brother. Unexpectedly, Snake Brother initially pretended not to see it, only reluctantly accepting it when Lin Qian held the apples close to his face. If Lin Qian hadn't discovered the apples that Snake Brother had hidden with his tail, he would have almost assumed that Snake Brother disliked the apples made by Zane. After such a long time together, Lin Qian had a rough idea of Brother Snake's temperament. Like Sister Min, he was a bit arrogant and needed to be coaxed. A quick glance at the private chat panel revealed that Qin Liang and Su Mian still hadn't replied. They were probably in a dungeon, and they might not be able to get out for a while. He simply sent a message in the regional channel, and then closed it. No need to worry. It won't be long before a Black Army member who sees the message will resolve the issue. After chatting with Sister Min for a while, Brother Snake seemed to have triggered a Supervisor quest, and hurriedly used Shadow Walk to leave. Sister Min, seemingly tired of wandering around, actually asked Lin Qian to recall her to the Hound Dimension. After returning to the room, Lin Qian first quietly observed Sister Min in the Hound Dimension, and found her standing there motionless, seemingly in a deep sleep. It seems Sister Min's mental attributes aren't yet at the point where she doesn't need sleep. Lin Qian hadn't arrived yet, and since it had been a while since he had a good night's sleep, he finally took a dip in the hot springs and had a wonderful sleep. He fell asleep quickly and soundly, even having a wonderful dream, the first of its kind in a long time. In his dream, he had become the supreme capitalist in the City of Chaos, ascending a golden staircase, with a group of regulators behind him clamoring for a deal. However, He shrugged it off. With a casual wave of his hand, Snake, dressed in a security uniform, respectfully opened the car door for him. He then climbed into the back seat with a nonchalant expression. The car drove off, leaving a trail of smoke behind as it sped away. Hee. Thinking of this scene, the soundly sleeping Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Chapter 317. After 3 hours of deep sleep, Lin Qian opened his eyes and instinctively sat up, his hair disheveled and his face dazed. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Qian felt like he hadn't slept this dazed in ages. Recalling the scenes from his dream, Lin Qian reluctantly got up. Looking up, he was almost startled. Sister Min had emerged from nowhere and was standing by the window, intently observing the cyber nightscape outside. It was unknown how she could see without eyes. Lin Qian had asked Wu Sheng to confirm that Sister Min had vision and hearing, but no sense of smell or taste, and couldn't eat, which deprived her of much enjoyment. Come to think of it, although I've encountered the enemies and technology in the cyber dungeon quite a bit, I've never entered one. I remember Jiang Jinshan saying the missions there seemed different from those in other dungeons. After a quick wash, Lin Qian changed into a new set of clothes and stood beside Sister Min, watching the cyber nightscape together. With a casual glance, he suddenly noticed that the pitch-black chain wrapped around Sister Min's wrist seemed considerably shorter. This item was something Brother Snake had specifically left for Sister Min. It must be something special. He glanced at the regional chat room. Although only a few Black Army soldiers were online, the rest were all in the dungeon. The replies were flooded with messages from these guys for several pages. Since Lin Qian's message was somewhat vague, they had no idea what Brother Qian was planning to do. They simply listed all the supplies they had, like a menu, for Lin Qian to choose from. Xiao Ka, Brother Qian, are you planning to build a defense? I have a concrete mixer, and a fire truck full of water. Team 3 Captain, I don't think you're planning to build a defense. Didn't you see it say you need an architect? And entertainment facilities too. Weber, if it's entertainment facilities, I might be able to help. Xiao Ka, Who's this guy? Team 3 Captain, I think he's a newcomer who transferred to the zone. He lives next to Brother Qian. Equals. Xiao Ka, damn. Why? I want to live next door to Brother Qian too. Does anyone know if there's a room card transfer? Team 3 Captain, stop dreaming. Even if there is, it won't be your turn, not even mine. Do you think Brother Mian will pass up this opportunity? Wolfman, anyone got some stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets? Send them to me using the summoning card. I'm so full I can't sleep. Xiao Ka, Wolf, don't try to cram so much next time. Everyone's physique is different. Why are you always trying to copy Brother Qian? Team 3 Captain, exactly. I feel like your stats haven't improved much lately, but your belly has gotten a lot bigger. If you keep this up, you become like Jiao Tailang. Closing the local channel that had become Team 3's internal discussion group, Lin Qian coaxed Sister Min into the hound space and opened the door into the corridor. Snake wasn't anywhere to be seen, probably on a mission. I arrived at Xiuka's door and called directly into the channel. 609, Xiuka, open the door. Soon, the door opened, but surprisingly, it wasn't Xiuka who opened it, but a werewolf with a large belly and wearing a SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt. Brother Qian. The werewolf stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Why are you here? Lin Qian stared at him in surprise and stepped into the room. The first thing he saw was a startling sensation. In the center of the room sat a massive tank, its thick armor stained with oil, and a clanking sound emanated from within. Xiuka's room was large, but it didn't feel like a residence. It looked more like a repair and renovation workshop. On both sides were piled various large, gaudy loading and unloading tools, including 2 enormous oil tankers. I can't sleep. Come over and give me a hand, the werewolf said, moving to the tank and rapping on it twice. Stop it, Brother Qian is here. The voice stopped abruptly. What? Brother Qian is here. The next moment, a goggle-wearing head suddenly popped out from the tank's entrance. It was none other than Xiao Ka, fully armed. Slow down, what's the rush? Seeing him tumble and scramble off the tank, Lin Qian quickly warned. Have you got a new toy again? Xiao Ka hurried over to Lin Qian, dusted himself off, and bowed solemnly. Brother Qian. Go away, stop it. Only after hearing Lin Qian's rebuke did Xiao Ka finally smile. I stole this in the last dungeon. It's an old one, but with some modifications, it can be used in certain situations. Brother Qian, what are your orders? Lin Qian glanced around. Give me the fire truck, and keep the rest for now. We use them later. Okay. Shao Kahn nodded, first putting the tank into storage. Then, a brand new fire truck appeared in the center of the room. Lin Qian tucked it into storage and nodded. Okay, you guys get busy. By the way, if you're short on space, next time you see Su Mian, ask him for a few room expansion cards. Just say I gave them to him. Thank you, Brother Qian. Hearing this, Shao Kahn burst into tears of gratitude. He really needed the room expansion cards. He still had some large equipment in storage that he hadn't taken out. By the way, here's half a fish for you. The meat is delicious. Turning around, Lin Qian tossed another half of the black fish to the werewolf. But judging by his behavior, he probably wouldn't be able to eat any more for a while. It seems that having the ability of the alien blood alone isn't enough. It needs the combination of abnormal digestion to be the real winner. Leaving the room amidst the farewells of the man and the wolf, Lin Qian opened his private chat list again and selected a profile picture he had recently added as a friend. Summon me. Soon, a summon message emanated, and Lin Qian's figure vanished in a flash of white light. The next moment, Lin Qian appeared in a rather shabby room. The already cramped room was filled with a variety of props, a water tank filled with pitch-black liquid, a wooden drying rack, a baking lamp, a sewing machine, and a variety of needles, threads, and scissors stuck on straw sticks like candied haws. Qian, Brother Qian. Behind him, Yin Sheng, wearing a leather apron, bowed his head nervously, offering a cautious greeting. When the two had met at the 100 Districts battle, Yin Sheng had no idea what level this man was. It wasn't until he left with Jiang Jinshan's team and, through the introductions of others, that he finally understood Lin Qian's true strength. What he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Lin Qian was quite impressed by this guy, as it was the first time he heard the term life occupation. He glanced at the half-finished armor being stitched together on the workbench. It looked quite impressive, and he had some skill. Carelessly throwing out a piece of paper with his and Snake Brothers' measurements on it, Lin Qian then pulled two items from his storage space. One was a giant skin obtained from the 100 Districts War, piled like a small mountain in the room, taking up most of the remaining space. The other was a translucent skin from a giant worm. Take a look. Can these materials be processed? Chapter 318. Yes, but it might take a while. To Lin Qian's surprise, after carefully examining the two leather materials, Yin Sheng actually nodded, confirming that he could handle them. These are high-grade materials. Ordinary scissors shouldn't be able to break them. He even added a reminder. That's okay. My ability can break down and cut any material, but the higher the strength, the longer it will take. Yin Sheng rolled his glasses and replied subtly. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. You have such an ability? To satisfy Lin Qian's curiosity, Yin Sheng picked up an ordinary boxing knife. With a flick of his wrist, an unstable energy suddenly surged from the blade. As this energy vibrated violently, the blade slowly cut through the giant's leather, as if slicing butter. What an amazing ability! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. If used properly, wouldn't it be possible to ignore the opponent's armor? He looked at Yin Sheng with a hint of anticipation. Even though he already had a guess, he asked without giving up. Is it the effect of a skill? Yin Sheng was stunned, then shook his head. It's an ability. His hopes dashed. Lin Qian looked away with regret. What a pity, putting that on such a weakling. Work hard, and I bring you some stat-boosting potions next time. Be a bit more ambitious and stop getting bullied. Make a few sets of clothing for each model using different materials. You can do whatever you want with the giant skin. If it can be softened, it's best to make a cloak. If it can't, make leather armor. Anyway, we have enough raw materials, so make a few sets of different models. Yes, Brother Qian. After giving his instructions, Lin Qian pushed the door open and left. His vision flashed. He didn't enter the corridor of Yin Sheng's area, but was teleported directly back to his room. If summoned to a room in an unlocked area, pushing the door would teleport him directly back to his room. This was a rule Jiang Jinshan had first learned after being summoned by Qin Liang, but Lin Qian was experiencing it firsthand. He had wondered if his supervisor status would offer other possibilities, but it seemed he had been overthinking it. After his supervisor salary arrived, he continued his all-in spirit, breaking through the 200 mark and reaching 202.9. He had thought he could only get one fire truck full of water today, and the rest would have to wait for Su Mian, Qin Liang, and the others to return after completing their mission. Unexpectedly, Weber next door had contacted several regional representatives of the Black Army Reserve through private chat. After completing the inventory, he didn't dare to add Lin Qian as a friend, so he simply sent a list of items in the regional chat. It listed the items he suspected Lin Qian might need, and the corresponding room numbers. If Lin Qian confirmed the need, he could come and pick it up directly. After seeing the densely packed list, the other members of Team 3 tacitly stopped chatting in the regional channel, and waited for Lin Qian to review it. Looking at the densely packed list, Lin Qian couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that Weber had really taken this matter seriously, compiling so much information in such a short time. Tractors, RVs, containers, portable prefabricated steel houses, cement pipes? Lin Qian muttered to himself as he reviewed the list. The items on the list were quite diverse, but overall, they met Lin Qian's needs. Railroad tracks, rebar, sand, cement, portable toilets, bouncy castles? Oversized dog cages? Why are these guys putting all this stuff in their storage space? The more Lin Qian looked, the more confused he became. While these things might seem useless to survivors, they would be a different story in the City of Chaos. Lin Qian didn't bother to pick and choose. His own storage space was incredibly large anyway, so he didn't care if it was useful or not. He simply packed it all up and took it all away. It was hard to say which colleague had a penchant for these strange things. Before leaving, he added his neighbor Weber as a friend and asked him to open the door. Perhaps influenced by some black army soldier, this guy had become much more obedient recently. He changed his hairstyle to a regular buzz cut, and his clothes were no longer colorful. He didn't even dare to call Lin Qian brother when he saw him. Qian, brother Qian. Seeing Lin Qian enter the room, Weber became visibly nervous. Not to mention, this kid's room is beautifully appointed, with all sorts of games, sleeping pods, a 3D projection system, and a giant screen playing Tom and Jerry. Not bad. 2 minutes later. Brother Qian, take care. At the doorway, with his back to the empty room, Weber bowed respectfully to Lin Qian and said goodbye. Okay, tell them to open their doors, take their belongings out, and wait for me. As long as they don't go into the hallway, they be safe. Also, tell them not to talk to me, not even to say hello. Following the list, Lin Qian would have to cross 8 areas and visit over 50 rooms. Time was running out, so he had to skip the formalities. Walking through the shadows, he arrived at another area. Just as Weber's words reached him, several doors opened, letting light into the hallway. Lin Qian entered the room, under a sea of excited, nervous gazes, as if collecting protection money. He grabbed his belongings and left without a moment's pause. Even so, after he left, the area he passed by would erupt in a tsunami of discussion, lasting for a long time. To Lin Qian's surprise, these people were very obedient. Not only did no one initiate conversation with him, but they all took out the items Lin Qian needed, and placed them in the room in advance, saving him as much time as possible. After collecting the supplies, Lin Qian still had time to spare. Just as he was about to return to his floor and wait for the safe exploration time to begin, automatically teleporting into the City of Chaos, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura ahead. Looking closely, he saw ripples in the air, and a ferocious insect head emerged from its cloaking state. Hey! Brother Chong. This was Lin Qian's second encounter with this person, and he was no longer wary at first. Brother Chong had only appeared upon seeing Lin Qian, clearly remembering him. Lin Qian approached and greeted him, attempting to establish communication with his Lin Yuan long blade. There seemed to be an inexplicable sense of trust between the supervisors. At least they didn't have to worry about each other plotting harm. The Bluetooth connection was easy. After a few brief pleasantries, Lin Qian inquired about Brother Chong's address in the City of Chaos. Having heard that he was in the wood nest, Lin Qian inquired about the popular goods there. Fresh flesh and fruit. Thank you, Brother Chong. Secretly noting this information, Lin Qian pulled a bag of apples from his storage space and hung it on the other's shoulder as a thank you gift. Seeing Lin Qian's action, Brother Chong was visibly startled. He turned his head to sniff the scent, then with a swish, pierced an apple with his curved blade, lifted it up, opened his mouth, and took a bite. Snap. The 2 tentacles on the back of its head suddenly stood up. Chapter 319. Time flew by while I chatted with Brother Bug. Soon, it was safe to explore, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness hid me. I opened my eyes. Huh? Lin Qian found himself right next to Brother Snake's tent, right in front of the permanent gate. Next to him was Brother Snake, also returning home from get-off work. Can this City of Chaos remember the last time it went offline? No wonder there aren't many supervisors gathered at the hexagonal steel. It turns out they only appear there during the initial teleport. Just as I was pondering this, the door creaked open. As if sensing Brother Snake's presence, Sister Min emerged from behind Lin Qian and began chatting with him in shadow language again. Lin Qian didn't interrupt them, but instead used shadow walking to reach the fruit shell room on the second floor. Oh! My friend. The puppet, seemingly about to go out for a walk, nearly jumped in surprise when he saw Lin Qian emerge from the shadows. You really came to see me again. Lin Qian smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Senior Puppet, what would happen if I wanted to build my own house in the trading area? The puppet was stunned at this. Build a house in the trading area? I think we shouldn't. The rules of Skeleton City have been accepted by everyone for so long. Even after your recent outburst, if we rashly break them. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qian interrupted him. What if my house was open to everyone, providing free entertainment, water, and even food? Silence. Looking at the suddenly stunned puppet, Lin Qian slowly smiled confidently. Also, Senior Puppet, I hope you can serve as my new steward and help maintain order. Ah! A scream of utter excitement echoed through Lin Qian's mind, causing him to flinch. The eavesdropping Wu Sheng nearly drew his sword. Are you serious? Really, Senior Puppet, don't get excited. Still terrified, Lin Qian hurriedly tried to calm the puppet, lest it launch another soul attack. Although a stone-hearted person was immune to the impact of soul screams, the noise inevitably made his head ache. Arriving at the trading area again, perhaps because Lin Qian had almost finished collecting all his goods yesterday, only two figures were operating the stalls. One of them was an old acquaintance, Brother Catfish. Seeing Lin Qian approach, the catfish instantly became excited, squirming and clacking as it came closer. Not to mention, it looked plump and nimble, like a seal. Don't worry, Brother Catfish. I'm well prepared today. There's definitely plenty of water. Lin Qian spoke, and the puppet instantly translated. Upon hearing this, the catfish's eyes bulged with excitement, and its tail flapped non-stop. Finding a central position, under the watchful gaze of countless people, Lin Qian began to unleash his divine prowess. Buzz! The air distorted dramatically, and a brand new fire truck was the first to emerge. Witnessing this scene, Brother Catfish's resilient jaw dropped with a click, his jaw drooping in shock. But this was only the beginning. Cement pipes, prefabricated steel buildings, yurts. As Lin Qian continued to throw out supplies, the space in the trading area rapidly dwindled. Along the edge of the trading area, Lin Qian neatly arranged 10 massive metal reactors, removed their lids, and then used a fire truck to release the water. The fire truck Xiao Ka had provided was a relatively large one, capable of carrying 15 tons of water and 3 tons of foam. After filling all 10 reactors with water, Lin Qian waved his hand. These are free showers for everyone, first come, first served. Because of the commotion Lin Qian had caused, many curious supervisors had already gathered in the trading area. Some of them had witnessed Lin Qian's generosity yesterday. As the puppet man began to speak, they immediately swarmed forward. Some took a running leap and plunged headfirst into the water with a loud splash. The once clear water instantly turned pitch black. Even so, this did not attract the attention of the other supervisors, who scrambled for position, fearing their spot would be snatched up first. Whoosh! Amid the chaos, Lin Qian saw a dark figure being flung away, tracing a perfect arc in the air before landing with a thud. He took a closer look and laughed. Brother Catfish, why was he thrown out again? The puppet next to him gave the answer directly. This guy drank half the tank of water as soon as he entered, causing public outrage, and several people joined forces to throw him out. Brother Catfish, with his thick skin and flesh, seemed to feel nothing even after falling from such a height. He scurried towards the bathing area without stopping, relentless. Come one by one. No fighting. Hey! In the chaos, the puppet's advice went unheeded. One large supervisor tried to monopolize the tank, but was instead surrounded and attacked by several smaller ones. In their retaliation, they pushed the reactor over, spilling all the water inside with a loud bang. This coke ruined the joy of the catfish, who had just rushed over, lying on the ground slurping it up. However, the large man who had knocked over the reactor became the target of everyone's criticism. Just as a brawl was about to begin, Lin Qian intervened at the perfect moment to stop it. Don't fight. There's plenty of water. Come, pick it up. With his words, the restless supervisors immediately quieted down. The massive stitched monster, resembling a fusion of many beastly limbs, took the initiative to pick up the toppled reactor, and Lin Qian quickly refilled it with water. However, the stitched monster was resisted by everyone and collectively pushed out of the bathing area. The creature pounded the ground in anger, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he could only turn away in disgrace. Hey! Big guy, don't leave so quickly. Just then, Lin Qian called out to him. The stitched monster paused, looked at the puppet acting as his translator, and then followed its finger to look at Lin Qian. Lin Qian stood on a pile of disassembled panels and waved at him. Come, help me. I build you a private pool out of shipping containers. After hearing the translation, Stitcher's eyes lit up, and he obediently stepped forward and began to build the prefabricated steel house under Lin Qian's command. Soon, the prefabricated steel house was complete, and Lin Qian, as agreed, also built a swimming pool for Stitcher using shipping containers. Catfish, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, jumped in, but the water level dropped significantly, and Stitcher grabbed him by the tail and flung him away. After securing the prefabricated steel house, this became Lin Qian's temporary quarters in the City of Chaos. With this as the centerpiece, he began to set up the high-tech power supply and various entertainment facilities he had obtained from Weber. As huge screens lit up, 3D projections activated, and brilliant lights flashed, the chattering noise gradually subsided. The splashing sounds in the bathing area died down at this moment, and everyone's eyes seemed to be glazed over. Only Lin Qian was still working tirelessly. Chapter 320. Half of the 5-hour safe exploration period had passed, while a full 7 or 8 hours had passed in the City of Chaos. The swimming area had finally deserted, leaving only a few formerly despised large men, who had seized the opportunity to reluctantly dip in the murky, dirty water, splashing about. Plop, plop! With a distinctive pattering sound, Brother Catfish, now considerably bloated, quietly returned to the swimming area. After drinking up all the dirty water on the ground, he glanced around, then with a sudden leap, plopped, and began to guzzle from the reactor. Not to mention, wastewater disposal was saved. Replacing the swimming area was a newly constructed yurt. This yurt was enormous, with 4 entrances just to the sides. Inside, passionate music blared, and dazzling light streamed through the drawn curtains. The projection device overhead cast beams of light, and bubbles of various colors appeared in the air, marked with direction indicators. Swish! A puppet's arm swished through the bubbles. With a pop, the sound of a successful hit echoed through the speakers. However, this was only the beginning. More bubbles appeared around the puppet, forcing it to perform various difficult maneuvers to hit them all. Thump, thump, thump! However, maneuvers that would be extremely difficult for a human were effortless for the puppet. A low spin, a somersault, and landing with hands held high. The music stopped. A score was projected down. Gurgle, gurgle, the points piled up in a visual form, quickly surpassing everyone else in the arena. This projection device was likely stolen by Weber from a bar or something. It can connect to the speakers and even automatically adapt to the player's body type to load a dance game. It also has a unique ranking system. Rank 1. A multitude of frozen photos of the puppets dancing filled the arena like fireworks, and all the supervisors witnessed the scene. Who else wants to challenge? After a long moment, the puppet left its central position and leaped onto the rotating swing originally intended for the Shrine Maiden, gracefully circling the arena. Boss Lin has promised that today's Dance King will receive a mysterious grand prize. A complete, breathable, and sturdy new house. Right there. It pointed to a corner where a large, rusted dog cage sat quietly, atop a wooden plank and a few scattered red bricks. However, upon seeing the prize, many of the supervisors were eager to try, even competing with those around them for a chance to compete. No! For hands won't work. It's against the rules. No hands? How are you going to play without hands? Oh! Tentacles, that's fine. There are still spots left, don't worry. By the way, players with agility limits are not allowed to participate. Outside the yurt dance hall, Lin Qian was sticking his butt out, adjusting the equipment. A huge screen flickered nearby, and soon, a picture appeared. It was still Tom and Jerry, continuing with the part Weber hadn't finished watching. Lin Qian had originally thought of changing to another show, but he was surprised to see the dozen or so supervisors watching intently, seemingly completely captivated by the scene. Seeing this, he stopped caring. On the other side, a vast, long table was laid out with a variety of delicacies. Raw meat, cooked food, fried food, Zane's apples, and drinks. Lin Qian had practically emptied his own inventory, risking his life for these poor colleagues. The response was excellent. By now, the long table was a mess, with raw and cooked meats of all kinds, not even a bone or scrap left. The drinks were surprisingly popular. Along the way, he even saw 2 guys competing by the length of their burps. In the distant container pool, the stitched monster had been at the bottom for a long time, motionless. Worried about something, Lin Qian went to take a look, only to be told by the puppeteer that most of the creatures present didn't need to breathe at all. The puppeteer himself was one of these creatures, and even more extreme, he didn't even need to eat. However, there are still few supervisors who don't need food or drink like it. For example, Snake Brother also needs to eat. Lin Qian had seen this with the pig-headed man before. However, due to their extremely high stats, most supervisors can survive without eating for long periods of time. However, it is said that the demand for food in Giant City is very high, and those large individuals are very afraid of starvation. Lin Qian is not ready to leave Skeleton City yet, but he will definitely visit the other cities when he has the chance. Although everyone's species are varied, as long as they eat, at least a large number of supervisors have a sense of taste. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors are different for each colleague. Lin Qian originally wanted to make a note of it, but today was the first day of business, and he was too busy. Before he could catch up, the table was almost empty. To prevent the entire table from being devoured by one individual, Lin Qian had previously instructed the puppets not to let catfish near them. Overall, the event was a success. The colleagues were generally polite. While maintaining order was somewhat difficult, at least there was no looting or vandalism. Through observation, Lin Qian also discovered something. In the City of Chaos, class distinctions were virtually non-existent. He had initially hoped to gauge the level of each supervisor by their reactions, but surprisingly, this failed. No one seemed to care about who was stronger or weaker. They would engage in combat at the slightest disagreement, and if they were beaten back, they would return as if nothing had happened, neither side dwelling on the incident. To put it more bluntly, everyone seemed clueless. He had yet to encounter another person as intelligent and thoughtful as Senior Puppet. Even Brother Snake was somewhat inferior to Senior Puppet in this regard. Lin Qian felt incredibly lucky to have stumbled upon a person who could help him communicate with his colleagues. Leaving the newly built amusement park temporarily under the management of the puppeteer, Lin Qian immediately returned to Snake Brother's tent. Sister Min had wandered off somewhere else, leaving Snake Brother alone in the tent. To fit the sofa Lin Qian had given him, Snake Brother had to painfully tear a large hole in the already tattered tent. However, lacking the proper tools, the stitching left a large light leak, forcing Snake Brother to huddle in a corner to avoid the meager light. Knowing Snake Brother, Lin Qian knew he would definitely not enjoy the noise and light near the amusement park, so he set aside materials specifically to build a nest for Snake Brother. Snake Brother, come! Make way! I'd build you a mansion. Chapter 321. How's the battle going? On the sea, within the luxurious cabin of a massive ship, the stench of blood permeated the air. The man in the technological armor swallowed nervously, his kneeling body trembling uncontrollably. We're attacking with all our might, but the enemy's reaction is swift. Furthermore, Jiang Jinshan, our longtime enemy, has joined the fray, so... Humph! With a cold snort, the entire cabin shook. A massive black-haired tiger claw darted from the shadows, forcibly yanking off a still warm thigh, followed by a crunching, swallowing sound. Off to the side, a perfectly cooked venison dish remained untouched, while the waiter, who was serving the food, became the victim. You don't have much time. I hope you understand this. Hearing this subtle warning, the man in the technological armor quickly bowed to express his stance. In just one more day, victory is certain. Watching the other party leave the cabin, a massive black tiger slowly emerged from the shadows, its muzzle first stained with blood. A bunch of rubbish. As soon as the words left his mouth, another slightly hunched figure slowly emerged from the shadows, wielding a bone staff and clad in a black robe. Only a snout, like that of a canine, was exposed. It waved its hand casually, and an irregular dark red crystal materialized, hovering above its palm. This thing lit up briefly earlier, indicating that the creature briefly entered this world. But for some reason, he didn't join this war. Old Wolf's hoarse voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment as he slowly sat down. Humph, I think that guy is probably scared. Let me go out and kill a few of his men. If he doesn't show up again, we all retreat. If we provoke the supervisor, I wonder how many of our already small group of old brothers will be left alive. I really don't understand. Is it necessary to mobilize such a large force for just a kid still in the protection period? Black Tiger's tone was full of confusion, and he stuffed his mouth with meat in a depressed mood. You also lived through that period. Don't you know the value of breaking through the first limit of dual attributes during the protection period? If this guy is allowed to grow, he will definitely become a formidable enemy for us. All our top-level players have died long ago. In the Infinity Building, any mission has the potential to lead to tremendous growth and breakthroughs, And he is currently at the stage where he can easily reach the top. When he truly develops, what will you have to fight a genius of this level? Just your foolish strength? Old Wolf's tone was calm, but each word was powerful. Black Tiger soon fell silent, but his expression remained unconvinced. Old Dog is right. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the cabin, yet neither Black Tiger nor Old Wolf looked surprised. The next moment, a crimson flash of fire appeared, and a heavily armored, red-maned lion stepped out of the flames, its intense heat radiating. I've secretly observed several of the more prominent individuals on the other side, and discovered that many possess considerable potential. This group of newcomers is incredibly large, far beyond the reach of our beast tribe. Accordingly, there will undoubtedly be quite a few who will rise to the top. I think, after taking out the guy, it's best to deal with the rest as well, including these idiots we're using. A brief silence descended upon the cabin as these words were spoken. Too risky. After a long moment, the Old Wolf spoke first. Not to mention that making too much noise will definitely attract the intervention of the supervisors. How are we going to deal with so many people? They're not lambs to be slaughtered. Relying on those useless people alone won't be enough. Unless you're willing to become a disqualified being? Then I have nothing to say. I'm even willing to erect a massive monument for you, for all the beastmen to admire. The Old Wolf raised his head slightly, his gray eyes in the shadows holding a half-smile. Another brief silence. Haha, let's talk about our target this time. You haven't shown up in so long. Could it be that the news hasn't spread? The red-haired lion chuckled and immediately changed the subject. It was clear that at their level, no one was willing to give up their status as survivors to become a disqualified individual. That shouldn't be the case. I activated a tracking technique using blood collected from the soil of Qingzhou City, and it responded recently, indicating he had been in this world before, but had left again for unknown reasons. Perhaps the pressure wasn't enough. Black Tiger couldn't help but speak again, his tone suppressed with agitation. Why don't I just sneak into the battlefield, take a few heads, and give them a little shock? Don't panic, small fish. Big fish won't take the bait. At this, Old Wolf and Red Lion both turned to look at him. After a long moment, Old Wolf sighed. I understand that He Jin's death angers you, but we are, after all, anomalous invaders. It's best not to reveal ourselves until the crucial moment. At the mention of the Black Panther killed by Lin Qian, a fierce glint flashed in Black Tiger's eyes, and his claws darted out with a swish. How about this? We give you the chance to kill him. Seeing his expression, Old Wolf could only offer concessions to appease him. After saying this, he glanced at the red-haired lion across from him. I don't mind. The red-haired lion shrugged slightly, sat down, and emptied the wine in the flask. 1 day. I wait another day. If that guy doesn't show up after 1 day, I start the massacre. Then, you two will evacuate first. This time, don't blame me for not giving you advance notice. Finally, Black Tiger offered his terms. Helplessly, Old Wolf and Lion finally agreed. If he doesn't show up in a day, it just means this guy is incredibly lucky, having found a group of men who would rather die than betray him. Ah. Another sigh, and perhaps a thought struck the Old Wolf, his already hunched back bent even further. 3 king beasts that have broken through the first limit of their dual attributes team up to ambush a newcomer in his protection period. The red-haired lion swirled his wine glass, a playful, human-like smile on his face. If word of this gets out, I wonder what kind of ripples it will cause. No matter how you look at it, this is a dead end. To survive, he has to be a coward, hiding away. But if that's the case, is he still a worthy leader? Haha. What a thrilling hunt. I can't wait to see his face of despair. Just like the master I once followed. Chapter 322. Damn it! What the hell are these people? Fan Yuanzheng, who had just received an emergency dispatch order and rushed to the scene, felt his entire world collapse upon seeing the scene before him. The floating mecha fired lasers into the air, intercepting the incoming missiles. The sound of gunfire seemed powerless at this moment. Captain Fan Yuanzheng, right? Just then, a serious-looking young man stepped forward, holding a tablet. Yes. Fan Yuanzheng looked at the man in front of him, and felt that he looked familiar. The intelligence reports indicate that you have excellent command skills, but your personal combat effectiveness is average. Please stay away from the front lines. You've been assigned to the hazard control team. The man tapped the tablet twice casually, then handed Fan Yuanzheng a communicator. Always pay attention to the information on the communicator, especially the evacuation order. Fan Yuanzheng frowned. Despite his confusion, he reached out and took the communicator. I need to confirm you are a cleaner. Before he could finish his sentence, the person on the other side replied with 3 words, without even looking up. Fan Yuancheng understood immediately. The instructions were to obey every command from this cleaning team. It was said that if they hadn't acted promptly, the defense line would have collapsed long ago. Qin Liang. Another group is coming, intercept them. On the front battlefield, Jiang Jinshan led his men into the fight, while shouting into the communicator. They've emptied the company's weapons inventory, and are now unleashing a frenzied barrage. We can't hold on. If that doesn't work, please ask Brother Qian. A loud roar, and the signal was cut off. A streak of white light streaked across the sky. Team 2 cyborgs came to the rescue again, dragging Jiang Jinshan and his group out of danger. In an inconspicuous corner, inside a hidden command post built into the mountainside, Qin Liang's eyes flickered across the screen. Something's wrong. Su Mian's heavy breathing echoed through the communicator. What's wrong? Qin Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. They could have launched a full-scale attack on all key points in the first wave of surprise attacks, but they deliberately left us room to react, resulting in the current tense situation. Now they're gradually increasing their force, forcing us to shrink our defensive area, as if they were trying to strangle us, creating a suffocating feeling. Speak human language. Su Mian's impatient voice echoed through the communicator. If the opposing commander isn't an idiot, then they have other motives. What decision are they trying to force us to make? Qin Liang's frown deepened. Although he had some clues, he couldn't deduce a specific motive due to insufficient information. Stop guessing. At this point, are we really not going to use the summoning card to notify Brother Qian? Su Mian collapsed weakly on the other end of the communicator. Even with the high-level healing potion, the side effects of the cursed butcher knife were excruciating, and it would take him a long time to recover. No! Qin Liang flatly refused. The situation is unclear. Let's not alert Brother Qian yet. Since the other side has already used their trump card, we can't show weakness. Tell me when you've recovered, and we give them a real slap. Do you really think you can win just by stealing some war machines from a tech dungeon? With a weak foundation, can you really control it? As he spoke, Qin Liang reached out and pressed a button he had long prepared. Amidst a humming sound, an invisible signal wave began to sweep across the battlefield. The war machines, firing furiously, suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed. On the seashore, on the command ship, chaos erupted. Boss! The signal's been intercepted. Control's been seized. What? Oh no! They're turning their guns on us. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Boom. Done. How's it, Brother Snake? Perfect light blocking, soundproofing carpet. Look at this door. In the City of Chaos, next to Brother Snake's tent, Lin Qian was proudly displaying the fruits of his labor. A larger, more spacious patchwork room was completed, with some of Lin Qian's own creative touches, perfectly suiting Snake's lifestyle. Under Lin Qian's insistent tug, Snake reluctantly entered his new home, the door slamming shut. Look! Once the door is closed, it's pitch black. How wonderful! Lin Qian, like a salesperson, expounded on the room's advantages one by one. After a lengthy exposition, he turned back to see Snake sprawled out on the soft mattress, eyes closed, not even attempting to reach for the Lin Yuan long sword. Snake? Are you asleep, Snake? Why are you ignoring me? At the same time, the door sister, who had been out shopping, returned and entered the room, ignoring the wall. She paused briefly to survey Snake's new home, then reached out and touched Lin Qian's hand, requesting to be recalled to the Hound space. Through Wu Sheng's communication, he learned that Sister Min didn't particularly enjoy the environment of Chaos City, and found it quite boring. After helping Snake build his new home, Lin Qian had been thinking of returning to the paradise to see how everyone was enjoying themselves. However, just as he was about to perform Shadow Walk, the familiar feeling of weightless teleportation suddenly struck him. In a flash, he opened his eyes again, and was already transported to the Infinity Building. A glance at the timer revealed that it had already arrived at work. This was the first time he had been forcibly transported to his workplace, and it happened to be right outside his own room. But what business did the supervisor's work have on me, a survivor? Turning around, Snake wasn't there. Presumably, Area 4126 wasn't his initial workstation. Opening the door and returning to his room, Lin Qian headed straight for the permanent gate to Demon Town. After today's initial understanding, he had a rough idea of the supervisor's main needs. Rather than collecting items within the building, selecting them himself within the dungeon would be more precise and efficient. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Qian was stunned. The entire Demon Town began to twist and shake erratically as if struck by an earthquake. Even the confessional, usually a safe zone, occasionally erupted in flames. The movement only ceased when he pushed the door open and walked out. "What's going on?" Lin Qian asked in surprise, as Zane's figure appeared out of nowhere. "Didn't I say before? I'm trying to merge multiple cells together and digest my obsession," Zane explained calmly. "Why is it so noisy?" Lin Qian peeked out through the dark church doorway and suddenly noticed that the bonfire and the kneeling believers had vanished without a trace. "Not only these residents, but the entire town itself will eventually merge with me until I find a safe place to release them. Speaking of which, my friend, do you have any good recommendations?" Faced with Zane's question, Lin Qian fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Then he raised his head and asked a question with great seriousness. "Zane, have you ever seen cherry blossoms?" Chapter 323. After sweeping through the dungeon world, Lin Qian returned to Skeleton City, carrying countless building materials from his storage space. Because it was still the overseer's working hours, Skeleton City was eerily quiet. Arriving at the amusement park, Lin Qian threw himself into perfecting the divisions of the various entertainment areas, building passageways and partitions, and adding several lounges. However, since Zane's dungeon didn't have modular rooms, Lin Qian had to build them himself. A glance at the timer confirmed that the flow of time in the City of Chaos was fixed, and Lin Qian felt relieved. He had plenty of time. If he weren't worried that there might be other overseers hiding in the City of Chaos who didn't need to work like him, he would have even considered bringing others to help him. Choosing a random blueprint, Lin Qian began to build the main structure of the amusement park bit by bit according to the structure. The dull sound of dong 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 echoed, and the amusement park gradually took shape. As time ticked by, Lin Qian's work grew more and more intense. Because of his immense strength, he felt no fatigue carrying the various building materials. It was like building with building blocks. Watching the building take shape beneath his hands filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Before he knew it, the safe exploration period had ended. Lin Qian heard a loud bang from the newly constructed area. Amidst the crackling sound, a plump catfish crashed down from overhead, its eyes meeting Lin Qian's. At the same time, the puppet man's voice echoed in his mind. "What's going on? Why has this place changed?" Turning around, he saw the puppet man slip through the gap. "Hey! Boss Lin is here." Upon seeing Lin Qian, the puppets became visibly excited. "Is this all Boss Lin's work?" The puppets looked around. Although only a skeleton had been constructed at this stage, for the resource-poor supervisors, what they saw was enough to astound them. Starting from Lin Qian's own dormitory, a whole curved area served as a rest area. In the center was a massive swimming pool constructed from a large mass of stone. Together with separate bathing areas, it could accommodate hundreds of water-loving supervisors simultaneously, regardless of size. The entertainment area was on the far right. Weber said more equipment could be put into operation, but it would take some time. Anyway, the park is still under construction, and the equipment and water can't be put in place yet. After hearing the puppet's translation, the supervisors gathered around were visibly disappointed. However, these guys were accustomed to silence and simply turned away, not expressing their thoughts. Click, click. Just then, Brother Catfish suddenly approached Lin Qian, his bulging eyes fixed on him intently. "Ah!" It opened its mouth, its tongue flapping up and down. Lin Qian was speechless. Why did this thing need water every day? He hadn't seen it die of thirst before he came, which meant drinking water was just a preference, not a necessity. "No water today. Wait 2 days. If that doesn't work, I can even take you to a dungeon world and let you drink to your heart's content in the ocean. You won't die of fullness." Lin Qian was genuinely curious about how much this guy could hold in his stomach. As soon as these words came out, the puppet was stunned, unable to translate for a long time. Catfish looked at Lin Qian, then at the puppet, a bewildered expression on his face. "Lin? Boss Lin? You said? You can bring it into the dungeon world?" The puppet's tone was unusually distorted, its baby voice filled with shock. "Is that right?" Lin Qian casually replied while cutting the steel plate. Then, "Can anyone do it?" the puppet asked expectantly. "Of course." Lin Qian shrugged. He hadn't yet realized the devastating effect his words would have on these supervisors. Soon, he witnessed the true essence of fanaticism. "Stop, stop, stop!" Lin Qian reluctantly put down his cutting tools and looked at Catfish, who had been clinging to his legs and refusing to let go since the puppet finished translating his words. "Can you please let go? I take you there. Isn't it okay if I take you there?" He regretted so much that he had mentioned that for no reason, and why had this guy heard it, and kept clinging to him? It's okay for a level 3 supervisor like me. I've carried out many cleanup missions and seen a lot of sights. But for those of us who've been in level 2 supervision for so long, it's different. All we face all day are monotonous corridors and the gloomy city of disorder. On a good day, we might catch an unusual intruder, but on a bad day, we might go for ages without even encountering one. Life is extremely boring. The puppet explained from the side. Hearing this, Lin Qian finally understood Brother Catfish's desire and sighed helplessly. Okay, the construction work can be put on hold for now. He looked down at the catfish. Come on, I take you for some fresh air. After the puppet finished translating, the catfish leaped up with an excited click. Just as Lin Qian shook his head and laughed, another hand quietly tugged at his trouser leg. Turning around, he saw the lizard that had ruthlessly flung the catfish away. After days of soaking, the rock layer on its body had noticeably shed, revealing its jet-black scales. Clearly, it wanted to go too. Lin Qian stared at the puppet in silence. It had actually used regional telepathy during the translation. It was clearly intentional. But since taking one person with you wouldn't matter if taking a whole group, he might as well take this opportunity to take his hard-working colleagues on a tour of the dungeon, as a team-building activity. Entering the dungeon through the permanent gate wouldn't cost much anyway, and there was no such thing as too much free fun. Senior Puppet, bring a few more people along. Let's form a tour group. With Lin Qian's words, Skeleton City was destined to be restless tonight. A moment later. Devil Town, confession room. The outline of a permanent door emerged on the wall, and a ray of light shone through the crack. Amidst the clattering sounds, the puppet stepped out first, surveying the surroundings curiously. At the same time, inside the church, Zane, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His hair stood on end as he felt a sudden, dangerous aura envelope him. However, this was only the beginning. Goo! Goo! Following closely, the owl, its gray feathers restored, emerged, its head shaking. It stepped past the puppet waiting at the doorway, and kicked the wooden door of the confessional open. Bang! The immense force shattered the door. Amidst the smoke and dust, one grotesque figure after another filed out of the confessional. Zane, who was watching this scene from within the church, saw it all, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 324. Come on, make way, make way. Zane's heart finally settled when he saw Lin Qian emerge from the throng of monsters. Sorry, Zane, to bother you again. Lin Qian hurriedly apologized. He had wanted to be the first to come in and explain, but his group was a bit oversized. He had to prevent the gates of the City of Chaos from closing, while urging the Overseer Tour group to pass quickly, so he had to stay behind. These are... Zane blinked, then pointed imperceptibly at the row of monsters before him. Oh, these are my colleagues. Don't be fooled by their ugly looks, but they're all very easy to get along with. Easy to get along with? Zane frowned and looked at these guys again. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like they were easy to get along with. Yes, just like the snake brother I introduced you to last time, but he doesn't like crowds, so he didn't come with us today. Lin Qian had originally intended to invite Snake Brother along, but when he arrived at his new home, he saw him sleeping, so he didn't bother him. Looking back, he saw that the group of guys were like elementary school students being taken on their first spring outing by their parents, standing there in a daze, curiously looking around. Don't stand around anymore, just be yourself. After hearing the puppet's translation, the group of guys began to move around, but they were just touching here and there, seemingly finding everything new and interesting. I'm going to take them for a walk. How's your situation? Have you decided when to move? Lin Qian ignored the group of eye-catchers and approached Zane to ask. Although the fusion process is still somewhat incomplete, the signs of loss of control have become increasingly apparent. We need to relocate as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In that case, why don't you come with us? Zane looked at Lin Qian in surprise. Come with us? How? Lin Qian smiled faintly, took 2 steps back, and pointed at his chest. The next second, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of hinges, a mottled, old wooden door appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Qian's chest. A white hand flicked the chain, pushing it open. The doorwoman stood guard like a bus attendant, with a living armor on standby beside her. He appeared again. Inside the cabin, Old Wolf's hoarse voice echoed, and a red crystal stone emitted a faint light. Humph. This has happened for the umpteenth time. I think this guy must already know we're here, and is deliberately playing tricks on us. Black Tiger snorted, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes filled with restless anger. I think so too. This guy's presence has appeared many times, but he never shows up. We can't just keep being led around by the nose like this. The lion, who had been maintaining a neutral attitude, was also losing patience. The three of them had been crammed into this cramped cabin for days, feeling incredibly suffocated. I don't care. No matter what, we're going to kill him today. As for whether the guy dares to fight him. Black Tiger suddenly stood up, his ferocious aura radiating outward, making his stance clear. At this, the old wolf could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. In that case, we just have to force him to reveal himself. Hearing this, a cruel smile crossed Black Tiger's face. Don't worry, I'd be careful to lure him out. Anyway, those key hostages just need to stay alive. Right? On the front lines, the fighting continued fiercely. The inventory of the technology dungeon had been nearly depleted, and the casualties were equally heavy. The survivors on both sides began to engage in personal combat. But at this stage, the Black Army's strength became apparent. Cut! Kill them all! Su Mian, inheriting the cursed butcher blade, charged madly. The opposing elite squads proved unable to stop him. He charged forward, slaughtering countless enemy survivors. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. The enemy leader, a man in mechanical armor, charged into the battlefield from the side, his thrusters at full power, accelerating to extreme speed, forcibly intercepting the unstoppable Su Mian. Su Mian's legs plowed through the dirt as he retreated, his butcher knife slashing aimlessly at the mechanical armor. In close combat, even cutting-edge technology couldn't withstand such brute force. Soon, a burst of sparks erupted, and the enemy leader's armor's power unit was severely damaged, forcing him to distance himself from Su Mian. At this moment, Su Mian was at his peak, his eyes flashing crimson as he charged at the enemy like a wild beast. Cut! Then, a chilling wind suddenly swept across the battlefield. Bang! A muffled sound. Without warning, Su Mian's figure flew backward like an arrow from a bow. The enemy leader's heart trembled as he watched the massive Black Tiger appear out of nowhere. Sir! He knelt without hesitation, but before he could utter a single word, a shrieking sound ripped through the air. Puff! The mechanical armor was like paper beneath the tiger's claws, sending a head flying high. Waste! With a dismissive comment, the Black Tiger slowly turned, glancing at the shocked faces across from him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Finally, I can go on a killing spree. I'm dying of suffocation. At the same time, across the sea, Lin Qian's figure emerged from the shadows. With a creaking sound, a door opened in his chest, and Brother Catfish impatiently leaped out of the hound's space, sprinting towards the beach ahead. How amazing! I never thought I'd be able to enter the hound dimension one day. The puppet followed, leaping out to avoid touching Lin Qian. Even now, Lin Qian had no idea what terrible consequences would arise if he touched it. The next moment, Zane emerged from the doorway, a look of amazement on his face. We're actually at the seaside. What a beautiful scenery! Growing up in a small town, he only ever seen lakes. This was his first time gazing upon the vast expanse of the ocean. Zane was clearly delighted with the place. But is there really no one here? Suddenly Zane spotted a plane flying overhead, and turned to look at Lin Qian, a little puzzled. Lin Qian waved his hand, his words righteous. Forget about all that for now. Just look at the scenery and the environment. Look at the sea, the air, and even the volcano over there. As long as you're happy with the environment, don't worry about anything else. This land is yours. Don't worry, I can make the decision on this matter. He patted his chest, his tone full of confidence. Chapter 325. This is the last time. If you want to survive, use the summoning card to summon the guy. The rest of the story has nothing to do with you. With a flash of lightning, a massive gap was easily and casually ripped through the alloy wall that served as the last line of defense. Su Mian was thrown into a corner, blood gushing from his mouth, his arm twisted and twisted, his eyes still blank, unable to believe how completely he had been defeated. Qin Liang collapsed to the side, severely wounded in the abdomen. Numerous honeycomb robots were crushed into pieces and scattered across the ground. The cyborgs from Team 2 were in even greater misery, their legs ripped off. Fortunately, due to their advanced level of transformation, they didn't lose any blood. Unbeatable. What level of opponent was this? Even with everyone's combined strength, they barely managed to withstand a single blow and were instantly killed. Even more terrifyingly, this guy even held back his attacks, just to spare their lives. With the final piece of the puzzle complete, Qin Liang finally understood the purpose behind this sudden war. It was all just to lure Lin Qian out. It was hard to imagine that such a commotion, with so many soldiers killed, was all just to find one person. Clearly, the enemy was well prepared. They even knew about Lin Qian's relationship with them. Precisely because of this, Qin Liang couldn't listen to the tiger demon and rashly summon Lin Qian. This was an ambush, but the problem now was that he wasn't the only one facing death. An eerie silence fell, filled only by the sounds of heavy breathing and painful inhalations. Qin Liang suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't summoned the entire team for this operation. Otherwise, more people would have meant more uncertainty. But Qin Liang wasn't the kind of fool willing to die for the sake of loyalty. Since he couldn't defeat them, he had to find a way to escape. Thankfully, he had already anticipated this scenario, thanks to Lin Qian's warning. So, Qin Liang had a backup plan for the Black Army. In another area, he selected a group of people and named them safety ropes. These people weren't reserve troops, nor did they have to complete any missions. They simply received 2 summoning cards and remained in their rooms on standby. These weaklings didn't have to venture into the dungeon, were provided with ample supplies, and enjoyed the protection of the Black Army. The only stipulation was that they all had to live together, rest in shifts, and maintain constant communication. Their sole mission: if a Black Army member used a summoning card to summon any of them, they would immediately refuse the call and then, as quickly as possible, use their own summoning cards to summon a Black Army member in return, thereby escaping the situation. Qin Liang's arrangement was ingenious. The number of people responsible for the safety ropes was precisely equal to the number of survivors in Area 4126. Including Old Wu's elite team, each member had a dedicated safety rope recall unit. Once the safety ropes of these captains were triggered, they would immediately recall the entire team. Furthermore, Qin Liang established a top-level command. Once the corresponding target received the command, all safety ropes would immediately summon all personnel in Area 4126. The safety rope had originally been prepared for Lin Qian, but Qin Liang had never found the opportunity to report it to Lin Qian. After all, in his eyes, Lin Qian didn't need such a safety measure. His eyes met Su Mian's, their years of tacit understanding sealed without words. Qin Liang coughed up blood and pulled a summoning card from his storage, his tone tinged with urgent pleading. "Don't kill me. I obey." Admittedly, his acting was a bit stiff, the panic in his eyes fake, but it was enough to face Black Tiger, who thought he had the situation under control. "Ha ha. You're smart, kid. Don't worry, Master Tiger, I'm a man of my word. I definitely spare your life. But as for the others..." As Black Tiger spoke, Qin Liang had already entered the number. Just as he was about to select it, a shadow silently spread behind him. Black Tiger's voice abruptly stopped, and he slowly turned his head. The next moment, under his gaze, Lin Qian's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Huh? The man and the tiger collided head-on, both stunned. However, it wasn't just him. Lin Qian's appearance caught almost all the black-clad soldiers off guard. Su Mian's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening. He glanced at the bewildered Lin Qian, then at Qin Liang in disbelief. "Qin Liang, what are you doing?" Qin Liang was also dumbfounded. He hadn't summoned Lin Qian at all, so how could he appear without warning? "It wasn't me." Hearing Su Mian's furious roar, he quickly explained, his face pale. However, Black Tiger didn't care about the cause of the incident. He only knew that his goal had been achieved. "The target has appeared." A cruel smile appeared on Black Tiger's face. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red bead was crushed. Even if he had enough confidence to capture this clueless newcomer, after so many experiences, he wouldn't make the same rookie's mistakes again. Moreover, he wasn't the mastermind behind this incident. With a flash of fire, a larger, more imposing red-maned lion appeared out of thin air, followed closely behind. Outside, a chilly wind blew. On a distant slope, an old wolf, clad in a black robe, brandishing a bone staff, also emerged from the ground. 3 veteran warriors, who had broken through the ultimate limit of dual attributes, surrounded and attacked a newcomer still in the protection period. This battle, it was unclear how it would lose. The Black Tiger and Red Lion, one on each side, stared at Lin Qian with a fierce gaze, while the old wolf behind him danced with his hands, seemingly arranging something. Band? With a crack, like shattering glass, the air around him suddenly darkened. A pitch-black card in the old wolf's hand vanished into a white light. Ding! Under the ban effect, no cards can be used. Countdown. 5 minutes. As a system notification chimed in his mind, Lin Qian's expression deepened with surprise. Holy crap! There's even this thing? Qin Liang and the others' expressions grew even uglier. Clearly, all the survivors within the area were affected by the seal, and of course, if nothing unexpected happened that included the three beastmen. Humph. The black tiger slowly extended its sharp claws and licked them with its tongue. 5 minutes is enough time to kill you 10 times. You're quite capable of killing black gold, I have to say. But any one of us three has the ability to kill black gold. What are you going to do in the face of our combined forces? Under the seal, you can't use your card to escape. Fight to the death, or beg for mercy. It's truly exciting. Chapter 326. The atmosphere in the arena was solemn. Black Tiger and Red Lion wore playful smiles, while Lin Qian frowned. Su Mian, Qin Liang, and the others, faces filled with despair, struggled to stand with Lin Qian. In the distance, the old dog's paws, hidden beneath its black robe, quietly fiddled with something. The battle was about to begin. And yet, at this tense and solemn moment, crack! The old wooden door quickly appeared above Lin Qian's chest, its teeth-grinding sound of opening more hurriedly than ever before. Then, a bloated catfish head suddenly emerged from within. Before it could completely leave the hound's space, its head drooped downward, its mouth gaping. Ugh! Splash! Like a reservoir bursting its banks, a torrent of seawater erupted. The nearby Black Tiger and Red Lion, true beastmen, reacted with remarkable speed. One disintegrated into black smoke and fled far behind, while the other transformed into a ball of crimson flame and vanished on the spot, narrowly avoiding the oncoming seawater. Humph, a sneak attack. Thinking everything they saw was Lin Qian's long-planned attack, they dared not even touch the strange water. Little did they know it was just some worthless catfish, encountering the ocean for the first time and devouring it without restraint, only to find themselves bloated and unable to hold back anymore. Who knows how much seawater it drank? It wasn't until the entire battlefield had practically turned into a wetland park that the catfish finally stopped guzzling. It smacked its lips, as if reluctant to let go. The next moment, its entire body shot out like a cannonball. The owl inside couldn't wait any longer, so it decisively kicked the catfish blocking the door, and sent it careening away. The catfish traced a graceful arc through the air. The three powerful beast men in the arena frowned and looked up, only to see the catfish smile, with a look of enjoyment, before finally plummeting into the mud pit with a plop. Old dog, I feel something's amiss. The Red Lion's hair bristled as it gazed at the owl, which was striding out from Lin Qian's chest. Following it was a puppet man leaping nimbly out. Then came the lizard, the frog, the stitched monster, one after another. All 11 supervisors emerged from the hound's space, observing their surroundings curiously. Humph, playing tricks. We only know if it's true after a fight. The tiger demon snorted disdainfully, then swung his fists fiercely. With a humming sound, a ring of power, even more powerful and solid than Lin Qian's, emerged. The next moment, its entire form charged directly at Lin Qian, carrying an unstoppable force. Die! Splash! The accumulated water on the ground splattered like a train at high speed, sending up a long curtain of water. Its movement attracted nearly all the supervisors, including Lin Qian, who cast suspicious glances at the black tiger. Who is it saying die? The puppet's baby voice was filled with confusion. Who is this? It looks like it's about to attack us. Stop it. In an instant, the black tiger had reached Lin Qian. However, just as it prepared to strike with a cruel grin, its body suddenly froze in midair. Huh? Its eyes instantly grew dull, and even his expression remained fixed in that sinister grin, unable to react. The next moment, everything in sight blurred. Boom! Splash! Without warning, Black Tiger's massive body plummeted toward the ground, sending a shower of muddy seawater soaring high. But before it could splash down on the supervisors, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. The lizard, its body clinging to the rock, waved its deformed hand, raised a finger, and with a gentle press, easily crushed Black Tiger into the muddy water. Even though Black Tiger trembled and struggled, it couldn't move an inch, mumbling incoherently. What kind of power is this? Gravity? Lin Qian was stunned. He turned and met Brother Lizard's gaze. Where did this wild cat come from? The puppet's translation chimed in. Good boy, it seems he's showing some mercy. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly expressed his opinion. Don't hold back. Suddenly, he paused, realizing this seemed like a perfect opportunity to get some free supervisor experience and free attribute points. They're abnormal intruders. Coming for me. But Lin Qian wasn't about to deceive his colleagues. If possible, I hope you leave these three to me to kill. In exchange, I fulfill any of your demands. At the mention of abnormal intruders, all the supervisors perked up. Then, upon hearing they were coming for Lin Qian, and that if they handed these three over to Lin Qian to kill, They could make whatever demands they wanted. Is there such a good deal? What? Abnormal intruders are actively seeking to trouble supervisors? The puppet's voice was filled with confusion. How much they must hate themselves. Almost simultaneously, the supervisors slowly turned their heads, their gazes fixed on Old Wolf and Red Lion in the distance. The air seemed to suddenly stagnate, and the two powerful beast men felt their breathing become harsh. Black Tiger, you idiot. I knew something was wrong. Facing the supervisors, who had already begun their work, Red Lion felt a pressure he had never felt before. Those gazes were like greedy knives, vying to carve his flesh. At the same time, as the lizard's palm gently pressed down, a series of cracking sounds followed, and Black Tiger, trapped in the mud, let out a shrill cry, his bones shattering as if struck by a meteorite. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched as he watched. The crackling sound reminded him of his childhood, when he crushed beetles with glass jars. These seemingly harmless colleagues, when they really got down to business, were so terrifying. At that moment, Brother Lizard turned his head to look at him, tilting his head towards the Black Tiger on the ground. What are you waiting for? Get started. The puppet's translator woke Lin Qian. Oh! He hurriedly stepped forward. With a humming sound, a ring of power emerged. After a moment's thought, he worried about his chances of success. With a deep shout, red lightning materialized, mobilizing the giant's power, and smashing down with all his might on the back of the Black Tiger's head. Boom! Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder. Reward. Free attribute points *67. Even after hearing the system notification chime in his head, Lin Qian still felt a little unreal. This reward is easier to get than a card bug. With a few more attempts, promotion to level 3 supervisor is just around the corner. He reached out to wipe the blood splatter from his cheek and looked up at the frightened Old Wolf and Red Lion in the distance, greed brimming in his eyes. Chapter 327. Red Lion and Old Wolf, worthy veterans of the Beast tribe, witnessed Black Tiger being easily slain before their eyes like a stray dog. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Red Lion was the first to move. With a touch of its claws, its entire body erupted in crimson flames, its silhouette blurred to the naked eye, as if it were escaping the flames. Puff! Just then, a stream of murky water suddenly surged from the distance, pouring down upon Red Lion with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! A flood of water filled the air. Red Lion's figure was forced to emerge, and as if struck by a high-pressure water cannon, it was completely unable to stabilize itself. It tumbled backwards, splashing a shower of mud and looking utterly miserable, until a large, deformed hand, covered in sutures, grasped Red Lion's neck and lifted him up like a chicken. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Burp! The catfish in the distance finally stopped spewing water upon seeing this. It rolled in the mud, revealing its bulging belly. It refused to move, looking bloated. The Red Lion was mercilessly pinned to the ground by the stitched monster. Terrified, it tried to fight back, but the stitched monster ignored its crimson flames. It raised its other hand high, not even summoning a ring of power, and simply delivered a simple punch. Puff! The Red Lion's eyes widened as the merciless punch pierced its abdomen. Additionally, a strange energy silently surged from the stitched monster's body, rapidly rotting and stinking the flesh it touched. Big guy! Stop! Boss Lin wants the flesh too. At that moment, the puppet's voice suddenly rang out. The stitched monster was startled, and quickly retracted its corrosive power. Looking at the Red Lion again, it was already rolling its eyes and struggling to breathe. Lin Qian, empty-handed, reached over to pick up the head and brought it down with another punch. Bang! The Red Lion's physical attributes weren't as strong as the Black Tiger's, so a single punch shattered the lion's head. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder. Reward. Free attribute points *71. Holy crap! This thing is actually stronger than that tiger? Why didn't I feel that? It died so hastily. Lin Qian smacked his lips, feeling that the head he had picked up was completely worthless. Only one left. Following the puppet's warning, all the supervisors turned to look at the black-robed Old Wolf. At this moment, the Old Wolf was clutching his staff tightly, standing still, not daring to move. This was because a large number of black footprints surrounded its feet. Although it didn't know the true power of these footprints, it could sense a strong sense of danger from them. Don't touch them, or you definitely die. What kind of creatures are these? Facing the supervisors glaring at him, Old Wolf's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. He was just a newcomer in his protection period. How had he managed to befriend so many monsters? Seeing him slowly close his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate, and giving up resistance, Lin Qian's expectant gaze gradually faded. He had expected this guy to produce some life-saving item, and then he could seize the opportunity to have his colleagues snatch it away, but his hopes were dashed. Killing a survivor allows you to merge their storage space. But killing an unusual intruder only grants you the supervisor's reward. You can't gain both simultaneously. With a sigh, Lin Qian waved his hand. Catch them and finish them off. As soon as he spoke, a shadow beside him vanished from sight. Humph. Do you really think I'm a lamb to be slaughtered? But at that moment, the old wolf suddenly snorted coldly, its long-awaited ability suddenly unleashing. Then, a dark aura filled the air. It abruptly tore through its black robes, and a multitude of runes gradually covered its body like a creeping insect. Its entire body suddenly expanded, its once dry frame instantly swelled, its muscles bulging with explosive power. Come on! Even if it means death. I dragged one down with me. It exerted force with its legs, leaping high into the air, breaking free from the encirclement of the pitch-black footprints. Then, like a madman, it clawed at the ground and sprinted forward. And then the next moment, bang! A figure dropped from the sky like a nail, pinning the furious old wolf to the ground. Boom! Mud splashed. Coo! The owl flapped its wings twice, and gracefully stepped off the old wolf's deflated body. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. I was really sick. Why was I so nervous? Didn't I see that my colleagues were all indifferent, like they were just watching the fun? It was all this guy's fault. He suddenly acted like he had some terrifying trump card, causing me to make a big fuss. In fact, up to this point, Lin Qian still had no idea of the strength of his colleagues. The three beastmen seemed like stray dogs, casually killed with a single kick. But even if he picked any of them off at random, without using his ultimate attack, Lin Qian had little chance of defeating them. Adding the effect of the ban card, today's battle, which should have been a dead end for him, unexpectedly turned into a bonanza. Ding! Kill the unusual invader, and receive reward. Free attribute points *81 carelessly crushing the resentful old wolf. Another large sum of attribute points was added to his account. Lin Qian's heart pounded. He casually picked up 219 free attribute points for nothing. If word got out, no one would believe it. More importantly, he had a large amount of supervisor points about to be added, bringing him one step closer to becoming a level 3 supervisor. These colleagues were truly too kind to him. He happily stored the 3 corpses in his storage space, feeling incredibly happy. He turned to face everyone and waved his hand with a grand gesture. Thank you all for today. I, Lin, am a man of my words. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. This statement immediately excited the supervisors. Pop hat! The familiar sound of footsteps reached Lin Qian, and before he could turn, he felt his calf tighten. Looking down, he saw Brother Catfish hugging his leg, staring at him eagerly. It wants a private mud pool, preferably a warm one. Hearing the puppet's translation, Lin Qian's pride choked in his throat. Can we have something a little more upscale? Lin Qian looked at Brother Catfish speechlessly. Meanwhile, the other supervisors also made their own requests. It wants a bath in carbonated water, the more the better. This one wants a leafy tree, the bigger the better, preferably one that can survive. Oh, it wants one of those cans that jingle when you kick them. Barbecue, it says it didn't have enough last time. TSK, you're going too far. You even want a TV to watch privately at home. It's such a precious thing. Don't make it difficult for Boss Lin. Chapter 328. The safe exploration period ended, and Lin Qian watched his simple colleagues return to their workstations with a complicated expression. Ah. A sigh. It was truly heartbreaking. Even making requests required careful tact. He made a firm decision. He would customize a number of luxurious houses for each member of the tour group according to their preferences. He couldn't let his brothers down. Turning around, he saw Su Mian, Qin Liang, and the others huddled together, staring at him with almost glazed eyes. Are you all okay? He asked casually. It was obvious that, while their injuries were serious, a shot of high-level healing potion would heal them. The cyborg was the only problem, requiring Qin Liang to reassemble it. No, it's okay, Brother Qin. Su Mian quickly stood up, stuttering slightly. What's wrong? Did you get beaten up? Lin Qian frowned at him. Oh. No. I'm just surprised. Seeing his eyes wandering, his mind lost in thought, his expression absent-minded, Lin Qian quickly reached out to stop him. Stop guessing, and go back and get some rest. You didn't even bother contacting me after something so serious happened. Hearing Lin Qian's fatherly words, the hearts of the Black Army members present warmed. Brother Qian, There's still someone on the other side who slipped through the net. Just then, Qin Liang suddenly stepped forward and reminded him. A person who slipped through the net? Lin Qian's expression was calm. Where? Qin Liang pointed in a direction. They must have escaped at sea. They have cloaking technology, and the sea is too vast for my hive robots to cover. Lin Qian chuckled upon hearing this. It's okay. They're going to land anyway, and the permanent gate can't possibly be on a ship. Someone's there to receive them. The sea was turbulent, a wave barreling forward. Soon, the silhouette of a ship flickered into view, the survivors on board still shrouded in fear and unease. Before the ship even came to a stop, some people eagerly leaped ashore. Hurry! Hurry! Be careful they catch up. It's terrifying, those monsters. The leader is dead, what are we going to do next? Hurry and find the permanent gate. Let's get back to the building first. The group pulled various vehicles from their storage space and sped towards the city. However, just as they left the beach and entered the highway, the sun suddenly flickered overhead, and then, without warning, darkness descended. The screeching of brakes echoed, and everyone looked around in horror. What's going on? Someone looked up into the distance, their eyes widening. Fire! What a huge fire! The city in the distance had already been reduced to a sea of flames, and faint cries of agony could be heard. Run! Without hesitation, everyone turned back and fled the way they had come. But the distance they had only covered a few hundred meters now seemed endless. Turning around, they saw the city getting closer and closer. Something's wrong. It's an illusion. Someone, feeling as if they had seen through the truth, closed their eyes and drove towards the sea of fire. The result was self-evident. The car exploded, and the screams, which lasted only a short while, died away. What should we do? Amidst the chorus of swallowing, someone asked their companions in a trembling voice. Something's coming. Suddenly, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed, and someone spotted a massive figure slowly approaching from the sea of fire. Everyone looked over at once, watching the flames slowly part. A fat man, with a brown paper bag over his head, was approaching with a heavy axe, dragging his steps. On his shoulder, a small boy, also covered in a brown paper bag, stared intently at them through the hole. Then, the flames suddenly spread, engulfing the entire group. Amid screams, someone pulled a card from their storage space, attempting to teleport away, but before they could use it, they were instantly split in two. In the distance, the fat man slowly raised his axe, aimed at his next target, and struck down with the same powerful blow. Ah! The scream ceased abruptly. The flames quickly dissipated, and the road remained pristine. The charred bodies seemed to have never been seen, hidden somewhere unknown. Qin Liang stayed behind to communicate with the officials, while Lin Qian returned to the Infinity Building with Su Mian and the others. In room 609, Lin Qian first carried out the 3 horribly mutilated corpses, and used his bloodline to gradually absorb them. It was indeed the flesh and blood of powerful beastmen, and even with Lin Qian's exceptional digestion, it took him a long time to completely absorb it. After a delicious meal and a bath, Lin Qian, donning his bathrobe, strode onto the dragon throne. It's worth mentioning that at first, he had thought this pure gold chair was rather ostentatious, but after a while, and after getting used to it, he actually began to like it. Especially when adding points. Sitting up high felt special. It's decided. From now on, this will be my exclusive place to add points. Calling up the stat panel, Lin Qian first checked the benefits of eating. Strength gained 21.5 points, increasing from 148.5 to 170. Constitution gained 27.6 points, increasing from 133.4 to 161. And that's just from eating. Moving down, he found the biggest gain of this operation. Free attribute points * 229, just as the day's supervisor salary arrived, plus the 219 free attribute points gained from killing 3 orcs, the total reached 229. How terrifying. Lin Qian's heart pounded. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then began adding points. Strength and constitution can be increased through eating, but adding points will affect the benefits. Unless a certain level is broken and a significant improvement is achieved, Lin Qian doesn't plan to actively add points. As for agility, while equally crucial, it wasn't nearly as significant a boost to Lin Qian's combat effectiveness as spirit. So, without a doubt, it was still all in spirit. After adding a full 229 all at once, Lin Qian felt as if an invisible hand had suddenly grasped his soul and violently yanked it. Swish! As his consciousness blurred, a massive claw suddenly thrust out from within Lin Qian's body. The beast's soul twisted and transformed, its size expanding uncontrollably. A fiery, murderous aura surged, and the soul's claws began to extend and lengthen, as if evolving. It finally subsided after its entire body had nearly doubled in size. Retracting the beast's soul into his body, Lin Qian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of ferocity. Come to think of it, ever since he acquired the beast's soul, he never had the opportunity to fully utilize it. Guess I have to test the power of this thing sometime. Chapter 329. Name, Lin Qian, Level 2 Overseer 90/1000, Strength, 170. Agility, 100.1. Const, 161. Spirit, 431.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 100%, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood/Blood Mist/Pure Yang Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk /Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor/Crystal Armor, Giant Strength, 71%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eye, Rage, Clairvoyance. Rating, Exceptional Soul Strength and Unshakable Sanity. Due to his contract with a powerful hound, he is no longer at the bottom of the Level 2 Overseer team. All 4 attributes have surpassed the first limit, possessing numerous advanced powers, and possessing immense potential. The data has undergone another major update, and the rating has finally changed. The last evaluation only mentioned potential, but this time it also included a combat power rating. No longer at the bottom of the second-level supervisors. If it had been before, Lin Qian would have definitely curled his lips in dissatisfaction. But after witnessing the performance of his colleagues, he was even somewhat delighted by this evaluation. What? Compared to these monsters, I'm not even at the bottom. Has someone like Lin unknowingly reached this level? These fellow supervisors possess not only high stats, but also a myriad of bizarre and terrifying abilities. However, the 3 beastmen who had come to cause trouble this time were too weak to force them to unleash their true strengths. Apart from anything else, because Snake Brother wasn't there, the Puppet Man, as the tour group's only level 3 supervisor, had done nothing else but place footprints to restrict the old wolf's movements. Lin Qian speculated that the Puppet Man was restraining himself from using his abilities, because he had offered to spare their lives and leave it to him to finish them off. He still remembered the intense sense of danger he felt when he first met the Puppet Man. This was something none of the other level 2 supervisors possessed, a quality only matched by Snake Brother. Add to that the fact that almost all supervisors avoided him like the plague, and it's easy to surmise that the Puppet Man possessed some incredibly terrifying ability. Otherwise, how could he, with the same single attribute breaking through the first limit, be the only one to reach level 3? I guess I have to get to know these colleagues better when I get a chance. Recovering his composure, Lin Qian opened the private chat interface and discovered that Qin Liang had also returned to the building and, like Su Mian, had immediately replied to his previous message. Now that his helpers had returned, Lin Qian no longer had to work as a construction worker. He sent descriptions of the body types and preferences of his 11 colleagues to the 2 men, asking them to help him find custom builders for the 11 luxury homes. He then took a hands-off approach, enjoying a leisurely hot spring soak. After changing into fresh clothes and checking the time, he saw there were still over 2 hours until the safe exploration period began. Excited to see how many supervisor points he could earn this time, Lin Qian couldn't wait any longer and simply went out to visit room 777 and see if he could buy any useful information. Ding-ling-ling. A familiar brass bell rang out, and Lin Qian strode briskly to the counter. He casually pulled out a high stool from his storage compartment, seemingly from some bar, sat down, and, leaning on the counter with his hands, spun around while waiting for the bald monster to appear. Puff! Stardust flickered, and the bald monster appeared behind the counter as usual. He glanced at Lin Qian, his expression suddenly filled with surprise. Come, see how fast I've grown lately. This time, Lin Qian learned his lesson and simply extended his arm. Tisk tisk tisk. The bald monster was startled, then let out its distinctive, deflated laugh. Little thing, quite self-aware. With that, it placed its hand on Lin Qian's wrist, its gaze fixed sharply. How's it? Awesome, isn't it? Lin Qian's face lit up with a smug smile, but from the corner of his eye, he observed the bald monster's reaction. I admit, your growth rate is a bit frightening. The bald monster withdrew his hand, his eyes flickering, his thoughts unclear. Lin Qian leaned over the counter and quickly asked, should you be happy for me, or worried. The moment he said that, the bald monster's thoughts suddenly stopped. It raised its eyes, a half smile meeting Lin Qian's. What do you think you can get out of me? You better save up enough gold coins before coming back, little one. Lin Qian rolled his eyes secretly. After spending so much time with his simple colleagues, he almost forgotten that this guy was a seasoned veteran. Boring. Lin Qian smacked his lips, casually pulled out all the strange gold coins, and slammed them on the table. What do you want to ask? The bald-haired monster was already used to this kind of behavior. Pa! Lin Qian's other hand slammed down on the counter, and when it moved away, a card lay quietly beside the gold coins. Infinite Boxing Championship ticket. I want to know about the Infinite Boxing Championship. This card was one Lin Qian had obtained a long time ago. In the early days, he used it as a way to escape. But as his strength grew and his escape options expanded, he rarely used it again. But he had always been curious about what this tournament was all about. Infinite Boxing Championship. It sounded quite impressive. The bald-haired monster glanced at the card and slowly extended a finger. 100. Lin Qian's eyes widened. Another 100? This information is so expensive? The bald-haired monster shrugged helplessly. The information from the leopard room is very advanced, so the price is naturally higher. Lin Qian was stunned. Leopard room? I hadn't expected this Infinite Boxing Championship to be part of the leopard room. Lin Qian's curiosity was instantly piqued. But unfortunately, his wallet was truly tight. Not even 100, that's all I have. How about you share some information for that price? For example, the most crucial point, if I participated in this Infinite Boxing Championship right now, would my life be in danger? Lin Qian pushed the gold coins on the counter forward. He had proactively asked the bald monster to examine his attributes, precisely to confirm this. The bald monster hesitated slightly, glancing at Lin Qian, then at the gold coins on the table, as if considering the matter. After a long pause, it stretched out its fingers and removed the coins one by one. Chapter 330. After removing 10 gold coins, the bald monster paused and looked at Lin Qian. This is a non-death contest. Then, with a wave of its hand, it collected all the remaining gold coins. No external force is allowed. Lin Qian blinked, still waiting for the other party to continue. The bald monster looked at him calmly. That's all? That's all. A vein bulged on Lin Qian's forehead. Just 2 sentences? The bald monster shrugged. You paid for 2 sentences. Lin Qian was stunned, then sat back in his chair, feeling deflated. In fact, upon hearing the first sentence, Lin Qian had already felt that the money was worth it. It was actually a non-death contest. I just didn't know what the prize was. Lin Qian even regretted not using this card sooner. Since it was from the leopard room, perhaps it could have obtained other powerful abilities or items. Sigh. He casually took out most of the apples from his storage and piled them on the counter. You can probably tell I'm very dissatisfied with this transaction, so I hope you can give me 2 more boxes of delicious worm pudding this time to make up for my hurt. His true intentions were exposed. He feigned a heavy loss just to get 2 more boxes of pudding. A moment later, Lin Qian pushed the door open and left, cursing. You have no business sense at all. How would you treat a regular customer like that? A stingy boss, like you will lose money sooner or later. With a thud, the door closed, and Lin Qian's expression immediately changed. He pulled out a box of delicious worm pudding and eagerly opened it. Just as he was about to enjoy it, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Qian was stunned. Snake brother? He slowly turned his head, but the sight he saw sent a sudden jolt through his heart. Snake brother was indeed Snake brother, but it wasn't the same snake. After all this time, Lin Qian finally met the supervisor of Area 700. Unexpectedly, it was a familiar face. It was the terrifying, strike-giant snake that had slept beside the hexagonal stone tablet when Lin Qian first entered the City of Chaos. At that moment, the giant snake slowly approached Lin Qian, its head held high, its gaze fixed on the delicious worm pudding in Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian frowned and stepped back, warily observing the swirling markings on the snake's body that resembled eyes. He had seen the snake in action before, and his abilities were truly uncanny. But Lin Qian was no longer the rookie he once was. You may be strong, but you can't steal my things. Even if I agree, you have to ask my brothers for permission. So even though he could see the other party coveting his delicious worm pudding, Lin Qian remained unmoved. The striped giant snake approached relentlessly, not stopping even after Lin Qian retreated to the 600th area. It seemed completely captivated by the taste of the delicious worm pudding, never once looking at Lin Qian. Suddenly, a shadow spread like ink, and the striped giant snake's crawling movements paused. Behind Lin Qian, the figure of the snake brother slowly rose, its orange-yellow vertical pupils meeting the striped giant snake's gaze. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. After a full half-minute of stalemate, the striped giant snake finally glanced reluctantly at the delicious worm pudding in Lin Qian's hand, turned back, and returned to the 700th area. Then, as if drawn into a whirlpool, its massive body vanished in an instant. Huh? Only after seeing the giant striped snake disappear did Lin Qian breathe a sigh of relief. Turning around, Lin Qian smiled. "Thank you, Brother Snake." He was halfway through his words of thanks when they choked in his throat. "Ah!" But Brother Snake was now gaping like a garbage can. Seeing Lin Qian's bewildered expression, he even glanced at the delicious worm pudding. Lin Qian's mind was immediately filled with black lines. What bad luck. You can't avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. Send away one greedy snake, and there's still another. And this one was even more of a bully than the other, and Lin Qian couldn't do anything about it. Helplessly, he raised his hand, and slammed the entire box of pudding into Brother Snake's mouth. Ah! Before he could pull his hand back, Brother Snake had already impatiently closed his mouth. Ouch! Hand? My hand? The jar's still in there. Are you poisonous? Brother Snake. You greedy snake. Can't wait. Spit. Open your mouth. Open your mouth now. Ignoring Lin Qian's exasperated cries, and letting him hop around like a monkey, Brother Snake savored the delicacy, rustling his tail as his pupils once again grew round. Seriously? I won't eat in the hallway again. Back in the room, Lin Qian's face was still filled with resentment. He washed his bitter-smelling hand and examined it carefully, finally feeling relieved. He had almost thought his hand was turning to stone, but thankfully it was a false alarm. Brother Snake was just trying to scare him, not being ignorant of the seriousness of the situation. Ding! Gain Supervisor points *271. Just then, a system notification sounded, abruptly pulling Lin Qian back from his thoughts. It's in! He quickly opened the dashboard to confirm. Level 2 Supervisor, 361/1000, 271 points. Not bad. Lin Qian's mood brightened immediately. These were all earned without any effort. As for why the abnormal intruders in the dungeon gave far more points than those in the building, Lin Qian had a rough idea of the reason. It wasn't just the difference in target strength. More importantly, it was the mission level. Putting aside his own weak opponent, it was clear from looking at his veteran level 2 supervisor colleagues that any one of them could easily take out the three beasts, indicating that their strength was within the capabilities of a level 2 supervisor. However, since only level 3 supervisors could be teleported into the dungeon, it could be said that he was completely completing the mission across levels and directly reaping the rewards of a level 3 supervisor. If he continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before Lin Qian could reach the ranks of a level 3 supervisor. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Qian felt that his identity was truly unsolvable. Being both a supervisor and a survivor, he didn't have to force himself to fulfill his duties, yet he could still reap all the benefits. I really need to bring some gifts to room 666 to thank the evil brother sometime. If it weren't for the ID card I won from him, I wouldn't have been able to get by so smoothly. But despite thinking so, Lin Qian wasn't one to go looking for trouble. Even though the bald monster had previously reminded him that he could go again after his mental attributes broke through the first limit, he wasn't completely sure, so he wasn't willing to take the risk. I go meet the evil brother again when my mental attributes reach 1,000 points. 1,000 points is also a breakthrough. Chapter 331. In Skeleton City, Lin Qian was carrying a massive machine, recording the structures and environment near the park. With a permanent gate, he no longer had to wait in the corridor for teleportation. Su Mian was very efficient, saying he had assembled a team of designers specifically for him, but he still needed to confirm the site's environment and dimensions. The machine on his shoulder had scanning and recording capabilities. By rotating it in a circle, it could create a one-to-one holographic projection. This technological replica was indeed very useful. Lin Qian was measuring, while a large group of colleagues behind him kept following him around as if they had seen something bizarre, causing strange objects like catfish heads or lizard tails to appear in the measurement drawings. Can you please stop chasing me around like a game of eagle and chicken? He found that these colleagues were sometimes like children, unable to speak the same language, yet somehow they could reach a consensus. The puppet wasn't here today, apparently on a mission. Lin Qian had just learned that a level 3 supervisor's mission could be triggered at any time, regardless of the time of day. Clang clang. The sound of cans rang out in the distance, and a happy figure was running and weaving freely. Watching it nimbly dodge passers-by, Lin Qian couldn't help but admire it. What a promising football player. Speaking of which, we could build a stadium somewhere outside Skeleton City and hold a competition. The Last Dance competition showed that while these supervisors may appear aloof, they are actually fiercely competitive. Holding some competitive events might generate some buzz. Feasible. After contemplating, Lin Qian finished his measurements and prepared to head back to the building. The group behind him, seeing him leave, followed closely, fearing they'd been left behind. Click, click. The permanent door swung open, and Lin Qian emerged speechless, followed by 7 other members of the tour group: Catfish, Lizard, Owl, and others. Even after having Brother Wu translate that there were no tours today, the group refused to leave and followed him into room 609. Arriving at his house, the group showed no signs of shyness. Catfish sprinted and slid, diving into the hot spring with a splash, sending water everywhere. Owl, on the other hand, took a fancy to Lin Qian's dragon bed and leaped onto it, jumping and leaping. Coo-hoo-hoo! The stitched monster was the most outrageous. After examining the golden dragon throne for a moment, he opened his mouth and bit it. Snap! Lin Qian grabbed the stitched monster's head, stopping its mischievous behavior. No vandalism. The stitched monster obeyed, moving away from the throne, but then set his sights on Lin Qian's sofa. His face was furious, and he stared speechlessly at his colleagues, who were throwing a tantrum in his room. Without his puppet to control the situation, he really had no way to deal with these guys. Forget it, let them be. Amid the chaos, Lin Qian reluctantly pushed the door open and left the room. He needed to hand over the data to Su Mian. Brother Qian. The corridor was unusually bustling today. Most of the Black Army members had returned from 1 or even 2 missions, and judging by their expressions, it was clear they had made a lot of money. Okay, all good. Lin Qian smiled like a leader on patrol, greeting the various teams and making his way to room 998. Inside the room, a cyborg missing a leg sat helplessly in a chair, watching Qin Liang fiddle with various instruments to repair his limb. To his surprise, Lin Qian spotted Jiang Jinshan there. He was discussing something with Su Mian, and only stopped when he saw Lin Qian arrive. Brother Qian. Brother Qian. Jiang Jinshan quickly stood at attention. Calling him Brother Qian was now completely natural, and judging by his demeanor, he was practically no different from one of his own. Lin Qian retrieved a measuring instrument from his storage space and handed it to Su Mian. The data is in there. It doesn't need to be fast, just high quality. Ideally, each room should have its own independent power source and a local network. Su Mian quickly reached out to take it. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I definitely do a great job. Putting the instrument away, he quickly pulled out a wooden box. Brother Qian, this is the latest batch. Please check it out. Lin Qian was stunned. He reached out to take the wooden box. It felt heavy and substantial. What's that? Confused, he casually flipped the switch. With a creak, the wooden box automatically opened, revealing neatly arranged rows of gold coins. Lin Qian's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this box to be filled with such strange coins. 10 in a group, 13 groups of 6 in total. 136? He looked at Su Mian in shock. So many? All obtained from missions by the brothers? Hearing this, Su Mian's expression suddenly became awkward, and he coughed slightly. Some of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian immediately understood Su Mian's implication. Going out to borrow again? This time, however, Su Mian quickly shook his head. No, I really didn't this time. After I spread the word that Brother Qian needed this item, many people contacted us and offered it to us. Of course, I followed Brother Qian's instructions, and gave each of them valuable gifts in return. As he spoke, he pulled out a beautiful, gleaming object. The object, palm-sized, resembled a Demon Suppression Division identity token. Its dark black was interspersed with irregular gold, creating a chaotic yet artistic quality. A smoothly cut sun crystal was embedded in its center, and white light filtered through the hollowed-out slits, adding to its mysterious beauty. Lin Qian took the exquisitely designed token, turning it over to examine it. Su Mian then introduced it. This is the black gold token. I spent a long time designing it, and had someone specially craft it. It has special anti-counterfeiting technology and serial numbers, making it virtually impossible to crack or copy. Qin Liang's idea is that we've already passed the stage of barbaric development, and continuing to oppress ordinary survivors won't yield much. The current focus is on building reputation, leveraging our fame and absolute dominance to develop a trading platform, and all that market control stuff. The black gold token was created to select representatives from other regions to help us acquire the necessary supplies. Holding this black gold token is proof of cooperation with our Black Army, and you're protected by them, equivalent to a reserve force. Of course, all this presupposes your approval, Brother Qian. Only with your approval will this black gold token be truly real. Otherwise, Su Mian lowered his head slightly, a fawning smile on his face. Realizing that he was about to offer another awkward bit of flattery, Lin Qian simply shoved the token into Su Mian's mouth. That's a good idea. I agree. Go ahead and do it. With that, Lin Qian closed the box filled with strange gold coins and happily left the room. Su Mian was left standing there in a daze, the token still stuffed in his mouth. Suddenly, a hand reached out and yanked the token from his mouth. Jiang Jinshan wiped the saliva off the black gold token with a look of disgust. As agreed, as long as Brother Qian agrees, I must give you the first black gold token. But this one's dirty. Can I get a new one? Su Mian's eyes slowly slanted, and he looked at Jiang Jinshan with drooping eyelids. Do you want it or not? Get out. Chapter 332. Brother Qian. Brother Qian. Don't leave so quickly. In the corridor, Lin Qian paused and turned to look at Su Mian, who had chased him. I have other things I haven't finished reporting yet. He pulled out a tablet, on which was a table with pictures and text. This is the Black Army's harvest this period. More than half exceeded their targets. Lin Qian glanced casually at first, but was shocked when he saw the names of the items on the table. Strength Breakthrough First Limit, Agility Breakthrough First Limit, Constitution Breakthrough First Limit. 2 Strength items, 2 Agility items, and 1 Constitution item. There were a total of 5 First Limit Breakthrough items alone, not counting the one in Su Mian's hand. 7 Permanent Doors? 27 Rapid Healing Potions? Lin Qian was truly shocked. He felt as if he had underestimated the abilities of his men. Further down, there was a series of consumable items that could enhance attributes, but most of them were marked with a maximum usage limit of 1. At that moment, Su Mian perfectly pulled out another exquisite wooden box. The box opened, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. 9 items were neatly arranged inside, the very same consumables that boosted attributes listed on the chart. Hey, this is a nourishing fruit plate I prepared for Brother Qian on behalf of all the Black Army members. I hope you like it. He could guess what Lin Qian would need. Haha, you kid. Lin Qian smiled faintly, unceremoniously taking the box and putting it in his storage, preparing to return to his room to enjoy it. You need to order the rest, Brother Qian. Otherwise, it would be difficult to arrange too many items at once. As he spoke, Su Mian stepped back, leaving space for him to retrieve his items. Not to mention, since Lin Qian hadn't been doing any missions lately, his inventory of various items was running low and truly needed replenishment. Give me 2 permanent doors, and 7 speed healing potions. He ordered as he sorted through the long list of various items and equipment behind him. Although Lin Qian was usually greedy, at this moment, he wouldn't pack up all the precious resources, taking only what he needed. For example, with life-saving items like speed potions, leaving some for the Black Army might save a few lives. Compared to these resources, Lin Qian valued the lives of his men more. After all, he had raised them mission after mission, nurturing them for so long, like his own children. Losing any one of them would be heartbreaking. And give me an item that breaks the first limit of agility. Lin Qian certainly didn't need it, but he had a bold idea. He wanted to see if his fellow supervisors could use items to break through their limits. These guys were still a long way from breaking through anyway, so maybe he could save up a few for them by then. 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough. By the way, give me 2 spares of that black gold token. And some summoning cards. Brother Qian, how many do you want? Su Mian, who always pulled out supplies the moment Lin Qian spoke, hesitated and looked up to ask Lin Qian. How many do you have? Seeing his expression, Lin Qian couldn't help but ask curiously. Not many. As Su Mian spoke, he pulled out a long metal box, filled to the brim with a meter-thick layer of cards. As for summoning cards, there are probably less than 1,000. These are storage upgrade cards, these are room upgrade cards, and from here to there are all facility cards. Lin Qian blinked. Alright. He didn't even bother asking, he could get them wherever he wanted. He reached for the summoning card sorting area, didn't bother checking how many cards there were, pressed 3 fingers, and with a push, pulled out a stack. As he pulled the cards out, the card storage box actually automatically contracted and tightened. It was quite advanced. Then, Lin Qian thought for a moment, and pulled out another small stack of room upgrade cards. With fellow supervisors visiting his house from time to time, a bit more space would be helpful. And judging by the card storage capacity, the Black Army members didn't seem to care much about the size of their rooms. Just enough was enough. As for the facility cards, there were so many, Lin Qian was too lazy to choose. He simply took a stack and prepared to go back and choose slowly. I give it back to you after I'm done. Gestured to Su Mian, Lin Qian turned and left. Brother Qian, can you take them all back and choose slowly? We kept a stockpile, more than enough. The card master was still behind, holding a large stack of cards, persistently trying to sell them, but Lin Qian simply ignored him. What he once thought was precious was now a wholesale product, the kind he could never use up. Sigh. With a mixed feeling, Lin Qian opened the door to room 609. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. It's snowing? Heavy snowflakes danced in the room, and two dark figures were seen jumping and fighting. No, not heavy snowflakes. Just goose feathers. My pillow. Lin Qian rushed forward and placed his foot on the coffee table, but unexpectedly lost his balance, and the table shattered with a loud bang. Beside him, Brother Lizard was holding a broken piece of the coffee table, licking it with his tongue to use as glue. Just as he was about to press the final piece of the puzzle into place, he saw the coffee table crumble and shatter before him. Instantly enraged, he clapped his hands and sprang to his feet. The goose feathers before him suddenly fell, seemingly under 1,000 pounds of force. Then, his furious gaze caught sight of Lin Qian, who looked bewildered. His anger instantly froze, his neck twitching, and he hid behind the dragon throne, pretending nothing had happened. Coo, coo, coo. An owl not far away was carrying large balls of goose feathers, stuffing them into its feathers, changing its color to a gray and white highlight pattern. Its entire body expanded considerably, becoming fluffy and delightful. Catfish Brother continued to soak in the hot spring, his large belly exposed to the surface, his head and belly covered in goose feathers, yet he refused to move. Stitch Monster quietly tossed the empty pillowcase aside and stepped off the tattered mattress. Like a child wrecking a house, and suddenly seeing their parents push the door open, the atmosphere felt eerily silent. Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly. What was going on? He vaguely remembered these guys as being so cool, but now they all acted like fools. Before he could say anything, all the supervisors in the room vanished. Safe exploration time was over, and it was time to go back to work. Seeing this, Lin Qian was even more speechless. Run away after tearing down the house? Forget it, whether I run away or not is not my responsibility. I chose this silly colleague myself, so I can only pamper him. What else can I do? Chapter 333. With the storage space and his health ability, Lin Qian quickly cleaned up the room. After replacing the mattress and bedding, Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these guys got me a solid gold dragon bed. While it's a bit ostentatious, it's still pretty sturdy. It was a little warped from being stepped on, but that wasn't a big deal. Lin Qian lifted it up and punched it twice, and it was back in shape. Not to mention, with his current weight, an ordinary bed would have struggled to hold up. He pulled out a stack of room expansion cards, and used them repeatedly with his eyes closed. Ding! Used successfully. Ding! Used successfully. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Qian felt as if he were in an underground parking garage. The two permanent doors had become two small black dots, and the entire space was eerily large. He searched through the facility cards and found a dozen partition walls. He created a room for himself, and the space immediately felt much more comfortable. He took out the loving fruit plate Su Mian had prepared for him, opened his mouth, and swallowed one by one, his mouth full. System notifications chimed in continuously. Ding! Eat with dragon rock fruit. Increase strength by 3 and constitution by 5. Ding! Eat snow cloud crystal. Increase agility by 3 and constitution by 3. Ding! The 9 items were quickly digested. Unsure of the effect of the item, Lin Qian burped for the first time in a long time and opened the control panel again to check. Strength, 186. Agility, 120.1. Const, 174. Spirit, 431.9. From this round of eating, he gained a total of 16 strength, 20 agility, and 13 constitution. That's a total of 49 attribute gains. Lin Qian was relieved. The children had finally grown up, giving him more and more in return, to a degree that was enough to astonish him. As the head of the family, he naturally couldn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. he needed to find something to do. However, he wasn't planning on opening any dungeon blind boxes for the next 2 days, as the Chaos City Paradise wasn't finished yet. He feared his colleagues would be bored if he disappeared for 10 days or half a month. While waiting for the facilities to be ready, he planned to enter the Infinite Boxing Tournament to test the waters. But before that, he had to fully charge his Titan power. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood recently, but the rate at which Titan power was accumulating had noticeably slowed. Tianjin power, 83%, but at this rate, it should be around in another day. Switching to the Cyber Night scene, he found a few more floor-to-ceiling windows from the facility card. After using them and placing them, the empty room suddenly felt less monotonous. Since obtaining the Shadow Core, Lin Qian had grown fond of dark environments, especially for sleeping. Too much light made it impossible to fall asleep. Since the room was so large, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to reach the permanent door. With a hint of uncertainty, he opened it and walked in. The familiar dim confessional remained. The door, previously shattered by the owl, had been repaired. Zane's strength lay in his ability to repair any building within his environment at any moment's notice. As soon as the door opened, the church was ablaze. However, unlike usual, Zane was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the little boy. Using Shadow Walk to reach the top of a nearby hill, Lin Qian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he surveyed the surroundings. This destructive power truly lived up to my expectations. Since Zane was still out of control, Lin Qian didn't intend to disturb him. Putting on the crumpled brown paper bag, Lin Qian, as if possessing a passport, left Demon Town. No, Demon Island. After a seemingly inexplicable battle, the authorities had clearly recognized the formidable combat capabilities of this so-called cleanup organization. Lin Qian had already asked Qin Liang to negotiate, and he would visit them later to present his terms. No one knew the intense arguments and discussions the officials had while waiting for Lin Qian's arrival. In short, when Lin Qian appeared at the official headquarters, the oppressive and murderous atmosphere was palpable. Almost instantly, he sensed something aimed at him. Lin Qian slowly turned and glanced coldly in one direction. "Sir, I've been spotted." "Retreat. This level of deployment won't work on him." "Everyone retreat. Don't provoke this guy." A helpless sigh echoed through the communicator. It wasn't irritation though. Lin Qian could understand their vigilance. After all, having searched all the available information and found no evidence, it was natural that they wouldn't treat him as a human being. Before officially entering the headquarters, Lin Qian saw 3 familiar faces. The man, wearing sunglasses and a tight white suit, was a burly figure. It was none other than Hu Xianbing. To his left was scarred Tang Wan. To his right, Lin Qian was somewhat surprised to see the man, Mr. Kuei, whom he hadn't seen in a while. At this moment, Hu Xianbing approached Lin Qian with a serious expression. Tang Wan and Mr. Kuei also looked at Lin Qian with complicated eyes. Clearly, the two had already undergone official interrogation and reported every detail of their encounter with Lin Qian. Lin Qian. Hu Xianbing's tone was hesitant, as if he was about to ask something but ultimately held it back. "Just ask whatever you want to ask. Cut the beating around the bush." Hearing Lin Qian say this, Hu Xianbing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then I asked, "Are you really aliens?" That one sentence nearly choked Lin Qian to death. Rolling his eyes, he ignored Hu Xianbing and walked past him straight into the headquarters building. Lin Qian had 2 goals for this trip. The first was to acquire the power of flame healing. The second was to witness the source of the spiritual fire with his own eyes. He had already explained these 2 points to Qin Liang in advance, so the authorities were likely well prepared. After all, this time, he not only prevented a large-scale terrorist attack, but also indirectly helped the authorities eliminate their unruly neighbor. If he couldn't even meet this requirement, it would be a bit unreasonable. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that all this was aimed at Lin Qian from the beginning. After all, the people who knew about it were either his own people or dead. "What could you do to me if I didn't admit it?" Led by Hu Xianbing, Lin Qian took the elevator down, descending an unknown number of meters before it slowly came to a stop. It's truly worthy of being the highest-ranking official headquarters. The specs are simply exceptional. I had thought the North Central Region headquarters was already quite luxurious, but upon seeing it today, it was simply incomparable. Soon, Lin Qian was led into a laboratory where several white-coated staff were quietly waiting. A laboratory bed was surrounded by numerous instruments, including a large glass test tube filled with diluted dark red blood. Chapter 334. What's this for? Looking at the arrangement inside, Lin Qian couldn't help but look confused. A candle experiment? Didn't you ask someone to prepare that? Hu Xianding was equally puzzled. Oh, Lin Qian suddenly realized and stepped forward to carefully examine the diluted dark red blood in the test tube. Is this what created the candle? Hu Xianding nodded. By the way, Captain, he asked me to thank you. He said that technique has a significant effect on controlling fire, and has now been incorporated into headquarters candle training. Speaking of this, Hu Xianding looked at Lin Qian with a touch of admiration. The problems they had been unable to solve seemed easily solved by this young man. Hey! What are you doing? Just then, a man in a white coat saw Lin Qian reaching out to pry open the test tube embedded in the instrument, and instinctively stepped forward to stop him. But as soon as he took a step, he was glared back by Hu Xianding's glowing red eyes. Crack! Lin Qian forcefully broke the test tube and removed it. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed directly into the test tube, instantly absorbing the already small amount of blood. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical attributes, Lin Qian felt only a gradual warmth spreading throughout his body, without any discomfort. After waiting for over 2 minutes, the warmth finally subsided. But nothing happened. Lin Qian was stunned. What was going on? Why was it so different from what he had expected? Do you have a lighter? He asked Hu Xianding, standing next to him. Yes. Hu Xianding was puzzled, but he still handed him a metal lighter. With a snap, the flame ignited, and Lin Qian placed his palm over the flame to heat it. Sizzle! After a while, his skin gradually began to ulcerate, and a mild burning sensation came over him. He extinguished the flame and observed carefully. The burned area was indeed healing visibly, but even with this kind of superficial injury, Lin Qian's physical attributes could achieve a similar effect. Helpless, he simply gritted his teeth, crushed the lighter, smeared the fuel all over his hand, and then lit it. Whoosh! Lin Qian's entire palm was engulfed in flames. Everyone in the room stared at the expressionless Lin Qian in shock. This man had been a little too harsh on himself. Because of his high physical attributes, Lin Qian had a certain resistance to burns. It took a while before the pain became noticeable. After the flames died down, Lin Qian carefully observed the healing of the burns. It was indeed healing much faster than usual. But it was still far from the remarkable healing effect Captain He and the others had experienced. Lin Qian suspected that his stats were too high, requiring a larger dose. I need more blood. After making his request, Lin Qian ignored Hu Xianding and the others' requests and simply found a chair to sit and wait. A moment later, 2 men in white coats arrived, each carrying 2 large boxes. They placed them on the table and opened them, revealing a dozen or so identical test tubes of blood lying quietly within. Lin Qian stepped forward, opened each one, and a line of blood spread. As test tube after test tube was emptied, Lin Qian's complexion finally took on a noticeable rosiness. However, this scene stunned the surrounding lab workers, who felt their experience and understanding completely overturned. 10. 17 portions, is he still human? However, after Lin Qian absorbed more than a dozen portions of blood, aside from a noticeable rise in body temperature, there was still no effect. Not enough. More. Who? Still not enough? Our reserves. Stop talking nonsense. This is the highest order. Everything depends on satisfying his requirements. Hu Xianding's cold rebuke silenced the lab workers. A moment later, 2 more boxes of blood were delivered. Lin Qian continued to absorb them one by one. 20 portions. 30 portions. The lab workers watching were practically bugging themselves at Lin Qian's actions, some even taking out notebooks to record his reactions. Those who spent their days immersed in the lab had no idea Lin Qian's true level. Look at Hu Xianding. He acted completely calm, as if everything Lin Qian did was justified. Ding! Trait acquired. Unburned finally, after all the blood had been absorbed, Lin Qian heard the system notification. However, when he heard the notification, he was startled. Trait? He ignored the unbearable heat, and quickly opened the panel to check. Traits: stone heart, abnormal digestion, resurgence, unburned as expected. A new affix appeared in the traits column. 2 words, unburned, simple and clear. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, a truly pleasant surprise. At first, he had thought this would be an ability, but he hadn't expected it to be the most difficult trait to acquire. Who else has fire? He asked excitedly. There's a flame device in the lab next door. Follow me. The men in the white coats suddenly took a complete 180-degree turn toward Lin Qian. They trotted ahead, waving enthusiastically. Over here, over here. Hurry! They sounded even more impatient than Lin Qian himself. Entering the adjacent lab, a glass-enclosed room contained 4 nozzles firing in different directions. In the center sat a heat-resistant tray. It seemed to be a specialized lab used to test the heat resistance of materials. A man in a white coat flipped a switch, and 4 half-meter-long tongues of blue flame erupted. Lin Qian, steaming and flushed, thrust his hand inside. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Huh? Lin Qian held his hand out, examining it carefully. Aside from a slight redness, it was unharmed. What kind of fire is that? It feels a little cold. At that, the man in the white coat operating the flame device tossed his metal into the room with a clatter. Soon, the medallion visibly turned red, softened, and melted. It was then that Lin Qian realized it wasn't the low temperature of the flames that was causing the problem, but rather that his resistance to them had increased to an incredible degree. It was completely beyond his expectations. Lin Qian had originally hoped to gain the ability to heal with flames, so that if he were injured in the future, he could still ignite himself to heal if no other options were available. But now, he had become immune to flames. Look at what this has done. At the same time, Lin Qian also understood that people like Captain, he hadn't fully absorbed the blood's power. They had only partially digested it. But they were only mortals after all. If they absorbed it as recklessly as he had, they would probably combust within a few tubes. Even he couldn't stand the heat. His clothes were even beginning to smell like they were burning, and his skin was red, as if he had been burned. Is there a place to cool down? Lin Qian nervously unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his muscular body, as if cast like steel. He asked the person next to him. Yes. Follow me. The men in white coats were incredibly enthusiastic, even vying to lead the way for Lin Qian. Chapter 335. Gurgle, gurgle. The lab was filled with steam. The instruments beeped, and all the indicators shot red. However, Lin Qian, in the cooling pool, looked completely refreshed. Comfortable. Guess I have to research an ice pool in my room, so I can soak in it whenever I want. His body temperature finally dropped. He casually threw on his clothes and stomped out of the cooling pool. Wait, you can't leave. You're not out of danger yet. A white-coated doctor saw him leaving and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Lin Qian glanced at the data on the machine, speechless. Are you judging me by the standards of a normal person? Go away, get out of here. Impatiently pushing his white coat aside, Lin Qian strode out of the lab. Sir! Sir! Can you please leave a blood sample for us to study? 2 more white-coated doctors chased him out, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. I can't give it to you. Get out of here. Who knew if someone would use his blood as a medium for a curse? Ever since the puppet reminded him that the old wolf relied on his blood to find him, Lin Qian had become wary of similar situations. Lin Qian, the people above have been waiting for a long time and are so nagging. Turning around the corner, Hu Xianbing had just put down his phone. A hint of impatience crossed his face, but it wasn't directed at Lin Qian, but at the person on the phone. Since we've waited this long, it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Lin Qian didn't bother to consider their feelings. The initiative was his own. Come on, take me to the source of the fire. Haha, let's go. Hearing Lin Qian's response, Hu Xianbing, far from being angry, actually felt a sense of pride, cheerfully leading the way. It was obvious that his personality was worlds apart from Fan Yuanjing's. He was a rebellious person. The more you want me to do something, the more I won't listen. Following Hu Xianbing in the elevator, they continued down. The ventilation ducts whirred, and the cooling system was running at full speed. So deep? Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. It felt like the elevators in this headquarters were almost as deep as the quarantine zone. It can't be helped. Although our current stability is inseparable from its help, it's precisely because we understand it that we're more aware of its dangers. Confined underground, even if it loses control, we have ample time to react. Besides, this is also its request, a warm and quiet place. As they talked, the elevator came to a steady stop. With a hiss, the door opened deflatedly. The long corridor that came into view was blocked by gates and heavily guarded. A wave of heat washed over them, but Lin Qian showed no reaction. However, military guard, who quickly opened the suitcase he was carrying and pulled out a damp coat. The coat was clearly a supernatural item, and the water seeping from it was incredibly cold, but perfectly suited for this environment. Huh? After donning the leather coat, military guard, who breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone else coming down here will need to wear a full set of cooling gear, but I have this submariner coat, which will protect you from the heat. If you're feeling the heat, try wearing it for a while. It's a freezing cold, like drowning from the inside out. It might be hard to get used to it at first, but it get much better with time. Hu Xianding, rambling on about his coat, trudged deeper into the muddy area. Gateways opened one after another, eventually leading to a narrow, heavy metal door. I won't follow you in. The psychic power within me can't handle it. Hu Xianding stepped aside, unlocking the gate. Lin Qian glanced at him in surprise. This guy, usually so fearless, actually had something to fear. Ding! The gate opened, and Lin Qian reached out and pushed open the metal door. Swish! An even more terrifying heat wave surged, and Lin Qian's collar instantly charred and smoked. However, he ignored it and stepped into the cave-like, enclosed space. The surrounding rock walls and soil were smooth and crystal clear. The space was so cramped and oppressive that Lin Qian could only hunch over slightly. An oil lamp burned with a pure white flame, and a familiar aroma filled his nostrils. Bang! The door closed automatically, the click of a lock echoing. Lin Qian paused, frowning as he looked at the withered old monk sitting cross-legged on the stone slab before him. He was emaciated, his skin withered and yellow, draped only in a dirty, tattered yellow cloth. His head tilted, he looked as if he had been dead for a long time. But the vague sense of danger reminded Lin Qian that this being was still conscious, though he held no hostility. The old monk's long, white eyebrows were sparse, and his eyelids were so loose that they seemed to hide the bags under his eyes. In his hand, he clutched a string of Buddhist beads that glowed white. Lin Qian took a closer look, and a thought struck him. That long string was actually all spiritual fire seeds. They always say they don't have enough in stock, but there's plenty. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, and Lin Qian sat down before the old monk. He was curious as to why an ancient corpse would aid the authorities, and willingly be imprisoned in this cramped underground cage, supposedly for ages. Shifting his gaze from the fire, Lin Qian slowly raised his head, only to find that the old man before him had silently opened his eyes, his pure black pupils fixed upon him. He narrowed his eyes, meeting the old man's gaze without flinching. The two stared at each other in silence for a long moment, until finally, the old man's eyelids slowly closed. As expected, a hoarse, aged voice echoed through the small room. Lin Qian pricked up his ears, trying to listen closely, but the old man only uttered 2 words, and nothing more. As expected, what? Tell me, he demanded. The old man's fingers moved, fiddling with the fire beads. Someone told me that sooner or later, someone will find me. Presumably, that person must be you. Lin Qian's brow furrowed again, bewildered. What do you mean? Who told you that? He was curious. So many official personnel had come into contact with the other party, so why did they insist they were waiting for him? The old man opened his eyes again, his dark pupils as still as a pool of water. Suddenly, he raised a hand and waved it gently. Whoosh! A ball of pure white spiritual fire ignited in the air. Under the old man's control, the spiritual fire gradually shifted in shape, outlining a figure that Lin Qian knew all too well. The moment he saw that figure, Lin Qian's eyes widened, and he leaped from the ground, his head slamming against the crystallized rock wall above him. His clothes burst into flames and peeled off. Evil Demon. Chapter 336. Lin Qian stared in shock at the pattern outlined by the spiritual fire, his brain buzzing. Evil Demon? How come there's a trace of an evil demon here too? I seen the same image before in Zane's painting. Where did you see it? Lin Qian looked down at the old man and demanded urgently. In a dream? Hearing the other's answer, Lin Qian suddenly understood. It's the same evil demon. He sat down again, his mind in turmoil, suddenly feeling a strange unease. It felt like he walked into a carefully laid trap, his every step a trick. What was the connection between this evil demon in his dream and the one in room 666? Or was it possible that they had been the same person all along? Unusual invasion? Based on the fox spirit tablet enshrined by the Xia family's old ghost, it could be inferred that this world must be hiding many unusual invaders from the beast tribe. However, this group of people can only cultivate beings on the level of Xia family old ghost, and are not even comparable to Lin Qian. But the evil demons are different. Neither Zane nor the strange zombie before him are even close to Xia family old ghost's level. But if the beast tribe is the enemy, and they deployed people like Xia family old ghost to infiltrate official organizations and sabotage them, then what is the evil demon's purpose? Zane possesses formidable destructive power, but his kindness has confined him to a remote town, preventing him from spreading the threat. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Qian's influence, even if he lost control, he would have considered finding an uninhabited island to slowly digest it. This particular zombie before him was even more outrageous. even helping the authorities produce a large number of fire warriors capable of combating the supernatural. From this perspective, the demonic power was actually positive. Is it helping us? When this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qian suddenly felt incredibly ridiculous. The bald monster had reminded him that demonic powers were best at manipulating people's hearts. While this guy was likely no good, at least he didn't seem nearly as dangerous to him as a demonic power. If he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He looked at the old man before him again, only to find he was staring at him. You gain my abilities through my blood. It wasn't a question, but a statement, as if it had known all along. However, this ability only makes me a qualified vessel. My life is about to expire. Now, it's time to pass this fire to a more suitable person. Hearing this, Lin Qian froze. What do you mean? But before he could react, the old man in front of him suddenly looked upwards, his eyes and mouth gradually emitting a pure white light. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, so much so that Lin Qian felt a surge of heat. Hey! What are you doing? I still have questions. What did the evil demon tell you? Hey! Lin Qian's cries were completely ignored. The air was distorted by the scorching heat, and the old man's body suddenly ignited with a raging, pure white flame. This flame was nothing like the gentle spirit fire. It was terrifyingly hot. Suddenly, the old man reached out and grasped Lin Qian's wrist. With a sizzling sound, a terrifying heat surged through the old man's hand and into Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian's expression suddenly became distorted and ferocious. He tried to break free, but his body seemed to be unable to control itself and slowly floated into the air, his back pressed against the rock wall above. Clatter! The spiritual fire, like Buddhist beads, tumbled to the ground, and the oil lamp beside him crackled. Bang, bang, bang. What happened? Lin Qian! Lin Qian! The military police outside tried to open the door, but the interior had melted from the intense heat and was completely unable to unlock it. Frustrated, they pounded it with all their might. But this was called a room, but in reality, it was a prison, unbreakable by ordinary force. As the pure white flames on the old man's body grew weaker, Lin Qian's internal temperature rose. Finally, unable to bear the agitation any longer, he suddenly raised his head. Whoosh! The flames, far more violent than the old monks, filled the narrow space, visibly reddening and deforming the heavy metal door. After a full minute, the flames died away. Lin Qian, naked, fell to the ground with a thud. He looked up in bewilderment, the blazing white in his eyes fading. The old man before him collapsed helplessly to his knees, his head drooping, his entire body crumbling to ash, scattering and falling. Ding! Gaining power. Pure fire. Ding! Source power detected. Spiritual fire branches automatically merging. A system notification chimed in his mind. Unlike the previous ones, this fusion didn't require Lin Qian's consent. The system completed it directly. However, Lin Qian still hadn't grasped the situation, his face still utterly bewildered. No! What's going on? I just wanted to see the source of the fire, but I didn't expect this to happen. Looking at the pile of ashes before him, Lin Qian felt his head pounding. This was too sudden. What the hell did the evil demon tell you? What is it going to do? Lin Qian squatted naked on the ground, scratching his hair in annoyance. Bang! Bang! Just then, there was a sudden, heavy bang on the door. It seemed the military officer outside had unleashed some heavy tool. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly found a new piece of clothing from the storage space and put it on. He looked down, thought for a moment, and decided to pack up the dozen or so spirit fire seeds and take them away. Soon, the rock shattered, and the heavy metal door, still glowing red, collapsed with a bang. Outside, a group of soldiers in protective suits were pushing a massive machine. A military officer nearby cautiously poked his head out, but was stunned by the scene inside. Where's the master? Lin Qian pointed innocently at the pile of ashes. It's not there. Hu Xianbing's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but for a long moment, nothing came out. A cacophony of voices echoed through the communicator, but no one responded. The scene before them completely shattered their understanding. An ancient corpse, recorded as the most dangerous, had been reduced to ash so silently. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Qian was in a state of panic. How could he explain this? He was determined to see it, and after seeing it, this happened. Who would believe it wasn't premeditated? Put yourself in his shoes. Even if he were an official, he probably wouldn't believe it. But he was truly innocent. Look at what this had turned into. Thankfully, with his own strength, he was no longer afraid of misunderstandings, and he didn't have to bother explaining himself. Don't even say I didn't do it on purpose. I'm telling you straight up, I killed him. What can you do to me? Humph. Chapter 337. Pure Fire. All incinerating flame. The ability description suddenly became incredibly simple. Previously, it merely indicated a powerful restraining effect against evil spirits, but now it simply incinerated everything, and the percentages vanished. Closing his eyes, feeling the restless power within him, Lin Qian subconsciously extended a finger, attempting to mobilize it. Whoosh! The next moment, a blazing white flame ignited, the intense heat instantly spreading, illuminating the entire conference room as bright as day. With a bang, a stack of documents 3 meters away from Lin Qian suddenly burst into flames, instantly filling the air with a burning smell. Oh my god! Looking down, he saw his clothes on fire again. Lin Qian quickly retracted his ability, and poured the bubbling water from the glass teacup in front of him onto himself. Steam rose, but he remained unresponsive. Across the huge conference table, nearly 7 or 8 meters away, 6 or 7 high-ranking officials watched this scene, their eyes fixed on a daze, unsure of what to do. They had fully prepared for their meeting with Lin Qian, but they hadn't anticipated a sudden incident that would completely disrupt all their plans. The terrifyingly powerful ancient corpse had voluntarily transferred its abilities to the young man before them, itself reduced to ash. Does this make sense? Watching the group discuss inconclusively for a long time, Lin Qian glanced at the timer and finally couldn't wait any longer. I say, you guys are so long-winded. Just one word. From now on, if any of our cleaners contact you, provide your full support. Leave any paranormal incidents to us. In addition to these, I also provide you with some psychic and solar weapons that can combat supernatural forces as compensation. They're ready to use right away, and the results will definitely be faster than cultivating candles. Lin Qian was truly speechless. He hadn't done anything, yet he still had to take care of these guys' feelings. However, he had indeed gained some benefits, and they were likely worth far more than he imagined. After gaining the Pure Fire ability, the rating on the dashboard changed. Rating: a level 2 supervisor with a complete source level ability. Even with undeveloped attributes, their attack power and survivability are mid-range for supervisors of the same level, and they possess tremendous potential. Before, they had just escaped the bottom of the pack, but now they've suddenly reached mid-range, and that's even without developing their attributes. From the early stages of level 2 to the middle stages of level 2, all thanks to a single ability. How powerful was this Pure Fire? Lin Qian couldn't wait to find a place to test it out. He was so anxious he didn't have time to listen to these ordinary people's chatter. Wait! You can't leave like this until everything's explained? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. Lin Qian paused, his brow raised, and he looked at the bald, middle-aged man who had slammed the table. The intimidating power of pure yang blood radiated unconsciously, and everyone in the conference room felt the overwhelming pressure, their breathing becoming difficult. Gudong. Although the middle-aged man had just met Lin Qian, and was unfamiliar with his temper, he immediately realized he had said the wrong thing, sensing the gazes fixed on him like he was about to die, and his face turned pale. I mean, Xiao Wang. Get the car ready. I personally escort Mr. Lin out. He hurriedly stood up, but his legs were weak, and he nearly fell, barely stabilizing himself by holding onto the conference table. That was quite clever. If it weren't for Lin Qian's terrifying pressure, he had been able to remedy the situation much more quickly. He calmly withdrew his gaze, not arguing with the other party. After this incident, he believed they would be more discerning next time he interacted with these guys. Leaving the conference room, Lin Qian saw two familiar faces, Tang Guan and Kuei Yi. When they saw Lin Qian emerge, they were a little hesitant to approach and speak, merely nodding and smiling politely. But Lin Qian took the initiative to move closer, took in the complicated expressions on their faces, and laughed. What's wrong? Are you two also worried that I'm an alien? At this, Kuei Yi and Tang Guan both smiled awkwardly. Judging from their reactions, it seemed they had actually speculated so. Who knows what Hu Xianbing had said to them? In order to establish communication with Lin Qian, headquarters specifically transferred the two of them over. Kuei Yi, in some ways, benefited from this incident and officially became an official member, serving under Hu Xianbing alongside Tang Guan. However, due to his limited abilities, he couldn't serve as a combat trooper and could only be assigned to support duties. By the way, Kuei Yi, prepare yourself over the next 2 days. My people will arrange surgery for you, Lin Qian said, gesturing towards Kuei Yi's broken leg. Because Zane had easily eliminated most of his competitors, Jiang Jinshan dominated the tech dungeon, boasting a wide selection of weapons and prosthetic limbs. Lin Qian had originally planned to give Kratos a rapid healing potion to heal his broken leg, but before he could find the opportunity, Qin Liang had already devised a plan more suitable for Kratos. Golden right foot reconstruction plan utilizing prosthetic technology from the technological world. Not only would Kratos be able to recover, but he would also gain unprecedented combat power through his prosthetic limb. Forget about fighting. Even escaping with his thrusters fully activated, missiles wouldn't be able to catch up. He could even launch high-explosive missiles, making him practically invincible in this dungeon world. Add to that Kratos' cautious nature, and at least Lin Qian wouldn't have to worry about his safety anymore. Can run, jump, and fly? Kratos' eyes froze at Lin Qian's extravagant description, but before he could express himself, Tang Wan's eyes lit up, unable to contain himself. Actually, my leg's been a bit uncomfortable lately. He feigned a pained frown, bent down, and tapped his thigh joint. But all he received in return was a cold remark from Lin Qian. Go back and put on some plaster. Back at the Infinity Building, safe exploration time had begun. According to his original plan, he immediately returned to Skeleton City to test the effects of his breakthrough item with Brother Snake. However, having just gained a new ability, he couldn't help but think. After some thought, Lin Qian didn't try it out directly in his room, but instead entered the training space through the control panel. Swish! A flash of light, Lin Qian's figure appeared in the training space. The training space was occupied at that moment. The captain of Team 3 and the werewolf were engaged in a fierce battle. It was actually just the werewolf pinning the captain of Team 3 to the ground. The werewolf, wearing no equipment, had a glowing red blood coursing through his arms. That blood transformed into two massive claws, striking left and right. The captain of Team 3 had no chance to fight back. In a moment, the axe in his hand was sent flying. Then the two spotted Lin Qian approaching slowly. The captain of Team 3 didn't even bother to pick up the axe, but quickly saluted respectfully. Brother Qian. Chapter 338. Lin Qian was also surprised to see the two of them, as he remembered Team 3 being in the building 2 days prior. Haven't you been on any missions? He asked curiously. The captain of Team 3 suddenly beamed with pride at the mention of this. Brother Qian, we've exceeded our survival target again, completing it in just a day and a half. Lin Qian was slightly surprised by this. So fast? The efficiency of these guys was unexpectedly high. He glanced at the bloody claws on the werewolf's arms. New ability? The werewolf also eagerly scrambled over, standing side by side with the captain of Team 3, trying his best to straighten his back. Yes, Brother Qian, this ability was integrated into my alien blood ability the moment I acquired it. This guy's speech had become much clearer recently, no longer as hoarse and slurred as before. Okay, don't be nervous. I come over and test your abilities. Since you two are here, come and be my sparring partners. As soon as Lin Qian said this, the two guys' expressions instantly turned from radiant to dejected, and the werewolf's tail drooped. Ah. Us? The captain of Team 3 flinched, as if being called by the teacher in school. How about calling everyone else who's free? He was reluctant, and wanted to drag more people into the water, but Lin Qian ruthlessly refused. Stop talking nonsense. I'm in a hurry. As Lin Qian spoke, he raised a palm, and with a whoosh, a fist-sized ball of blazing white flames rose. The heat permeated the air, but Lin Qian couldn't feel it. However, the captain of Team 3 and the werewolf were startled, especially the werewolf, whose fur visibly curled. Brother Qian, my axe fell over there. Go pick it up first. The captain of Team 3 took the opportunity to flee, leaving the werewolf staring at him in disbelief. He then turned to look at Lin Qian. Qian, Brother Qian. Ah! With a shrill scream and a crackling sound, the werewolf's figure was engulfed in blazing white flames. In the blink of an eye, he was resurrected on the periphery. The captain of Team 3's neck shrank at this, and he began to search for his axe even more intently. Where's my axe? However, Lin Qian ignored his pretense, dodging in close and unleashing a powerful slam dunk with his right hand. Blazing white flames erupted. Whoosh! Because it was so sudden, the captain of Team 3 didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was resurrected on the periphery, his face filled with fear. On the court, Lin Qian frowned at the blazing white flame in his palm. It was powerful, but difficult to control. It could only be used for close-range attacks, not for long-range damage. With a thought, flames began to spread, covering his arms. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then how about this? Raising his hand and swung out, a blood whip as thick as his wrist swung out. However, The sight of the blood whip's appearance stunned Lin Qian. The bloodline had originally been a mere speck of irregular red light, but now it was like magma, covered in crimson spots, and clearly carrying a high temperature. Lin Qian turned and waved towards the two people in the distance, who were trying to minimize their presence. Come, come! The two started at the same time and reluctantly moved forward. But before they could take a few steps, with a whoosh, the blood whip swept over, sending the two flying like spinning tops. Sizzle! Amidst the sizzling sound of barbecue, the screams of the captain of Team 3 and the werewolf vanished, and a light flickered, resurrecting them. The two men's eyes were now glazed over, their expressions unable to cry. I want to escape, but I can't. They both wanted to slap themselves in the face. Why had they chosen this hour to enter the training ground? But just as they were regretting their actions, a light suddenly flashed in the training ground, and the figures of Old Wu and Duan Feng appeared out of nowhere. Pay attention to my movements later. Old Wu was eloquently explaining the key points of martial arts to Duan Feng when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Looking up, he met two pairs of eyes filled with hope and a sense of redemption, an eagerness Old Wu had only seen in the elderly men and women scrambling for free eggs. What is going on? Just as doubts arose in his heart, Lin Qian's gentle voice echoed from behind him. Old Wu, you're just in time. Those two can't do it. Come, practice with me. His expression was frozen, his body visibly stiff. He slowly turned to see Lin Qian, bathed in a blazing white flame, giving him a kind smile. Go find Su Mian and tell him that Brother Qian is waiting for him in the training space. Old Wu was mature and steady. While appearing calm on the surface, he was secretly sending a signal to Duan Feng. Duan Feng understood and gave an okay sign, then vanished in a flash of white light. Then, Brother Qian, our Team 3 will be heading out on a mission soon. Let's. Two guys nearby took advantage of the opportunity and, with a wry smile on their faces, asked Lin Qian for instructions. Go ahead, go ahead. Be careful not to get too cocky. Overachieving 2 missions, and thinking you're invincible is a recipe for disaster. You easily fall flat if you encounter a truly powerful opponent. The captains of Team 3 and the werewolf exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Arrogant? Thinking they were invincible? With a father like you so reassuring, who would think so? But neither of them said anything, fearing that if they left even a second later, Lin Qian would keep them back, and they quickly teleported away. Brother Qian, you're worrying too much. Old Wu sighed, and slowly stepped forward. Lin Qian glanced up at him. You're quite old, so don't call me Brother Qian. Old Wu shook his head. Of course you should. I don't want any special treatment. I just hope you can be gentler with your brother. My old arms and legs can't handle it. Lin Qian was speechless. The training space offers unlimited resurrection. What are you afraid of? Old Wu was even more speechless. Have you ever been resurrected? Lin Qian waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense and spar with me. You have red yang qi, so you should be more resistant to fire. Old Wu raised his hand. Don't worry. I find a sparring partner so you don't get bored. Lin Qian was stunned. What sparring partner? Didn't Duan Feng leave? As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared in the arena. Su Mian strode out excitedly. Brother Qian. What do you want from me? Lin Qian blinked. Who wants you? Su Mian was stunned and turned to look at Old Wu. Brother Qian wants to test his skills on someone, and I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. That single sentence made Su Mian's face turn pale. He looked ashen, and with a trembling hand, he pointed at Old Wu. You? How can you be so selfish? Old Wu smiled kindly. Just then, Lin Qian's voice came from behind. Well, you two are among the strongest. Come on, join forces to fight me. Su Mian turned around in fear. Brother Qian. I didn't. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You're afraid of nothing if you can be resurrected. Before he could finish his words, Old Wu kicked him in the butt, sending Su Mian flying straight towards Lin Qian. Just in time. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and a blazing white flame surged around him. Chapter 339. Ah! Amidst a scream, Su Mian, having experienced the burning firsthand, revived on the periphery. Old Wu. You? We've gotten to know each other well enough, so there's no need to call him Brother Wu. But before he could utter a single curse, a flash of white light flashed beside him, and Old Wu also revived. Su Mian's temper instantly waned, like a deflated ball. In the field, Lin Qian had already transformed his entire body into armor. The jet-black giant's bone armor was coated in a layer of translucent light blue crystal armor, crafted from the crystal skeletons he scavenged from the land of chaos. The black backtail swung, and blazing white flame shot out from the cracks. Lin Qian transformed into a fiery beast, looking like a world boss, a terrifying sight. Go ahead. Old Wu sighed helplessly. Go! Why don't you? Su Mian's eyes widened, and he was about to lash out, but Old Wu actually charged forward. The next second, a flash of white light appeared, and Old Wu returned to Su Mian's side. Your turn. Su Mian opened his mouth, truly at his wit's end. Together. Together. The two charged simultaneously, then revived simultaneously. I just thought I touched Brother Qian's bone armor. Su Mian's face lit up with excitement. Come on, that's my butt. Old Wu, his eyelids drooping, ruthlessly shattered Su Mian's fantasy. Why are you pointing your butt at me? Su Mian was furious. Do you think I want that big tail to slap me and fold me over? Again? Again! A moment later, he revived again. When do you think Brother Qian will finish trying his moves? I don't know. Go ahead. In the trial space, the two charged again and again, only to be instantly killed and revived again and again. Later, they barely spoke anymore, instead focusing on dodging and searching for weaknesses. But facing Lin Qian, who possessed no weaknesses, their efforts were futile. But one had to admire their extraordinary resilience, which allowed them to become the best. Similarly, with their cooperation, Lin Qian's control of his new abilities became increasingly proficient. Finally, he glanced at the timer and called a halt. That's enough. Let's stop here for now. You two very good. Leaving behind a mild compliment, Lin Qian immediately exited the training space. Left behind were Old Wu and Su Mian, staring at each other in stunned silence, before each heaving a sigh of relief. Finally, they made it through. City of Chaos. As soon as Lin Qian pushed open the eternal gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. But he saw a group of familiar colleagues standing obediently by the door, clearly waiting for him. With a creak, the wooden door creaked open, and the doorwoman emerged, heading straight for Snake Brothers' room. Long time no see, Boss Lin. A familiar baby voice echoed through his mind. Lin Qian turned in surprise, just in time to see the puppet sliding down a rope. It had changed its look, using a soda bottle cap as a hat, and a rag it had snatched from somewhere as a cape. It certainly looked much more stylish than its previous, undressed appearance. Faced with a group of eager colleagues, Lin Qian had no choice but to open the permanent door and let them continue their mischief in their territory. But with the puppet in control today, it shouldn't be as chaotic as last time. I have something to do. I come over and play with you guys later. Don't enter my room. After closing the door, Lin Qian immediately used Shadow Walk to enter Snake Brothers' room. Entering the room, he looked up and saw Snake Brothers sitting on the sofa, carefully breaking open a brightly colored mushroom. Lin Qian leaned over to observe carefully, and then saw Snake Brothers stuff half the mushroom into his mouth. He chewed it twice, his expression visibly wrinkled, and his nostrils dilated. Then, his gaze suddenly turned to Lin Qian, his eyes brightening. Huh? For me? Looking at the half mushroom in front of him, Lin Qian was stunned. From Snake Brothers' reaction, he knew it was going to be awful, but Lin Qian didn't want to let Snake Brothers' kindness go to waste. He gritted his teeth, reached out, took it, and tossed it directly into his mouth, crunching it. An indescribable smell filled his mouth, a scent reminiscent of burnt plastic mixed with tree oil. No wonder Snake had just eaten the mask of pain. With a gulp, Lin Qian suppressed his nausea and forcefully swallowed the indestructible mushroom. By the way, this thing shouldn't be poisonous, right? Suddenly remembering this, he was about to ask when he looked up to see Snake suddenly stiffen and fall straight off the sofa. Fuck. Snake. Don't scare me. Lin Qian's eyes widened as he stared at Snake in horror. Quickly, he pulled a rapid healing potion from his storage compartment. I definitely couldn't withstand a poison that could infect Snake. Save myself first, then Snake. Just as he was about to inject himself, Snake suddenly blinked and climbed back up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Lin Qian paused. It wasn't until he saw Snake slowly sit back on the sofa, with Sister Min behind him quietly covering her mouth with a chuckle, that Lin Qian realized he'd been tricked. Who could have imagined that the usually aloof Snake could have such a playful side? Lin Qian wordlessly retracted the healing potion, and then casually retrieved a gleaming bead from his storage compartment. This was the tool for breaking through the first limit of agility. Seeing Snake's attention drawn to the bead, Lin Qian established communication with Snake through Lin Yuan. When he heard Lin Qian say that this item could break through the first limit, Snake's expression shifted noticeably. I'm just not sure if the supervisor can use the limit breaker item. Sister Min also came over. The three of them gathered around the bead, but for a moment, they didn't move. Lin Qian could sense that Sister Min seemed to be communicating with Snake Brother. Finally, Snake Brother seemed to have made a decision. He picked up the bead, hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed it suddenly. With a gulp, Lin Qian could even faintly catch a glimmer of light sliding down Snake Brother's throat. 1 second, 2 seconds. Snake Brother blinked, seemingly bewildered. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Snake Brother's whole body began to spasm violently, his tail rising uncontrollably, shaking like a rattlesnake, leaving an afterimage. It worked! Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Qian's heart finally settled. He had experienced the same thing when he had broken through the first limit of agility, his nerves trembling as if he were losing control, like he was having an epileptic seizure. He took a few steps back, then suddenly realized it was rare to see Snake Brother make a fool of himself. He quickly pulled out a camera and pointed it at Snake Brother, who was breakdancing on the sofa with a slanted look and a crooked mouth. Click! Click! The flash captured Snake Brother's awful appearance in high definition. Lin Qian let out a strange chuckle. Seeing that Snake Brother seemed to be recovering, he quickly put the camera away. Chapter 340. After a long while, Snake finally returned to normal. It shook its head and slowly stood up. It glanced around, its eyes filled with a hint of surprise. Suddenly, its figure vanished into a shadow. Lin Qian, startled, also activated his ultimate speed. At ultimate speed, he could clearly follow Snake's movements. Unlike his own breakthrough, Snake's control over his body was immense. He didn't lose his balance and fall at all. In a flash, he was behind Lin Qian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Qian turned and faced Snake, who was spitting out his tongue. He understood Snake's gratitude without Wu Sheng's help. However, he needed to understand which attribute Snake still hadn't reached its limit. It's actually Constitution. Lin Qian hadn't expected this. Judging from Snake's size and usual fighting style, he had always assumed he was a strength-focused warrior. He hadn't expected that besides strength, the other attribute he could push beyond its limits was spirit. No wonder the puppet was clearly wary of Snake. The bald monster had said that spirit was the most unique of the 4 attributes, and that different breakthrough methods conferred different abilities. Speaking of which, he had yet to truly witness Snake's true combat, nor had he witnessed the puppet. But if these 2 level 3 supervisors could unleash their full power, he probably wouldn't be able to just stand by and watch. He might even be caught in the crossfire. Sigh, when will I finally become a level 3 supervisor? A sigh. Snake, wait! I get you another item to push through Constitution. While he couldn't do that right now, he could cultivate a fighter skilled in 4 different areas. After summoning Sister Min and returning to his room through the permanent door, Lin Qian left with a slightly apologetic air under the expectant gazes of his colleagues. Wait a little longer. Boss Lin said he'd play with us after he's done. The puppet was maintaining order like a kindergarten monitor. Hey! Don't drink all the water in the hot spring. Brother Catfish was scolded again. He took a physical breakthrough item from Su Mian and returned to Skeleton City to give it to Brother Snake. This time, Lin Qian didn't wait for Brother Snake to digest it. Since he was certain the supervisor could reach a breakthrough, he wasn't worried anymore. Wait another 18 days, until Brother Snake's 4 attributes are all at 1,000. Wouldn't I be able to walk freely in the City of Chaos? Lin Qian placed his hands on his hips, imagining a future outing with Brother Snake as his bodyguard. To this day, Lin Qian had never seen a level 4 supervisor. After all, level 3 was a rarity in Skeleton City. When asked about the puppet, it said it had seen a level 4 supervisor once before, but couldn't clearly describe his appearance, as if its memory was fuzzy. I hope Brother Snake can quickly advance to level 4 and help me blaze a trail. Lin Qian felt that at his current rate of advancement, level 3 definitely wasn't the end. Back in the room, surrounded by his eager colleagues, Lin Qian comforted them while pulling out a stack of unused room amenity cards. Don't worry, don't worry. Come, let me take a closer look at this. A bed with a huge beast's mouth? That sounds a bit strange. Select and use. With a flash of white light, a lifelike, gaping beast appeared out of thin air, complete with fangs, scales, a scarlet tongue, and even the faint sound of breathing and a warm breath. This scene startled several nearby supervisors, and the owl's feathers stood on end, nearly attacking. It wasn't until Lin Qian explained through the puppet that this was a bed that everyone relaxed. Just then, a sudden clattering sound came from behind him. Lin Qian instinctively turned around and saw the dripping catfish, as if he had spotted something precious. He suddenly accelerated, leaped mid-slide, and slid through the air in a graceful arc, landing precisely into the beast's gaping maw. Roar! As the catfish landed on the beast's tongue, the beast's bed suddenly began to tremble. With a remarkably realistic roar, the maw slowly closed, trapping the catfish inside. Are you okay? Lin Qian asked hurriedly, gazing at the lifelike beast. It's fine. It said it's warm inside and loves it. Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly, not bothering to pay attention to the silly catfish, and continuing to flip through the facility card in his hand. Force dummy, huh? This seems kind of useful. After selecting it, another flash of white light appeared, and a wide-top, narrow-bottomed dummy appeared next to the beast's enormous bed. The dummy was attached to a heavy base, had no legs, and its lower body was made of an enormous spring. Its upper body was incredibly muscular, bald, and its provocative, punch-worthy expression made one's hands itch. Lin Qian was stunned. The things produced by this system were truly extraordinary. At first glance, he mistaken them for real people. The workmanship, the details. He reached out and pressed the dummy's nose, discovering it wasn't soft, but actually contained bones. However, the moment he touched the dummy, something unexpected happened. TSK. Take your filthy hands off me. Don't touch me. The dummy raised its eyelids, revealing a look of disdain, its tone sounding incredibly provocative. Huh? Lin Qian was stunned. Can it talk? Alive? He withdrew his hand, only to find the dummy had returned to its original state, unresponsive to any probing. He reached out to touch it again, and sure enough, the dummy reacted. Hey! What are you doing? Are you sick? Get out. The dummy frowned, squinted at Lin Qian, and even rolled his eyes. Ah! Lin Qian, intrigued, raised his hand, and slapped it in the face. The dummy's springs wobbled slightly, and it shook its head, still looking at Lin Qian with utter disdain. Is that all you can do? Haven't eaten yet? Tickling Grandpa? Just then, the stitched monster beside him couldn't help but rub his hands together. Seeing that everyone seemed very interested, Lin Qian stepped aside to let his colleagues play first. Just then, the puppet's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This thing speaks without me having to translate. Any race can understand it. Lin Qian was shocked upon hearing this. He had thought he was the only one who could understand it. No wonder the colleagues behind him had such bright eyes. Things produced by the system are truly extraordinary. Just then, the stitched monster unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a dull thud, the puppet fell backward in an arc, finally bouncing back with a trembling sound. Haha, you do have some silly strength, but it's not enough to hurt me, Grandpa. Go back, kid, and don't embarrass yourself, okay? The already grumpy Stitcher's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand again, and with a humming sound, a massive ring of power appeared. Lin Qian's hair fluttered in the terrifying force. Holy crap! He hadn't used the ring of power before when fighting the three beastmen, but he was easily provoked by a mouthy dummy and resorted to real action. Chapter 341. The wheel-sized ring of power made Lin Qian's eyelids twitch. The stitched monster roared, its muscles throbbing as it launched a powerful punch at the dummy. Bang! The moment its fist made contact with the dummy, the air exploded into a dense white mist. A sharp gust of wind whipped the dummy backward, slamming it against the ground. Then it rebounded, swaying for a long time before returning to its original position. Unscathed, everyone stared at the dummy in amazement, awaiting its response. However, the dummy simply glanced at the stitched monster with disdain. TSK! Roar! Instantly, the stitched monster went berserk, slamming its fists into its chest, and a black aura began to spread. Lin Qian, noticing something was amiss, quickly stepped forward to intervene. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Why are you fighting with it? But as he finished his words, the dummy spoke again. Yo! You little weakling, you're trying to stop someone. More than the content, the contempt and mockery in the tone were even more unbearable. Lin Qian's forehead veins bulged, and he turned and raised his fist. Buzz! A ring of power emerged. Bang! The punch landed, but the force was nowhere near as strong as the Stitcher's previous strike. The dummy merely leaned back halfway before bouncing back in a sly manner. Ha ha! The dummy didn't even say anything, just a contemptuous laugh. Lin Qian felt a surge of anger well up in his heart, uncontrollable. Then, a sudden sense of coolness washed over his mind, and the anger subsided instantly. Lin Qian was stunned. What's going on? The stone heart has been triggered? Opening the panel, he saw that the Titan's power had unknowingly reached 100%. Wow! He stared at the seemingly infuriating dummy in front of him with wide eyes. If that's the case, this is a treasure. I just don't know if it was the dummy's enrage that triggered Stoneheart, or the Titan's rage after it was fully charged. The last time Lin Qianqi reached full power, he had immediately unleashed his ultimate attack, without even having the chance to test it. Leaving the dummy to his colleagues to beat up, Lin Qian continued to set up other facilities. Mini-Sun? Use? With a swish, a powerful beam of light erupted, and Lin Qian instinctively shielded his eyes. A mini-sun the size of a basketball floated in the air, its intense heat spreading. Several colleagues nearby, struggling with the dummy, immediately retreated. Only Lin Qian, possessing the incombustible trait, remained unmoved. With a thought, the mini-sun's brightness and temperature could be adjusted, just like adjusting the view outside the window. Gradually, the white light shone red, gradually dimming, and a warm glow like the setting sun illuminated the entire room. With a gentle push, the mini-sun floated away, as light as a balloon. Gravity arena? Use? With another swish, a massive stone arena appeared out of thin air, surrounded by 8 stone pillars reaching all the way to the roof. While seemingly unfenced, reaching out to touch them revealed a powerful repulsive force. 2 diagonal entrances allowed the user to manipulate gravity with their thoughts, increasing or decreasing it at will. The lizard, who also possessed the ability to manipulate gravity, was intrigued by this device. It entered the arena through the entrance, but before it could even find its footing, it was levitating. Upon seeing this scene, the other colleagues immediately abandoned the force-measuring dummies and entered the arena one after another. The owl, in particular, flapped its wings gently and soared to the very top. It seemed as if it hadn't enjoyed the feeling of flight in ages, and refused to come down. Remarkably, not only the supervisors, but even Lin Qian was intrigued by these amazing facilities. Glacier waterfall? Use it. A flash of white light, the sound of rushing water echoed in the corner, and a large amount of cold air spread, actually forming a waterfall. Except for the stitched monster still battling the dummy, the catfish sleeping in the beast's bed, and the owl and lizard remaining on the gravity arena, the remaining colleagues swarmed to the glacial waterfall to watch. However, just as one of them was about to dive into the waterfall to investigate, all the supervisors vanished in a flash. Lin Qian glanced at the timer. The safe exploration period was over, and it was time for the supervisors to go to work. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Qian selected a few more interesting-sounding installations, set them up, and used partition walls to create several sections to minimize noise. Then, he returned to his bedroom. Oh, I really should get some fire-immune clothing. After changing out of his clothes, which had been scorched by the mini-sun, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't afraid of fire, but his clothes weren't. He was so proud, he couldn't be forced to run around naked every now and then. A glance at the private chat screen revealed no news from Yin Sheng. He must be working on something, so Lin Qian didn't rush him, lest he overwhelm him. At this moment, a nameless fire rose in his heart again, a surge of rage that surged for no apparent reason. But before it could erupt, Stoneheart forcibly suppressed it again. Lin Qian's brows had just furrowed, then immediately softened. It was confirmed that the dummy wasn't affecting his mind, but rather a side effect of the giant's power reaching 100%. He hadn't expected Stoneheart to be able to suppress even this side effect. It seemed he had underestimated this talent. Furthermore, this phenomenon indirectly demonstrated the terrifying side effects of giant's power. You know, not every level of mental attack could trigger Stoneheart. Previously, when Lin Qian was in Qingzhou City, he would occasionally become irritable when giant's power reached over 70%, but it had never triggered Stoneheart. But now, after reaching 100%, it had already triggered twice in less than half an hour. Judging by the intensity, if it weren't for the Stoneheart talent protecting him, Lin Qian would likely become a powder keg prone to explosions due to the side effects of giant's power, his sanity rapidly plummeting. He carefully checked the panel, confirming that he was now in his prime. Lin Qian retrieved the Jinchuan broadsword from his storage space and slung it over his shoulder. With his other hand, he pulled out a translucent card. Infinite Boxing Championship ticket. Since the Titan's power is fully charged, let's get started. Since he already learned from the bald monster that the Infinite Boxing Championship wouldn't kill anyone, Lin Qian had no further concerns. Use? With a flicker of his mind, the card in his hand dissipated in a flash of white light. Followed by, Lin Qian's body vanished into a flash of white light. The world spun around, and the feeling of weightlessness vanished. He finally stepped on something real. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian was stunned. It was completely different from what he imagined. It wasn't a ring, it wasn't an arena, and there were no spectators. Rather, it resembled a training space, pure white. Chapter 342. In his vision, a boundless expanse of pure white stretched as far as the eye could see, empty and devoid of anything. Lin Qian frowned and glanced around. Just as he turned, a figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by ripples in the air like water. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively took a step back, creating some distance between him and the figure before him. "Hello, contestant." A voice rang out, a magnetic and gentle female voice that seemed to subconsciously evoke a sense of familiarity. However, the figure before him was not human at all. It wore a white robe with a stand-up collar, the hem trailing the ground like a skirt. Its hands were folded and tucked into its sleeves. Above the straight, trumpet-shaped collar, a white crystal floated unsupported in the air. Yes, there was no head, only an irregular, columnar crystal, about the thickness of a forearm and about 30 centimeters long. The white glow wasn't very bright, about the same level as an energy-saving light bulb, but Lin Qian could clearly detect the dust-like white particles floating around the crystal. Furthermore, unlike the bald monster and the evil demon, this creature was clearly very close to Lin Qian, yet Lin Qian's senses were completely oblivious to its presence, as if everything before him were an illusion, a false one. At the same time, Lin Qian also noticed something unusual about himself. He had expected the Jinchuan broadsword not to be brought in, but he was somewhat surprised to find that he had changed into the same white outfit he had worn when he first entered the Infinity Building. Reaching out to touch it, the soft fabric made a subtle rustling sound, unreliable. "Hello, contestant?" As if it had been ignored for too long, the crystal man spoke again, still with that magnetic and gentle female voice. "Hello." Lin Qian responded calmly. "Are you ready to start?" Lin Qian frowned. "Ready to start right away? This is my first time participating. Can you explain the rules to me?" The crystal man slid slowly to the side like a ghost. "Of course. Are you ready to listen carefully?" Lin Qian nodded slightly. "I'm ready, go ahead." However, as his voice fell, the scene in front of him suddenly began to distort and change. Then, "Let's start!" A flash of orange-red light appeared. When Lin Qian came to his senses, he found himself in a square, enclosed space. The walls were khaki stone bricks, with traces of time. 1A number appeared in front of his eyes, and then disappeared. Swish! A white beam of light penetrated his vision from top to bottom on the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, an old wooden puppet appeared, its body covered in the marks of knife and axe cuts. Without a start, without a countdown, the wooden puppet, upon its appearance, trudged towards Lin Qian with clumsy steps. After waiting for the promised rules explanation for a long time, Lin Qian sighed helplessly. "Then let's get started." He advanced at the same pace. Having been constantly dealing with puppets recently, Lin Qian didn't sense the danger of the puppet before him, but he remained extremely vigilant. As he took a step, his armor transforming ability activated, fully arming the giant with bone and crystal armor. He spun around, his black back tail roaring and sweeping out. "Don't rush into direct contact. Let's test it from a distance first." Bang! A muffled sound. Crash! The puppet in front of him was instantly shattered into pieces, its body even turning into dust. Lin Qian's eyes fixed, and he quickly turned back, fearing that he would be contaminated by some curse. Then, he saw the puppet fragments quickly turn into white light and disappear, and a number appeared in front of him again. 2. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of light flashed in succession, and 3 puppets identical to the previous one stepped forward in the same rhythm. Lin Qian's eyelids gradually drooped. Waving his hand, a blood whip with a burning red spot was swung out with force. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 puppets shattered in response. 3 The number in front of him changed again. Now Lin Qian was sure that these puppets in front of him were truly weaklings, and were not strong enough for him to take real action. 10 beams of light, 10 puppets, but the treatment remained the same, still a single sweep to solve them. For each level took almost a few dozen seconds, and the difficulty was so low that Lin Qian was a little uncomfortable. No, that's it. Thinking about how he had just been nervous about these guys, Lin Qian felt ridiculous. Soon, at the 4th level, the beam of light became 1. They were still puppets, but their bodies had changed significantly, becoming taller and thicker, looking much stronger, and no longer looking like they would fall apart at any moment when they walked. However, bang! A tail whipped over, and wood chips flew. 5 3 giant puppets. Bang! 6 bang. 7 They had changed, iron puppets. Bang! Shriveled and deformed, the joints literally fell off. The workmanship is average. 8, 9, 10 ding. Choose to end and return with your rewards. Current reward, 3 free attribute points. Oh! As the giant metal puppet in the 10th level fell to the ground, a system prompt suddenly popped up before Lin Qian's eyes. End? 3 free attribute points? To send away beggars? Lin Qian rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, chose to continue. However, as this system prompt appeared, he gradually grasped the rules of this infinite boxing championship. It seemed that at certain points, one could choose to quit or continue. If they quit, they could leave with their accumulated rewards. If they chose to continue, they would take on greater risks for greater rewards. If they accidentally died, they would most likely gain nothing. While he was thinking, the scene shifted again. With a swish, a vast expanse appeared before Lin Qian's eyes, blue sky, white clouds, and the fragrance of green grass. A thick beam of light penetrated through, and a huge white wolf was staring at him fiercely. 11 Lin Qian silently retracted his armor-transforming ability, and his loose white clothes rustled in the wind. Although he had completed the first 10 levels in 1 second, Lin Qian realized a problem. His physical strength had not recovered at all as the levels progressed. This showed that this competition did not only test combat ability, but endurance was perhaps even more important. Coincidentally, when it came to protracted battles, Lin Qian was a professional marathon runner. Fighting, eating, and recovering at the same time was exactly his strength. After confirming that the storage space could not be opened, Lin Qian's eyes changed when he looked at the giant wolf in front of him. The giant wolf seemed to have sensed the danger, and its back arched high, and it began to slowly retreat. Come here! However, under the cover of the bloodline, it could only become Lin Qian's nutrients in the end, and died with hatred. Chi-Chi. Chapter 343. 21 The scene changed, and they entered the desert. The 5-meter-tall rock giant had a weak point in its chest. With Lin Qian's strength, he could completely ignore the hardness of the rock. With his focused vision, he keenly sensed the location of the glowing core. He lowered his body, and his black backtail shot out like a spear, piercing through the core of the rock giant and turning it into powder without mercy. 22 Retracting his gaze, although Lin Qian's physical strength was still full, he was no longer as contemptuous as before. The strength of the targets he was fighting was increasing, and now it had reached a level where he could no longer kill them easily. What was even more terrible was that the flesh and blood monsters were too rare, and he could not replenish them in time. If he continued, his physical strength would begin to deplete rapidly. What made him even more uneasy was that after the 20th level, there was no exit prompt like the 10th level, which meant that the exit node would be delayed. 50? Or 100? Lin Qian was not sure. The battle continued. A mummy with sand flowing through its bandages, a giant crab with a two-tailed shell gleaming with a quenched blue light, and a giant vulture that could stir up dust with a single flap of its wings. 31 Still no exit prompt. The scene changed again. The temperature dropped suddenly, snowflakes fell, and all that was white was snow. This scene was somewhat familiar, reminding Lin Qian of the treasure chest room he had entered when he obtained the ice crystal armor. However, there was no cave here, only an endless flat ice field. Swish! Suddenly, a dazzling silver light penetrated the ice, and the ice layer roared. Lin Qian was stunned. It was not a white light. It was obvious that the opponent this time was definitely unusual. Roar! The next moment, a ferocious roar whipped up a whirlwind of snow, sweeping in all directions. Boom! 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 Lin Qian squinted his eyes, seeing a massive black shadow hurtling towards him from the storm. It was a giant bear covered in ice armor, its white fur stained blood, its eyes gray, its body riddled with wounds, yet still covered by its thick, icy armor. In a moment, the giant bear charged in front of Lin Qian, tilting its head and opening its bloody maw, ready to tear at his neck. Buzz! But what greeted him was a faint rumble in the air, followed by a simple punch from Lin Qian, imbued with a ring of power. Bang! The air trembled, the ice armor shattered, and the giant bear's head exploded. Having finally encountered a living creature, Lin Qian naturally didn't want to waste it. Blood shot out, rapidly penetrating the giant bear's body, and began to replenish it. Sizzle! A large amount of smoke rose, but after a few seconds, the giant bear was deemed dead, and its shrunken corpse turned into a white light and disappeared. His physical strength had recovered a lot, but the monster's strength had reached a level that could not be killed instantly without using skills. It was a mixed blessing. 33 It was still a white beam of light. It seemed that the beams of light of other colors were just accidental. The ice giant, like the rock giant, had a weak core, but the dark blue ice crystal was much harder than the layered rock. Lin Qian did not use the ring of power to smash it hard, but used the pure fire. Under the effect of burning the body, the high temperature spread. He even just approached and the ice giant melted visibly. It was easily dealt with. 41 The scene changed again, the light disappeared, and the environment was dark, but this had no effect on Lin Qian, who possessed the shadow core. He began to fight some cursed creatures, skeleton cavalry, and incorporeal evil spirits, but under the effect of the pure fire, these strange creatures were almost instantly cremated. Some of them even combusted from a distance without Lin Qian even getting close, and they felt bigger than the ice field. 49 Swish. A golden beam of light penetrated, and Lin Qian immediately became alert. However, when the golden light faded, he was slightly stunned when he saw the familiar figure opposite him. Oh my god! Werewolf. Although they were both werewolves, this one was much more ferocious than the one he knew, and much larger in size, dirty, and had a scar on one eye. Woo! A loud and clear wolf howl echoed, and the werewolf in front of him suddenly moved. It moved with incredible speed, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the ground. It accelerated, leaped high, and brought down its claws, crisscrossing, charging straight at Lin Qian to shred him. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. This creature's speed was almost reaching the limit, but it was only approaching. The gap between him and someone who had already reached the limit was still significant. He stepped back to avoid the attack, raised his fist, and with a whoosh, a blazing white flame erupted, smashing down hard on the werewolf's head. Bang! Awoo! With one blow, the flames erupted, and the werewolf, like high-quality fuel, was quickly engulfed and covered in the blazing white flames. Finally, amidst a howl of agony, it was reduced to ash. Lin Qian had underestimated the lethality of the pure fire, and was not quite sure what a source-level ability meant. He had intended to save some flesh and blood to replenish his stamina, but he was burned to ashes after exerting too much force. It's all your fault. You don't have the strength to make a boss-level appearance. Lin Qian complained to the ash that disappeared in white light, and then turned his attention to the opponent at the 50th level. The silver light column fell, and Lin Qian pressed forward without even waiting to see what the opponent looked like. He punched down with the pure fire and easily defeated him. However, the expected escape prompt still did not appear. Damn, after 10, it's directly 100? Lin Qian had a deep foundation and could still withstand it, but if it were anyone else, they would probably have been defeated long ago. 51 The scene changed again, but this time Lin Qian felt something unusual. He felt a long-lost sense of weightlessness, and his eyes were filled with red light. Previously, the scene had always been based on him, but this time, he was the target of the teleportation. The next second, Lin Qian suddenly felt himself stepping on something soft. Then, the red light obscuring his vision vanished, and his vision cleared. The wind howled, the sun glared above, and around him, a thick foggy cloud. Looking down, Lin Qian discovered he was standing on a giant bubble. His feet were deeply sunken due to his excessive weight, but the bubble was large and resilient enough to avoid any risk of rupture. Steadying himself, he looked up and around, vaguely visible numerous bubbles of varying sizes hidden within the surrounding clouds, all capable of serving as footholds. What kind of infernal terrain is this? Without the ability to fly and unable to use his storage space, Lin Qian inevitably felt a sense of unease. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, waiting for the beam of light to descend, a figure in the distance startled him. What's going on? Other contestants? Chapter 344. Narrowing his eyes and focusing his vision, everything around him began to become clear. The figure was petite, draped in a hooded cloak. Lin Qian initially thought it was a survivor from his group, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the half of the face exposed to the air was translucent and glowed with a faint lavender light. It was likely a new species he had never seen before. However, while Lin Qian was observing his opponent, they were also observing him. I didn't expect to encounter a survivor challenge so soon. But thankfully, we didn't run into those savage beast men, otherwise we would have wasted this precious opportunity. It seems the species on the other side is new. Are they the newest survivors? From what those disqualified survivors have told me, this group of survivors seems incredibly numerous, even several times larger than the original beast men. With time, they'd likely become a formidable force within the Infinity Tower. A newcomer in the protection period actually made it all the way to level 50. But reaching that point should be the limit. He's just a newcomer, after all. Since he doesn't have the strength to fight anymore, this is a rare opportunity to recuperate. The petite figure let out a long breath and slowly removed her hood, revealing translucent, crystal clear skin and smooth hair that reflected light like crystal. There were scattered spots on her cheeks that kept changing color, her eyes glowed with colorful light, and her ears looked like 3 overlapping leaves. Her overall appearance was very similar to that of a human, except that her translucent body was like a neon light, and was extremely eye-catching. Lin Qian had never expected that. Even as he cautiously watched, the lantern figure in the distance would sit down, oblivious to the crowd, his eyes closed, a faint turbulence of air flowing around him. What does this mean? Charging up for a powerful attack? But Lin Qian didn't sense any danger. He still trusted his instincts. Try rolling up a shadow lightning spear. Out of caution, Lin Qian didn't rush in, but instead used the shadow lightning spear. Raising his hand, violent black lightning converged. However, while this ability had once been incredibly powerful in the hands of the giant knight, it had never been fully utilized in Lin Qian's hands. The lightning spear's size had shrunk significantly, now only the size of a short spear, and its attack range and power were greatly reduced. Since obtaining the Ring of Power, Lin Qian had removed it from his primary damage-dealing skills, relegating it to a secondary role, becoming a tool for testing the opponent's strength. I have to ask Snake Brother's sister how to increase shadow energy when I get a chance. His mind wandered, but he hurled the shadow lightning spear without hesitation. Swish! The air trembled. The lantern-like figure instantly sensed danger and jerked its head upward, just in time to see Lin Qian unleash the shadow lightning spear. Shadow power? A newcomer has actually acquired this level of power. It's truly rare. No wonder he's reached the 50th floor. Surprised, but not the least bit panicked. Just as the shadow lightning spear was about to strike, her figure suddenly lurched. She seemed to be standing still, but the shadow lightning spear pierced through her form and fell backwards, blasting a bubble with a snap. Lin Qian saw her movement, a glint of light in his eyes. Extreme speed. Finally, a limit-breaking opponent. I'm just not sure how many of his attributes have been breached. Lin Qian was on high alert, and the opponent didn't dare ignore him any longer. A single shot of the shadow lightning spear had already proven Lin Qian's threat. Sorry. Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice rang out from the other side, tinged with resignation. If we want to continue, we have no choice but to finish you off quickly. I hope you have better luck next time. You're quite good, making it this far within the protection period. I remember my first time participating in the Infinite Boxing Championship. I was eliminated at the 29th round, just after leaving the protection period. Your talent is far superior to mine. This person was a chatterbox, and as she spoke, she even seemed to be comforting Lin Qian. But as her last words fell, an erratic voice appeared behind Lin Qian. A black robe billowed, and a deep blue dagger stabbed straight for Lin Qian's neck. Goodbye. A gentle smile crossed her face, her eyes filled with confidence. Lin Qian showed no sign of turning back, clearly unaware of her sneak attack. But, dang! With a crisp sound, the sharp dagger struck a hard surface, shifting its angle and sliding forward. What? A completely unexpected scene unfolded. Within the luminous woman's sight, a hideous bone armor quickly emerged from Lin Qian's neck, covering half of his face. The translucent crystal layer above remained untouched, leaving not even a scratch. The blow she had so proudly struck had inflicted no harm. Snap! With immense force, Lin Qian's grip, like an iron clamp, gripped the glowing woman's wrist tightly. Simultaneously, numerous blood veins erupted, wrapping around her limbs from various angles. Based on his recent observations, he suspected her agility might even be slightly higher than his own. Furthermore, shadow walk wasn't possible in this location. If she managed to escape, it would likely take considerable effort to capture her. Sizzle! After acquiring the pure fire, the blood veins underwent a dramatic change. The moment they made contact with the glowing woman's body, a sizzling sound like a branding iron scorched the air. Ah! A shrill scream erupted, and a cloud of steam filled the air. It's so hot! It hurts! Ah, I'm dying! The glowing woman's spine seemed to have been ripped out. Her body went limp, and she collapsed, wailing incoherently. Ouch! What bad luck! Ouch! Monster! Monster! Lin Qian was speechless. This scene before him didn't seem to match the battle scene he had imagined. It couldn't be his fault. The powerful beastmen I met before weren't like him. Although he felt this guy was mentally unstable, Lin Qian refused to miss any opportunity to obtain intelligence. What's your number? He slowed down his bloodline strangulation and asked. Huh? The glowing woman was stunned. After the competition, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Lin Qian always liked to get straight to the point. If it was okay, it was okay. If it wasn't, it wasn't. Of course it cost you. Lin Qian felt that no matter what the other party's price was, it would be much more conscientious than the profiteer who offered 100 gold coins right off the bat. Chapter 345. Can you let me go first? The glowing woman looked like a boiling bubble, her entire body aglow red, her crystal clear skin turning cloudy. Her voice was extremely weak. Of course not. Lin Qian refused without a second thought. In any other scenario, it would be fine, but he lacked the ability to fly, nor could he perform shadow walk. Furthermore, his bloodline had undergone a strange change, its temperature rising incredibly high. If this person pierced the bubble beneath his feet with a single blow, he might actually be in serious trouble. Seeing the glowing woman discuss the terms, Lin Qian had already begun to consider giving up. With a thought, his bloodline began to accelerate and strangle him. He had already roughly assessed the glowing woman's strength. Aside from her speed, her other physical qualities were abysmal, with virtually no defense. Stop! Stop it! I'm saying 311702, that's my number. Unexpectedly, the next second, the glowing woman, unable to withstand the bloodline strangulation, suddenly called out her number in a hurried voice. Lin Qian was stunned. 311? A 3-digit area code. As expected. He controlled his health line to stop strangling, then took advantage of the situation to press his question. Is the next exit point for this infinite boxing championship at level 100? Yes, that should be easy to guess. The glowing woman blinked, and a sudden surge of blue light surged within her. A chill permeated her, and she visibly regained her vitality. What about after level 100? Will there be an exit point every 100, or? Hearing Lin Qian's question, the glowing woman's gaze shifted slightly. You're a newcomer, yet you're so ambitious you're already eyeing the rewards after level 100. She only flinched when she saw Lin Qian's cold gaze. But I suggest you stop once you reach level 100, because the next exit point is level 1000. Only those terrifying leaders can do that. Speaking of which, to have achieved such formidable strength within the protection period, you're undoubtedly the undisputed leader of this new race. But after all, you've experienced so few missions, and haven't fully developed yet, so you should be cautious in your decisions. The rewards for level 100 are already generous. I participated so many times, and I've only gotten them once by sheer luck. She sighed helplessly. Last time, I encountered the beast tribe at level 70, and this time, I encountered a monster at level 50. It seems my luck has run out. Lin Qian remained silent, listening quietly to her chatter, sifting through the useful information. What do the different colored beams of light represent? Seeing she fell silent, Lin Qian pressed the issue. Ouch. I can't hold it anymore, it's so hot. But as the blue light faded, the glowing woman began to slump down again, like an invertebrate. Can you throw me down? I've never experienced falling to my death before. She forced her eyelids open, and looked at Lin Qian, with a hint of hope, completely ignoring the previous question. Seeing her half-dead appearance, Lin Qian knew he had nothing to ask. After some thought, and out of absolute confidence in his own abilities, Lin Qian agreed to her request. With a wave of his hand, the blood lined directly through the glowing woman down heavily. Oh! There's nothing down here. How long will I fall? Woohoo! Awesome! A scream followed by a faint cheer that grew farther and farther away. Lin Qian remained alert, wary of a possible sneak attack, but it turned out that he had overthought. Swish, the field of view changed again. 52. Lin Qian was somewhat speechless. The 3-digit area number indicated that they were one of the earliest survivors. How could such a fool exist? How did she manage to survive in the cruel infinity building? Come to think of it, the shaman seemed to have mentioned that there were glowing races in the area it supervised. I wonder if that's the case. A silver light fell, and Lin Qian gathered his thoughts, and began to concentrate on the battle. 57. The opponent's strength had increased significantly, but under the powerful lethality of the pure fire, most of them could still be killed instantly. 65. Another golden beam descended, and a humanoid monster, its body tangled like tree roots, stumbled out. Holding a wooden staff about 2 or 3 meters long, a strange green sphere hung from the top, constantly shrinking and expanding. The moment it appeared, it began to shake the staff, a yellow-green light swirling around. As it struck the ground heavily, a large number of poisonous substances suddenly emerged from the surroundings, instantly obscuring vision. Another mini-boss. After clearing so many levels, Lin Qian had already roughly figured out the meaning of the color of the beam. White represented ordinary monsters, silver was considered an elite monster, and gold was a boss-level monster, with the strength increasing in sequence. For example, the werewolf I encountered before, The ordinary monsters on the 60-story floor now can't compare to that thing. I just don't know if there will be any special rewards. The shadows spread, and the body sank quickly. Using shadow walking, he quickly approached the position of the wooden man. In an instant, he arrived and broke out of the shadow. Just in time, he saw the wooden man in front of him. He held his breath, and a white flame ignited. He didn't need the power ring at all. He just punched it with an ordinary punch. The wooden man was instantly engulfed by the flames. After a few seconds of break dancing, it crackled and turned into ashes. Under the effect of attribute restraint, Lin Qian even felt that it was easier than dealing with an ordinary monster. 66 Elite Monster, a giant toad that can spit acid. Naturally, Lin Qian would not waste its rare flesh and blood. He absorbed it completely. 71 The familiar feeling of weightlessness came again, and his vision was occupied by red light. Another survivor confrontation level. Having experienced it once before, Lin Qian immediately realized that he was about to face another unknown survivor, and his heart was alert. Soon, the feeling of weightlessness and the red glow vanished. Lin Qian looked up and found himself on an island. The island was small, less than 1,000 square meters, with a sandy beach, a few scattered, unnamed trees, and 2 enormous shells on the shore. Across from him, a massive black figure stared motionlessly at Lin Qian. It resembled a gorilla, but without hair. Instead, its body was covered in jet-black scales, glistening in the sunlight. A mild sense of danger washed over him, and Lin Qian frowned. He activated his armor-transforming ability, rapidly forming a giant bone armor and crystal armor coating. Without words, without communication, after a brief stalemate, Lin Qian and the black-scaled gorilla moved almost simultaneously. A burst of power sent sand and earth flying, and 2 afterimages swept past before colliding. Boom! Chapter 346. The pure force of the collision rippled the air, sending waves cascading down the surrounding sea. The 2 sides retreated simultaneously after a moment of contact. Their strength was evenly matched, but Lin Qian's crystal-plated bone armor had nicked the scales on the black-scaled gorilla's chest, causing it to grimace in pain. Armor-transforming abilities? Disgusting. The Infinite Boxing Championship should ban all such abilities. The black-scaled gorilla muttered in a muffled voice. Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't you tell me you were covered in scales? The gorilla's eyes narrowed. This is part of me. Lin Qian swung his massive black-backed tail. This is also part of me. Alright. Watch me smash your shell. The gorilla slammed the ground hard, accelerating towards him again. Buzz. This time, it activated the Ring of Power. Ha! Lin Qian sneered, leaning forward slightly and activating his burning body. Pure fire instantly erupted through the cracks in his armor, quickly enveloping his entire body. The gorilla, noticing something was wrong, stomped on the sand to break, but it was too late. Lin Qian activated his ultimate speed, closing in on the gorilla in a flash. With a humming sound, he slammed down with a fist also imbued with the Ring of Power. Bang! The gorilla's body lost its balance in midair, its head slamming into the ground like a pendulum. Blood spurted, and a tooth broke. However, how could Lin Qian let him go so easily? The bloodline enveloped him, tightly entwining him. With a push of his hands, he enveloped him with pure fire. Ouch! With a shrill scream, like someone stepping on a dog's tail, the gorilla wailed in agony from the roasting. It was a relief to see it had no hair, otherwise it would have ignited instantly. Amidst the crackling sound, large black scales visibly flipped up and fell to the ground. Seeing his defenses easily broken, Lin Qian manipulated his bloodlines to pierce his flesh. If the bloodlines could penetrate his internal organs, the battle would be over. But at that moment, the gorilla's body suddenly trembled strangely. The next moment, with a humming sound, a powerful impact erupted from its body, sending Lin Qian flying and causing his bloodlines to shatter and break. Lin Qian used his black-backed tail to maneuver in midair, landing steadily with a thud. He looked at the gorilla in surprise. The gorilla's eyes were now furious. He raised his fists and pounded his chest twice before charging at Lin Qian again. Roar! It seemed to have entered some kind of frenzied mode, its speed noticeably increased. However, Lin Qian chuckled softly. I just like this kind of brainless opponent. He didn't advance again for a head-on confrontation. Instead, he stepped back, hands raised. The next moment, a blood mist filled the air. Lin Qian's faint smile was instantly drowned by the blood mist. The gorilla accelerated again, suddenly leaping up and slamming down with a bang. The attack landed where Lin Qian had stood a moment before, but it missed. Sizzle! Like the bloodline, After the fusion of the incombustibility and pure fire, the blood mist also underwent a strange transformation, its temperature rising and its red glow intensifying. After a flurry of attacks, the gorilla began to feel the blood mist's corrosive effects, so it lowered its head and sprinted in one direction, trying to escape the blood mist's range. However, Lin Qian's blood mist had a terrifyingly large reach, even reaching the sea level. Short of jumping into the water, there was no escape. After waiting for a long time, Lin Qian didn't see the creature use the shockwave it had just unleashed. He concluded it was still within its cooldown, so there was no need to wait. Blood threads surged from all directions, enveloping the gorilla in a blood cocoon. To prevent the creature from using other abilities, Lin Qian immediately directed the blood threads into its flesh and began devouring it with all his might. Roar! Roar! The gorilla struggled fiercely, snapping and ripping off a few blood threads before being engulfed by more. Gradually, the struggle subsided, and the outline of the blood cocoon shrank. Lin Qian savored the nourishment of the high-quality flesh and blood, a satisfied blush spreading across his cheeks as his depleted stamina instantly returned to full strength. The blood mist receded, and the scene distorted. Done, next level. 72. A warm feeling rose around him, and Lin Qian looked up and was delighted. The new battle scene was actually on a lava pool, with a fishbone-shaped black platform as the landing point. From time to time, bubbles would appear from the lava in the cracks, splashing the lava onto the platform. No wonder it feels a little warm. He looked down at his clothes. It was indeed a set of clothes that came with the system, but it was different from ordinary clothes. Not to mention the lava, Lin Qian's repeated use of burning body had not had any effect on the clothes. Lin Qian suspected that this place was probably the same as the training space, and the clothes and other items were just simulated items, so they could not be damaged. While he was thinking, a white beam of light fell, and a stone man with blazing flames all over his body walked towards Lin Qian with heavy steps. The next moment, the stone figure opened its mouth, and a stream of crimson flames erupted. Lin Qian didn't dodge, even opening his arms to welcome the blaze. Soon, the flames vanished, leaving Lin Qian standing unharmed. However, this creature had little intelligence and couldn't react to anything like shock. After playing with it for a while, Lin Qian grew bored and stepped forward to smash it with a punch, advancing to the next level. For someone with the incombustible trait, the fire level was a boon. Lin Qian also tested it, and found that pure fire also damaged fire creatures, though, given the same attributes, the damage was limited and not as high as the Ring of Strength. Since leaving Qingzhou City, Lin Qian had been constantly improving, but he hadn't had any chance to fight. Even when trouble arose, it was easily dealt with by his fellow supervisors. This infinite boxing championship was a great opportunity. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Lin Qian had a clear understanding of his current stat strengths and mastered the techniques for using his new abilities, gradually maturing with experience. 81. The feeling of weightlessness came again, and Lin Qian was stunned. So soon? After he stood firm, the red light disappeared. The surroundings were filled with fog, and it was very quiet, with the faint sound of dripping water echoing. Across from him, in the misty fog, a vague black figure was standing there quietly. Lin Qian was about to observe the opposite side as usual, but he didn't expect that figure to move suddenly. Zizi! A flash of lightning, and the black figure disappeared directly on the spot. Lin Qian's eyes flashed. Extreme speed? It was an extreme speed faster than his own. And without a word of nonsense, he just came up and started fighting, obviously a good fighter. As he quickly transformed into armor, the blood mist spread out. The next moment, a large number of twisted blue and white arcs burst out in front of him. He was hit hard in the chest, and slid back several meters to stabilize his body. Looking forward, he saw a creature resembling a kangaroo, but with a pair of massive antlers. It slowly retracted its legs, and looked at Lin Qian with a hint of disdain. Humph, a newcomer to the protected area. You're quite lucky to have made it this far. But unfortunately, this is the end. As soon as the words left his mouth, it vanished in a flash of lightning, swifter than it could be. Chapter 347. Lightning flashed rapidly through the mist, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Lin Qian's eyes darted to follow the opponent's movements, and gradually, he could no longer keep up. But he remained unfazed. He activated his armor-transforming ability, his crystal-plated bone armor protecting him from all sides. Bloodlines spread out from his feet, forming a vast net, waiting to catch the opponent's attack. The crackling sound of electricity in the air grew increasingly piercing, and danger quickly approached. Lin Qian bent his waist and concentrated, preparing to withstand it. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Crack! The all-too-familiar sound of an old door hinge echoed, and a white hand slowly reached out from Lin Qian's chest. Lin Qian was startled, having completely unprepared for Sister Min to follow him in. The next moment, a large number of dark spots suddenly appeared in the air, spreading like ink. Swish! And then, as Lin Qian watched in astonishment, pitch-black chains shot out from the spots, enveloping them in one direction. Zizizi! In a flash of lightning, the giant deer tried to dodge, but a chain entangled its antlers, its center of gravity shifting, and it was dragged forward. Holy crap! Sister Min! You're so powerful! Looking at the pitch-black chains that enveloped them like a dragnet, Lin Qian couldn't hide his excitement. What was there to fight against? He didn't even have to fight himself. This isn't against the rules. How could you bring help? The giant deer's body was tangled in the chains, and it screamed as it struggled. Where are the helpers? What helpers? Lin Qian strode forward, swung his hands, and the bloodline wrapped around it, and began to devour the flesh and blood of the giant deer. You've fallen into my illusion. Everything you see is an illusion. The giant deer struggled and continued to try to activate its abilities, with arcs of electricity constantly pouring out of its antlers. Bullshit! Ah! Amidst the screams, Lin Qian had another feast. However, although this deer was stronger than the gorilla, it was not as strong as the gorilla because it was mainly agile. Its physical strength was not up to par, and its body size was much smaller. In fact, it was not as good as the gorilla. Sister Min's iron chain seemed to have a similar sealing ability. During the feeding, the giant deer tried to turn its body into electricity several times, and its outline was blurred. In the end, it was still suppressed by the iron chain and forced to become Lin Qian's blood bag, losing the opportunity to participate in this competition in reluctance. 82 The scene changed, and the next level was reached. Sister Min stood behind Lin Qian like a shadow, and slowly put a hand on Lin Qian's shoulder. The chain she had obtained in Brother Snake's tent had disappeared from her fair wrist. From what she had just seen, it was clear that she had completely absorbed the power. What do you mean by a sense of security? Lin Qian relaxed completely, not even bothering to raise his eyelids, as he faced the golden beam of light falling from the sky. Sister Min, I leave it to you. I take a break. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of chains clattered towards the beam of light. Roar! The beast's roar was cut short as if its throat had been strangled before it could even be fully uttered. 83 With Sister Min's help, the remaining levels were easy to pass. Once the chains were out, they could suppress the movement. If that didn't work, they could use the power of filth. No matter how strong the defense was, it couldn't withstand the continuous corrosive damage. 91 Lin Qian was even prepared, but he did not face a new round of survivors. He pushed forward without any pressure, until the most critical 100 nodes. 100 sense of weightlessness came, and his vision was occupied by red light. When the red light dissipated, Lin Qian looked up and found himself standing on a dilapidated broken bridge, with a bottomless abyss below. The surroundings were closed, and there were green flames floating in the air beside the bridge. Across the bridge was an identical broken bridge, and a man in a black robe was standing there quietly. Why do they all have skin, but I am the only one wearing white clothes? The glowing woman I met before also had skin, and the guy in front of me also had skin. How could they wear such mysterious black robes? Looking closely, the styles were quite similar. Could it be that there is some special meaning? Forget it, the white robes are not bad. The gorilla and the giant deer still don't have clothes, but it's hard to say whether they took them off on their own. Taking 2 steps forward, Lin Qian scratched his head as he surveyed the gap between the broken bridges. Looking up again at the black-robed figure across from him, he found he hadn't moved, a mysterious presence. This map is better suited for long-range engagements, but unfortunately, I'm not very good at them. Sister Min, try walking along the wall to the other side, saving me the trouble. At this distance, he could jump directly across, but he was worried about being shot down mid-flight. Without the ability to fly, relying solely on health wasn't a safe bet. With only one step to evacuate the prize, Lin Qian decided to be cautious. However, just as he turned around and gestured with Sister Min, the figure across from him suddenly moved. As the black robe surged, the figure's entire body floated upward, but instead of moving forward, it retreated. Lin Qian watched the other person's movements, only to see obscure runes flicker and appear. Then, the black-robed figure suddenly raised one hand toward him, and slammed the other down hard. Buzz! Lin Qian felt a buzzing in his brain, and then the scene before him suddenly began to blur. The next second, a chill spread through his mind, and the stone heart effect was triggered, instantly sharpening his vision. The broken bridge remained the same, and the black figure still stood there motionless, yet Lin Qian sensed something was amiss. Buzz! Without warning, Lin Qian's shoulder tilted slightly, as if struck by something. He swung back and threw a punch, but missed. No! He sensed the difference. Not a physical attack. With a thought, his clairvoyance, which hadn't been used for a long time, activated. With a swish, everything in his field of vision faded to black and white. The next second, Lin Qian saw a terrifying spirit emanating black energy, floating in the air, wielding a massive scythe, poised to strike him. Holy crap! The Grim Reaper? Lin Qian was startled and took a step back, but he failed to dodge the incoming scythe. And yet, as if struck again, Lin Qian simply tilted his head slightly. The terrifying, hideous Grim Reaper's scythe seemed to be stuck, unable to advance an inch on his neck. Huh? Lin Qian was stunned. The Grim Reaper-like spirit seemed to be lost in confusion, its movements pausing for a moment. This was its second swing. What happened? Did it miss? Chapter 348. An attack targeting the soul? Lin Qian's eyes lit up, as if inspired. Can you do that? The corners of his mouth curled up slowly. Then I won't be polite. He closed his eyes, a thought in his mind. Roar! An invisible ripple spread out, and the Grim Reaper's jet-black robe surged like boiling water. As if sensing something was amiss, he sheathed his scythe and attempted to retreat. But it was too late. A massive claw suddenly shot out, gripping it tightly like a chicken. Then, like a demon emerging from its cage, the beast's soul slowly crawled out of Lin Qian's body. Just its head and upper body alone were already a size larger than the Grim Reaper's, its lower body still lingering within Lin Qian's body. The flames condensed from the murderous energy began to spread toward the death soul. The black-robed figure across from him seemed to suddenly feel extreme pain, collapsing with a thud, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Little thing. Still trying to sneak attack my soul? You've walked right into my trap. At this moment, Lin Qian's beast soul was like a demon from Aladdin's lamp. It gripped the death soul tightly, and brought its ferocious maw close, carefully sensing the slightest resistance. He was excited. If you had told me this thing could be used like this earlier, why would I have exhausted myself in hand-to-hand combat? I thought that constantly focusing on my mental power wouldn't improve my combat effectiveness much, but it turns out I hadn't found the right way to use it. However, leaving the soul outside the body also had its drawbacks. Losing control of the main body exposed a weakness. But Lin Qian's ability to transform into armor, along with the protection of his sister, made up for this. By the way, Brother Wu is also a spirit. I wonder if he can take over my physical body. Let's go back and try. As Lin Qian pondered, he manipulated the beast's spirit like a towel, easily crushing the Grim Reaper spirit in his hand. With a puff, the battle ended easily. Ding! Choose whether to end and return with your rewards. Current rewards. Free attribute points *32. Werewolf Curse Crystal *1. Ice Armor Ability Crystal *1. Poison Mist Ability Crystal *1. Fire Breath Ability Crystal *1. Permanent Door *1. Speedy Healing Potion *5. Storage Upgrade Card *6. Door Opening Card *1. Ding! Obtain the 100th level reward. Concealment Cloak. The long string of system prompts dazzled Lin Qian. Then, before he could make a choice, another system prompt sounded, and then, a folded black robe appeared out of thin air in his hands. Concealment Cloak, a special item that can be brought into the Infinite Boxing Championship. When the cloak is activated, it blurs the contestants' features, blocking detection by targets not exceeding their own strength level. Oh! Lin Qian shook open the cloak. It was the same one worn by the glowing woman and the black-robed man. This thing is actually standard equipment for level 100. No wonder I couldn't see the black-robed figure across the broken bridge. Turns out he had his cloaking ability activated. The glowing woman hadn't activated cloaking at all, so I could see her chin from the start. Great stuff. Lin Qian casually draped it over his head, activating his cloaking ability. He himself felt nothing, but Sister Min beside him tilted her head and leaned in to scrutinize his face. Sister Min stopped looking. It's me. Lin Qian had no choice but to deactivate his cloaking ability. Summoning Sister Min back to the Hound space, Lin Qian took a look around. Although he still had some strength left, and hadn't even used his accumulated giant power, he knew the next exit point was at level 1000, so he had no choice but to withdraw. If he continued, with Sister Min's help, Lin Qian was confident he could easily pass 200, perhaps even 300 or 400. But 1,000 was still too far off. After all, this was his first time participating, and his preparations were somewhat inadequate. Had he known the Hound Space could be brought in, he would have stored the Lin Yuan long sword earlier. Wait! Lin Qian was suddenly startled. Hound Space? The scene of 11 colleagues exiting the Hound Space one after another flashed through Lin Qian's mind, and he could even clearly feel his heart pounding. So, my fellow overseers can enter here too? Oh my god! That's outrageous. It's a shame he only has one entry card, otherwise he could have given it a try. He thought of that unfortunate giant deer. Bringing a door sister along, you think it's unfair? Next time, I show you what unfairness really is. Wow, haha! Lin Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter, then immediately ended the challenge. With a swish, he wasn't teleported back to his room as he imagined, but instead returned to the pure white, infinite space he'd been in at the beginning. What a surprise! It was that gentle, magnetic female voice again. Lin Qian turned sharply, and saw the white crystal figure in a stand-up collared white robe again. Reaching the 100th level in your first infinite boxing championship is quite rare. And from the looks of it, you seem to have some energy left. Why don't you continue the challenge? It floated around Lin Qian, seemingly extremely interested in him. Lin Qian's eyelids drooped. He hadn't forgotten how the figure had lied to him about the start. But these guys in the leopard room weren't to be trifled with, and he couldn't act rashly. Besides, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel that the crystal figure before him wasn't real. But since he was a Stoneheart man, it wouldn't be impossible for him to react to an illusion. Plus, the figure's movement did cause air movement, so it didn't seem like a high-tech projection. It was eerie and hard to fathom. Seeing that Lin Qian ignored its intentions, the crystal figure chuckled softly, and a flash of light passed by. Your reward has been sent to the storage space. You see it after you go out? I see unlimited potential in you. I hope you can give me a bigger surprise next time. Okay, now you can leave at any time. But if you want to stay here with me, I don't mind. As the crystal man finished speaking, the outline of a door appeared out of thin air. Lin Qian squinted his eyes, and looked at it carefully. Still without saying a word, he silently opened the door. Entering the dark corridor, the door behind him closed automatically. Looking back at the number on the door. 555, the third leopard room with known content. Retracting his gaze, Lin Qian looked at the end of the corridor. Because the room numbers are only from 101 to 998, there are a total of 8 leopard rooms. 5 more to go. Chapter 349. 311,702. After returning to his room, Lin Qian immediately sent a friend request to the glowing woman. As a veteran player from previous versions, this person must know a lot about the Infinity Tower. But after waiting for a long time without receiving a response, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. If she didn't see it, that would be fine. He was worried that it was because he was in a protection period and couldn't add her across races. That would mean losing a crucial source of intelligence. He opened his storage space and examined the loot. Seeing something inside, Lin Qian was startled. He extended his hand, and a hooded black robe appeared out of thin air. Invisibility cloak. This thing isn't just for competitions. He put the cloak on and tested it. Sure enough, the invisibility ability activated. Good stuff. Lin Qian chuckled. This is a powerful weapon for robbing and killing people. Putting the invisibility cloak back into his storage space, Lin Qian took out the competition rewards one by one. Lin Qian actually felt that 32 free attributes was a bit low. Thankfully, there was a long list of item rewards later, which made him feel a little more satisfied. But on closer inspection, was 32 free attributes really that few? Even if you exceeded the target on a survival mission, you probably wouldn't gain that many attributes. Not to mention, a normal match lasted less than 10 hours, and there wasn't even any life-threatening danger. He felt that the low number of attributes was simply due to being spoiled by the high rewards of hunter missions. However, hunter missions only rewarded a single attribute point. Unless you could pluck something useful from the target, you couldn't gain any new abilities. A single competition, a brief taste, yielded 4 ability crystals. Lin Qian laid them out in a row, examining them one by one. Werewolf Curse Crystal. After initiating the curse, transformed the target into a bloodthirsty werewolf somewhat unexpectedly. This item was a trigger-activated one, like a spell scroll, not the kind that granted abilities upon digestion. Coincidentally, thanks to his complete incense ascension technique, Lin Qian was no stranger to curses, so he had the perfect opportunity to use this item. Can it be used not only on allies, but also on enemies? Under certain circumstances, it might prove surprisingly effective. But Lin Qian had witnessed the physical strength of a werewolf, and this item was a deadly weapon in the early stages. Even a crippled individual could quickly rise to the top tier of combat power after transforming into a werewolf. Naturally, he couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Let Su Mian arrange it later, and see who's willing to take the risk of transformation. It was hard to say if this item had any side effects, but that wasn't something Lin Qian needed to worry about. He picked up the second item. Ice Armor Ability Crystal. After ingestion and digestion, gain the ability. Ice Armor. This item's description is quite familiar, but this ability conflicts with Lin Qian's transformation armor, and is likely far less powerful than it. Therefore, Lin Qian has no interest in using it, preferring to strengthen his subordinate's combat capabilities. Of course, not everyone possesses the abnormal digestion trait. Anyone wishing to use it must verify its digestibility using an identification card. He turned and picked up the third item. Poison Mist Ability Crystal. After ingestion and digestion, gain the ability. Poison Mist. For the same reason as the Ice Armor, Lin Qian already possesses the Blood Mist ability, making the Poison Mist somewhat useless. He would leave it to the subordinates, leaving it to Su Mian and the others to decide how to manage it. Fourth item. Flame Breath Ability Crystal. After ingestion and digestion, gains the ability Flame Breath. Hey, this can't be used on others. Lin Qian was just worrying about Pure Fire's inability to perform ranged attacks, and now it's here. Additionally, Lin Qian noticed that these ability crystals seem to be related to the monsters in the Golden Light column levels. It seems the boss drops are high level. As for other regular consumables, like the rapid healing potions, Lin Qian guessed they were most likely dropped by the Silver Light column. He opened his mouth and tossed the ability crystal in his hand. Gulp! It felt slightly warm inside, indicating it was quite hot. If it were before, he would probably have been burned like the first time he swallowed the Spirit Fire Seed. The incombustible trait, so useful. I originally thought this trait was too easy to obtain, and the effects probably wouldn't be very powerful. Now it seems that this trait is indeed the most difficult to obtain. Just picking one is enough to make people envious. There wasn't much of a reaction, just a rush of air in his stomach. Within a dozen seconds, it was completely digested. Ding! Ability acquired. Flame Breath. Ding! Source ability detected. Flame Breath automatically integrates. Pure Fire. Flame Breath. Without Lin Qian's consent, Flame Breath instantly transformed into a branch of Pure Fire. Lin Qian noticed the difference in the system prompt. Source ability detected. Previously, it had all been from the same source. He recalled the werewolf's previous mention in the training space that his Blood Claw ability was directly integrated into his Alien Blood ability, without his consent. But the ability of the alien blood isn't a source of pure fire. Isn't that comprehensible? Gurgle. Confused, Lin Qian suddenly felt a surge of air and subconsciously burped. What followed was a burst of blazing white flames, startling him. Holy crap! He swallowed. I need to find a target to try. In the past, he would have definitely practiced in the training space, but now, he had a more suitable target. Paw! With a slap, he turned on the force dummy. Yo! Are you tickling me again? The dummy puffed out its chest, still looking like it was asking for a beating. Lin Qian stepped back, took a deep breath, aimed at the force dummy, and puffed out his cheeks. Fire Breath. Unlike his other abilities, this one didn't seem to require a thought to trigger. It was as if an organ had grown out of thin air within him, and he could activate it effortlessly. Whoosh! A long tongue of flame swept out fiercely, instantly engulfing the demanding dynamometer dummy. Ouch! 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 So hot! I admit, you're quite capable, but if you want to hurt me, you need to work harder. The dummy's voice rang out from the flames, hinting at pain, but soon, its tone returned to its demanding tone. After exhaling all at once, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. This ability was surprisingly flexible. He could control the distance and range of the spit at will. He was very satisfied. Whoosh! With a gentle puff, the blazing white flame parted the messy hair on his forehead. Cool! With this conclusion, Lin Qian ignored the still-ranting dynamometer dummy and turned to leave. These facilities seemed to possess an indestructible property, making them perfect practice targets. Of course, the most important thing was that they could withstand the abuse of his fellow supervisors, so that Lin Qian wouldn't have to constantly change them. Chapter 350. Spirit, 473.942 free attribute points, 10 from daily salary, 32 from rewards from the Infinite Boxing Championship. Again, all in spirit. Previously, Adding spirit points was purely to enhance the strength and control of various abilities, and incidentally improve the Stoneheart's effectiveness, but the actual improvement in combat effectiveness was not noticeable. But ever since realizing the correct use of the ferocious beast's soul during the Infinite Boxing Championship, Lin Qian's mindset has changed. The battle between spirits completely disregards physical strength. In the future, if he encounters an opponent with superior physical strength, he can simply launch a spirit attack like the Black-Robed Man. He doesn't believe that all survivors have the same high number of free attribute points as he does, allowing him to develop in all directions without any blind spots. But before that, Lin Qian needs to test a possibility. Brother Wu, when I unsheath my spirit, try using my body as a container, and see if you can control it. Gripping the Lin Yuan long sword, Lin Qian began to communicate with Wu Sheng. Is this really possible? I've never tried it before. Wu Sheng was unsure. Oh, maybe we know if we give it a try. With that, Lin Qian closed his eyes and began to control the beast's spirit from his body. Roar! The air vibrated imperceptibly, and with a soul-shaking roar, two claws blazing with murderous black fire emerged from Lin Qian's body. Then, the ferocious beast's head emerged, slowly crawling out as if shedding a shell. He leaned forward, slowly unbending his legs, then stood upright, looking down at his original form. Brother Wu, it's your turn. His soul emitted a roaring, humming sound, causing the Lin Yuan sword to rustle. Keep it down, my head hurts. Hearing Wu Sheng's words, Lin Qian, in his beastly soul form, couldn't help but scratch his head. I didn't scream. Perhaps his voice had the properties of a soul attack. I need to be more careful in the future. The next moment, a jet of dark energy emanated from the Lin Yuan sword, attempting to invade Lin Qian's body. No, there's a resistance. After trying for a long time, Wu Sheng failed to penetrate. The black energy simply swirled around Lin Qian, unable to find a way in. Don't worry, I seem to sense your invasion, and it's just my instinct to resist. Lin Qian, with a thought, stepped one leg back into his body. Come on, I channel my thoughts to dispel the resistance. You try again. As he finished speaking, Wu Sheng tried again. Sure enough, this time it went incredibly smoothly, the black energy quickly merging into Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian withdrew his beast soul, and quietly observed the changes in his original body. Soon, the black energy ceased its turmoil, and completely merged into Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian's original body slowly opened its eyes, but they were completely dark. Oh my god, why is it like an ancient corpse? Brother Wu, check to see if its heart is still beating? Lin Qian was startled and quickly asked Wu Sheng to check. Wu Sheng was stunned. He first raised his hand and glanced at the Lin Yuan long sword in his palm, as if he was completely unfamiliar with the feeling of being alive. Although Lin Qian's soul had left his body, he maintained an unbreakable connection with his original body. As long as his original body touched the Lin Yuan long sword, he and Wu Sheng could maintain constant communication, as if they were sharing a local area network. What a strong body! Slowly rotating his forearm and clenching his fist, Wu Sheng's voice trembled as he felt the surging power within him. He was a martial arts fanatic. Swish! The Lin Yuan long sword was instantly unsheathed. Wu Sheng raised his hand and swung it, manipulating the black blade with unstoppable skill. Such dexterity! He lifted his leg, and the hilt slipped from his hand, looping along his calf 3 times before being caught firmly. The same stats, in the hands of different operators, created 2 completely different styles. Lin Qian's attacks were powerful, and he relished the feeling of overwhelming his opponent with force, hence his preference for the heavy sword. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, was lighter and more agile. Furthermore, with more combat experience than Lin Qian, he excelled at dodging and executing subtle sneak attacks. His movements were fluid and pleasing to the eye. Brother Wu, try to use my ability. Lin Qian watched Wu Sheng's movements, feeling a surge of curiosity. Ability? Wu Sheng was stunned, then slowly closed his eyes. He swung the sword again, and a bloody aura emerged. It's not a skill, it's an ability. Lin Qian reminded him again. Wu Sheng frowned, closed his eyes again, and after carefully sensing it, shook his head. I can sense a lot of unusual energy within me, but I can't control it. Wu Sheng was only temporarily occupying it. He couldn't gain full control of Lin Qian's body. But it was already quite good. At least Lin Qian's main body could move, while his spirit was out of the body. He couldn't really exert much combat power, but as long as he could dodge attacks, it would be fine. Okay, Brother Wu, you should familiarize yourself with the strength of this body first. I have to ask you to take care of it for me later. By the way, Lin Qian also needed to get used to the beast's soul. Since acquiring this ability, he hadn't used it properly. Brother Lin, you truly possess a fine physique. While practicing his sword moves, Wu Sheng praised Lin Qian's physique endlessly. That's right, that's right. Lin Qian, enjoying Wu Sheng's praise, drifted around the room like a ghost. However, his beast soul was very different from the black-robed man's death soul. The death soul was more like an evil spirit, requiring clairvoyance to be seen. Lin Qian's beast soul was different. Perhaps due to the excessive concentration of souls smelted from him, or perhaps due to the influence of evil spirits, his soul was directly visible to the surface world, visible even to ordinary people. But it was only visible. The soul's properties remained. It was immune to physical attacks, could pass through walls, and was fast. However, it was uncertain how far it could travel from its main body. Brother Wu, try using your evil spirit-breaking energy to see if you can hurt me. Lin Qian circled in the air and finally landed. This feeling of lightness was wonderful. Even at such a high speed, it felt like his soul was chasing him. Alright, take my move. With a swish, a blade flashed with a white glow. Lin Qian extended his hand to block, but with a thud, a dull thud echoed. As expected, the attack that could touch the spirit also worked on the ferocious beast's soul. It was just a modest effect. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, Lin Qian felt only a gentle tap on his soul, a painless blow. Brother Wu, come out. Let's attack each other directly with our souls. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian challenged Wu Sheng to a duel. Alright. Wu Sheng agreed without hesitation. Quickly, the dark energy emanated from Lin Qian's body, much faster than when it had merged. Wu Sheng's inky black soul emerged, holding the Lin Yuan long sword, and took a stance. Chapter 351. Hold steady, Brother Wu. Roar! With a roar, Lin Qian, in his beast soul form, suddenly swung a punch, striking directly at the back of Wu Sheng's shielding blade. Then, Lin Qian saw the black energy emanating from Wu Sheng's body, pulsating as if vibrating. Fuck! Startled, he quickly reached out and grabbed Wu Sheng, fearing he might break his elder brother. After a long moment, Wu Sheng automatically reverted to his Lin Yuan long sword, silent. Brother Wu. Are you alright? Lin Qian also quickly returned to his original form, clutching the Lin Yuan long sword. Nothing. Wu Sheng's voice still sounded strong. Just don't let me spar with you anymore. That punch just now brought back fleeting memories of picking herbs in the mountain streams as a child. Lin Qian frowned. What do you mean? Wu Sheng's voice was flat. That day, there was a sudden mudslide, and I almost died. Lin Qian's face froze, a bit embarrassed. I understand, Brother Wu, you should get some rest. In fact, from their recent exchange, Lin Qian could sense that Wu Sheng's spirit was stronger than the black-robed man's death soul, mostly due to the stone heart. It was simply because the difference in attributes was so great that neither could compete. Opening the private chat interface, the glowing woman still hadn't accepted his friend request. Instead, Su Mian and Yin Sheng sent messages one after another. Su Mian, Brother Qian, the custom buildings you arranged earlier are complete and ready for pickup. Yin Sheng, Boss, the custom clothes you ordered are ready. See when you're free. A glance at the timer revealed it was safe exploration time. Lin Qian replied to each message, asking Su Mian to wait, while Yin Sheng summoned him using the teleportation card. His vision flashed, and he was once again at Yin Sheng's tailor's hut. Everything else remained the same, except for the many more hangars, making the room seem even more crowded. Qian, Brother Qian. Yin Sheng stood respectfully to the side, his hair disheveled, his eyes sunken, and with large dark circles under them. It was clear he hadn't rested much in recent days. Although he could see the man's effort, Lin Qian said nothing. Here are the custom-made suits for those two sizes, in different styles and designs. Yin Sheng pulled over a roller hanger and began to introduce them. Long, short, matching inner and outer garments, even accessories like bow ties, neckties, and handkerchiefs. It was clear this man had some talent for fashion design. Even though Lin Qian wasn't particularly particular about clothing, he was still struck by the variety of the pieces. Looking at the custom-made outfit for Snake Brother, a black leather trench coat with a stand-up collar, and a matching vest, Lin Qian's eyes lit up slightly as he imagined Snake Brother in it. Not bad, good workmanship. With Lin Qian's approval, Yin Sheng's heart finally settled. Looking at the giant leather trench coats, custom-made for the Black Army, they were lined with worm bast for enhanced defense. And, as Lin Qian had instructed, the strange patterns had been deliberately retained, giving them a strong sense of oppression. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction, and, with a wave of his hand, stored the coat and its hanger in the storage area. When the narrow room was empty again, Lin Qian turned to look at Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Qian's gaze. However, to his surprise, Lin Qian reached out and tossed a glowing token towards him. Yin Sheng instinctively caught it, then looked up at Lin Qian with a bewildered expression. This is the black gold token. I'm not entirely sure what it does at this point, but just keep it with you. Also, here's the reward I promised you. Then, Lin Qian casually tossed him a few low-level attribute potions. After a moment's thought, he produced a few room expansion cards and handed them to Yin Sheng. From now on, you be the Black Army's exclusive tailor. Don't worry about anyone else. Just focus on serving us. I have someone join you later. If you need anything, feel free to ask them. By the way, I need fireproof clothing. Keep an eye out for the raw materials. If you have any, just buy them, and someone will pay for them. After a few casual instructions, Lin Qian pushed open the door and returned to Area 4126. Entering the corridor, the floor became deserted again as the black-clad soldiers began a new round of missions. Brother Qian. Inside Su Mian's room, several unfinished rooms had already been arranged. Lin Qian took a look and saw that they were exactly as he had requested, with everything from the mud pool to the primeval forest style. Not bad, very efficient. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. Hey, Jiang Jinshan provided the technical support. These walls are made of a new material, a foam that solidifies into a high-hardness solid. Brother Qian, you need it as adhesive to secure these rooms. We've already prepared it for you. Lin Qian stored all the unfinished rooms in storage and casually took out the giant fur coat made by Yin Sheng. Distribute these clothes to the brothers below. They're made from the hide of the giant from the 100 Districts War. They're resistant to mental attacks and are also very resilient. Su Mian stared at the leather jackets in amazement, then touched them. Such fine workmanship. Brother Qian, how did you do that? Lin Qian smiled faintly and handed Yin Sheng's number to Su Mian. With this person, our Black Army will have a dedicated costume designer. Su Mian's eyes lit up, and he immediately started adding friends. He had quite high standards for clothing. Apart from that, you'd be able to distribute these things as well. But that wasn't all. Lin Qian pulled out the ice armor and poison mist ability crystals he obtained from the Infinite Boxing Championship from his storage space. As for the werewolf curse, he would have to administer it himself, and he needed to select a suitable candidate first. Brother Qian. This? Okay, that's it for now. I have things to do. Ignoring Su Mian's shock, Lin Qian gracefully turned and left. The next step was to go to Skeleton City and arrange dormitories for his colleagues. Skeleton City, outside Paradise. A group of supervisors stood in a row, watching Lin Qian busily work. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they had all been kicked out by Lin Qian just now. These guys were experts at fighting, and their work was reckless, nearly collapsing the structure Lin Qian had worked so hard to build. Only the puppets were relatively normal, helping Lin Qian sort out the wiring. Boom! Only when the power came on and the lights in more than a dozen rooms came on simultaneously did Lin Qian stand up and clap his hands. Finally done. Click, click. Turning to look at Brother Catfish, who was already jumping excitedly on the spot, Lin Qian began to assign rooms. You, go to the first room, the one with the mud pool. You, the second room. You, the third room. Chapter 352. After arranging his colleagues into their respective dormitories, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel happy too, seeing their satisfied expressions. The puppet's room was unique, placed at the highest point. Going upstairs required only pulling a rope from below, and descending via a miniature slide. Since Lin Qian had explained the operation, the puppet had already gone up and down 7 or 8 times, clearly loving the slide. Senior Puppet, please stop for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. It was only after Lin Qian spoke that the puppet stopped playing and clattered forward. Boss Lin, what's going on? The puppet was strange. Lin Qian usually summoned everyone to it, rarely talking to it alone. Senior Puppet, if I could break through the first limit of another attribute in exchange, could you, while performing a mission, give me some points? As he spoke, Lin Qian placed a summoning card in front of the puppet. The puppet man was stunned. Breaking through the first limit? Lin Qian nodded. Yes, and there are already successful cases. He desperately wanted to improve, but supervisor points weren't easily earned, so he could only focus on Snake Brother and the Puppet Man, the 2 level 3 supervisors. As for his level 2 colleagues, they only managed to catch small fish and shrimp on patrol. Lin Qian had no regard for them, and since communication was difficult, he didn't consider them. Ha ha. However, unexpectedly, after confirming his decision, the puppet man burst into laughter. Lin Qian was stunned. Senior Puppet Man? What do you mean by that? The puppet man rolled over with laughter, but didn't answer. He simply stood up and picked up the summoning card. Haha, supervisor points aren't much use to me. I can grant your request. Tell me your number. This shocked Lin Qian even more. Don't you want me to tell you exactly how to do it? He had assumed it would take him a while to explain it. What's so hard about that? If you encounter an unusually invading survivor, beat them half to death, and then force them to use the summoning card to summon you. Isn't that the idea? Supervisors can't use summoning cards. Lin Qian had thought his idea was brilliant, but he didn't expect the puppet man to guess it. But forget the reward. As you can see, I'm just a puppet. As a cursed creature, I don't qualify to break through other attributes. The puppet man's words then plunged Lin Qian into deep thought. Is it because you lack a physical body? The puppet nodded. Indeed. Senior Puppet. What's wrong? You don't seem at all curious about why I have storage space, and can freely enter and exit the building. Lin Qian looked at the puppet calmly, his gaze penetrating. And you seem quite knowledgeable about some of the survivors' operations. For so long, I've actually had a question deep in my heart. Where do these supervisors come from? The puppet fell into a long silence as Lin Qian asked. Boss Lin, sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. After a long pause, a sigh escaped. The baby voice in his mind inexplicably carried a sense of ageless vicissitudes. At least, it's not a good thing for you at this stage. As for the supervisors, you can think of them as a group of incomplete individuals forced to become cogs in a machine. Their only recourse is to keep running tirelessly, from unwillingness to numbness, until even death becomes a luxury. You're an outlier. Not just me, everyone has known it from the beginning. But as long as this building acknowledges your existence, no one will care. Even more, you bring so much to everyone. The puppet spoke, waving toward the glittering lights of the amusement park. I believe they, like me, haven't felt this alive in ages. Turning around, the puppet looked up at Lin Qian. You're on the right track. Don't rush to explore the truth of this building. Strengthen yourself first. Shadow Snake has already discussed this with me, and we've reached an agreement to help you reach level 3 as quickly as possible. But level 3 supervisors' missions are random, and they don't always target survivors who can use cards. So you need to expand your network and get to know more level 3 supervisors. In Skeleton City alone, there are only a few level 3 supervisors, and most of them are difficult to get along with. I'd take you to other cities someday to see if we can find some allies. Listening to the puppet in his mind's eye, Lin Qian gradually lost himself. He hadn't expected Brother Snake to have secretly communicated with the puppet and reached a consensus on helping him reach level 3 as quickly as possible. And the puppet had even gone further than he imagined, already considering the need to make friends with more level 3 supervisors. It seems I still don't know enough about these colleagues. I thought they were just a bunch of idiots, but I hadn't expected them to know my identity. I was the only one with such naive feelings. Lin Qian's emotions were complicated, but he wasn't upset, because he knew his colleagues had always been friendly. He was a man who listened to advice. Since the puppet reminded him not to rush into the truth about the building, and to focus on improving his strength first, he decided to follow the advice of someone who had been there before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian stood still and bowed slightly to the puppet, without a trace of pretense. Thank you, Senior Puppet Man, for the reminder. The puppet laughed. Go ahead. That snake must be getting impatient. It's already been glancing this way. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned again. Could it be that Snake had been able to sense him all along? After saying goodbye to the puppet, Lin Qian used shadow walking to reach Snake's new home. On the sofa, Snake was dozing with his eyes closed. Sensing Lin Qian's arrival, he pretended to have just woken up and glanced at him in confusion. If the puppet hadn't warned him, Lin Qian would have been fooled by its appearance. Snake. Look! I brought you new clothes. Without exposing Snake, Lin Qian immediately pulled out several sets of clothes tailored to Snake's measurements from his storage space. Snake's eyes flickered, and he slowly rose from the sofa and walked over to the clothes rack. Lin Qian then took out a full-length mirror and placed it across from Snake, offering a truly attentive service. The room is too dark to see the effect on your upper body. I light a candle. Soon, a warm glow appeared. Perhaps recognizing the candle's effect, Snake, quite unusually, didn't attack the light source. Come on, Snake, try this one on. Chapter 353. While Snake, You look so handsome in this outfit. In Snake's cabin, Lin Qian gazed at the masterpiece before him with a look of satisfaction. It felt like he was changing the costumes of his own game character. It was quite novel. If Snake's previous tattered black robe had primarily exuded a sense of eeriness, then this long giant leather jacket exuded a cool and austere air. There are pockets inside, so I can store apples for work. As he spoke, Lin Qian casually stuffed 2 apples in it. He stepped back, examined it, and then stepped forward to remove the apples from the pocket. Forget it, it looks a bit unsightly. Snake said nothing, merely tilting his head slightly, and glancing back and forth at himself in the mirror. It was clear that he was extremely satisfied with his new outfit. But it was hard not to be dissatisfied. Even if it was worse, it was still much better than a black robe that was ripped like a fishing net. You can change out these remaining styles. Lin Qian placed the hanger in the corner of Snake Brothers' hut and rubbed his hands awkwardly. Time to get down to business. Snake Brother. He pulled out a summoning card with a wide smile. But before he could say anything, Snake Brother flicked the card over with the tip of his tail. Then Snake Brother tilted his head slightly and glanced at him. Is there anything else? He asked. Wu Sheng's translation rang out. No, nothing else. There was no need to even state his number, as Snake Brother was the supervisor of Area 4126 and knew his own room. Lin Qian had wanted to take advantage of the conversation to ask about the supervisors, but Snake Brother seemed wary and didn't give him a chance to speak. Today was a rare moment of peace and quiet, as my silly colleagues were all getting acquainted with their new homes and had no time to bother me. Returning to my room through the permanent gate, I felt a faint sense of loss, as if I had fallen out of favor. Halfway through the safe exploration time had passed. I opened the private chat interface to check, but the glowing woman still hadn't replied. Meanwhile, Su Mian seemed to have entered a new round of dungeons. Now that Lin Qian's tasks were mostly completed, it was time to open the blind boxes. Slipping on the giant leather jacket custom made for him by Yin Sheng, Lin Qian checked his storage space, placing consumables and equipment in a separate corner for quick access. He slung the Lin Yuan longsword across his back and walked out the door with a confident stride. He no longer felt the nervousness he once felt when opening blind boxes. After all, his strength had far surpassed that of his peers. According to the information he obtained from the bald monster, each phase of the building would have a fixed dungeon pool, with the difficulty of the dungeons determined by the survivor scores. While Lin Qian was guaranteed to be assigned to the highest difficulty dungeon, that was subject to stage restrictions and a certain upper limit. At least until the next regional trial dungeon reshuffle, Lin Qian was confident he could easily conquer any dungeon. His strength had increased dramatically during this period. It's clear these guys have been really diligent lately. Looking at the percentage of rooms already explored on the tablet, Lin Qian couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Previously, the rooms on this floor had been largely untouched. He randomly found an unopened room nearby and opened the door, only to find it was pitch black. That's exactly what Lin Qian wanted. He put away the tablet and stepped inside. Swish, his vision shifted at lightning speed, a flash of light. Before he could even open his eyes, Lin Qian frowned at the stench of a foul odor. He looked up, and wow, it was a toilet built with a simple tarpaulin, the right side of which had collapsed. He turned around, pulled back the curtain, and stepped out, only to be met with a scene of wailing and wailing. There were no beds, only white sheets spread on the floor. The pungent smell of medicine filled the air, and masked medical staff anxiously moved among the wounded. Please! Give me a quick death. Please! Lin Qian was about to step forward when he felt someone tug at his trouser leg. He looked down and saw a middle-aged man, half torso remaining. His face was pale, blood still seeping from a bandaged wound. One arm was twisted, and one eye was covered with gauze. It was a horrific sight. Lin Qian frowned at him, and slowly squatted down. Where is this place? What happened? Tell me, and I kill you. Hearing his words, hope suddenly shone in the eyes of the middle-aged man, who was only half dead. We were attacked by the armored beasts. We're all gone. The whole city is gone. This is a makeshift medical camp. We won't survive. They're not trying to treat us. They're trying to use our lives to preserve our organs. I was a medic for 2 years, and have seen similar scenes. Gulp. He swallowed hard. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Please. He twisted Lin Qian's trouser leg so hard that his knuckles turned slightly white, and his eyes were filled with longing. Okay. Lin Qian nodded. True to his word, he used a martial arts technique to press his fingers against the side of the man's neck, putting an end to his suffering. However, this scene was witnessed by a medical worker not far away. "Hey! What are you doing?" The man stepped over two patients and came to Lin Qian, kneeling down to feel the man's pulse. "Dead. You killed him. Who are you? How did you get in here?" "Guards. Someone." Lin Qian watched him yell in silence, his hands shoved in his pockets, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Soon, two fully armed guards opened the curtain and entered. Their armor was heavy, their helmets semicircular, somewhat like space suits, but they were made entirely of metal, and the sound of pneumatics could be clearly heard as they walked. Swish. The barrel of their gun pointed at Lin Qian. "Don't move. Hands up." It wasn't even a warning, just a calm remark, as if he didn't care if Lin Qian cooperated or not, and was more than willing to blast him into pulp. "Don't shoot here." Suddenly, the medical worker took 2 steps forward and blocked the gun. "Take him out and finish him off." He pushed up his glasses and said commandingly. The 2 heavily armored guards sighed at this, lowered their guns, and moved to grab Lin Qian's shoulders. Click! The shoulder was grasped, and the mechanical arm exerted force. But Lin Qian remained standing motionless. "Huh?" The guard, puzzled, tried again. The next moment, as a hand in his field of vision rapidly grew larger, his vision began to spin. Bang! With a muffled thud, the heavily armored soldier flew backward like a spinning top, breaking through the tarpaulin and finally falling awkwardly into the mud. Chapter 354. Don't get your new clothes dirty. Inside the medical tent, Lin Qian straightened his collar, brushed his shoulders, and looked up at another soldier. At that moment, the entire tent was eerily silent, save for the weak groans of a few unconscious wounded. Almost everyone was shocked by the scene before them, including the other soldier and the seemingly somewhat powerful medical staff. In the past, when Lin Qian first entered the dungeon, before the mission objectives had even appeared, he would have kept a low profile. But now? Could it be that I, Lin, diligently strive to become stronger just so I can keep a low profile? What a joke. Being arrogant has its benefits. For example, right now, Lin Qian observed the expression of the medical staff beside him and gleaned a message. Surprised, but not terrified. This shows that my combat prowess isn't truly earth-shattering here. At first, Lin Qian thought he had entered a high-tech dungeon, thinking it was finally his turn, but he was wrong. Indeed, the difficulty of the tech dungeon didn't quite match my rating, so it was normal that I didn't get one. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." Just as Lin Qian was bracing himself for a siege, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. The soldier sheathed his weapon, and the medic beside him immediately bowed and apologized. "What's my identity?" Lin Qian was stunned. But he didn't ask, instead gladly accepting the other party's apology. "Be more careful next time." Leaving this thought lightly, Lin Qian walked out through the hole he had dug with the heavily armored soldier. Inside the tent, the medical staff, beads of sweat on their foreheads, slowly raised their heads, watching Lin Qian's graceful departure, their eyes filled with fear. "You've arrived so quickly." The wind howled, the landscape was desolate, and the sun glared. Besides a few neatly arranged medical tents, vehicles carrying the wounded drove down the road in the distance. "Have we arrived in the Gobi Desert?" Lin Qian shielded his eyes from the sun with his hands and gazed into the distance. The high mountain ridges obscured his view, and a few faint black dots could be seen circling in the sky. Not really. Because most of this world is barren. It's a bit like a wasteland setting. Just then, a strong voice echoed from behind him. Lin Qian didn't turn around. He had already sensed the other person's presence. Fang Qinhu, strength specialist. The man had a strong northern accent and was straightforward. He walked up to Lin Qian and introduced himself directly, extending his hand. Lin Qian glanced at the man in surprise, discovering him to be a simple-looking, sturdy man with a buzz cut and wide eyes. He wore a suit, shirtless underneath, a faint trace of a chest tattoo visible. Lin Qian, also a strength specialist. Lin Qian smiled faintly and shook hands with the man. He quite liked straightforward individuals like him. They felt more comfortable getting along with him. "I've previously experienced a dungeon in this world, a hunting mission, so I understand some of the world's background. In this dungeon, humanity faces a very difficult situation. The main enemy is those shell-covered monsters, which the locals call armored beasts. Don't underestimate these armored beasts. They're not the turtles and crabs we imagine. I've suffered losses from them before. At the time, I thought, no matter your armor, any carbon-based life form wouldn't be able to withstand heavy firepower. But once we met, I was stunned." Fang Qinhu frowned and looked at Lin Qian. "That thing can turn invisible." And it's invulnerable to weapons. Can you believe that? After the mission, I found out that it wasn't just invisibility. These monsters have all sorts of bizarre abilities. Some can deflect bullets, and some can even shoot bullets. In short, this mission is no less difficult than those in supernatural dungeons. Don't take it lightly. He saw that this was Lin Qian's first time in the dungeon, so he shared his information with him, warning him of the dangers. He was quite kind-hearted. Lin Qian didn't sense any danger from him, but she could judge his general attributes from his gestures. Strength 50 points and up. This was already considered elite, on the same level as Lui Zhanqing, a top-tier expert. Lin Qian quite naturally singled himself out, not participating in the ranking. This guy clearly considered Lin Qian to be on his own level. While seemingly casually trying to build a closer relationship, he was secretly tensing up and keeping a wary eye on Lin Qian. A survivor who could reach this level couldn't be a fool. While waiting for the mission notification to appear, the two searched the camp again, but found no other survivors. Fang Qinhu interpreted this as good news. Because the larger the number of people, the more difficult the mission. Although I can't confirm it, I believe the difficulty of missions in the inner world is tailored to the participants' combined combat power. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. You're kidding. If the difficulty were really customized based on my abilities, you'd be dead even if you survived until nightfall. However, he didn't bother explaining the Infinity Tower dungeon matching mechanism to the other party. After all, he bought it from that scoundrel bald monster, so there was no way he'd be told for free. After waiting for a long time, no quest notification arrived. Lin Qian guessed it was probably the same as last time in Qingzhou City, requiring entry into a specific area to trigger the quest. He grabbed a random medical staff member and asked about the convoy's next move. We leave after nightfall, heading for the city-state. By the way, which department are you from? The medical staff member looked back and forth between Lin Qian and Fang Qinhu with suspicion. Ask your superiors. They tell you our identities. But I still suggest you avoid asking questions you shouldn't. Lin Qian glanced at him sideways, making a pretentious, casual remark. The man was genuinely taken aback, and as he hurried away, he couldn't help but glance back at Lin Qian. Fang Qinhu pulled out a crumpled map from his storage space. This is a rescue route map I just stole from a soldier's tent. The crossed-out area should be the target of this rescue. We're currently on the route, so this should be the city-state he mentioned. Lin Qian frowned and glanced at the distance. Not really close. Fang Qinhu put the map away. This world's technology tree is a bit strange. It feels both advanced and crude. I've seen those hovering transport vehicles before. They're very fast. I think they could cover these 500 kilometers in less than an hour. Speaking of this, Lin Qian suddenly remembered the unusual intruders who had taken the survivors hostage into the building. Their armor seemed somewhat similar to the heavy armor worn by the soldiers in the camp, and it perfectly matched Fang Qinhu's description. A contradictory feeling of both advanced and crude. Chapter 355. Ding! Entering Survival Dungeon, Beast-Tide Siege. Beast-Tide Siege. To decipher the monster's communication methods, the city-state dispatched several special teams into the wilderness to hunt down intelligent species for research. However, they underestimated the monster's rapid evolution, and the roles of hunter and prey have quietly shifted. The hunt has only just begun. Return condition. Survive for 7 days. A system notification chimed, and the car slowed noticeably. Fang Qinhu, who was driving, frowned slightly. He turned to look at Lin Qian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, only to find him leaning out the window, enjoying the wind and sand without a trace of nervousness. Lin Qian, didn't you get the system notification? Lin Qian, wearing sunglasses, returned to the car with his upper body. He tossed his hair, sending a shower of sand and dust cascading down into the car. Got it. Fang Qinhu blinked. Aren't you nervous? This mission sounds a bit dangerous. Fang Qinhu frowned. What's there to be nervous about? Lin Qian looked bewildered. Ah. Fang Qinhu sighed. Brother, you might not know this. Cities are rare in this world. 99% of the area is wilderness. In other dungeons, we might be able to leave the city and find a hiding place to stay until the mission is over, but that's unlikely to happen this time. If the beast tide really comes, staying in the wilderness will definitely kill you faster. He warned Lin Qian earnestly, as if trying to get him to take this mission seriously. However, in the end, all he got was a strange look from Lin Qian. Old Fang. Lin Qian's tone was incredibly serious, and Fang Qinhu thought he was finally taking it seriously. But then, the subject suddenly took a sharp turn. Who was first place on your side during the 100 Districts tournament? The seemingly nonsensical question actually revealed a wealth of information from Fang Qinhu's answer. Fang Qinhu frowned, feeling increasingly unreliable about Lin Qian. But after a few seconds of reflection, he answered honestly. He was a man dressed as a monk, a strength specialist like me. I encountered him once, and he was incredibly powerful, so I remember him. I remember his number was 745368181. But does that have anything to do with this mission? Fang Qinhu looked puzzled. Lin Qian understood. No wonder I didn't see Luo Quan during the 100 Districts tournament. It turns out he was assigned to another district. He had previously asked Jiang Jinshan about this, but he had also said he hadn't seen Luo Quan in a while, and that he was reportedly concentrating on his training. The people Lin Qian encountered were definitely top tier, including Luo Quan and Jiang Jinshan. He had previously been curious about why Fang Qinhu, whose strength was clearly at the same level, hadn't been seen during the 100 Districts War. So he'd been assigned to Luo Quan's side. It seemed he underestimated the number of strong survivors. What's your personal ranking? Lin Qian continued. 7th. Fang Qinhu was even more confused. It seems your strength has rapidly improved since the 100 Districts War. About the same as mine. Fang Qinhu couldn't help but blink at Lin Qian's words. No wonder, I haven't heard of Lin Qian before. So, like me, he rose to prominence after the second regional trial. If Lin Qian knew what he was thinking, he'd probably burst out laughing. He indeed made a huge improvement recently, but even before that, he was still at a level that crushed everyone. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Luo Quan in a while. He glanced at the time. The mission just triggered. If he comes now, he should be able to accept it. Fang Qinhu muttered to himself as he watched Lin Qian and took out a summoning card. Enter the number. 745368181 confirm summoning. Ding! The other party has accepted your summoning. The next moment, the summoning card vanished in a flash of white light. Lin Qian wasn't surprised. Anyone familiar with him wouldn't refuse his summoning. However, immediately afterwards, something unexpected happened. I thought Luo Quan would appear in the car, but a flash of white light appeared in the rearview mirror, and a bald man in a pitch-black cassock appeared in midair. Without even time to react, he fell to the ground with a thud. Crack, squeak. The tires scraped against the sand as the car braked suddenly. Fang Qinhu looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. Lin Qian smiled shyly. What happened? He opened the door and got out of the car, looking back just in time to see Luo Quan swiftly stand up from the ground. He was wiping his dust-covered bald head with his cassock. Seeing Lin Qian approach, he quickly stood at attention, clasped his hands together, and bowed. Amitabha. Don't try that on me. Lin Qian glared, silencing Luo Quan. Hee, I'm used to it. With a wave of his hand, he rolled up his robes, and his masterly air of intimidation instantly vanished. Brother Qian, what are your orders? Luo Quan approached with a smile. It was true that he gained a lot of weight recently, his cheeks puffed out, giving him a bit of a Buddha-like air. However, his swirling eyebrows paired with those fierce eyes were truly terrifying. Damn, how did you do that? Lin Qian pointed at his brow. Oh no! My training went awry, and I've developed a bit of a demonic appearance. I contacted Lao Jian a while ago, and he said he could give me a plastic surgeon, but I've been busy dungeoning lately, and haven't had time to go. The two of them were chatting casually, but Fang Qinhu, standing next to them, widened his eyes in shock. Of course, he recognized Luo Quan, and he sensed something from his attitude towards Lin Qian. What's up? You've been busy lately. Did this summoning delay anything? Lin Qian asked with a smile. No, I've been meditating a lot lately, so I haven't been doing dungeons very often anyway. By the way, Brother Qian, you haven't told me what you want me to do yet. Luo Quan brought the subject back. Nothing. I was bored, so I wanted to show you the joy of speedrunning. At this, Luo Quan's eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Qian, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, his gaze shifting for a moment. What? Did you get a quest? Lin Qian knew what he was thinking from his reaction. Yes, I just got it. Luo Quan carefully read the quest instructions, his expression becoming noticeably more serious. Brother Qian, I think this quest is quite difficult. What do you need me to prepare? Lin Qian smiled faintly. It had indeed been a long time since they last met, and Luo Quan had no idea what level Lin Qian had reached. No need to prepare, just watch the show. Chapter 356. In my opinion, this broken city is probably undefendable. We might as well split up and run. Every last one alive is a chance to save the day. The lights in the city defense conference room were dim. A dozen figures formed distinct groups, each side undisguisedly on guard. Run? Where to? There's an endless wasteland outside. Do you plan to plunge headfirst into the beast horde and then hope for a safe escape? To the right of the conference table, a scantily clad woman with smoky makeup glanced at the bearded man who was speaking, her lip ring curling up in disdain. Idiot! The bearded man narrowed his eyes slightly. Bitch, are you looking for death? A square pistol was pulled out from his waistband, a blue halo surrounding it, poised for fire. Shoo! The woman, however, paid no mind. She lazily tilted her head back, chewed her gum, and blew a small bubble. With a pop, the bubble burst. As if issuing a command, the air around her grew visibly colder. Suddenly, several vague silhouettes appeared around her, each pair of terrifying eyes simultaneously fixed on the bearded man, who was about to raise his gun. Humph, playing tricks. If I really wanted to kill you, I have already punched a hole in your head. Why would I even give you the chance to use your abilities? Despite this, the bearded man slowly retracted his square pistol. TSK. The woman with smoky makeup continued to sneer. Beside the tray of pastries, a portly man appeared absorbed in eating a creamy pastry, but in reality, he was taking the opportunity to survey everyone in the room. In a nearby chair, a petite girl lay soundly asleep, her head tilted back, sunscreen covering her face. There are too many people. The atmosphere feels awkward. I've encountered cooperative missions before, but they were always 6 or 7 at most. This time, there are over 10 people at once. The mission is probably incredibly difficult. Hey! Are you listening to me? Sitting next to the girl's chair, the fat man muttered to himself for a long time, but suddenly heard a barely perceptible snoring next to his ear, and he immediately became angry. Yeah. Aw? You eat, I won't. Yu was startled awake by the fat man's angry voice. He stumbled, finally regaining his balance. He subconsciously reached out to wipe the saliva from his mouth, turned his head, and met the fat man's expression with a deep sense of resentment. Do you realize how dangerous this situation is? You're still sleeping. You're a fool. The fat man's teeth were grinding. His teammate was truly unreliable. He had told him so many times, but he hadn't remembered. Oh, don't worry, you're here. You know, I've been practicing fusion magic lately, and it's very exhausting. I've only slept for half an hour since yesterday. Even with 60 points of spirit, I can't handle it. I really can't take it anymore. Yu said, yawning while covering his mouth. Keep your voice down. Can you just reveal your attributes so easily? The fat man glanced around cautiously upon hearing this, and sighed with relief when he saw no one was paying attention. You're just too timid and cowardly. Yu smacked his lips, stood up, and stretched. However, this very movement caused 6 or 7 people in the room to look at him warily. Facing the stairs, Yu remained unfazed. She strode toward the main seat, raised an eyebrow at the man wearing the medal, and slammed her hands on the table. I say, you called us here, but didn't explain what you were doing? You're just sitting there? Do I look like I have nothing to do? Ignoring the fat man's constant glares from behind her, Yu pulled up a chair and sat down casually, her shoes resting on the table. And this guy, he's been rolling his eyes for so long. Go check his breath, and see if he's dead. She raised her chin and gestured to a foreigner next to the man, whose eyes were rolling back. Hee hee, young lady. The man was stunned at first, then smiled slightly. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Who are you calling young lady? Call me sister, Yu. Yu raised her eyes, her expression imperious. The man smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Miss Yu's accent sounds like she's from the north? Yu raised an eyebrow. Well, Miss Yu from Northeast China, what's up? The man was about to respond when the foreigner sitting next to him, who was rolling his eyes, suddenly took a deep breath, sat up straight, and regained his composure. How's it going, Delson? Are there any other survivors? The man handed over a bottle of blue liquid. The foreigner, known as Delson, took the glass and gulped down a few mouthfuls before regaining the strength to speak. We've contacted 2 more, but one refused to join us. The man sighed helplessly. That's normal. We don't know each other, so it's understandable that they be wary. His expression grew serious. I just didn't expect there were so many more survivors in this city. Including the unsearched areas, the number of survivors participating in this mission will likely exceed 20. What a terrifying number. It also proves the difficulty of this mission. The man raised his head and looked at the people in the conference room. Friends, this is a challenge. Even if we unite, completing this mission will probably be very difficult. Feeling a few hostile glances, the man suddenly raised his hand. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this to act like a leader. As you can see, my friend, Delson, is a magician with a rare ability to communicate with souls. It's because of this that he was able to locate you and gather us here. During this mission, he can serve as your liaison throughout, monitoring the situation and ensuring everyone's safety. By the way, the man glanced at Yu, who sat arrogantly beside him. Since some people missed me just now, let me introduce myself again. My name is Zheng Jia. I specialize in agility, specializing in long-range support and overall observation, and cold weapons. If you're planning to collaborate on this mission, I think it's best for us to get to know each other's strengths, so we can more easily assign tasks. Although he claimed he didn't want to be a leader, his words and actions were still controlling the pace. Although some people were dissatisfied with this, they didn't say anything. Your sister Yu is a magician, skilled in large-scale bombing, the kind that can't distinguish friend from foe. Yu, who was standing nearby, was the first to respond, and the fat man in the distance couldn't help but slap his forehead. I have a few evil spirits, skilled in psychological attacks. The woman with smoky makeup raised her hand, and was the third to respond, her voice still half dead and lazy. A gunman on the tech side, specializing in drilling holes in the heads of prey. The bearded man was the fourth to respond, introducing himself without taking his eyes off the woman with smoky makeup. Chapter 357. After hearing everyone's fragmented introductions of their abilities, a smile played across Zheng Jia's lips. He didn't care if what they said was true or not. It was normal for them to have reservations. Just like him, he was actually a strength-specialized warrior, but he deliberately said he specialized in agility, out of a sense of caution. All he wanted was a gesture. The mere act of speaking meant a willingness to cooperate. Everyone should have a starting position. Zheng Jia continued to control the pace, removing the metal from his chest. For example, I'm the captain of the city defense force, able to mobilize 50 guards on the northern wall. This conference room was temporarily requisitioned through my authority. Squad leader, 17 men. Captain, 130. I'm the patrol commander, able to mobilize 300 men, but no equipment. Armor battalion, I have the equipment. Watching everyone's introductions unfold, Yu was stunned. Why are you all officials, and I'm just an ordinary sentry? Zheng Jia simply smiled. Miss Yu, don't be downhearted. I've done a similar mission before. Compensation positions are usually assigned based on strength. The stronger the skill, the smaller the compensation. Conversely, he didn't continue, but it still aroused dissatisfaction among the people present. Bang! A slamming sound came from the young man assigned to the armored battalion. What do you mean? Zheng Jia quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just speaking the truth. I've been observing the rules of various dungeon missions. This is just one of my guesses, and it may not be accurate. Although he smiled, a subtle coldness flashed through his narrowed eyes. A bunch of brainless idiots. Even at this point, they still care about that insignificant bit of face. Looks like this mission is going to be difficult to get through. Be ready to leave at any time. He complained inwardly, but a smile remained on his face. Zheng Jia actually didn't like dealing with this group of arrogant survivors at all. If he liked being the boss, he would have formed a survival team long ago. It was precisely because he had a severe aversion to idiots that he disliked having a bunch of burdens around. But there was no other way. Sometimes, if you want to complete a mission, you have to hold your nose and endure it. It's like playing a game, and there are two brainless noobs on your team. To win a game, you can only suppress the urge to curse and command them to the best of your ability. Zheng Jia felt that way right now. After one round of probing, he had basically divided the people in the arena into different tiers. He glanced at Yu from the corner of his eye. If we want to successfully survive these 3 days, it seems this person will be an indispensable aid. Yes, 3 days. The same mission, but different conditions for leaving. Lin Qian's mission was 7 days, but they only had 3. Furthermore, Lin Qian and Fang Qin, whose initial teleportation point was a temporary camp over 500 kilometers from the city. Not only would it take a considerable amount of time to get there, but they also didn't hold any official positions. Of course, Lin didn't need that crap either. Commanding tens, hundreds, or even 1,000 people was simply superfluous. If he really wanted to engage in a group fight, he could just use a zone summoning card to summon the Black Army. That's no more reliable than an armored battalion. It seems our positions are crucial to completing the mission. Everyone's authority should be concentrated, so we should prepare for the Beast Tide as soon as possible. Delson, see if you can control a few key leaders in the city. Zheng Jia began to arrange the tasks, but when he turned, he saw Delson, who was rolling his eyes, suddenly reveal a terrified expression. Then, he began to convulse as if he were having an epileptic seizure. Delson! Zheng Jie was shocked and quickly helped Delson lie flat on the ground. Yu Yu, who was standing nearby, popped his head out to observe. What's going on? Zheng Jie quickly unscrewed a bottle of blue liquid, pinched Delson's mouth, and forced it down his throat. A similar situation happened before. That time, he was touched by a terrifying evil spirit. Delson! Delson! After feeding him the blue liquid, Zheng Jie began patting Delson's cheek. After a long moment, Delson's twitching stopped, and his white eyes slowly returned to normal. What did you see? Zheng Jie asked gravely. Delson's breathing was rapid, and he swallowed hard. A monster. A terrifying monster. Right at the city gate. Meanwhile, at the city gate. What's wrong, Brother Qian? Is something wrong? Seeing Lin Qian suddenly stop, Luo Quan couldn't help but look in the direction Lin Qian was staring with curiosity. Nothing, I just thought I saw an evil spirit. At this, Luo Quan didn't react, but Fang Qinhu on the other side frowned. Evil spirit? This dungeon is more about bloodshed and confrontation, I think. I don't recall any supernatural elements. Lin Qian shrugged. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. As they were talking, two guards in light armor approached. Refugee certificate? What's that? Seeing the bewildered faces of the three, the two guards' expressions fell. Do you think this is a place you can just enter? Get out without a refugee certificate. There's a homeless camp over there that's more suitable for you. The guard spat, poking Lin Qian's chest repeatedly with his staff. Lin Qian's eyelids drooped. Fang Qinhu's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have seen a similar scene before. As expected, it was just as he expected. The next second, the crowd erupted in commotion, and two shrill screams flew away. Lin Qian slapped the two reckless guards, sending them flying. I just wanted to go through the motions on a whim, and you dare to stop me? However, this time was different from the last time. The city guards were alerted, and soon a group of heavily armored soldiers arrived. Surprisingly, the leader was a burly middle-aged man wearing no armor. The middle-aged man's muscles were tense, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although he was unarmored, Lin Qian could clearly sense that his aura was significantly stronger than the others. Of course, he was powerful, but he posed no threat at all. Sir. The middle-aged man raised his hand, suppressing the heavily armored soldiers' guns. Our city-state always welcomes capable people. But even if you're capable, if you're too arrogant. He didn't continue. What are you talking about, Luo Quan? Go up and give him a slap in the face. Lin Qian frowned at the man across from him, and casually gave Luo Quan an order. Fang Qinhu, standing nearby, stared. Okay. What was even more unbelievable was that Luo Quan didn't hesitate at all, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over. Chapter 358. Bang! Luo Quan held back. After all, they were in public, and to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he didn't use any special abilities. But even so, his strength, over 60 points, was no match for an ordinary person. And yet, this guy easily took it. Luo Quan's brows twisted into a swirl, a hint of surprise. The middle-aged man, who had taken the blow, suddenly changed expression. What a powerful force. He took a step back. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, noticing the bone shield that had grown from nowhere on the middle-aged man's arm. Armor? If it was just speculation now, the middle-aged man's actions the next moment confirmed it. With a flick of his hand, a sharp bone knife quickly formed, its blade flashing with a sharp, cold light. It's been ages since I've seen armored warriors from other cities. Nothing else to discuss. Today, I'm just itching to spar with you. Transform your armor. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with excitement, his hostility diminishing considerably. But Luo Quan looked bewildered. What are you talking about? He assumed the opening stance of the demon-subduing fist. I'm not even going to use my skills to hit you. The middle-aged man immediately grew angry. Good. You're truly arrogant. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not warning you. As soon as he finished speaking, a conch-like shell suddenly emerged from under the middle-aged man's right foot. With a hiss, a stream of white air erupted, like the thrusters of a power armor suit, propelling his body forward and delivering a diagonal slash. Ah! Faced with the middle-aged man's sudden burst of power, Luo Quan also became intrigued. He spread one foot and stomped the ground hard. Golden body. A humming sound echoed from a bronze bell, and a golden light emerged from his body. The next moment, the bone sword pierced Luo Quan's shoulder. It was clear that the middle-aged man had held back, not wanting to cause any loss of life. However, What he never expected was the clanging of metal upon the sharp ancient sword's contact with Luo Quan's shoulder. Snap! Luo Quan suddenly clapped his hands, catching the blade with his bare hands. Then, he crossed his palms and exerted a sudden force. Crack! The bone sword broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. The middle-aged man stumbled, raising the broken bone sword in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. All right. Just then, Lin Qian slowly stepped forward and stopped Luo Quan, who was still trying to seize the opportunity to slap him. Sizing the middle-aged man up and down, Lin Qian couldn't help but let a greedy glint cross his eyes. His armor core had been plucked from the man in bone armor, so the middle-aged man before him was equivalent to a new armor core. Of course, a single armor core held little appeal to him right now. What interested him was the other party's method for obtaining the armor core. The thought of the entire Black Army transforming into armor filled Lin Qian's mind, and he couldn't help but feel excited. You are? Seeing Luo Quan obediently return to Lin Qian's side, the middle-aged man realized Lin Qian's extraordinary abilities. He retracted his armor transforming ability and asked hesitantly. Lin Qian smiled faintly, raised his hand, and activated his armor transforming ability as well. Giant bone armor quickly covered his entire arm. We are just homeless refugees. I wonder if this city can accommodate 3 poor souls. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched slightly at the sight of the thick, jet-black bone armor covering Lin Qian's arm. What a rapid armor transformation, and surprisingly thick. After a moment's silence, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled. A person of ability is always welcome. 3 of you, please follow me. This city is vast, but unlike Qingzhou City, it's more like a scaled-down medieval castle, with a complex structure from top to bottom. Thick walls, and a comprehensive defense system. Fang Qinhu surveyed the surrounding facilities, mentally considering how to capitalize on these advantages. But turning around, Lin Qian and Luo Quan looked more like they were on a spring outing. They showed no signs of nervousness at all, even enjoying the local snacks. Old Luo, you're a monk, can you eat meat? No problem, I'm a warrior monk. Okay, let's have a drink later. The middle-aged man waved his hand in defiance. Forget it, I have to be on duty tonight. After all the talk along the way, Lin Qian had a basic understanding of this dungeon world. This guy called himself Lao Wan. He was a member of the city defense force, and because he was an A-class core warrior, he held a high rank. A-class core warriors were extremely rare, and each one required immense time and expense to train. The city-state had no recognized ruler. Everything was usually decided by the parliament, which was formed by several major families. It could be said that these families were the local tyrants. The laboratory where Lao Wan came from was the work of one of these families. They each possessed cutting-edge biotechnology, medical technology, and weapons technology, relying on these resources to survive for centuries. Lin Qian had little interest in these ruling classes, but he keenly grasped a key point. Some of these families possessed the ability to create armor core warriors in their laboratories. If so, the labs must contain a critical reserve of armor core. However, since they had only just met, Lao Wan couldn't reveal too much. If he wanted to obtain it, he would have to find it himself. Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry. Order would soon collapse here anyway, and the items were in the city, so he wouldn't have time to rob them then. If you don't mind, you can stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I introduce you to the city defense forces. As colleagues, we need to look out for each other. Watching Lao Wan leave, Lin Qian chuckled. Fang Qinhu, however, was growing restless. Brother Qian, shouldn't we tell them about the beast tide? Perhaps influenced by Luo Quan, this guy now addressed him with ease. Before Lin Qian could say anything, Luo Quan glanced at him. Don't question Brother Qian. The tone was flat, but the warning was clear. Fang Qinhu shrank back and fell silent. He didn't know Lin Qian's true strength, but he had witnessed Luo Quan's attack firsthand. In truth, his respect for Lin Qian was purely influenced by Luo Quan's attitude. This was exactly what Lin Qian wanted. Winning without effort, then taking it easy. He didn't bother to explain or prove anything. Brother Qian, what do we do next? In comparison, Luo Quan was much more composed. While he wasn't sure of Lin Qian's current strength, he knew full well that he wasn't one for arrogance or conceit. To appear so nonchalant, he must be confident he could easily resolve the problem. Do nothing. Wait for the beast tide to arrive. Opening the window and gazing at the bustling crowd below, Lin Qian's thoughts began to stir. It seems I'm going to gain a whole bunch of followers after this mission. Chapter 359. Dusk. Figures gathered on the city walls, as the survivors, using their positions of authority, quietly began preparing for the impending beast tide. In the wilderness, a fleet of hovercraft carrying the wounded glided by. The North City gate was wide open, and a team of men in lab uniforms were already waiting. Why does it feel like something's amiss with the city defense today? Someone noticed the unusual movement of the turrets on the city wall, and couldn't help but mutter curiously. Mind your own business, and don't focus on irrelevant things. The leader glanced coldly at the whispering men, and the group fell into silence. Boom! At that moment, a hovercraft in the distance suddenly erupted in flames, its power plant destroyed, and it plummeted. The flames dyed the night dark, and the sound of an explosion followed. The leader turned around and witnessed the scene firsthand, his eyes widening. At the end of the field of vision, where the setting sun met the ground, a vast mass of dark shadows rose and fell, a humming sound growing increasingly clear. Beast! Beast tied! Close the gate! Close the city gate! He realized something was amiss and screamed in panic. But the next moment, with a sudden, unpredictable thud, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his neck, and blood gushed out instantly. The air began to ripple like water, as a ferocious, armored beast the size of an adult slowly withdrew the blade from its arm. With two bulging eyes, a crab-like mouthparts, slender limbs, a hunched back, and a layer of transparent scales covering its body, it looked like a cross between an insect and a lizard. Ah! Instantly, the crowd panicked. The nearest person turned and tried to flee, but as they turned back, they collided with the air with a thud. Puff! Another invisible armored beast appeared, piercing the man's chest with its blade. Followed by a third, and a fourth. The city defense troops finally arrived, their bodies forming a river of blood near the city gate. Because a certain family had previously announced that the convoy would need to pass through the city gate tonight, and had asked all unauthorized personnel to stay away, this unintended incident had created an advantageous opportunity for the invisible armored beasts. Damn it! When did they sneak in? Kill them all! Don't let these invisible armored beasts slip into the city. Among the city defense troops, 2 armored core warriors quickly transformed and engaged a dozen invisible armored beasts. Dozens of heavily armored soldiers followed closely behind, forming a defensive line with their bodies, pushing the invisible armored beasts back step by step. Amidst a roar, the city gate closed. An alarm blared, and the beast tide was rapidly approaching. The survivors on the city walls had no time to pay attention to the battle at the gate. They stared at the boundless tide of beasts across the wasteland, all with expressions of horror. So many? Holy crap! Some can even fly! Look what that is. A giant dragon? I'm not seeing things. I've never seen such a terrifying scene in a video game. No, let's retreat. This mission looks hopeless. The dark mass of beasts came into view, like death approaching step by step. The oppressive feeling it brought was incomparable to that of powerful single monsters. We're expected to hold out for 3 days at this scale? You must be kidding. Some were already considering retreating. But at that moment, a petite figure stepped on the barrel of a heavy artillery piece and took 2 steps forward. Hey! What are you doing? Ignoring the questions from the others, Yu gazed at the boundless beast tide, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Great, this is the perfect test subject. She raised her hands, her hair fluttering, and obscure spells began to float in the air. As she waved her hands, a ball of crimson flames rose, gradually solidifying and growing, slowly forming a massive fireball. Hey girl! Stop fooling around. The beast tide is still several kilometers away. Someone tried to dissuade her, but Yu's sidelong glance silenced them. She's just getting ready. It'd take a while. I hope you won't disturb her. The fat man smiled and stood behind Yu, forming a protective position. Meanwhile, Yu held the fireball in one hand and began waving the other. The next moment, another flame rose, this time purple. Purple flame shot up several meters high. Then, Yu slowly brought his hands closer. As if drawn by some force, the purple flames began to swirl around the crimson fireball, merging with it. Gradually, the crimson fireball engulfed the purple flames, its size shrinking, while the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly rose. But this wasn't over yet. Yu continued dribbling with one hand, extending a finger with his other hand and pointing it at the purple fireball. With a swish, a laser-like beam shot out from his finger and merged into the purple fireball. To those watching, it looked as if Yu were randomly stirring the fireball with a glowing stick. Soon, the purple fireball grew brighter, almost blinding, and its outline began to fluctuate erratically. I say, it looks a bit dangerous. Won't it explode? Someone's eyelids twitched, and they instinctively took a few steps back, asking the fat man. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The fat man wore a gentle smile, but his hands moved without stopping. Barrier, shield, full armor. I don't trust you. Seeing this, the survivors around him felt their scalps tingle, and they quickly retreated from the top of the city wall, away from the purple fireball that looked ready to explode at any moment. Yu Yu's face twisted involuntarily, as if she were holding a 1,000-pound iron ball in her hands. The proportions seem off this time. The fusion is too fast. At these words, even the fat man's face turned pale. Sister Yu, don't do anything rash. Blow up the city wall before the beast tide arrives. As her hair danced wildly, the outline of the purple fireball became increasingly unstable. No! I can't suppress it. Throw one first. There's still time. I roll another. Yu Yu controlled the purple fireball forward, his hands clasped in front of him, muttering an obscure incantation. Release. Swish. The next second, the purple fireball shot out like a meteor, its brilliance growing increasingly dazzling as it flew. Boom! Before it could slam into the beast tide, the fireball exploded directly above. With a whoosh, the surging purple flames engulfed a vast swarm of armored beasts, forcibly carving a gap in the boundless beast tide. As if signaling a signal, with a blast, various strike weapons launched from every corner of the city, bombarding the beast tide. On the city walls, heavy cannons began unleashing their firepower. The first wave of long-range engagements began. Chapter 360. Requesting fire support. We can't hold on. Retreat. Retreat back into the city. Boom. Too many. Too many. Watch the air. The beast tide was closing in, not far from the city walls. Despite their relentless firepower, they still couldn't stop the overwhelming force. Out of mana. Recharge. From the city wall, Yu casually launched a crimson fireball, shouting without turning back. The fat man behind him chanted a spell and waved his hand, a healing light appearing. Miss Yu, a large number of flying armored beasts are approaching. The city walls are too dangerous. We need your damage output. Please retreat to a safe area. Zheng Jia appeared behind the fat man, urgently persuading him. No, I like this position. Yu Yu, without turning back, continued to stand on the cannon barrel firing fireballs. A bunch of idiots. Zheng Jia couldn't help but mutter, his forehead veins throbbing. The fat man heard it, but could only pretend not to hear, offering Zheng Jia a helpless smile. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind blew overhead, and several shadowy figures swooped down along the city wall. The woman with smoky makeup took action. The fierce ghosts weaved through the beast tide, sending armored beasts crashing without warning. Though their efficiency was far inferior to Yu Yu's, they were able to maintain a steady output. With danger looming, the survivors dared not hide any longer, and unleashed their own methods. With a whoosh, a yellow mist erupted from the beast tide. The armored beasts caught in the mist instantly became limp, and collapsed to the ground, crushed to death by their kin behind them. Atop the city wall, Zheng Jia drew his bow and drew his arrows. With a few rustling sounds, 3 arrows fell from the heights. These 3 arrows glowed blue, connected by a thin blue line. As they landed, the triangle formed by the blue light suddenly brightened. With a humming sound, the triangle of light began to expand in all directions, severing a large number of armored beasts in half. Then, it quickly contracted, carving out a triangular death zone. With the entry of survivors with various unconventional means into the battlefield, the pressure on the guards suddenly eased. They had no time to worry about the identities of the attackers, cherishing their hard-earned breathing space. However, even after these survivors revealed their trump cards, they only managed to eliminate the vanguard. The beast tide remained endless, and with the entry of more advanced armored beasts, the survivors gradually felt their strength was insufficient. Roar! In the distant night sky, green dots of light began to rapidly approach. They were creatures resembling bone dragons, their 2 pairs of wings flapping as they flew at breakneck speed. Green flames burned in the cracks of their armored bones. That's it! Skeleton dragon! Watch out for air raid! After a shrill cry, the city defenders began to panic. Although the survivors didn't know what a skeleton dragon was, they knew at a glance that it was no easy task. 7 in total, I can handle 2. Zheng Jia lightly leaped down from the top of the watchtower, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and with a flick of his hand, 2 red arrows appeared. I can handle 2 too. Yu Yu gulped down a bottle of potion, and a flash of white light suddenly appeared around him. I can handle 1. The bearded man injected himself with a high-level healing potion, and the square pistol in his hand began to charge. However, no one else responded. Zheng Jia looked around, a look of helplessness creeping into his eyes. This is only the first wave of elite monsters, and everyone's already overwhelmed. With a sigh, he returned the 2 red arrows to his storage space. I think this mission is beyond our capabilities. It's wise to cut losses in time. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed from the sky. A skeleton dragon had already flown over the city wall, braving the blast of anti-aircraft weapons and landing heavily on the ground. Whoosh! A burst of green flames erupted, drowning out the screams of the heavily armored soldiers before they could even utter a single sound. Seeing the scene unfold before their eyes, everyone's eyelids twitched slightly. They couldn't understand why such a mission, seemingly impossible from the outset, had occurred. Even the usually lively Yu fell silent. With a flash of white light, someone teleported out of the dungeon, abandoning the mission. Sister Yu, let's retreat too. The fat man quietly approached Yu. This is simply not a task humanly possible. Yu couldn't help but sigh. It seems I'm still too weak. After returning, study the fusion of the 4th type of magic and increase its power. The fat man's mouth twitched at this. Auntie, why don't we play it safe? I'm afraid you might accidentally blow yourself up. In less than an hour, the intensity of the beast tide had already made these survivors want to retreat. He didn't even feel any reluctance, because he knew this mission was simply beyond his current capabilities. Within 3 hours, the city walls will be breached. Zheng Jie turned to look at the approaching beast tide and offered his assessment. We can retreat to the city center first and see if anyone here has any weapons of mass destruction. I'm getting the feeling there's something off about the difficulty level. He frowned, still looking somewhat unwilling. Just as he was about to say something else, Zheng Jie's ears twitched, a cold glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and drew his bow, aiming at the top of the city wall. But the next moment, he was stunned. Not the armored beast. Another survivor? A shadow like ink spread along the edge of the city wall. Then, a figure slowly rose from the shadows, a pitch-black sword slung across his back. The hem of his long leather jacket rustled in the wind. Sheathing his bow and arrow, a cold glint flashed in Zheng Jie's eyes. He assumed Lin Qian was one of the survivors who refused to cooperate, so naturally, he wouldn't be in a good mood. However, just as he was about to ignore this guy, he turned around and saw Yu and Fatty not far away, both staring at the dark figure with wide eyes. Hey! Fatty. Yes, he's changed his clothes, but that familiar aura. Really? Then should we still leave? Even that person wouldn't be able to do anything against the overwhelming beast tide. Don't worry, let's see. Catching the 2 people's conversation, Zheng Jie's brows slowly furrowed. When he looked at the figure on the wall again, curiosity filled his eyes. Could it be a master of Qin Jing's level? Chapter 361. Demon subduing Majra. A roaring cry erupted, and a dazzling golden light flashed. Boom! The skeleton dragon wreaking havoc in the city was crushed by a powerful force, its spine shattered. Green flames spread outward. Luo Quan, bare-chested, shook off his black cassock, and emerged unscathed from the flames. In the distance, Fang Qinhu also easily dispatched several invisible armored beasts that had infiltrated the city. He had dealt with similar creatures before, and was quite experienced. Brother Quan, are we really only responsible for the safety of the city? Fang Qinhu's face was filled with worry. He had just glanced at the scale of the beast tide outside, and his scalp was still tingling. Brother Qian said he would handle it, and he would definitely do it. Luo Quan had great trust in Lin Qian, but he was curious about how Lin Qian would manage to take down so many monsters. Even if they stood still and waited in line for you to chop them down, you wouldn't be able to finish them all. Meanwhile, on the city wall, it's a bit much. Looking at the dark mass of beasts below, Lin Qian couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his cheek. To be honest, it was a bit beyond his expectations. This scale was almost as large as the Shadow Legion in Eternal Night City. That was a regional trial. Although there were other survivors participating in this mission, how could they compare to my precious Black Army? Just judging their fighting power from their aura alone, Lin Qian didn't even bother to look back. Sigh. A sigh. Meanwhile, the fat man was quietly observing Lin Qian's reaction. Seeing that he seemed unsure, his heart immediately sank. Sister Yu, I think that person isn't sure either. I guess we have to retreat. But just then, he suddenly heard the second half of Lin Qian's sentence. You're exaggerating a bit. With so many, an hour wouldn't be enough. There seem to be quite a few elite monsters further back. If we want to clear them all, we probably have to use our ultimate attack. If we clear the minor enemies first, how could it take at least 2 hours? The fat man opened his mouth, then finally shut it obediently. However, he wasn't the only one eavesdropping. Zheng Jie, sitting nearby, couldn't help but frown slightly upon hearing this. Where did this psychopath come from? How can he boast so much? 2 hours? I give you 2 days. You be impressive if you survive. Shaking his head slightly, Zheng Jia was about to turn around when he saw a scene he would never forget. Creaky. The sound of old door hinges rang out, and a wooden door swung open without warning from behind Lin Qian. Sister Min, more ghostly than a ghost, emerged from inside, glanced at the survivors present, and finally turned to stand quietly behind Lin Qian, one hand on his shoulder. She didn't know when it started, but Sister Min suddenly took to placing her hand on Lin Qian's shoulder. Sister Min, can you help me pull down those flying creatures in the sky? Lin Qian pointed at the glowing green skeleton dragons. Sister Min nodded gently. She had already mastered some basic body language. Okay. Lin Qian stretched his shoulders. I clear out the miscellaneous soldiers first. With that, he raised his hands. Blood mist. After these calm words, a crimson mist began to spread across the sky, sweeping like a tsunami towards the beast high below. Sizzle. The survivors present were instantly shocked by the scene before them, their breathing paused for a few seconds. On the other hand, the fat man, who had witnessed Lin Qian's attacks, reacted less violently, merely excitedly. I should have known this person was here. I worried for nothing. The air began to heat up. Below, the beast tide seemed to pause for a moment as the blood mist swept over them. However, the mist spread at an alarming speed. In less than half a minute, the entire world seemed to be dyed a blood red. Sizzle. Before, the blood mist's corrosiveness only affected flesh and blood, leaving them powerless against these armored beasts. But after integrating the immortality and pure fire, his blood mist now possessed a burning effect. While it might not react at first, over time, ordinary armored beasts would be steamed like crabs, frozen in place. Closing his eyes, and feeling the countless armored beasts die one after another, Lin Qian suddenly felt that the possibility of a 1-hour speedrun was increasing. Hey! Fatty, tell me, should I go help? Yu's eyes gleamed from behind, eager to try. Just be quiet for a moment. They're on such a large scale. Don't use your 2 tricks and embarrass yourself. The fat man attacked mercilessly. Such terrifying abilities. Is that guy really human? Zheng Jia was also horrified by the scene before him. Looking around, he saw an endless expanse of scarlet. If this guy could truly repel the beast tide single-handedly, wouldn't that prove he also possessed the power to decimate a city? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the figure again, his eyes were filled with fear. Roar! At that moment, as if sensing the source of danger, the 6 skeleton dragons in the sky, which had been preparing to split up and attack the city from various directions, suddenly gathered together and swooped down towards Lin Qian. Clatter! Then, a moment later, a large number of pitch-black spots suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by countless pitch-black chains that entangled the 6 skeleton dragons and pulled them down. Bound by the pitch-black chains, the green flames on the skeleton dragons visibly dimmed. Soon, their struggles gradually weakened. With a series of crisp crackling sounds, the 6 skeleton dragons were strangled by the pitch-black chains, and the green flames exploded with a roar. Sister Min seemed to dislike fire, shrinking and quietly hiding behind Lin Qian. And Lin Qian, possessing the incombustibility trait, completely ignored such low-level flames. Even his giant leather jacket remained unscathed. Premium materials are premium materials, durable. What's going on? You want to run? Lin Qian, enjoying his game of mowing, suddenly frowned. The group of armored beasts behind him, those that hadn't entered the blood mist's range, seemed to have received a simultaneous command and turned and retreated in unison. He was immediately displeased. Would running be enough? He wanted to exceed his target, and total annihilation was the safest approach. You wish. Sister Min, stay here. I intercept. The blood mist quickly receded, and Lin Qian immediately activated Shadow Walk, disappearing over the city wall. Only a group of survivors remained, staring at each other in bewilderment. Just then, Sister Min suddenly glanced back at them. Almost everyone shrank their necks and quietly took a few steps back. Why don't we retreat first? With the boss away, I'm afraid his friends will treat us like snacks. Hey! Can't you communicate with evil spirits? Quick, have your evil spirit tell this guy we're all good kids. In a panic, the fat man noticed the shivering woman with smoky makeup not far away. Get out. My evil spirit is more scared than I am right now, it can't even scream. Zheng Jia was equally tense, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. At this moment, the pressure on him was even greater than when he just faced the beast tide. Everyone, don't move, or you anger it. We talk about everything after the boss returns. Chapter 362. A bloody mist filled the air behind the beast hide. Seeing their retreat cut off, the armored beasts grew restless. Lin Qian manipulated the bloody mist to encircle the beast hide, slowly shrinking it, and forcing the armored beasts into a line. He wanted to gather the monsters for his ultimate attack. However, the rear of the beast hide was no match for the front. High-level armored beasts capable of withstanding the bloody mist appeared in large numbers. Roar! The earth rumbled and trembled as a massive black armored rhinoceros charged straight toward Lin Qian. Blue arcs of electricity flashed through the cracks of its carapace, and its massive horns began to gather energy. The surrounding armored beasts automatically moved away, as if fearing being caught. Yo! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. These were all top-quality materials. With extreme speed, dust billowed from the ground. The next moment, he appeared directly above the black armored rhinoceros, the Xianjin broadsword in his hand materializing from thin air. He spun in midair and slashed down with one blow. Dang! Somewhat unexpectedly, the collision between the Xinchuan broadsword and the black armor produced a metallic hum. The black armored rhino stumbled, its hooves sliding sideways to the ground. Although it hadn't broken through its armor, the Xinchuan broadsword, though a blade, was more like a blunt instrument, and the resulting shockwaves damaged its internal organs. The arc dissipated, and the black armored rhino struggled to rise, but now that Lin Qian had targeted it, it was destined to become nothing more than a weapon. Sheathing the sword, he slid closer. With a humming sound, a ring of power emerged. Bang! A punch struck the black armored rhino's abdomen, sending its massive body sliding over 10 meters. The rhino's hooves flapped twice, then fell silent. Just then, a series of crackling sounds suddenly erupted in his ears. He had heard this sound before. It was very familiar. He tilted his head, turned, and the bone shield quickly took shape. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crashing sounds echoed as Lin Qian's saw scraped against the ground, sliding back half a meter before stopping. Lansdale? Seeing the giant scorpion-like creatures in the herd, Lin Qian couldn't help but think of the young one-brother snake had fed him earlier. How could this thing grow so large? He removed a bullet embedded in the bone shield. It also had a snail-like structure, but was roughly the size of 2 fingers. Roar! A few more muffled roars echoed as several massive armored beasts, resembling triceratops, charged towards Lin Qian. You keep coming one after another, so long-winded. Lin Qian sheathed his bone shield, leaped back several meters, and landed. He glanced at the angle formed by the blood mist. Although the arc was a bit large, the advanced armored beasts in the beast hide were already converging towards him. The time is almost here. Lin Qian stripped off his giant leather jacket, revealing his muscular upper body. He took a step forward, lowered his waist, retracted his fist, and gathered his strength. Limit. Boom! Instantly, crimson, twisted electric snakes erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. Unlike last time, this time Lin Qian was simply out to reap the rewards, not driven into despair. A sinister grin played on his face, his eyes blazing with crimson lightning. The blood mist evaporated, lightning crackled across his skin, and his bones crackled. He had thought that with his increased attributes, he might be able to withstand the force of a limit attack, but he hadn't expected the strength of the limit attack to increase significantly compared to his own endurance. At the same time, the survivors on the city wall also noticed something unusual in the distant sky. Crimson lightning pierced the sky, and the beast hide, as if sensing some terrifying presence, began to flee in panic. Some plunged headfirst into the still dispersed blood mist, quickly being boiled to death. What is that? Zheng Jia stared wide-eyed at the blood-red lightning exploding in the distance, feeling the air seemed to have grown heavier. Wow! Yu, also leaning on the city wall, peered out, a look of amazement on his face. The fat man looked uneasy. Why do I feel a little unsafe here? How about we go down and hide? No way, we're so far away. Yu turned to look at the fat man, suggesting he was overthinking things. However, just as she turned back, crimson lightning suddenly erupted in the distance. One! Strike! A faint, frantic roar echoed in everyone's ears. Then, a burst of crimson light practically illuminated the entire sky. Buzz! A gust of air swept in, sending the survivors' hair flying. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the city walls beneath their feet, causing them to tremble. The entire city was instantly plunged into panic. What kind of monster is that? Blood-red lightning blazed, a sharp sound of air scraping against the ground echoing in his ears. Sizzle! Zheng Jia clutched the wall with both hands, his face filled with horror as he gazed at the distant scene. The fleeing armored beasts were mercilessly torn apart by the crimson lightning, their flesh and blood dissipating into mist. For him, this mission was an absolutely world-shattering experience. And it was constantly being refreshed. Oh no! Get out of the way! Seeing the second blast of air sweeping in, the fat man's pupils shrank, and he quickly dove and scrambled down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang! Bang! Bricks and stones shattered, and a torrent of shattered shells shot out. One survivor, unable to dodge, cried out as a triangular piece of armor pierced his buttocks, drawing blood. Below, Fong Qinhu, who had witnessed everything through the observation hole, was also dumbfounded. He turned his head blankly and looked at Luo Quan, only to see the mysterious expression he had long expected. Suddenly, respect welled up in his heart. Sure enough, a truly powerful person needs no explanations. However, Fong Qinhu hadn't noticed that Luo Quan's forehead was already covered in sweat. Damn it! Is he still human? I knew he was strong, but I had no idea he was this strong. Amitabha. The patinated Buddhist beads, twirled like bicycle chains, betrayed Luo Quan's fear. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Qian's body slowly collapsed within the deep pit. Bone after bone, flesh torn and ripped, his body a horrible sight, a look of near exhaustion. Just then, the ground in the distance suddenly trembled slightly, and with a puff, a bizarre creature emerged from the pit. It was an emerald green monster with a round belly, no arms or legs, and a pair of round eyes on its tentacles, somewhat resembling a snail's structure. It crawled forward, its tentacles trembling slightly. Buzz! Lin Qian lowered his head, unresponsive. Seeing this, it relaxed its guard and began to crawl faster. It was anxious, as if being exposed to the air made it feel insecure. However, just as it was about to touch Lin Qian, a flash of green light flashed. The resuscitation attribute triggered, and the wounds all over Lin Qian's body visibly healed, and his hair and beard grew wildly. Chapter 363. Realizing the situation, the snail monster immediately attempted to burrow back underground. However, just as it leaped up and was about to touch the ground, Lin Qian suddenly swooped in, grabbing its slippery body. I was wondering why these armored beasts act like well-trained soldiers. It seems you're the one commanding them. Lin Qian stood up, letting the snail monster at his hand struggle. In the distance, the city gates opened, and the previously frightened soldiers, like chicken blood, chased the remaining armored beasts, saving Lin Qian from having to intervene. After easily dispatching the snail capable of launching psychic attacks, Lin Qian donned his giant leather coat again, picked up the Lin Yuan long sword at his side, and used Shadow Walk to return to the city wall. With Sister Min and Wu Sheng guarding him, Lin Qian could safely unleash his ultimate attack. Summoning Sister Min back to the hound space, he looked around at the weak survivors. Hey, you look familiar to me. It was only then that he noticed the fat man not far away. Hey, boss, you saved our lives in that strange dungeon before. Remind? Lin Qian suddenly remembered. Oh, so you're the girl he carried that day. Lin Qian looked at Yu. Yes. Yes. The fat man turned in surprise, only to see that the usually arrogant and domineering Miss Yu was now acting so docilely, as if he were a stranger. Hands clasped behind her back straight, she looked like a good student being called out by her teacher. Lin Qian nodded and glanced around at the others. When his gaze passed over them, almost everyone felt a pang of fear. After experiencing 2 beast tribe sieges, Lin Qian's attitude toward his fellow survivors began to change. Though these individuals were weak, they were definitely among the top tier of survivors at this stage. He had always been curious about the criteria for the leader level mentioned by the beast tribe. Putting himself aside, Lu Zhanqing, Su Mian, Old Wu, Qin Liang, Luo Quan, and Jiang Jinshan were all capable of suppressing a region. Could they be considered leader level? Lin Qian planned to ask his colleagues when he had time, and if that didn't work, he'd go back and ask that profiteer for confirmation. Come here, I want to talk to you. He sat down on a random step and waved to Zheng Jie and the others. Though they didn't know what Lin Qian was going to do, the survivors still obediently came over, even subconsciously forming neat lines based on size. They stood with their heads held high and chests puffed out, silent, as if waiting for a lecture. Lin Qian was speechless at the sight. I don't eat humans. What are you afraid of? Rolling his eyes secretly, Lin Qian got straight to the point. My name is Lin Qian, my number is 412-6609. Remember this number. If you encounter assassins of other species during future missions, run away if possible. If you're truly desperate, you can try to summon me. Note, this only applies to assassins of other species. If you can't complete the mission yourself, then summon me. Humph. He didn't continue, only chuckling coldly. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed from the crowd. Did you remember that? Speak. I remember that, a dozen people said in unison. Out of order. Louder. Do it again. Lin Qian's playful mood took over. Remember. The survivors stretched their necks and shouted. Repeat my number. 412-6609. The guards below, hearing the commotion on the city wall, couldn't help but look up. The armored beasts had been largely eliminated, leaving only fragments of corpses and flesh mixed with blood outside the city. Okay, disband. With Lin Qian's command, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. A sense of relief lifted. The next second, however, a system notification sounded, halting the survivors who had been eager to leave. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. Survival mission ends early. Return at any time. Ding! Exceeded mission targets. Reward upgrade. Hearing the system notification, Lin Qian's interest grew. What was originally a 7-day mission had been completed in 10 hours. He was curious whether this significant increase in efficiency would affect the value of the reward. Receive reward. Free attribute points *40. Evolution potion, agility. Evolution potion, strength. Thunderbolt revolver *1. Armor core *1. Rapid healing potion *5. Over limit potion *3. Permanent gate *1. Personal contribution, 99.3%. Receive personal contribution reward. Strange gold coin *93. Deathmatch card *1. Chaos Maze treasure map *1. After a long series of system notifications, even Lin Qian, who was quite experienced in harvesting rewards, couldn't help but feel dazzled. 2 potions that could break through the first limit were a bit unexpected. I expected them, but I wasn't expecting 2 at once. Forget about the armor core rapid healing potion and the permanent gate. The last 2 items were what he cared about most. He flipped his hand, and a pitch-black card appeared out of thin air. Although it resembled the Chaos Land teleport card, this one bore many intricate patterns. In the center, 2 long swords intersected, faintly shimmering. Deathmatch card. Enter the target number, and simultaneously forcibly pull yourself and your opponent into a duel. The deathmatch ends only when one player dies. The winner gains free attribute points equal to 1/10 of the target's total stats. Cannot be used on targets under protection. After carefully reading the item description, Lin Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered the banned cards used by the 3 powerful beast men before him. They seemed similar in design to the one in his hand. Cannot be used on targets under protection. He pondered the note over and over. It went without saying that other races must have the same card, and his number was no secret. As soon as his protection period ended, similar duels would likely follow. However, it was easy to crack it. Use the zone transfer card to change his number before the protection period ended. But Lin Qian wasn't planning on doing that. His goal was to advance to level 3 Supervisor before the protection period ended, instantly maxing out his attributes. Then he see who was so eager to give him experience. Putting the dual card away, Lin Qian took out another one. Chaos Maze treasure map. When used within the Chaos Maze, it generates a map guiding the user to the location of a mysterious treasure. Chaos Maze? Based on his experience, Lin Qian guessed this was most likely the contents of a leopard's room. Go back and ask the bald monster to determine the danger level first. Chapter 364. Super Limit Potion. After injection, strength, agility, and constitution are boosted by 15% for a short period of time. The duration is affected by constitution, up to 1,000 points. Oh? It actually increases stats for a short period of time. Great stuff. It's a shame there's a limit. I have to use it quickly. Once I'm promoted to level 3 Supervisor, the 1,000 point limit will be a piece of cake for me. Carelessly flipping through the bag, the 4th item appeared. It was a large, jet black revolver, almost as long as Lin Qian's forearm. Reaching out to grasp it, it felt heavy, completely different from what he had imagined. There was no arcing of electricity flowing through the gun, and it looked like a large, ordinary pistol. Thunderbolt revolver. It absorbs lightning energy and stores a total of 6 bullets. Pulling the trigger unleashes the lightning with immense power. It needs to store energy? After reading the description, Lin Qian was immediately disappointed. He wanted to test the power, but found that it was empty. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered his shadow lightning gun. I wonder if it can absorb shadow attributed lightning. Try. Acting immediately, Lin Qian grasped the revolver in one hand and raised the other, condensing a shadow lightning gun. Violent, pitch-black lightning twisted and raged, but vanished the moment it touched the revolver. It works! Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he brought the shadow lightning gun closer, watching as the revolver devoured it bit by bit. Ziz! The next moment, a pitch-black arc of electricity flashed across the revolver's barrel. However, when Lin Qian tried to pull the trigger again, nothing happened. What's going on? Taking a closer look, Lin Qian realized the magazine was still empty, devoid of bullets. Not enough? Then keep going! Another shadow lightning spear was fed. Still not enough? More! A third, a fourth, and finally, after the fifth shadow lightning spear had been devoured, a single pitch-black bullet was formed. 5 shadow lightning spears, 1 bullet? Lin Qian was a little excited. Standing up, he aimed at the wreckage of a giant armored beast in the distance and pulled the trigger. Swish! Buzz! A straight, pitch-black beam pierced his vision, a swirling arc of twisted black electricity erupting. Boom! The armored beast's wreckage, already only half remaining, instantly shattered into pieces, sending the sand and dirt below scattering. Lin Qian's expression visibly brightened. This revolver could surprisingly compress the energy of 5 shadow lightning spears to this degree. While its range was significantly reduced, its penetration and power were exponentially increased. Nice gun! Lin Qian smiled with satisfaction and put it into his storage space. Turning around, he noticed the survivors not far away were still standing, each with an unconcealed look of joy on their faces. Not disturbing their joy, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to leave. When he found Fang Qinhu and Luo Quan, their faces were also filled with excitement. Seeing Lin Qian emerge from the shadows, they hurriedly greeted him. Brother Qian. Brother Qian. Until now, Fang Qinhu's brother Qian was a genuine address. Lin Qian casually found a rope to tie his hair up and shaved his beard, storing the hair in his storage space to prevent it from being used by others. Are you too busy? If not, help me with some work. Hearing Lin Qian's words, the two of them didn't hesitate for a second. Brother Qian, tell us what you need us to do. A 7-day mission was completed in less than a day. He didn't do anything, just won by doing nothing, and even got double the reward. Fang Qinhu had never imagined he would one day so desperately want to be someone's lackey. It's like picking up attribute points. So cool. I need the A core from the lab. Please help me find a location. Others will come to take over your work later. Lin Qian was going to leave a permanent door here. Understood. The two of them stood straight, their voices resounding like bells. Lin Qian scratched his cheek. Why did he feel that anyone who interacted with him for a long time would eventually turn to the Black Army? Okay, I leave this matter to you guys for now. I take care of other things. Old Luo knows my number. Add me when you get back. This was said to Fang Qinhu. Lin Qian thought he was a decent guy, at least not stupid, and could be trained. Okay, Brother Qian. Fang Qinhu nodded heavily. After parting with the two, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to reach the outside of the city. He came to the pile of armored beast carcasses and took a deep breath. Actually, I'm not hungry at all. With a sigh, he spread his hands, and blood streams spread out in all directions. At the city gate, a group of heavily armored soldiers took a few steps back, watching the horrifying scene in the distance. Lin Qian didn't bother to consider the thoughts of these ordinary people. If he hadn't intervened, their chances of survival would have been slim. While devouring the remaining flesh from the armored beast carcasses, they collected the shell materials. However, among these high-level armored beasts, only the skeleton dragons killed by Sister Min were still intact. Those closer to Lin Qian seemed to have been crushed to dust by the ultimate blow, making them extremely difficult to collect. Giant Lansdale Tail, take it. Black Armored Rhinoceros, this is a good thing. Oh! It's quite heavy, and seems to be even harder than Giant Bone Armor, and it seems to have considerable lightning resistance. I try to absorb it when I get back. What kind of crystal armor is this? It's shattered into pieces. Never mind, take them all. Wow! Suddenly Lin Qian was stunned. He had actually found a very familiar structure among the corpses. Oh! Blackback giant tails. And there were more than one. Judging from the shape of the corpses, these creatures resembled giant crocodiles, with slightly larger limbs and a particularly thick and heavy tail, their primary offensive organ. However, this black-eyed beast wasn't a high-level armored beast, located in the center of the beast hide. No wonder Lin Qian hadn't previously remembered it. Presumably, the Bone Armor Man had entered this dungeon world and successfully hunted a black-eyed beast, integrating its evolved armor abilities. Now, Lin Qian has replaced the blackback giant tail structure with giant skeleton material, increasing its hardness and weight several times, and its power as well. If it were replaced with even harder materials, it could be even better. In addition, Lin Qian also found the same power sheath used by City Defense Captain Lao Wan, apart from a speed-type armored beast. Selecting and sorting, he stored all the remaining intact structures into the storage space. Of course, the remaining fragments couldn't be wasted, but someone else had to sift out impurities, like sand and soil, saving them for the Black Armored Army to absorb and use after the armor cores were integrated. Alas, I'm becoming more and more like an old father. I've even subconsciously planned everything for these guys. Chapter 365. In the wasteland far from the city, Lin Qian laid out the functional structures of various armored beasts, frowning in thought. The only thing he lacked now was the ability to fly, so he chose to fuse the 2 pairs of wings of the skeleton dragon as his first target. Reaching out to touch them, the massive skeleton was absorbed by Lin Qian's carapace like melting ice cream. Followed by this, 2 pairs of enormous wings sprouted from behind Lin Qian. Just like the blackback giant tail, Lin Qian had to extend his bloodline into the wing structure to control them flexibly. No wonder none of these armored warriors can fly. As the bloodline completely filled the internal structures of his 4 armored wings, Lin Qian began to try to flap them. Hula! Hula! The 2 pairs of wings flapped in a staggered pattern, their speed increasing, sending the surrounding sand flying. However, no matter how hard Lin Qian tried, his feet seemed rooted to the ground, unmoving. Isn't that right? Am I too heavy? Carelessly picking up the remains of a skeletal dragon and taking a closer look, Lin Qian discovered the problem. This thing was like a tornado potato. It looked large, but in reality, it was full of gaps. Inside, it was filled with that green flame, which provided some thrust. Thrust? Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he fixed his gaze on the power sheath next to him. He had seen this thing on the city defense soldier Lao Wan before. It possessed a powerful thrust. He swung out his bloodline, selecting a few large ones, and quickly absorbing them. Then, Lin Qian began to control the power sheath to solidify. 2 for my back, 2 for my calves, and... well, if I had 2 for my elbows, wouldn't that increase the power of my punches? 2. Since there was enough material, Lin Qian gave free rein to his imagination. After completing the shaping, he stretched his arms and legs, adjusting to the new shape, and felt his movements were unimpeded. Second takeoff test, begin. He folded his bone wings downward to reduce drag, then attempted to activate the power sheaths. Swish. Swish. Soon, like an old, dilapidated engine, the power sheaths on his back and calves began to sputter intermittently. That's wrong. It seems this thing needs to accumulate air for compression. It can't run continuously. What if I try a different power source? Lin Qian used his imagination to try using pure fire as the propulsion energy for the power sheaths. It was surprisingly simple. Feeling the power sheaths fill with flames, Lin Qian opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement. It worked. Try takeoff again. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The 4 power sheaths simultaneously erupted in pure white flames. Lin Qian didn't even have time to react before he transformed into a soaring monkey and soared into the sky. Ah! A brilliant arc streaked through the air, and with a terrified cry, he plummeted to the ground. Bang! Crash! The dirt flew, and Lin Qian not only landed headfirst, but also tumbled twice. Ultimately, with his immense control, he managed to pull himself upright. As long as the landing was steady, there were no mistakes. It was all a matter of technique. He consoled himself. With experience, he began to control the output of his pure fire. Sizzle! The twin sheaths on his back began to spew flames, gradually increasing in intensity. Lin Qian spread his wings, precariously trying to maintain his balance. Feeling he mastered the technique, the power sheaths in his legs activated, and with a swish, he soared into the sky. Woohoo! Lin Qian cheered excitedly. The visor shielded him from the strong wind, and the transparent crystal armor doubled as goggles. Having finally gained the ability to fly, Lin Qian couldn't stop playing. His body constantly changed direction in the air, his trajectory now forming an S shape, now a B shape. Only after mastering it did Lin Qian reluctantly land. Retracting his wings, he set his sights on the giant Lancetail's tail. Unlike the black spine, the Lancetail's tail appeared large, but was actually hollow inside. Like the power sheath, it also used compressed air for power. Since the power sheath can change its power source, this thing should probably work too. Lin Qian, was eagerly anticipating the power of the Lansdale transformed into a musket. The previous fusion was too small, so this time he planned to make a larger one. The fusion swiftly completed. Lin Qian raised his right hand, and the tail of the gun instantly coiled and formed like a python, thickening his arm considerably. At this scale, calling it a gun tail seems a bit inappropriate. It should be called a cannon tail. A fist-sized hole extended from his wrist to his palm. Lin Qian raised his arm and aimed it at the remains of the black-armored rhino not far away. He first formed a snail-like bullet, then channeled pure fire into the tail structure. Buzz! With a resounding roar, Lin Qian's entire right arm instantly lit up with swirling white light and exploded. Bang! The powerful recoil even sent Lin Qian rubbing against the ground several meters away, not to mention the remains of the black-armored rhino being used as a target. A bowl-sized hole appeared, its edges a crimson hue like molten steel. Swish! A large amount of white air escaped from his shoulder. Lin Qian tilted his head and was surprised to discover that the tail structure on his arm was severely damaged and needed repair. However, his armor core stored a large amount of reserve energy. Once the repair was complete, the tail structure suddenly became covered with numerous black spots reminiscent of giant bones. The explosive power of the pure fire is too great. It seems ordinary bone armor can't withstand it. Lin Qian set his sights on the remains of the black-armored rhinoceros. As expected, due to the higher strength of the material, the absorption of the black armor was significantly slower. Lin Qian took his time, slowly absorbing and digesting it. Soon, in addition to bone and crystal armor, the armor branch also saw a steel armor progress bar. After absorbing the remains of 2 black-armored rhinoceroses, Lin Qian felt that he was almost there and began to manipulate his armor transforming abilities to form a new battle armor. The black giant bone armor began to transform, becoming a pitch-black color. The black backtail also completed its evolution, not only changing its material, but also becoming even more terrifying in size due to the incorporation of a larger sample. Lin Qian, now in his full form, stood in the wilderness. Any living being passing by would likely have taken a detour within a few kilometers. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a boss spawned in the wild. Boom! The black backtail, transformed into steel armor, simply swung casually, and a deep crater was shattered in the ground. At this point, Lin Qian's weight had reached a terrifying level. He tried to launch into the air in his full form, but found the pure white flames were still powerful. If he didn't hold back, he would transform into a soaring monkey and fly away. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian retracted his armor transforming ability. He extended his hand, and 2 black and white crystals appeared in his palms, faintly gleaming with lightning. These were found in the black-armored rhinoceros. This is unexpected. I didn't expect the armor core to be obtained from a high-level armored beast. Then why would I need a laboratory? There are so many of them everywhere. Chapter 366. We still need to find a laboratory. Not everyone has the trait of abnormal digestion. And even if Lin Qian had it, he still have lost his life when he forcefully ate the armor core. This thing must have its data cleared before it can be used. Luo Quan and Fang Qinhu were very efficient. By the time Lin Qian returned to the city and had just finished installing the permanent gate, they had already arrived, carrying 2 huge metal boxes. Brother Qian, done. Several laboratory staff members followed behind them, observing Lin Qian with curiosity and obvious fear. How many? Lin Qian glanced at the size of the 2 boxes. 30 in total. These guys have cultivated life forms capable of nurturing armor cores in their underground laboratory. I'm guessing this beast tide was caused by that. Those life forms have been sending out mental signals asking for help. I took a look at the scene, and it's quite tragic, Fang Qinhu reported. Very good, each of you take 1. The armor transforming ability is quite practical, effectively boosting combat effectiveness. Lin Qian took the box and casually pulled out 2 tossed to Luo Quan and Fang Qinhu. These armor cores had been formatted, emitting a dark purple glow, identical to the one he had seen in the demon's hand. It's a good thing I chose the Supervisor ID card. The difference in value between the 2 rewards is enormous. Thinking of this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel relieved. But then, a sudden realization struck him. Did I really choose the Supervisor ID card myself back then? 3 rewards, all with unknown functions, all requiring a transplant as a prerequisite. The Supervisor was the only one he knew about. Anyone else would probably make the same choice. And that old monk corpse, clearly gifting him a skill, was also connected to the evil demon. A coincidence? Lin Qian thought it unlikely. But what exactly did the evil demon want him to do? Nothing comes without a reason. Lin Qian knew that. Live one day at a time. Why overthink so much? Before he could continue his thoughts, Lin Qian's muscles crushed them. At this stage, he lacked the ability to uncover the truth. Continuing to worry would only add to his troubles, and might even make him timid. Luo Quan and Fang Qinhu put away their armor cores, a hint of excitement on their faces. Oh, by the way, Brother Qian, they have something they want to discuss with you. Seeing Lin Qian about to enter the room, Fang Qinhu remembered the group behind him. Tell them to wait. Someone will come talk to them. There's still much work to do, spreading faith, gathering technological information, and finalizing resource lists. Lin Qian has already designated this city as his own territory, so naturally, the Black Army will arrive to take over. Returning to his room through the permanent door, he glanced at the list. Su Mian, Qin Liang, and the others were all in the dungeon. It seemed he'd have to wait until they completed this round of missions before handing them the armor core. After a shower and a change of clothes, Lin Qian, looking in the mirror, styled his long hair in a bun, imitating Li Jin's hairstyle. Not to mention, he looked quite handsome. I should get a few sets of ancient costumes to store in my storage space. Mumbling, Lin Qian sat on the golden dragon throne, resting his hands on the handles and leaning back. This is his exclusive skill point. Start adding skills. Name, Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 361/1000, Strength, 201. Agility, 120.1. Const, 190. Spirit, 481.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, Indestructible. Abilities, Pure Fire, Flame Breath, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood/Blood Mist/Pure Yang Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk/Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor/Crystal Armor/Steel Armor, Giant Strength, 1.3%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eye, Rage, Clairvoyance. Consuming large amounts of armored beast flesh grants a total of 15 points of strength and 16 points of constitution, pushing strength directly over 200 points. 10 points of salary, and the 40 points of quest rewards are all in spirit. A one-time increase of 81 attributes, but the rating remains unchanged. The system is becoming less and less sensitive. It originally updated the rating after 10 points. Disappointed, Lin Qian closed the panel and slumped down on the dragon throne, letting out a long sigh. Creaky. Sister Min opened the door again and emerged from the hound space, wandering around the room. Wu Sheng seemed a little impatient, emerging from the blade and finding an open space to practice his swordsmanship. Brother Wu, don't be too lazy. There's a dummy over there that's particularly interesting. Lin Qian worried that Wu Sheng would be too lonely practicing alone, so he recommended his best sparring partner. After a while, Lin Qian could hear Wu Sheng's continuous potato peeling skills, and he couldn't tell what the rude dummy was saying. Hee. Lin Qian curled his neck and let out a heartless laugh. Just then, several messages suddenly popped up in the chat interface. 311,702. Sorry, I was forced to go to training and barely escaped death. Hello? Are you still there? How many levels did you reach in the wireless boxing championship? Did you reach level 100? What rewards did you get? Stop pretending. I'm showing you as online. Reply quickly. I'm really curious. Are you asleep? With a moment's distraction, the messages started popping up one after another. Seeing the short serial number, Lin Qian perked up and sat up straight. For 126609, I reached level 100, but nothing useful dropped. Lin Qian was telling the truth. There really wasn't anything particularly useful. The glowing woman became even more excited after hearing this. Wow! You really made it to the 100th floor. Your first time. And you're a newbie still in the protection phase. I'm really curious how you did it. You must have been lucky to avoid those savage orcs, right? I always fall prey to those guys. Their initial strength and physique are so much higher than mine, and they have all sorts of innate abilities. It's totally unfair. Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but become intrigued. Are the orcs' initial stats high? The glowing woman responded immediately. Of course. During that time, the orcs were the undisputed protagonists of the Infinity Building. Terrifying monsters appeared one after another, and they were a completely dominant force. However, after losing all their leader-level warriors, the remaining ones became more docile, though their actions still retained a touch of their former arrogance. Chapter 367. I've encountered orc survivors a few times in dungeon quests. Their tempers, ugh. They're really hard to get along with. They only worship those with big muscles and large bodies, barbaric beings. They have no idea what true beauty is and are extremely rude. Lin Qian's eyes flickered as he read the messages scrolling through the chat interface. The orcs, once the dominant force in the Infinity Building, gradually fell into decline due to the death of all the leader class. Is the leader class really that important? He asked in the private chat interface. Of course. If it weren't for our star clan possessing a terrifying leader class, a weakling like me would have died countless times over. Star clan. Lin Qian recalled the image of the glowing woman, her translucent skin shimmering with star-like spots. It was quite fitting. Is it because of a leader class that they can live so heartlessly? Only one is needed. He continued to ask. What are the criteria for reaching the champion level? This was Lin Qian's biggest concern. He had originally planned to pay for it from the bald monster, but now it seemed like that would save him the trouble. Don't doubt it, you're definitely champion level, and the strongest champion level I've ever seen. Reaching the 100th level within the protection period is unheard of. Generally speaking, champion level refers to those who can repeatedly exceed their targets and obtain breakthrough items. This is easier early on because the challenges are lower. As the challenges increase, the speed of strength improvement simply can't keep up. Just staying alive is a real challenge, let alone exceeding targets. So, aside from those with exceptional talent, the rest of the survivors will gradually lose their opportunity for rapid strength growth after leaving the protection period and gradually become mediocre. I'm not happy to say this. Can you come to my room? I prefer face-to-face communication. Lin Qian was watching with rapt interest, frantically absorbing the crucial information from the other person's words, when the luminous woman suddenly changed the subject and extended an invitation. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian agreed. Okay, but I'm busy. Please wait a moment. He didn't want to give the other party the impression of distrust, so he didn't ask to summon him to his room. For this, he was willing to go through a little trouble. After all, the other party was able to reveal information. If it were the bald monster, who knows how much it would cost to acquire it. Summoning Sister Min back to the Hound space, Lin Qian opened the permanent portal and entered the skeleton city. Next to him was Brother Snake's cabin, and Lin Qian simply shadow-walked his way in. Brother Snake was sleeping on the soft, large bed. As if afraid of wrinkles in his new clothes, his sleeping posture was much more formal than usual, lying straight and upright. Brother Snake. Brother Snake wasn't at all surprised by Lin Qian's sudden appearance. He simply raised his eyelids slightly. Sleep now. Go into the Hound space and chat with Sister Min for a while. Protect me for a while. Although the glowing girl was weak, she was a veteran player from countless versions ago, so Lin Qian had to be on guard. The most important thing was that he had a condition. Snake Brother could sleep anywhere. Oh, hurry up, hurry up. Now that they were familiar with each other, Lin Qian didn't care anymore. He simply pulled Snake Brother to sit up and tapped his chest. Door sister, open the door. Creaky. The old wooden door swung open. Snake Brother blinked in confusion. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, Lin Qian dragged him into the Hound dimension. After doing this, Lin Qian returned to his room through the permanent door and sent a message to the glowing woman. Alright. Soon, a system notification popped up. Number 311702 has used a summon card on you. Do you accept? Yes. With a thought, his vision suddenly filled with white light, and a sense of weightlessness washed over him. Lin Qian was no stranger to this. Soon, his vision returned, and he stepped on a springy object. The scene that greeted him stunned him. Trees, streams, colorful flowers covering the hills, multicolored fireflies everywhere, a crescent moon in the sky, and twinkling stardust. Is this a room? Lin Qian almost thought he had entered some dungeon world. Hello. My new friend. Not far away, the glowing woman was leisurely riding a glowing white horse. She stepped onto the wooden bridge and waved enthusiastically towards Lin Qian. She had changed her clothes, no longer wearing the black robe she had worn in the Infinite Boxing Championship. She looked like a fairy from a fairy tale, glowing and full of fantasy. Looking down, Lin Qian discovered that he was standing on a giant purple mushroom, surrounded by giant mushrooms of various colors. These mushrooms formed an irregular staircase leading to the palace-like building above. Sigh! Just as he was surprised, the glowing woman nimbly dismounted and patted the horse's rump, and the glowing white horse immediately took off in a whirlwind of joy. How about it? Isn't my home beautiful? She seemed pleased with Lin Qian's astonishment, and inviting him over wasn't without a certain flaunting amusement. Lin Qian nodded. It's truly astonishing. My room is a world apart from this. When asking for help, Lin Qian was never shy about giving free compliments. As expected, upon hearing this, the glowing woman burst into a silvery laugh. Chuckles. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Mia. What's yours? Li Jin. Lin Qian replied calmly, her face neither red nor her heart skipping a beat. Because Wu Sheng was sparring with a dummy, Lin Qian hadn't brought her Lin Yuan long sword with her on this trip, so she wasn't worried about being laughed at. Li Jin. The luminous girl Mia repeated the name, her eyes gleaming slightly. You know, my sister and I mentioned you, saying you lost to a newbie still in the protection period in the training space, and she didn't believe it. Even though I've always been a weakling in her eyes, she still doesn't believe I could lose to you. If I told her now that you not only beat me, but also reached the 100th level, she'd be even more incredulous. For some reason, she suddenly became excited as she spoke. Lin Qian felt that this guy seemed to be straying from the topic, so she quickly took the initiative to bring the conversation back. You just said that after leaving the protection period, survivors gradually lose their chance to advance quickly. I wonder when this protection period ends. Mia's thoughts were interrupted. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly gave a sly smile. I can answer any of your questions, as long as I know the information. But in exchange, can you do me a favor? Prove to my sister that what I said is true. Chapter 368. Lin Qian didn't respond immediately, but instead glanced at the timer. There were still 3.5 hours until Brother Snake's shift was due. Okay. What confidence is? This is confidence. A glint flashed in Mia's eyes. You're truly courageous. Generally speaking, newcomers in their protective period are extremely wary of unfamiliar things. She leaped lightly to her feet, and sat on the giant mushroom one step above Lin Qian. Her chin rested on her hands, and she looked down at Lin Qian with interest. Because I think you're trustworthy. Lin Qian spoke without blushing or faltering. If it weren't for Brother Snake's escort, he wouldn't even have brought anything with him. Chuckles. Mia burst into a resounding laugh upon hearing this, rolling over on the mushroom. The fluorescent light beneath her skin glowed slightly red, seemingly an outward sign of the Star Clan's joy. You truly are a special one. Don't worry. Since our tribe is so small, we don't easily make enemies. Besides, you're the brightest star in such a vast tribe. She straightened her body, and leaped onto the mushroom steps where Lin Qian was standing. Wait a moment. I just sent her a message. While you're waiting, just ask anything you want to know. I definitely tell you what I can answer. Papa. As she spoke, she clapped her hands. The next moment, the starry night sky transformed into a blue sky with white clouds, and the entire world was illuminated. Watching the flock of colorful birds in the distance disappear into the clouds, Lin Qian averted his gaze, and suddenly felt that the aroma of his room had faded. Novice protection period. He reminded Mia. Oh, right. Mia immediately remembered Lin Qian's earlier question. As for the novice protection period, its specific duration actually depends on the growth rate of the top members of your tribe, and is calculated based on the regional trials. The larger the tribe, the faster the protection period ends, because the chance of a strong individual emerging is greater. For example, the Bees tribe back then left the protection period immediately after the third regional trial. Our Star tribe is a bit weaker, and we only ended the protection period after the fourth regional trial. Lin Qian pressed on impatiently. What will we face after leaving the protection period? Mia pondered for a moment. As for what you face, the first thing is the dungeon type. During the protection period, all dungeons will incorporate elements from your world to some extent, so that you won't feel too unfamiliar. However, after leaving the protection period, you'll be matched with dungeons with more diverse backgrounds. Also, your teammates will no longer be limited to survivors from your own race, but their strength will be roughly the same. However, if I were you, I would stay away from survivors from other races as much as possible during the initial period after leaving the protection period. Because for geniuses of your level, they usually use summon cards to summon powerful members of their own race to nip the threat in the bud. This situation is very common in the Infinity Building. Once, the orcs suffered a large-scale sniping incident. TSK. One after another, brilliant leaders have fallen like broken straws. It's a pity. Of course, we Star Clan always maintain neutrality and won't participate in such assassination operations. As if afraid Lin Qian might misunderstand, she hurriedly explained. Lin Qian didn't care at all. He was more concerned with the specifics of this information. The protection period would be determined by the growth rate of the top group, specifically how many people, and to what degree. However, Since Mia didn't specify the number, it was probably because she herself didn't know. Or rather, when it comes to matters concerning building rules, survivors of other races are basically just guessing, making it difficult to confirm. If they wanted to be certain, they would have to go to that profiteer. Lin Qian couldn't help but rub his brow. In the end, he still had to make a trip. But Mia's information wasn't in vain. At least, he could ask targeted questions, avoiding being forced to buy a package and saving some gold. When the Beast clan first emerged from the protection period, what was their leader level? Lin Qian continued. Mia thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Qian, surveying him. Probably not as strong as you. The strongest one seems to have only broken through the first limit in 3 attributes, but he relied too much on the power of equipment and items, neglecting his own strength. He once fought against my sister in the Infinite Boxing Championship, but ultimately stopped at level 91. But although he was the strongest, he also died the fastest. Perhaps because the Beast tribe tends to worship the strong, these leaders have developed arrogant and domineering personalities, and never hide themselves, making them easy targets and ultimately tragically killed. That's why my sister thinks I'm exaggerating, making excuses for my own failure. She doesn't believe a newcomer in the protection period can be more powerful than the strongest leader of the Beast tribe, who has already left the protection period. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyelids suddenly twitched. Wait a minute. This guy's sister once surpassed the strongest leader of the Beast tribe. He frowned and looked at Mia, his tone hesitant. Could your sister be the leader of the Star tribe? At this, Mia was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hee. Of course not. Ouch, what are you thinking? Even for me, meeting the leader of our Star tribe is very difficult, okay. Hearing this answer, Lin Qian's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he continued to ask questions. Because your sister can surpass the Beast tribe leader, I naturally think your sister is also a leader level. But your sister is not a leader, yet she is stronger than the Beast tribe leader. This makes me a little confused about the definition of a leader level. He was gradually guiding Mia to answer the questions, when another cold voice suddenly spoke from behind him, without warning. Because the title of leader has nothing to do with strength. It's simply a title for the strongest within the tribe. Lin Qian suddenly turned around and met a pair of equally crystal clear, glittering, yet unusually cold eyes. Ah! Sister! You're finally here. Mia excitedly jumped off the mushroom and trotted over to the newcomer. The figure looked essentially the same as Mia, though slightly taller. The glow beneath her skin was a lavender blue-purple, with even more dazzling star spots. She wore a suit of silver-white armor, and at her waist hung a pistol that looked like it was woven from vines. Lin Qian slowly narrowed her eyes, realizing this was a very powerful being. Chapter 369. Even with his agility, which had surpassed his first limit, he was completely unaware of the other person's approach. The woman looked Lin Qian up and down, then was embraced by Mia, her cold aura instantly shattered. From Mia's description, Lin Qian had assumed the two sisters weren't on good terms, but judging by their actions, he'd been wrong. Me? Let go! The woman reluctantly detached the octopus-like Mia from her body inside. It's been ages since you played with me. Mia stared at the woman eagerly, then immediately turned to Lin Qian, a smile shifting across her face. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Novi, the bravest warrior of the Star clan. Before she could finish her words, Mia was gently tapped on the head by her sister. You girl, all you do is mess around. Mia flinched at the blow, looking at Novi with amusement. How dare you bring anyone home? Don't you know your own strength? What if? She took a deep breath and stopped talking. Don't worry, I still have so many powerful props. And this guy is very kind. During the competition, I said I wanted to experience the feeling of falling to my death, and he actually threw me down. Hearing this, Nuawei couldn't help but feel a headache. She turned to look at Lin Qian, once again adopting that scrutinizing attitude. Are you a newcomer? Lin Qian's eyelids drooped, and he shoved his hands in his pockets, making no attempt to respond. This condescending attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable. While he did need help, he wasn't prepared to take advantage of it for free. Why should he endure such treatment? It was only for Mia's sake. Otherwise, Lin Qian would have definitely fought back. The wind howled, and Lin Qian, standing atop a giant mushroom, looked down at Novi. The hem of his giant leather jacket rustled in the wind. After staring at Lin Qian for a few seconds, Novi suddenly chuckled. I already know the answer. I've seen similar gestures a few times before. A bunch of ignorant people, having experienced a few low-difficulty dungeons and a few strokes of luck, naturally believe themselves invincible, relying on their superiority over their own kind. However, Once they leave this protected period, they discover what kind of welcoming ceremony this man-eating infinity tower has in store for them. Their pride will be shattered, their dignity eroded, and they ultimately die in the mud, begging for mercy, worse than a stray dog on the side of the road. The words were sharp, but had little effect on Lin Qian. I don't know if it was the effect of his stone heart, or Lin Qian's own personality, but he was easily angered by such sarcastic remarks. Sister. He's my new friend. What are you doing? Mia, sensing something was off, quickly reached out to grab Nuawei's hand, shaking it back and forth in a coquettish manner. He's a friend destined to die. I advise you to break up as soon as possible to avoid future grief. Nuawei stared at Lin Qian intently, observing his emotions. Seeing that he seemed unmoved, her eyes narrowed slightly. So calm. Then, Lin Qian suddenly spoke. I say, you're such a pushover. If you want to provoke me, and make me do something, just say it. But, Lin Qian reached out to smooth his hair from his forehead, his expression instantly becoming extremely arrogant. I'm a top-ranked warrior, and I'm bullying a worthless little girl like you. If anyone knows about this, they laugh at me. He held up 3 fingers. How about this? I give you 3 moves, just to prove it's fair. At these words, not only Nuawei, but even Mia was stunned, staring at Lin Qian with wide eyes in disbelief. Is he crazy? Sister, don't. She quickly turned to Nuawei beside her. She knew her sister's temper all too well. She was so proud, how could she possibly tolerate such slights? However, it was too late for her to dissuade her. Humph. You're asking for your own death. With a cold snort, the air around them suddenly cooled. The next moment, Nuawei's figure vanished from the spot. Lin Qian's face also wore a smile, but there was no trace of contempt in his eyes. He didn't look for her, but quickly completed his armor transformation and strengthened his defenses. He knew this might be the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Swish. Before Lin Qian could fully transform his armor, he saw a figure appear out of thin air before him. As if teleporting, Nuawei pressed in close. Now, the two were so close, their eyes locked. Nuawei's eyes held a hint of mockery. She had launched a frontal attack precisely to see a change in Lin Qian's expression. However, contrary to her expectations, under her gaze, not only did Lin Qian's expression remain unchanged, not even his eyes wavered. He was like a still pool of water, terrifyingly deep. This guy. Nuawei's heart sank. Even without a fight, his composure alone was enough to make her look up to him. But the necessary lessons must be learned. Novi attacked, intending to activate the Ring of Power. After a moment's hesitation, fearing she might accidentally kill the opponent, she ultimately held back and threw a simple punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, a buzzing sound echoing. The crystal-clear fist slammed into the steel armor, sending a resounding hum. However, Lin Qian showed no reaction, not even a flicker of his body. Only the giant mushroom swayed a few times under the weight, revealing from the side that Novi's punch was not as weak as it appeared. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Novi slowly raised her eyes to look at Lin Qian, a bit bewildered. Lin Qian extended a finger unhurriedly. One move. With those 2 casual words, the light beneath Novi's translucent skin suddenly turned orange-red, and her expression became extremely vivid. Buzz! The next second, without hesitation, Novi activated the Ring of Power and landed a second punch, also to the chest. Bang! Lin Qian felt a surge of force from his chest, sending him careening backward uncontrollably. However, he refused to retreat even a single step. The power sheath behind him activated, and the compressed pure fire erupted. Under the powerful thrust, Lin Qian's body advanced instead of retreating, even forcing Nuawei to subconsciously take a step back. 2 moves. After regaining his balance, Lin Qian extended 2 fingers, still speaking casually. Nuawei was stunned for a long moment, then her eyes suddenly turned cold. I admit, I underestimated you a little. But the gap between us is far greater than you imagine. With a bang, a gust of air swept through, Nuawei's hair fluttering, and a mystical pattern of blue light slowly emerged from her body. Divine pattern? The more Lin Qian looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. It was somewhat similar to the white pattern on Xia Qing's body, only noticeably more intricate and complex. At the same time, he sensed a strong sense of danger. This move didn't seem so easy to handle. Chapter 370. Just as Lin Qian had already raised her giant steel shield, ready to meet Novi's attack, a familiar sound of old door hinges rang out. Crack! Lin Qian froze, realizing what had happened when a flash of blue light appeared before her eyes. Novi was already charging in front of her. Sister! Stop! She seemed truly furious, unleashing her attack without holding back, ignoring Mia's cries. Frost quickly formed on Lin Qian's armor, and the air seemed frozen. However, right where her shield was aiming, an old wooden door slowly swung open. Novi, possessing exceptional agility, instantly sensed a strong sense of danger as the door swung open. As a seasoned survivor, she didn't hesitate, immediately retreating. However, it was too late to run. Snap! A withered hand suddenly emerged from the darkness within the door and grasped Novi's arm. Damn it! How is this possible? Novi was shocked. She clearly dodged, so why couldn't she escape? Swish! The next moment, a blanket of pitch-black chain swung around, dragging her forcefully through the door. What? What the hell? Bang! With a muffled thud, the wooden door slammed shut. Huh? Lin Qian remained defensive until the figure vanished from sight, and then he reacted. Ah! He panicked, unusually, looking down at his chest and pounding it a few times. Brother Snake. Sister Min. Mind your limits. Don't get yourself killed. Hey! Can you hear me? Across from her, Mia's face was dazed. She opened her mouth, as if about to say something, but it stuck in her throat. From her initial worry for Lin Qian to her sister's sudden disappearance, the transition was so swift that she hadn't even begun to react. Finally, perhaps having heard Lin Qian's anxious call, a dozen seconds later, the wooden door creaked open again. The next moment, with a whoosh, a figure was flung through the door like trash. Mia rolled around on the ground in a panic, her hair disheveled, her silver armor marked with dents and corrosion. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut. Sister! Mia finally came to her senses and hurried forward to help Novi up. Lin Qian rubbed her nose awkwardly, unsure what to do. It was all this guy's fault. He had no sense of propriety in his sparring, and he upset Snake Brother. Yeah, why should I feel embarrassed? She should be the one feeling embarrassed. Thinking of this, Lin Qian straightened his back again, regaining his proud demeanor. Who? Novi panted heavily, struggling to her feet with Mia's support. When she looked at Lin Qian again, her eyes were filled with fear. What kind of ability is that? She asked with a trembling voice as she took out the potion and injected it. It was clear that even though Snake Brother and Sister Min had shown mercy, it still left a deep psychological scar on her. What ability? Social skills. Lin Qian didn't answer, but sighed inwardly. At this point, the other party probably wouldn't treat him well. Where's the door? I should go back. He asked Mia, who subconsciously pointed in a direction. Lin Qian nodded and turned to leave. Wait! Just as Lin Qian turned around, Nuawei actually took the initiative to ask him to stay. Please stay. Lin Qian stopped, frowned, and turned back, a wary look in his heart. What are you doing? Are you not convinced and looking for revenge? If you do it again, I won't let Brother Snake hold back. The outcome was completely unexpected. Nuawei took a deep breath and suddenly apologized. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant and said a lot of things I shouldn't have. I hope I haven't affected your friendship with Mia. It was obvious that this person rarely apologized. Her tone and expression were extremely awkward, but still sincere. Lin Qian scratched his temple, somewhat confused by this woman's temper. Seeing that Lin Qian remained unmoved, Nuawei suddenly seemed anxious. What information do you want? I can tell you. Mia is too weak, and her knowledge is limited. At these words, not only Lin Qian, but even Mia couldn't help but stare at her sister in amazement. What do you want? Lin Qian frowned slightly, looking at Nuawei in confusion. The other person's tone was even a hint of flattery and eagerness. He didn't believe she had no ulterior motives. Under Lin Qian's gaze, Nuawei pursed her lips, hesitated for a long time, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. The leader of our star clan may not live much longer. These words shocked the entire audience. And compared to Lin Qian's astonishment, Mia was clearly even more incredulous. Sister, what are you talking about? She widened her eyes, and stepped forward to grab Nuawei's arm. Novi turned to look at her, eyes filled with worry and helplessness. This is the truth. Forgive me for not being able to reveal the details. Looking at Lin Qian again, her gaze became resolute. I can provide you with any information you need, as long as I know it, and I can also provide support in other areas. Only one condition: do everything possible to keep Mia safe. A long silence fell. Lin Qian couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his nose. What are you thinking? After a fight, you're asking me to take care of your child for no apparent reason? He simply couldn't understand her train of thought. Because I have no other choice. I can't offer the powerful races within the building that possess leaders a reward sufficient to impress them. And races like the orcs without leaders will eventually perish. Only you, at least, have a chance of survival. Your race is far larger than the orcs of yesteryear, and you're bound to produce countless powerful individuals. But before today, I didn't think you were any stronger than the orcs of yesteryear, and you might even perish faster. It wasn't until I saw your strength that I realized this might be an opportunity. Do you know which section of the Infinity Building has the highest death toll? She suddenly asked. Lin Qian was stunned and shrugged. I don't know. The regional trial? Novi shook her head. A dungeon mission? Novi shook her head again. The 100 District War? This time, Novi didn't shake her head again. The answer is very close. It's cannibalism. And the larger the group, the more brutal the cannibalism. Back then, the beast tribes were divided into countless factions, each united by appearance, fur, race, and lifestyle. Even after leaving their protected period, the fighting continued. To eliminate their sworn enemies, they resorted to selling intelligence, framing others, and countless other dirty tricks. Only when they realized their powerful members were few and far between did they finally realize the importance of unity, but it was already too late. There was only one reason for this. Their leaders were too nearly equal in strength, and none submitted to the other. Chapter 371. And you are ridiculously strong. I've seen many of the strongest survivors, who have just emerged from the protection period, and none of them are anywhere near as strong as you. But now, you're still dozens of days away from the third regional trial. A few dozen days during the protection period is enough for a person to undergo a profound change. You even have many opportunities to become even stronger. I don't believe anyone in your tribe will ever rival you. So, you have absolute dominance within your tribe. If you can unite all the survivors with leader qualifications and work them together, you can help most people survive the attacks of various tribes. Only the leader-level survivors, who successfully survive will become a true leader. The Beast tribe was once a perfect example of this. Their nature is fiercely competitive, and they yearn for the status of ruler. Within a group, there's usually a leader with several or even dozens of subordinates. The so-called king enjoys the flattery and admiration of his subordinates. But once faced with a powerful enemy, these subordinates are of no help at all. Because they typically resort to force to reclaim territory, most flee. Even if a few loyal individuals remain, they have no power to resist and die in vain. With the number of powerful individuals they had at the time, if they had united, they would never have fallen to this point. At this point, Lin Qian raised his hand to interrupt Novi. My biggest question now is how big the gap is between these leader-level warriors, who have just emerged from their protection period, and the true leader-level warriors. With Nuawei's overtures, the atmosphere finally became harmonious. Lin Qian sat down at the edge of the giant mushroom and listened attentively to her story. This was a rare opportunity. Nuawei paused for a moment after hearing Lin Qian's question, then slowly spoke. In terms of combat power, the difference between the two sides is enormous. A true leader-level warrior could easily crush these seedlings. But if these seedlings were given enough time to grow, perhaps they could reach the true leader level in just a few missions. Even back then, under the targeting of other races, the Beast Men nearly had a true leader-level warrior rise. That creature always acted alone and was adept at hiding. By the time he was discovered, his individual attributes had already exceeded 800 points, and he already possessed a tool that could break through the second limit. Perhaps if he were given another mission opportunity, the fate of the Beast Men would not be what it is today. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes flickered. 800 points, the second limit? Nuawei nodded. Yes, as long as any attribute can break through the second limit, you will become a true leader, with a place in the Infinity Tower. Lin Qian frowned. I don't quite understand. Even if you break through the second limit, there should be stronger beings. Why did the situation suddenly change? It's like possessing nuclear weapons. Novi opened her mouth. Well, sorry, I don't know the specific reason. I just know that the leaders of the various races who break through the second limit usually don't act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel curious. You won't act rashly? Then how did your Star Clan leader sustain such injuries, even to the point of near death? Novi's expression darkened as soon as these words were spoken. Our Star Clan leader isn't seriously injured, but his life essence is nearly depleted, and he's about to die of old age. Life essence? Lin Qian frowned again. He had been curious. Even with such a serious injury, could a single shot of extreme healing potion not cure it? He had assumed the other party was under the influence of some unholy force, but he hadn't expected to bring out some kind of life essence. Yes. Even if you're seriously injured, you can recover through various items. However, these items don't replenish the user's life force. Instead, they accelerate its depletion. Think of your life force as a pool of water. It nourishes your body. The stronger your body, the faster the water depletes. If you're seriously injured, using healing items is essentially drawing on this water to overdraw your life force, thereby accelerating the healing process. Otherwise, with the survivor's terrifying physical fitness, wouldn't everyone be immortal? In the Infinity Tower, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape the erosion of aging. That's the natural loss of your life force. At this point, Lin Qian's mind suddenly conjured up the image of the bald monster. If he hadn't seen their youthful appearance in the 100 Districts War Dungeon, he would have thought they were all so ugly. Presumably, this was the result of the loss of their life force. Lin Qian frowned, and suddenly remembered his state after triggering the resuscitation characteristics. His body seemed to be overnourished and had endless energy. Now he thought, could it be the result of too much extraction of the source of life, causing it to overflow? Sigh. While he was lost in thought, Nuawei couldn't help but sigh deeply. I've been searching for a way to replenish my life essence for a while now. Hearing this, Lin Qian suddenly perked up. A way to replenish my life essence? This thing can actually replenish? You should have told me earlier. I was worried for over 10 seconds. As if sensing Lin Qian's relief, Nuawei looked at him. I call it a method, not a tool, because there have never been any items in quest rewards that can replenish life essence. However, some dungeon worlds do produce items that can replenish life essence. Of course, these precious resources are guarded by powerful races, and are simply beyond the reach of beings of our level. Besides these, breaking through the limits of one's physical attributes can also replenish a significant amount of life essence. Unfortunately, with another weak sigh, Nuawei lowered her head, seemingly resenting her own incompetence. Once upon a time, the Infinity Building housed a race even rarer than our Star Clan. They possess formidable defenses and a vast life source that other races could only envy. More importantly, they could transform their life source into a life egg, separate it, and give it as a gift to their friends as a gesture of goodwill. However, it was this very gift, the envy of other races, that ultimately led to their demise. It is said that at that time, the leaders of each race were restless and rushed out to scramble for it. Because their numbers were so low, they resorted to violence. The scene was far more tragic than that of the orcs. Almost immediately after leaving their protected period, the entire race was devoured, making them the fastest to perish. Chapter 372. Listening to Nuawei's description, Lin Qian's face remained calm, yet a turbulent sea surged within him. Defense? Life egg? Giving it to a friend as a token of goodwill? Why did it sound so familiar the more he listened? What exactly does this so-called life egg look like? To confirm, Lin Qian quickly feigned interest and asked casually. I'm not entirely sure, after all, that race has been extinct for so long. But it's said that the life egg isn't large, yet possesses an incredible weight. Yes, that's for sure. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Qian turned his attention to another question. You said, this race has been extinct for a long time? Nuawei was stunned, seemingly puzzled by Lin Qian's question. This guy, are his ears not working well? She grumbled inwardly, but nodded in response. Yes, they were extinct long before our Star Clan entered the Infinity Tower. Lin Qian nodded thoughtfully and asked again. Do you know anything about the Overseers? Novi was stunned again, having completely unprepared for such a swift change of topic. Overseers. Probably no one could possibly understand them. After all, almost everyone who's come into contact with them has died. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but wonder again. Even the supreme level, who's broken through the second limit, isn't exempt? Novi looked at Lin Qian with a strange look, as if she were looking at an ignorant elementary school student. She wanted to laugh, but held it back. Of course, the Overseers are the most terrifying beings in the Infinity Building. That's basic common sense. Even those ancient races, with their terrifying power, dare not so easily violate the building's rules. This is proof. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes flashed. Ancient races, you mean those in the leopard room? Nuawei glanced at him with some surprise. Those? I only know you participated in the infinite boxing tournament. Judging by your appearance, perhaps you've entered other leopard rooms? A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lin Qian acted calmly. Yes, I also entered room 777. Hearing this, Nuawei's surprise faded. No wonder. You're lucky. Room 777 and 555 are the only two leopard rooms where no one is in danger. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. So, you know everything about the leopard rooms? Nu Wei shook her head. Because our tribe is so small, our exploration of the leopard room is incomplete. Information about the leopard room is kept very close to the various tribes, and won't be easily revealed. But I can make an exception for you. You already know the contents of rooms 555 and 777. Besides these, I know the contents of the other three. 333, the Chaos Maze, is filled with powerful and bizarre monsters, and it's easy to get lost. You can only escape by finding the exit. It's recommended to explore with stealth and reconnaissance skills to avoid danger and traps. Although I haven't personally entered it, one of my tribesmen was trapped there for 30 days. Upon emerging, he looked like a survivor and burst into tears. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. He happened to have a treasure map to the Chaos Maze. He originally planned to buy clues from the bald monster, but unexpectedly, he found it here, saving himself another fortune. If you're ready to enter the Chaos Maze, I can call that fellow tribesman over so you can get some details. Novi looked at Lin Qian with sincerity. Lin Qian nodded. I contact you if needed. Novi smiled faintly and continued. For 44, the Death Restaurant, is information purchased by the leader of our star clan for 100 strange gold coins. Like the infinite boxing tournament, this room requires an admission ticket. The rules are simple. The chef prepares the dishes, and the diners must finish them all. If any dish is left uneaten, the diner becomes the ingredient for the next dish. If you think that's all there is to it, you're seriously mistaken. Since it's called the Death Restaurant, you can imagine the danger level is definitely high. Some of these dishes may enhance attributes or even grant abilities, while others may. It's a deadly poison, deadly with just one bite. If you encounter this, you're doomed whether you eat it or not. It's truly despairing. There's also a catch in the rules. Initially, the food might be simpler and without containers. But if dishes are served in containers, the containers must be completely consumed. Otherwise, the death rule will be triggered and they will be cooked as ingredients. The basic course is 10 dishes, but if a diner triggers the death rule midway and is killed and cooked as ingredients, additional dishes will be added, which must also be consumed. The more diners die, the more dishes will be served. However, it's worth noting that most dishes cooked with deceased diners have buffs. So, besides the rules, you also have to be wary of sneak attacks from your fellow diners. After all, if you die, your food won't be completely consumed and will be used as ingredients. Also, the Death Restaurant has restrictions similar to those in the Infinite Boxing Tournament. Storage space isn't accessible, but personal belongings are allowed. So, before entering, you can take out some healing items and bring them with you to save your life in a critical moment. As expected of the information purchased from the bald monster, it's all about detail. Lin Qian was delighted to hear this, feeling as if he picked up 100 gold coins for nothing. Finally, the most dangerous one, the leopard room, was also discovered from our star clan leader. 666, the leopard room, where anyone entering is certain to die. Lin Qian, whose curiosity had already been piqued by Novi's description, suddenly drooped at the familiar number. And then, hearing that this guy didn't even know the details, he guessed the source of his information. Like the person who screamed strangely in the regional channel, he saw his neighbor die after entering and thus realized the danger. Our star clan didn't originally have only one leader-level figure. According to our leader, there was once someone even stronger than her who entered room 666 and never emerged. By that time, we had already left the protection period. That person's strength, agility, and constitution all broke through their first limits, with agility reaching 500 points, yet his death was still so silent that it didn't even cause a stir. Since then, room 666 has become an absolute forbidden zone. No one dares to touch it again. Chapter 373. Understood. I pay attention. Lin Qian feigned fear, but inwardly he felt deep sympathy for the Star Tribe member whose agility had broken through 500 points. Forget 500 points. Even if your agility broke through 1,000 points, even if you went to room 666, it would probably be a waste. Because the evil demon brother doesn't care about your combat power, but your mental endurance. Not focusing on your mental endurance is like looking for trouble. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The information he gained from this conversation was already surprising enough, and for that, Lin Qian was willing to give Nu Wei a little face. By the way, besides these, there's a special leopard room. Room 999. Suddenly Nu Wei's words perked Lin Qian up again. 999? Nu Wei nodded. However, this room only appears after the protection period ends, and it's absolutely safe. Inside is a vast city. Once inside, you can't attack others and are immune to all attacks. Therefore, regardless of strength, you can trade with confidence. In addition, you can also return unwanted items or items to the system for recycling, earning currency. Of course, the system's recycling prices are usually very low, especially for items without descriptions, which may be directly classified as scrap. That's all I know about the leopard room. Novi thought for a moment, making sure there was nothing missing or needed to be added, then looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian glanced at the timer. There was still an hour and a half before Snake Brother started work, which was plenty of time. That's pretty good. No need to express gratitude, because this was just a deal. Novi's eyes lit up at Lin Qian's response. So you've agreed to my request? Lin Qian stood up, hopped off the mushroom, and came face to face with the sisters. How long can the leader of your star clan live? Instead of answering, she asked a question. Novi frowned. Sorry this. Lin Qian raised his hand, expressing his understanding. Then let me ask it another way. Can he hold out until I'm out of the safe period? After a slight hesitation, Novi finally nodded. Yes. That's fine. Lin Qian looked away. He didn't necessarily have to protect Mia. He planned to return to Chaos City to find his shellfish colleagues, and see if they could give more life eggs. Of course, he wouldn't reveal anything he hadn't yet confirmed. Next question. Under what circumstances will the item for breaking through the second limit drop? Nuwei didn't seem surprised at all by the question, having clearly prepared an answer. The rules are similar to those for obtaining the item for breaking through the first limit. You also need to exceed the required tasks. But there are difficulty restrictions. It will only drop if the total attribute value exceeds 500. Lin Qian blinked. Total attribute value. 500? Nuwei nodded. For survivors in the protection period, this number may be a bit exaggerated, but there's no need to be discouraged. After leaving the protection period, your mission rewards will increase significantly. If you're lucky, you can earn dozens of attribute bonuses on a single mission. Lin Qian looked at him, still in amazement. A few dozen. Nuwei's eyes were strangely firm, almost encouraging. That's right. In reality, Lin Qian's eyes were rolling to the sky. A few dozen? Are you sending beggars away? Coughing lightly to conceal his disdain, Lin Qian continued. What if I had my kind suppress their growth rate, thus creating an extra protection period, and during this protection period? Before he could finish his words, Nuwei interrupted him. I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, it won't work. Only after leaving the protection period and completing dungeon quests in the larger world will higher level items and materials drop, including those for breaking through the second limit. Besides, the rewards from quests during the protection period are so meager that it's incredibly difficult to accumulate a total stat point of over 500. Even that genius from the Beast tribe back then, after breaking through 3 limits, only managed a total stat point of under 400. And that's assuming its initial stats were already quite high. Hearing Nuwei's advice, Lin Qian couldn't help but touch his nose. During their previous clash, he'd been so defensive that she assumed his strength was simply innate. But he didn't bother to prove it. After all, he was an outlier, and most people's experience was useless against him. He had to carve his own path. One more thing. If, after entering the dungeon, you use a summoning card to summon me, would I still be subject to the protection period? After these words, Nuwei fell into a long silence. In principle, it should be possible, but no one has ever attempted it. After all, the dungeons we're going through are much more difficult than those during the protection period. For an ordinary person to do this would be tantamount to committing suicide. She looked at Lin Qian with a flickering gaze. It was clear that the person before her was no ordinary person. More importantly, those in the protection period rarely have the opportunity to come into contact with survivors of other races. This alone made Lin Qian a special case. Facing Novi's hesitant gaze, Lin Qian offered a harmless smile. If you need anything, contact me. I choose to summon you after entering the dungeon. While she didn't know what abilities this guy was using, she was certain they were definitely stronger than hers. Given that, completing the mission across stages wasn't impossible. She had never imagined that Lin Qian was simply seeking the items needed to advance to the second stage. She had assumed they were just for the higher attribute point rewards. Ugh! What good are those few attribute points for? Don't worry, I'm still too weak right now. I need some time to calm down. Lin Qian certainly wasn't 100% confident right now. He better find a way to raise his supervisor level first. With a few days' salary, he could easily advance through the stages. However, to Nuwei, these words sounded cautious and modest. She nodded with admiration. I was right? You truly possess the potential to be the best. Lin Qian also smiled and nodded. Yes, I know. Beside her, Mia blinked blankly, looked at her sister, then at Lin Qian, and scratched her head. She felt like a parent who bumped into an acquaintance on the street, completely unable to join in the lively conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Nuawei asked. Lin Qian checked the clock again. It was running out of time. That's it for now. I contact you next time if I have any questions. Okay, then I add you as my friend. For 126609, go ahead. By the way, just a reminder, when dealing with other races, try not to reveal your ID. It's okay. I'm not afraid of that. Chapter 374. That is, if, After the two of them added each other as friends, Nuawei suddenly began to hesitate. Just say what you mean. Lin Qian closed the system interface. If you have items with duplicate attributes that can break through the first limit, would you consider selling them to me? Rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. This is an additional request, not part of the terms of cooperation. After saying this, she looked at Lin Qian nervously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wait a minute. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qian suddenly realized a key issue. Could it be that after leaving the protection period, we can no longer obtain items that can break through the first limit from missions? Nuawei nodded. So I suggest you complete more missions during this time. If you can obtain more items that can help you break through the first limit, even if you don't use them yourself, you can pass them on to other outstanding members of your tribe, or even trade them for valuable items in the trading city. Of course, if you choose to sell them, I hope you prioritize our star clan. Lin Qian nodded. Don't worry, I will. But I don't have any on hand right now. If I have any extra later, I definitely consider you first. Lin Qian spoke seriously. There were 2 extra items in his storage space, but he wouldn't give them to outsiders easily. What could the Star Clan offer him? Survivors only wanted a few things: abilities, attributes, and items. As for abilities, he already possessed source-level pure fire, advanced giant power, shadow, and filth. Ordinary abilities were nothing to him. Attributes? Haha. A few cents isn't even worth my daily salary. As for items, let alone anything else. Even though he knew the Star Clan had been living in the Infinity Tower for a long time, Lin Qian could still keenly smell the scent of poverty. Rather than trading with them, it would be far more beneficial to train all the Black Army to the top tier. But it must be said, this trip was truly rewarding. According to Lin Qian's original plan, he intended to focus on increasing the level of his supervisors and not intensively raid dungeons. Unexpectedly, items that could break through the first limit would only drop during the protection period. This necessitated a change in plan. Not only would he have to sweep up a large number of limit-breaking items, he also had to train the Black Army to true top-tier levels. If they waited until they were out of the protection period to break through the first limit, their highest achievement would be that of a Beast Clan warrior. Not enough, far from enough. He wanted to build a Black Army that would intimidate and terrify other races. Of course, raising the supervisor's level was paramount. Only if you're strong enough can you gain the right to speak. Thinking, Lin Qian raised his hand and glanced at the timer again. The safe exploration time was about to end, and Snake Brother had to go to work. I have something else to do, so I leave first. If you need anything, please contact me privately. After saying goodbye to Mia and Novi, Lin Qian pushed the door open and teleported back to his room. The door sister seemed to be able to sense the outside environment. With a creak, the old wooden door opened, and Snake Brother emerged as a shadow. Ever since donning the custom-made, stand-up collared leather jacket, Snake Brother's head seemed to be held higher than usual, exuding a cold and murderous aura, a completely different demeanor. Thank you, Brother Snake, for your generosity and for showing me some mercy. Lin Qian spared no effort in his verbal rhetoric towards Brother Snake. As he spoke, he pulled out a box of delicious worm pudding from his storage compartment. A small token of my appreciation, please accept it, Brother Snake. Brother Snake raised his head and glanced at Lin Qian. Noticing the familiar tin can in his hand, his pupils twitched slightly, a hint of interest evident. But he remained impassive. He quietly reached out with his withered fingers to tug at the pocket of his leather jacket, and gave Lin Qian a subtle look. Lin Qian blinked, instantly understanding, and stepped forward to place the delicious worm pudding into Brother Snake's pocket. Satisfied, Brother Snake turned away, pretending nothing had happened. But at that moment, a teleportation light flashed, and his figure vanished from the spot. Time to go to work. Lin Qian rubbed his face, feeling like he still had so much to do, feeling overwhelmed. Glancing at the regional channel, he was surprised to find a group of people chatting animatedly. Team 3 Captain, half an inch. Just half an inch. That horn is tearing my pants apart. I'm scared to death. Team 4 Captain, that's just you. If it were me, I'd definitely be in trouble. Team 3 Captain, who said it wasn't? Wait. What do you mean? Team 4 Captain, I didn't say anything. Those who understand, understand. After all, I'm truly gifted in this area. You don't have to feel inferior because of it. I'm just an ordinary person. I understand. Duan Feng, hey. Brother, I'm a bit good at this. Shall we have a competition? Team 4 Captain, Brother Feng, you pro player, stay out of our way. Wolfman, actually Shao Ka, shut up. Xia Qing, you filthy bastards, sooner or later I shoot an arrow through your crotch, lest you pollute my eyes. Duan Feng, haha. Xia Qing, what are you laughing at? Lin Qian, haha. Xia Qing, you too. Xia Qing, hello, Brother Qian. Duan Feng, Brother Qian. Old Wu, haha. Brother Qian, long time no see. Team 3 Captain, Brother Qian. Team 4 Captain, Brother Qian. Damn. I got there first. Lin Qian, it's rare to see this lively in the channel. Everyone seems so free. Werewolf, awoo. Lin Qian, this is too much trouble. Let's all gather in the training room. I have something to say. A long silence. Team 3 Captain, huh? Old Wu, Werewolf, Brother Qian, I ate something wrong today. I have diarrhea and a terrible stomachache. Ouch. Shao Ka, well, Brother Qian, the jack broke while I was repairing a tank, and it crushed my spine. Now my lower body is basically paralyzed. Team 4 Captain, Brother Qian, I just mixed the latest poison and accidentally tasted it. Now everything I see is double. Yawn, and I'm a little sleepy. Duan Feng, Brother Qian, why aren't you talking? They're probably already waiting for us inside. Brother Wu. Sister Qing? Shit! They're already inside. Hurry up. Don't keep Brother Qian waiting anxiously. Amidst a series of wailing cries, everyone entered the training area. Chapter 375. Brother Qian. In the training space, the voices of the group greeting Lin Qian were much weaker than usual. Xia Qing had already distanced herself, bows strung, and prepared for battle. Lin Qian was truly speechless upon seeing this. Why, you still insist on sparring with me? At this, the captain of Team 3, whose eyes had been dull, suddenly perked up. So, Brother Qian, are you ready? Lin Qian shook the hem of his leather jacket and sat down. Chatting, I just feel it's more convenient to talk face to face than in the chat room. At these words, everyone in the training space breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Wu deactivated his defensive skill and ran back with heavy steps. Lin Qian looked over and saw that Old Wu was no longer wearing the sun armor he wore before, but a much heavier set of black iron armor. Oh, new equipment. Old Wu nodded. I usually use the sun armor more. This one, while powerful, is too thick and heavy, hindering my mobility. I only wear it when I'm dealing with bosses. He sat down with some difficulty, his legs spread wide apart. It was indeed cumbersome. How's the payoff for exceeding the target? Lin Qian asked casually. Xia Qing and I each got an item that breaks through the first limit, with 26 stat points. By the way, we ran into Lu Zhanqing's team on this mission. They should have gotten a limit-breaking item as well. Oh! Lin Qian peeked. Lu Zhanqing, how is his current strength? Old Wu pondered for a moment. Very strong. I'm confident I can defeat him, but it won't be easy. It's precisely because of our cooperation that we were able to clear the level so quickly. This mission was quite difficult. Lin Qian nodded. If it weren't for this outlier like me, then people like Lu Zhanqing would be considered the top leaders of the human race. Of course, the bone-armored man I killed was the best of the best. Among the Black Army, if they were free from my influence, Old Wu, Xia Qing, Su Mian, and Qin Liang all possessed the potential to be leaders. Those from other regions, including Dashan, Luoquan, Jiang Jinshan, and Fang Qinhu, whom I met during the previous mission, and even those survivors holding official positions in the city, all have the potential to be leaders. As for people like Duan Feng and the other Black Army members, they were only able to reach their current level due to my influence. They don't possess the potential to be leaders themselves, and ultimately, they will only be at the level of powerful beast men. It's safe to say that even an ordinary person, with normal intelligence, could easily reach the top rank by following Lin Qian. And people like Old Wu and Xia Qing, who already possess the potential to be top rank, can reach even higher. What's your highest attribute point now? Looking at the crowd gathered, Lin Qian glanced at them and asked. I got 23 free attribute points from the last mission, and I haven't decided what to add yet. My highest attribute point right now is Strength, 59, followed by Constitution, 43. Old Wu answered first. My Agility is the highest, 66. A mechanical voice echoed. It was Xia Qing, who immediately shut down after speaking, fearing a mistake. My Strength is 50, the werewolf responded. Brother Qian, my Agility is 51, and my Strength is 32, the captain of Team 4 reported respectfully. Brother Qian. My Strength is 83. As soon as he finished speaking, an even louder voice boomed over. Everyone looked at the captain of Team 3 in surprise. Lin Qian was a little shocked. Is this guy really that powerful? The captain of Team 4, standing next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why don't you tell us about your other attributes? The captain of Team 3 puffed out his chest and raised his head. Brother Qian only asked about the highest attribute, not the others. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel curious. What are your other attributes? At this, the captain of Team 3 blushed, but still reported the truth. Brother Qian. Agility 11, Constitution 13, Spirit 9. That's all, and it's mostly supplemented by items. Otherwise, it would be even more out of shape, the captain of Team 4 chimed in. Lin Qian averted his gaze, somewhat speechless. It feels like he's going all in on strength, using such extreme skill points. No wonder his stats are so high. As luck would have it, this was exactly what Lin Qian wanted to tell everyone. All the free attribute points you earn later should be put to the highest stats. Try to break through the first limit as quickly as possible. This will greatly increase your combat effectiveness. As he spoke, Lin Qian raised his hand. With a hum, a ring of power emerged and quickly condensed into a white ring. Breaking through the first limit of strength will grant you the Ring of Power ability, greatly enhancing your attack power. His gaze swept over Old Wu and the captain of Team 3. For agility, the ability gained is extreme speed, similar to bullet time. He then looked at Xia Qing and the captain of Team 4. The ability gained by breaking through the first limit of physical fitness is hardening. While the improvement in combat effectiveness isn't obvious, it has many hidden benefits, such as toughness, resistance, and digestion. It's not recommended as the first attribute to break through, but it's equally crucial. As for the spirit attribute, it's quite special. Aside from Qin Liang and Su Yun, no one in the Black Army would specifically invest points in it. However, I suggest that if you have extra attribute points, it's best to put some into it. This way, if you encounter an attack specifically targeting the soul, you won't even have a chance to escape. Lin Qian rarely lectured, and everyone listened intently. The expressions on their faces were fascinating, filled with excitement and anticipation. Write down what I said, and send it to the others when they return from their mission. I'm too lazy to repeat myself. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I've got it all. Hearing this, the captain of Team 3 immediately raised his small notebook and gestured, glancing at the captain of Team 4 beside him, his smug expression evident. Brother Qian, his notebook is full of drawings of birds. The captain of Team 4, furious, raised his hand and reported him. Shut up. This is a recorder. Then why are you pretending to be so arrogant with this notebook? What do you care? Huh? Are you sure you've escaped this trap? Why do you sound like a rude and unreasonable bitch? You're courting death. Seeing the two men escalate their argument, Lin Qian's eyelids gradually drooped. The members of Teams 3 and 4 couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding. They tried to dissuade them, but they ignored them. In the end, it was Lin Qian who gently separated the two. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed, and everyone instinctively flinched. When they opened their eyes again, Lin Qian was slowly retracting his two crimson whips, which resembled two tails. The two individuals who had been wrestling were nowhere to be found. Where was I just now? Chapter 376. When are you planning to embark on the next dungeon mission? In the training space, Lin Qian asked again. We take a day off today to consolidate our realm. Tomorrow, when safe exploration time begins, we enter the dungeon. Once again, Old Wu was the first to answer. Oh, we are too. Off to the side, the captains of Teams 3 and 4, their faces swollen, slurred their words. Not bad, quite diligent. But not enough. Lin Qian slowly stood up, and the others quickly followed suit. After leaving the training space, get ready. I immediately open a new dungeon and pull you captains in. Then you can recruit your teammates. He planned to try leading 3 teams at once to see if the difficulty and rewards would change with the increase in number of people. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the training ground erupted in excitement. The scars on the faces of the captains of teams 3 and 4 no longer hurt, and they looked refreshed. Yes, Brother Qian. Back in the room, Lin Qian first summoned Sister Min back to the Hound space, then found Brother Wu, who was still battling the dummy. Brother Wu, you're still not done yet? He was a little shocked. As a general of the Demon Suppression Division, Brother Wu shouldn't be so emotionally unstable. What on earth had the dummy said to him? Seeing Lin Qian return, Wu Sheng finally withdrew his sword, his soul returning to the Lin Yuan long blade. I've got nothing better to do, so I practice my swordsmanship. As Lin Qian touched the Lin Yuan long blade, Wu Sheng's voice echoed in his mind. His voice was calm, but Lin Qian could detect a hint of gnashing teeth. Yawn. I was almost falling asleep. Just then, the dummy suddenly opened its eyes, stretched, and glared at Lin Qian. You're quite the kid. You even thought of hiring a gua sha practitioner for me. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched, and then he felt the Lin Yuan long sword in his hand throbbing wildly. Not really. Brother Wu. Don't fight it. It's just a dead thing. But as soon as these words were spoken, the dummy suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. I'm dead, yes, but he's not a living thing either. The Lin Yuan longsword vibrated even more violently. Brother Wu. We can't delay business. Lin Qian was still trying to persuade him, about to leave this dangerous place, when he turned and heard a mocking remark from the dummy. And you, kid, are a complete waste. As they say, birds of a feather flock together, and garbage should be sorted. Buzz. Bang. A powerful punch, ringed with power, struck out, causing the dummy to tremble violently. Comfortable. So comfortable. With just these 2 hits, I suggest you just pop your balls like a pimple. It's totally unnecessary. Giant power. Increased progress by 2.7%. Lin Qian's forehead veins bulged, and he swung his fist, launching a barrage of blows. Seeing this, Wu Sheng joined the fray. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, engaged in punches and slashes, but they still couldn't stop the dummy's barrage of lewd talk. As the dummy's words grew sharper, Lin Qian's giant power grew stronger. Seeing that he had broken through the 90th level, Lin Qian quickly stopped. Let's go, Brother Wu. We beat him up another day. Lin Qian wasn't planning on using his ultimate attack, as his passive ability hadn't yet cooled down. With his current strength, he could easily run rampant in the dungeon during the protection period, so there was no need to be overly cautious and wait for his passive ability to cool down before entering the dungeon. Lin Qian dragged Brother Wu away and left the room. Glancing at the map of room 4126, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm. Except for the dormitories, most of the remaining rooms had already been explored. These guys were incredibly efficient. However, these explored rooms were interspersed with cleanup and treasure chest quests. The remaining rooms were mostly dark rooms, either survival, guarding, or hunting missions. Arriving at Area 700, Lin Qian was about to open the door when he suddenly felt the air ahead of him warp. Then, the familiar striped snake appeared out of nowhere, looking up at him. Lin Qian was startled, turning to meet the snake's gaze. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal my things? He tensed with vigilance, ready to strike. But the next moment, the striped snake nodded slightly, as if greeting Lin Qian and expressing friendly interest. Lin Qian was stunned, somewhat confused by its attitude. Brother Wu, how about you translate for me? Huh? No. How come you deal with snakes every day and haven't learned snake language yet? Facing the striped snake, Wu Sheng also sensed a strong sense of danger and was very reluctant to serve as an interpreter. It's okay, Brother Wu. I'm here. What are you afraid of? I think you should call the snake over here, otherwise I won't be sure. Wu Sheng honestly expressed his distrust of Lin Qian. Oh, just do it. Lin Qian ignored the other party's protests and directly pressed the hilt of his sword against the striped snake. As if absolutely confident in its own strength, the striped snake did not dodge or evade, allowing Lin Yuan's long sword to touch it. However, as Wu Sheng began to try to communicate, it was noticeably stunned for a moment. Soon, the Lin Yuan sword trembled slightly, signaling the completion of communication. Lin Qian was a little surprised. So fast? It's rare to find someone capable of normal conversation. Wu Sheng's voice rang out, followed by another unpleasant complaint. I'm saying, next time, could you please not directly confront me? What if there's a curse? To this, Lin Qian responded righteously. Brother Wu, you are a fusion of the soul-devouring curse and the power of chaos. Are you still afraid of curses? Wu Sheng fell silent, seemingly unable to find a reason to refute. Tell me, what does this guy mean? Wu Sheng sighed dejectedly. It says that, thanks to that puppet man's promotion, your reputation has been growing in the city of chaos lately. The puppet man says that any level 3 overseer has the opportunity to establish a friendly relationship with you and receive your help. It wants to be your friend and requests a noise-proof place to stay. Hearing this, Lin Qian was slightly taken aback. I hadn't paid much attention to the tour group members these past few days. I hadn't expected Senior Puppet to start spreading the word about his deeds, even to the point where even the giant snake had heard about them. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel touched. Senior Puppet was truly so kind to him. Lin Qian wasn't surprised that the striped snake was also a level 3 supervisor. He had witnessed its attack firsthand, and that space-distorting energy was clearly no simple feat. A simple noise block shelter in exchange for the friendship of a level 3 supervisor was a sure-win deal, so Lin Qian naturally wouldn't refuse. Tell it I agree to this request, but it will take some time to prepare. I'd look for it near the stone tablet then. After Wu Sheng finished communicating, the striped snake politely nodded again, then twisted its body and disappeared from the spot. Huh? Watching the snake depart, Lin Qian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I feel like I'm almost the godfather of the City of Chaos. I wonder if more level 3 overseers will come knocking on my door in the future. Just say it. Respected Boss Lin, I have a humble request. Throughout his daydreaming, Lin Qian opened the door and stepped into the darkness. Chapter 377. A door slammed behind him, and the white light faded. The slippery moss lay beneath his feet, and the surroundings were dim and dark, but this had little effect on Lin Qian. This cave was like a tunnel, spacious, wide, and winding, with no end in sight. Against the rock face overhead, dotted with dark flowers, a faint purple gas emanating from their buds. The air held a lingering odor of decay, likely poisonous, but ineffective against Lin Qian. The cave was strangely round, and the rock walls were incredibly smooth. It didn't look like it was man-made, more like a passage carved by some giant creature. Crack! Just then, the sound of an old door hinge creaked against his chest. Sister Min emerged from the hound's space. She glanced around, then faced Lin Qian, and reached out to grasp the hilt of the Lin Yuan long sword. What's wrong, Sister Min? Lin Qian blinked. It was rare to see Sister Min initiate contact with the Lin Yuan long sword. After a moment, Wu Sheng's voice echoed in his mind. She said this is a rat hole in the underground world, the rat's territory, and other creatures usually stay away. Lin Qian was stunned. Underground world. It seems we've arrived at Sister Min's territory, the quarantine zone dungeon. The level is different. Before, we were teleported to the surface, but now we're set directly underground. Rat hole, rat territory. Lin Qian recalled the giant rats he had seen in the quarantine zone laboratory. I had thought those were huge, but now, looking at the scale of this rat hole, it was clearly only at the level of a pup. Sister Min, are the rats in the underground world very strong? He asked through his Lin Yuan long blade. Soon, Wu Sheng returned with the answer. Only the Rat King is Lord level. The other rats aren't strong, but there are plenty of them. Lord level? Then Sister Min, were you also considered? Yes, she was Lord level before, but she didn't have a fixed range and wouldn't actively attack other creatures, so other creatures didn't bother her. Lin Qian thought again of the strange prisoner he encountered when he come down to see Sister Min. Judging from the dangerous aura he sensed from that creature, he was probably also a Lord level. There are so many of them, and there's even a Rat King. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Isn't this just incoming stock? Maybe we can even pack up some and take them away. He pulled out several summoning cards, summoning Old Wu, the captain of Team 3, and the captain of Team 4. Under normal circumstances, they could have waited until tomorrow's safe exploration period before entering the inner world together. However, Lin Qian had already realized the preciousness of time during the protection period, and with a sense of urgency, he didn't care much about consuming the dozen or so summoning cards. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of white light shone, and the entire underground cavern suddenly became as bright as day. Sister Min hurriedly stepped back, and even Lin Qian, feeling slightly uncomfortable, blocked his view. You 3 are practically like light bulbs. Can't you change into other armor? After being scolded by Lin Qian, the 3 of them hurriedly changed their equipment. They had assumed Lin Qian was worried that the sun armor would be too conspicuous in the dark and easily attract the attention of monsters. They had never imagined that Lin Qian simply disliked bright light. To be more precise, he disliked the bright light brought by others. He greatly enjoyed his own pure fire. At Lin Qian's signal, the three of them each pulled out their summoning cards. Soon, Duan Feng, Xia Qing, Wolfman, Xiao Ka, and the others arrived. The last to teleport was Dashan, whom I hadn't seen in a while. He was wearing a large cotton-padded jacket and a woolen hat, and there were still snowflakes on his shoulders that hadn't melted yet. He looked as if he had been dragged from some dungeon. Looking at the scene around him, Dashan was a little dazed. Seeing Lin Qian, who was picking black flowers for inspection at the front of the team, he quickly greeted him. "Qian, brother Qian." Then he leaned over to old Wu and winked. "Brother Wu, what's going on? Why are there so many people?" Old Wu lowered his voice. "Brother Qian wants to lead us on a mission, so just follow his instructions." Dashan blinked, somewhat incredulous. "Take us on the mission? Brother Qian is being too kind to us. But I'm not from your district, after all. Is that okay?" Old Wu squinted at him. "You're considered a member of the elite group, also a member of the Black Army." Dashan chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, still feeling a little embarrassed. "I got a transfer card a while ago. If not, I transfer to your district 4126 for the next regional trial." To his surprise, Lin Qian's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "No need. Just be the leader of your district, and boost the strength of everyone else there." Dashan instinctively stood straight. "Brother Qian." Lin Qian looked at him with amusement. "You've already said hello twice. Why are you a little nervous around me? Wasn't it time you were ready to challenge me to a duel?" The people around him burst into laughter at this remark, and Dashan blushed. "Brother Qian, look at you. It happened so long ago, and you're still bringing it up to tease me." Lin Qian actually quite liked Dashan's straightforward personality, his purity of character. He smiled, patted his shoulder, and turned to look at the crowd. At a glance, he saw that almost everyone was secretly wary of Sister Min, who was not far away. Teams 2 and 3 had even formed battle formations. The werewolf kept glancing between him and Sister Min, looking as if he wanted to ask a question but didn't dare. "Don't be nervous. This is our good sister, she doesn't eat people." After hearing Lin Qian's introduction, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, but they still didn't dare let their guard down. Especially agility-focused players like Xia Qing, the captain of Team 4, who could clearly sense the dangerous aura emanating from Sister Min, were extremely nervous. On the other hand, the idiot-type warriors, like Team 3's captain, were unfazed, aside from being afraid of Sister Min's appearance. Lin Qian could only discuss with Sister Min about returning her to the Hound Dimension. Not to mention, Sister Min was quite considerate in a crowd and immediately agreed to be recalled. Only when they sensed Sister Min's presence disappear did Xia Qing and Team 4's captain, the agility-focused players, finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a notification chimed in everyone's heads. Ding! Entering survival dungeon, Rat Hole. Rat Hole, a kingdom built by a group of strangely affected rats, inhabited by countless rats. They have a keen sense of smell, are brutal and bloodthirsty, and show no mercy to intruders. To survive, you must escape the Rat Hole. However, with its complex network of passages, how can you be sure of life and death ahead? Return requirements. Survive for 7 days. Chapter 378. We've encountered similar missions before. They're supposed to be about survival, but the real challenge lies in escape. After a brief silence, everyone finished reading the mission information, and Team 4's captain, Giant Hand, spoke first. With a 7-day mission, it seems this rat hole is far larger than we imagined. Old Wu's brow furrowed. Lin Qian scratched his head with his index finger. What are these guys analyzing? He hadn't even carefully read the mission information. Escape? Whose escape? I, Lin, am here, and these rats still want to escape? What a joke. Lin Qian suddenly realized that it had been ages since he led his men on a mission. So much so that their minds were still stuck in the past. Squeak! Squeak! Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the end of a side passage. Several giant rats, each the size of an adult, spotted the group, their eyes instantly glowing a ferocious red. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice blades rang out, and the three teams instinctively protected Lin Qian, treating him as a vital figure. In the center, their formation impenetrable. Brother Qian, what are you saying? They weren't nervous, but rather excited. They were no longer the weaklings they once were. A few rats were nothing more than food for the taking. Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly, and reached out to push the captain of Team 3, who was blocking him, aside. The captain stumbled, his footing caught on moss, and he lost his balance, falling flat on his face. Why don't you work on your agility? You're getting more and more clumsy like a pig. How could you fall like this? Lin Qian, feeling even more disgusted, stepped forward, raised his hand towards the giant rats, and was about to dispatch them. But as if suddenly sensing a powerful threat, the rats shrank their necks and fled in all directions. Huh? Lin Qian was stunned. I didn't do anything. Why are you running? Resignedly withdrawing his hand, Lin Qian guessed the pure Yang blood's intimidating power was taking effect. But whatever, he let them tip off while he sat back and waited for the siege. Brother Qian is so domineering. Just a glance. Seeing this, Duan Feng seized the opportunity to rush forward and flatter him, only to be struck in the ankle by Lin Qian's blood whip, sending him careening sideways. However, his agility specialization gave him immense control over his body. Startled, Duan Feng shifted his waist, performing a dramatic mid-air acrobatic turn, finally landing safely. Look at him. Lin Qian turned again to look at the captain of Team 3. Put on some agility. Listen, The captain of Team 4 couldn't help but burst out in laughter. The captain of Team 3 practically bowed his head to the ground, and Xiao Ka, standing nearby, stepped forward to offer his comfort. Don't be discouraged, Captain. Even though your agility is only 11, your spirit is a full 9. Bang! With one punch, Xiao Ka ran away, clutching his bleeding nose. It was only with Lin Qian around that the atmosphere in the dungeon was so relaxed. Otherwise, even with the current strength of the Black Army, they wouldn't be able to ignore the dungeon's dangers. Are we just going to wait here? Old Wu knew Lin Qian's character fairly well. Seeing his unhurried demeanor, he guessed his plan. Lin Qian shook his head. How could I just sit there and wait? Duan Feng hurried forward. What do you need us to prepare? Fortifications? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ka immediately raised his hand. I have armored vehicles and tanks. Lin Qian shook his head. Let's get a table first. Then he looked around. Does anyone have playing cards in their storage? Waiting around is too boring. Let's play landlord. Squeak. 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 Roar. Somewhere in the rat cave, a large number of giant rats converged from all the passages, forcing the group back. Bang. A loud gunshot echoed, creating a gap in the rat swarm, but it was quickly closed by more giant rats. Buzz. Bang. A flash of white blades flashed, and a blood-stained figure flashed left and right, slicing through the lives of a dozen giant rats. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. Where's the unstable crystal? It's all gone. One thing's blown down, and another's still there. This damn place is like a maze. Aching. Heavy firepower. Roger. Swish, swish, swish. Another series of explosions roared, shaking the earth, but it couldn't stop the continuous advance of those crimson eyes. If Old Wu were here, he'd be surprised to see Lu Zhanqing's team, whom he met in the previous dungeon, running into them again here. It was a matter of fate. In reality, it was because everyone's ratings had already reached the highest level. With only these few people, any multiplayer dungeon would inevitably encounter them sooner or later. Besides Lu Zhanqing's team, there were two burly men who looked very similar. Faced with the siege of the rats, one of them pulled a heavy iron plate with a sharp, serrated edge from his storage space and hurled it with all his might, like a discus. The other man pointed at the flying serrated iron disc. Double it. Buzz. With a resounding roar, the iron disc, originally only the size of a shield, suddenly transformed into a massive disc the size of a truck tire. The rapidly spinning sawteeth, carrying a terrifying weight, tore a hole through the pack of giant rats. Brother Lu. The burly man who had thrown the serrated iron disc shouted, not even turning back. But Lu Zhanqing had already prepared his skills before he could speak. He shouldered a pure white crescent-shaped sword, blade pointing outward, and stood in a horse stance, his whole body surging with energy. As his expression grew more ferocious, the white light emanating from the crescent-shaped sword grew increasingly dazzling. Charge. Slash. With a long roar, white blade energy pierced through the air, shaking the air, and all the team members immediately dodged. Puff, puff. With a single blow, hundreds of giant rats were instantly killed, blood splattering everywhere, and a strong, fishy stench filled the air. Move quickly. They seem to have a special way of exchanging information. More will gather soon. Sheathing his crescent-shaped sword, Lu Zhanqing, despite his exhaustion, forced himself to stand, injected himself with a shot of medicine, and led the group directly into another fork in the road, stepping over the sticky corpses of giant rats. This time, the team advanced even more cautiously, fearing that a wrong turn would lead to an irretrievable situation. Squeak! Squeak! Roar! Moments after they left, a sudden rumbling sound of footsteps could be heard from all directions. Countless giant rats converged, devouring the flesh and blood of their kin remaining in their wake. After feeding, some of the smaller rats visibly grew larger, their mouths opening and hissing with excitement, their jagged, sharp teeth sprouting like mushrooms after a rain. Chapter 379. 3 pairs. I can't take it. Old Wu glanced at Duan Feng, his hand full of cards, in disbelief. His eyelids twitched as he tossed out 2 cards. 2 pairs. Lin Qian shook his head and slammed one of his cards onto the table. Pass. Old Wu chuckled, his fingers already holding 5 cards, ready to toss them, but Duan Feng raised his hand. Wait a minute, Brother Wu. He adjusted the cards in his hand and suddenly laughed. 4 aces, bomb. Old Wu's eyes widened. No, we're in this together. Duan Feng's smile was innocent. I know. Then he tossed out a single card. 4. Old Wu was speechless and simply slammed the 5 cards onto the table. No. Duan Feng looked at Lin Qian expectantly. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Qian frowned, flipped the cards on the table, took a look, and shook his head. No. Duan Feng was stunned. Huh? Old Wu laughed. Just then, a large amount of blood mist receded, and a mountain of bones appeared on one side of the passage. Time to get busy, time to get busy. At the next table, the captain of Team 3, with a bunch of notes stuck to his face, excitedly threw a pile of rotten cards in his hand, grabbed Xiao Ka, and got on the cart to start collecting the bones. Yawn. Lin Qian yawned boredly and glanced at the timer. 3 hours had already passed. Why haven't we seen any large-scale sieges yet? How boring. At this, Old Wu across from him couldn't help but scratch his brow. I think those last few waves could have been considered large-scale sieges. Lin Qian glanced at him. 1,800 shouldn't count. Not. The wrinkles on Old Wu's face seemed to deepen a little at this moment. I don't think so. Lin Qian shook his head. Behind him, white smoke billowed from the exhaust duct of a sealed makeshift room. The werewolf pulled back the curtain and walked out. Brother Qian, the crabs are steamed. It smells too bad outside. Let's go inside and eat. Oh! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. The last instance Team 3 had taken was an island filled with mutant creatures. The crabs were larger than millstones. After tasting them, they found them delicious, so they caught a bunch after completing the mission, intending to share them with the other Black Army soldiers. Of course, the largest one would be reserved for Lin Qian. Just then, Lin Qian's ears twitched, picking up the sound of an explosion in the distance. He turned and looked in the direction of the sound. What's wrong? Noticing his uneasy expression, Old Wu quickly stood up. Looks like there are other survivors. If an ordinary person encountered other survivors in a dungeon, their first reaction would likely be to be wary and stay away. But the Black Army was different. They would greet them with a smile, using casual conversation to get information about their recent gains, then express their own difficulties, and casually borrow something they didn't intend to return. Of course, this behavior has been much less prevalent within the Black Army lately, but this traditional virtue seems to have been perfectly inherited by the reserves. So, when faced with other survivors, their eyes usually light up. Something's happening. But Lin Qian had a different idea. Most of the survivors he encountered possessed the potential to be top tier. Old Wu. Thinking of this, he immediately gave the order. With a single word, not only Old Wu, but the others also rushed forward and formed a line. We don't need so many people. Lin Qian shook his head. Old Wu, just take 2 people and leave them here. Don't get too hung up on the fight. In reality, Old Wu and his men could easily handle these giant rats, but Lin Qian was more concerned about the existence of the Rat King. Being comparable to his former sister, he was definitely not a pushover. Old Wu nodded and called Duan Feng and dashed into the car that Xiao Ka had spun out of the storage space. The tires squeaked against the moss, and the car suddenly shot out, blazing with flames. Elsewhere, Lu Zhanqing and his group were being chased by a swarm of giant rats, fleeing in panic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar! Sharp chirps mingled with the roars of the mutants, one after another, advancing like a surging tide. Looking back, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. There were too many. So many that even Lu Zhanqing felt a pang of despair. However, he was more worried about whether a swarm of rats would appear ahead to intercept them. If they were attacked from both sides, they would be truly doomed. Of course, they wouldn't die. They had provisions similar to the Black Army's safety ropes, but the mission reward would definitely be lost. Bang! Bang! The explosions continued, but the rats remained unaffected. They were ferocious and frantic, drooling profusely as they rushed forward. Buzz! Just then, a roaring sound was heard. Lu Zhanqing was startled. Looking up, he saw a flickering light around the corner ahead. It was Old Wu, who had come to pick someone up. Drifting and sliding, Lu Zhanqing saw Old Wu clearly, and he was also shocked by the density of the rats before him. Crack! He swung his tail and turned. Follow me! Needless to say, a glint of joy flashed in Lu Zhanqing's eyes. With them here, we're safe this time. He had just considered giving up, but suddenly, a surge of new strength surged, and he sprinted at full speed. He turned several corners, until he saw a camp with smoke rising from the distance. Wait a minute. Lu Zhanqing's eyelids suddenly twitched. Camp? Who would camp here? These people are truly lunatics. Then, as the familiar yet unfamiliar blood mist surged toward him, Lu Zhanqing immediately realized why they were so relaxed. Sizzle! The greedy chirping behind him suddenly turned frightened. However, because they were huddled together, the rats behind them hadn't realized what was happening and continued to push forward. Now, like compressed meat in a can, the blood mist was instantly absorbed. Lin Qian sat in a chair, legs crossed. In one hand, he grasped a crab leg, the thickness of his forearm, while with the other, he released the blood mist, chewing the sweet crab meat while dissecting the rats. Delicious. Xiao Ka and the werewolf weren't exaggerating. The crab was truly delicious, tender and chewy. Old Wu got out of the car, nodded to Lu Zhanqing, who was not far away, and then led a few people to Lin Qian. Brother Qian, we've brought the people here. Lin Qian waved his hand, and Old Wu understood and left. At this moment, Lu Zhanqing and his group had not yet recovered from the pursuit. Their breathing was heavy, their chests heaving violently. Brother Qian, thank you. Lu Zhanqing took a breath, stepped back, bowed, and solemnly thanked him. Lin Qian glanced at him and chuckled. What? You're not afraid of me this time? During the last 100 districts war, he had clearly sensed Lu Zhanqing's fear of him. It seemed his mindset had shifted during this time. The fact that Lu Zhanqing was now willing to lower his voice and express his gratitude showed that he no longer cared about his status as Qin Yi. Chapter 380. Sit down, everyone. Come, eat some crabs. Inside the rat hole, amid the shrill cries of a multitude of giant rats, Lin Qian smiled and beckoned Lu Zhanqing and the others to take their seats. Aside from Lu Zhanqing, the others remained silent. In their eyes, Lin Qian was far more formidable than the rats. Especially the two brothers, who were meeting Lin Qian for the first time. Lin Qian also noticed the twins, who looked almost like copy-paste, and gestured towards Lu Zhanqing. New faces, newcomers? Lu Zhanqing was exhausted, still catching his breath as he sat in his chair. Wang Jun and Wang Wu, two brothers, quite capable. One specializes in strength, the other in support casting. After explaining, he couldn't help but sigh. During the Eternal Night City incident, before you arrived, one of my team members teleported away to save his life. Because of this, he didn't receive the rewards for that regional trial, fell far behind in strength, and ultimately died in a strange mission. So, I sincerely admire you for keeping the Black Army from losing a single man for such a long time. Unusually, his tone didn't contain any flattery, only self-blame and regret. Ever since the 100 Districts War, the further down I go, the more I feel powerless. Lu Zhanqing looked at Lin Qian with a flickering gaze. Until I ran into Old Wu and the others in the last dungeon, and we talked about the current situation. After returning, I thought about it for a long time. His hands rubbed his blood-stained trouser legs, a look of embarrassment. Finally, as if finally making up his mind, Lu Zhanqing raised his head and looked at Lin Qian. Brother Qian, I want to take them with me to join the Black Army. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Not only Ah Cheng and the others, but also Old Wu and the rest of the Black Army were shocked by Lu Zhanqing's words. This was a development they had never imagined. Having experienced the Eternal Night City dungeon together, everyone knew that Lu Zhanqing's strength was definitely above captain level, with only Old Wu and Su Mian being his equals. Boss! This... Ah Cheng began in disbelief, but Lu Zhanqing raised his hand to silence him. Everyone waited for Lin Qian's reaction. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Qian leisurely devoured the entire crab leg, casually wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and took another sip of hot tea. Only then did he look at Lu Zhanqing in front of him with a hint of confusion. It seems the loss of that team member has dealt you a heavy blow, your spirit has been shattered. I was wondering why you felt different this time. So that's why. Lu Zhanqing lowered his eyes, silent. By comparison, I still prefer to see the version of you who secretly considered me your rival. Lin Qian sighed, unconcealing his disappointment. Lu Zhanqing's pupils trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that what he had thought was concealed had already been noticed. What I'm going to say next may make you despair. You think the biggest crisis we face is the dungeon, the mutual harm and slaughter among our own kind, and that having me as your backer will prevent everything. In fact, the truly cruel things are yet to come. After the third regional trial is over, all of us will be stared at like lambs to the slaughter, stared at by countless greedy eyes. They devour our flesh and drink our blood. At that time, even I would be nothing more than prey. Only by surviving could I be worthy of being their protector. Lin Qian spoke calmly, as if discussing a matter unrelated to him. The people around him were stunned, completely unaware of Lin Qian's words. The captain of Team 3 was still watching the reactions of Lu Zhanqing and the others, assuming Lin Qian was deliberately trying to scare them. But then Lin Qian suddenly turned and looked at the werewolf. You, that old dog you met in the cave earlier that broke all your bones, is a survivor from another species. At these words, even the captain of Team 3 realized something was amiss, and his expression grew serious. Then Lin Qian looked at old Wu, and the captain of Team 3. The previous mission in Qingzhou City was also the work of the same race. And they are just insignificant losers. I don't know how many greater crises, stronger enemies there are. Lin Qian slowly stood up and looked down at Lu Zhanqing. What's about to begin is a war based on race. There's no distinction between language, skin color, or even black and white. I'm strong. If you want me to protect you, no problem. I don't mind. But what if I die? You all line up and be slaughtered? Lin Qian never considered himself destined for death, nor did he believe he wouldn't die. Even if death did come, he would accept it calmly. But these words were simply meant to create a sense of urgency, to prepare these people mentally. He personally didn't feel any sense of danger about leaving his safe zone. At worst, he could just play cards with his colleagues. If someone so foolish as to come calling with a dual card, he'd be in big trouble. But Lin Qian could only ensure his own safety. He couldn't care less about anyone else. All he could do was try to make his presence felt, becoming a thorn in the eyes of the other races, a thorn in their side, thus weakening the presence of the other leaders and giving them room to grow. But even so, the situation remained bleak. Lin Qian was still a little worried. Lu Zhanqing was silent for a moment, then finally took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Qian. Brother Qian, what do you want me to do? He was a smart man, knowing that Lin Qian wouldn't say so much to him for no reason. Lin Qian smiled with satisfaction, kicked his chair over and sat back down, casually raising his hand. A bloody mist surged, enveloping the rats on the other side and devouring them with a hissing sound. You have a considerable reputation and influence. When you return, spread my words within your circle, especially to the powerful individuals you met during the mission. Most of the people Lu Zhanqing encountered were survivors with top-tier potential. Stop the infighting, hide your numbers, and after the third regional trial, those who wish to survive, behave themselves. Besides that, strive to break through the first limit as much as possible, one at a time. Don't try to balance your progress, or you regret it later, and have nowhere to cry. He casually retracted the blood mist, and the other end of the passage was also filled with bones. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar echoed from afar, and the entire rat cave shook. The Lord-level Rat King had finally appeared. Lin Qian stood up. Let's talk later. I have something to do. Chapter 381. Huff. Huff. In the rat hole, a winding, intricate passageway, a gigantic mutant rat sped forward. It was covered in a hedgehog-like cuticle, its massive body fitting perfectly within the rat hole's diameter. Its eyes were bloodshot, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its saliva splattered as it scurried, causing large swathes of moss to blacken and wither. Its saliva was highly toxic. Half a minute ago, it had been sprinting down this path, aggressively preparing to slaughter those odious intruders. And now, its speed was even faster than before, because it was fleeing for its life. From behind, Lin Qian's voice echoed repeatedly, like a vengeful ghost demanding its life, causing the Rat King's spikes to subconsciously stand up. Hey! Stand right there. That punch of mine wasn't powerful enough, why are you running? Come back here. Sister Min, help me stop it. As soon as the last words fell, a vast mass of pitch-black chain suddenly erupted from the passage ahead, quickly interweaving into a vast net, blocking the Rat King's path. The Rat King couldn't avoid it, his head slamming into the chains, his neck locked in place. Only his hind legs could desperately kick, his sharp claws scraping away at the rock, but he couldn't escape the confines of the pitch-black chains. Roar! Roar! In desperation, he roared continuously, and an invisible ripple seemed to spread through the air. Soon, a rustling sound could be heard from all directions. Countless rats were converging to rescue the Rat King. Ouch! An unexpected surprise. Seeing this, Lin Qian was delighted. The rat burrow was incredibly large. I'd been worrying about how to quickly clear out the remaining giant rats, but I was suddenly dozed off when the pillow appeared. You should have told me you had this ability earlier. What a waste of time. Lin Qian rolled his eyes at the struggling Rat King, then turned to face the surging wave of rats from behind. He crossed his fingers and flexed them. The blood mist has almost fed them. Time for the main course. Then, tens of thousands of blood threads shot out, their hardened form easily penetrating the giant rat's flesh. They darted back and forth among the rats, devouring them at full speed. Unfortunately, the flesh and blood of these giant rats wasn't much stronger than the rats Lin Qian had encountered in the quarantine lab. The level difference was too great, so the benefits were minimal. Fortunately, the quantity was sufficient. As if sensing the mass death of the rats, the Rat King grew increasingly panicked. Squeak! It shrieked, seemingly a mental attack, but Lin Qian couldn't feel it, so he wasn't sure. Several more pitch-black chains shot out, locking the Rat King's entire body in place, preventing him from even struggling. Sister Min stood quietly behind Lin Qian, placing a hand on Lin Qian's shoulder and effortlessly waving it. It took nearly an hour to devour the swarm of giant rats summoned by the Rat King. Only when no new rats appeared, despite the Rat King's roars, did Lin Qian finally confirm that he had essentially cleared the area. Sigh, how disappointing. Stepping up to the Rat King, Lin Qian shook his head slightly. Sister Min, this Lord-level creature seems a bit weak. Before the already desperate Rat King, Lin Qian even struck up a conversation with Sister Min. Wu Sheng translated Sister Min's response. She said this creature's main advantage lies in the rats it can control. These rats have sharp jaws, and can easily crush rocks. Under the Rat Sea tactics, ordinary Lord-level warriors might not be able to defeat the rat swarm. Lin Qian understood. I see. So Sister Min is definitely not an ordinary Lord-level warrior. This time, Wu Sheng didn't need to translate. Sister Min simply raised her chin slightly, her pride evident. Lin Qian couldn't help but smile slightly at this, then smashed the Rat King's head with a punch. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. Survival mission ends early. Feel free to return. Kill reward. Steel Tooth Ability Crystal. Ding! Exceed mission targets. Reward upgrade. Reward. Free attribute points *40. Evolution Potion Constitution. Evolution Potion Strength. Permanent Gate *1. Thorny Armor *1. Ion Cutter *1. Personal Contribution 99.1%. Personal Contribution Reward. Strange Gold Coins *80. Block Card *1. Room Environment Card. Weightless Planet. Another series of system notifications. Lin Qian was already accustomed to this. Quickly checking his loot, Lin Qian took out 4 items. Steel Tooth Ability Crystal? This thing is also considered an ability? He weighed the translucent crystal in his hand, hesitating slightly. It seems to go well with abnormal digestion. After some thought, Lin Qian simply swallowed it and absorbed it. Soon, the ability was fully digested. Ding! Ability acquired. Steel Teeth. As the system notification chimed, Lin Qian felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Steel Teeth strengthens teeth, granting them exceptional hardness and cutting power. The degree of strengthening depends on your physical attributes. Lin Qian frowned. Why does it feel a bit like a different version of hardening? Seems a bit useless. He tried to trigger the steel teeth. Then, he suddenly felt a buzzing vibration in his teeth, a rattling noise echoing through his skull. Opening his mouth, his upper and lower teeth stopped colliding, and the noise immediately disappeared, but it still felt strange. Pulling out a mirror and observing carefully, Lin Qian discovered that after triggering the steel teeth ability, his teeth seemed to be coated with a faintly luminous film. Because the vibration was so small, it was invisible visually, and only he could experience it firsthand. Then, he dug out a small piece of partially digested giant bone from his storage space and took a tentative bite. Crunch! It was surprisingly sharp, as easy as biting into chocolate. Spitting out the giant skeleton and looking at his own teeth marks, Lin Qian suddenly perked up. So fierce? He found another thick back steel knife and bit down on the blade's back. Buzz buzz buzz. The high frequency, small vibrations made Lin Qian's teeth cut into the metal like a chainsaw. Spitting out the semicircular steel blade, Lin Qian blinked at the sharp teeth marks. Not bad. Nodding with satisfaction, he deactivated the steel teeth ability. Although it likely wouldn't be used in battle, one ability was better than one less. Perhaps it would come in handy someday. So, these rats are quite capable. Since it was a kill reward, it must have been an ability inherent to the Rat King. It's a shame I never gave them a chance to get close and bite me. It's such a miserable death. It's unfortunate. Chapter 382. When Lin Qian returned to the temporary camp, everyone was still immersed in the joy of mission completion. The Black Army was fine, more or less accustomed to it, but Lu Zhanqing's team was different. Is this everything resolved? This is too fast. Even Lu Zhanqing was a little dumbfounded. Watching Lin Qian calmly return to his seat, where were we talking just now? That was a casual remark, and Lu Zhanqing felt his heart suddenly sink. No, you just said you had something to do, and you actually went out to get rid of all the rats in the rat hole, and now, you're acting as if you were just going out to buy some groceries? Is this right? This isn't right. He had originally thought that Old Wu and the others were a little too relaxed during their mission, but now, it seemed, affection was a traditional virtue. At this moment, Lin Qian had begun to become a demon in his mind. You're in this state, and you're still encouraging me to target you? Playing? Lin Qian noticed something odd in Lu Zhanqing's eyes, and frowned slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Zhanqing looked away, and lowered his head. No, it's fine. By the way, how many limit-breaking items do you have right now? Lin Qian didn't pay much attention to Lu Zhanqing's inner thoughts. 4, 2 for agility, 1 for strength, and 1 for constitution. Brother Qian, if you need it you can. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qian raised his hand and interrupted him. I don't need your stuff, keep it for yourself. How close is your highest attribute to 100 points? Lu Zhanqing opened the panel and took a look. Including the 20 points from this reward, my strength attribute has already reached 100. At the same time, Old Wu also spoke. I've got enough too. The captain of Team 3 also excitedly raised his hand. Me too, Brother Qian. Lin Qian was stunned. He hadn't expected 3 people to break through their limits at once. Okay, today is the day. You 3 should just break through right here. Is there an air mattress or something to protect us? At this, all 3 were stunned. Brother Qian, what protection? Lin Qian smiled mysteriously. You find out in a moment. A moment later, at Lin Qian's prompt, the 3 stripped off their armor and plunged shirtless into the icy water. Of the 3, the captain of Team 3 and Old Wu were both muscular, with exaggerated muscles that exuded a sense of strength. Lu Zhanqing, on the other hand, was leaner, with muscles as strong as steel. Alright, let's begin. At Lin Qian's command, the 3 men almost simultaneously used their limit-breaking props. The captain of Team 3 injected a potion, which was more convenient. Old Wu swallowed a fist-sized red fruit, his mouth full of blood. Lu Zhanqing's limit-breaking prop was the most bizarre, a piece of purple-black amber the size of a ping-pong ball encapsulating an unknown insect, which he swallowed raw. It was clear that the 3 men were still a little nervous, constantly catching their breath. Ugh! At that moment, the captain of Team 3 suddenly reacted. His waist suddenly arched as if he had received an electric shock, his veins bulging visibly, looking terrifying. Old Wu and Lu Zhanqing instinctively turned to look, only to be followed closely by the others, both joining in the breakdancing. Ouch! Fuck! Ha ha! Lin Qian let out a hearty laugh beside him. Finally, someone else had shared the pain. Feeling good? At the same time, the 3 began to lose control. Ah! I'm going to destroy the world! The captain of Team 3 roared, ripping the metal chair in 2, and wading through the ice as he rushed out. Rest. Lin Qian casually swung a bloody whip, pushing him back into the pool. Gulululu. Bubbles surged, and the captain of Team 3 struggled in the pool, unable to escape Lin Qian's control. Bang! Elsewhere, Old Wu, without warning, swung a punch, sending Lu Zhanqing, who was gritting his teeth nearby, flying. Holy crap! Lin Qian was stunned. He thought these 2 guys could hold out for a while, but they lost control so quickly. Luckily, these 2 lacked any ranged damage, otherwise, the safety of the onlookers would be in jeopardy. Roar! Lu Zhanqing quickly regained his balance in midair, then, like Spider-Man, he landed diagonally above the rat hole. With a powerful leap, he launched a counterattack at Old Wu, who had attacked him. Bang! Boom! Water splashed. At first, the two men's back and forth was somewhat methodical, but gradually, it devolved into a spectacular exchange of punches. Lin Qian watched the excitement for a while, then, seeing the blows becoming increasingly reckless, he gave each of them a bloody whip and forced them back into the icy water to calm down. Gulyalu. Gulyalu. Soon, the splashing water at the edge ceased. The captain of Team 3 quickly raised his hand to signal. Lin Qian was stunned. So fast? Sure enough, my plan worked. Release the blood whip. Puff! The captain of Team 3 awkwardly rose to his feet, gasping for air. Brother Qian. You're too harsh. Look at my neck and arms. They weren't even tight enough. He complained aggrievedly, as he strode out of the pool. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. Who told you to be so fragile as a piece of paper? You have no strength at all. Look at those two. They're so energetic. Your splash isn't even as high as anyone else's. The captain of Team 3 glanced at Old Wu and Lu Zhanqing, still pinned in the pool, and couldn't help but shudder. Captain, how are you feeling? Xiao Ka stepped forward, handing over a towel, and asked expectantly. I feel like I'm bursting with power, like I could kill a bull with one punch. The captain of Team 3 sloppily wiped the water off his body, clenched his fists, and stared at his muscles, his eyes filled with excitement. Stop bragging. Come on, use the ring of power here. Let me see how strong you are. Lin Qian controlled the blood whip with one hand to suppress Old Wu and Lu Zhanqing, while with the other, he transformed his armor into a giant steel shield. Huh? That's not good, Brother Qian. I just broke through, and I'm worried I won't be able to control my strength. What if I accidentally? Looking up, he saw Lin Qian's eyelids drooping, his face sullen, and the captain of Team 3 quickly shut up. Sorry, Brother Qian, I was so excited that I lost my composure. He trotted forward, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to trigger the ring of power for the first time. Buzz! The next moment, the air trembled, and the ring of power appeared. The captain of Team 3 stared at his wrist in amazement, his eyes wide. What are you standing there for? Fight! Lin Qian urged impatiently. Oh, all right. The captain of Team 3 came to his senses, quickly got into position, and threw a punch at the steel shield. Bang! Lin Qian's shoe slid back slightly 5 centimeters. Crack! A clear crack of bone. Ouch! The captain of Team 3 clutched his deformed wrist, grimacing in pain. My hand? Chapter 383. Go, get out of here! Lin Qian kicked the captain of Team 3 aside, then looked at Lu Zhanqing and Old Wu, who had also broken through their limits. You two come over here and test your strength. He thickened the giant steel shield and, with a thud, plunged it an inch into the ground. Okay. Old Wu took the lead, hunched over and stepped back, a clear martial arts stance. Buzz! A ring of power appeared, its size and shape identical to the captain's. Ha! With a deep sigh, he spun, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The steel shield hummed from the shock. Lin Qian didn't budge, but because the shield was anchored in the ground, and because he leaned forward to resist, his force was actually much greater than that of the captain of Team 3. Closing his fist, Old Wu looked at his hand, revealing only superficial injuries at the joints. He specialized in strength and physique, and possessed a formidable physique, fully capable of withstanding the explosive force of the Ring of Power. Not bad. Lin Qian nodded, then looked at Lu Zhanqing. Come on. Lu Zhanqing was already eager to give it a try. He leaped in front of Lin Qian, and saluted with his fists clasped. Then, he threw a swift punch. Unlike Old Wu, and the captain of Team 3, he chose not to release the Ring of Power prematurely, but instead activated it mid-strike. Buzz! Then, a resounding sound in the air barely registered before the punch landed. Bang! He specialized in strength and agility, possessing strong control over his body and more concentrated force, but he lacked Old Wu's power and might. Through observation, Lin Qian discovered a problem. Lu Zhanqing activated the Ring of Power very quickly, without needing to charge it. Old Wu, and the captain of Team 3, had a noticeable pre-swing in their abilities. Attack continuously, trigger the Ring of Power as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Qian gestured to Lu Zhanqing again. Although Lu Zhanqing didn't understand what Lin Qian was going to do, he obeyed. Buzz! 1 punch, 2 punches. After 6 consecutive triggers with less than 3 seconds between them, Lu Zhanqing showed clear signs of exhaustion. His attack frequency dropped significantly, and his breathing became irregular. Rest, Old Wu, you do it. Also, Old Wu needed 5 seconds to charge his power, yet he managed to maintain the frequency and cast 11 rings of power without changing his expression. It seems other attributes also affect the effectiveness of the ring of power. Agility allows for faster casting and increased penetration through concentrated force, while Constitution provides greater endurance and destructive power. Okay, that's it for now. Old Wu and Old Lu, you two can spar later and get familiar with integrating this new ability into combat. Finding a sparring partner of the same caliber was difficult, a fact Lin Qian had a profound impression of. What about me, Brother Qian? What about me? At this moment, the captain of Team 3, whose wrist had fully recovered, came over again. Lin Qian glanced at him. If you really can't stay here, I can practice with you. The captain of Team 3 immediately wilted. No need, Brother Qian, I'm fine staying here. This guy is simply too biased. Not only is his physique unable to withstand the explosive power of the Ring of Power, but he also lacks the agility to control and perfectly release that force, which makes him as fragile as paper. Of course, this is mainly because he's unfamiliar with the strength of the Ring of Power and directly hits something as hard as a steel shield. If he were wearing protective gear, his combat effectiveness wouldn't be affected. Come on, Seer, practice with your third brother. After being thwarted by Lin Qian, the captain of Team 3 turned and challenged the captain of Team 4. However, having witnessed the power of the Ring of Power, how could the captain of Team 4 pay any attention? He seemed intently watching the battle, but even though he couldn't hear anything, he was already cursing in his heart. Damn it! My total stats are over 10 points higher than yours. After 2 more missions, my agility will reach its limit. By then, I beat the shit out of you. Buzz! Bang! Buzz! Bang! Amidst the continuous rumbling of air, Old Wu and Lu Zhanqing had already exchanged several rounds of back-and-forth combat. Lin Qian observed their movements from the side. In hand-to-hand combat, Old Wu had the upper hand. Not only was he tough and sturdy, but he also lacked the bulkiness of Team 3's captain. His moves were sharp and agile, often achieving maximum results with minimal effort. While Lu Zhanqing's movements were certainly agile, he lacked Old Wu's extensive combat experience. Furthermore, dodging and maneuvering was exhausting, and continuing would inevitably lead to disastrous defeat. That's enough. Only when Lin Qian spoke did the two men stop and saluted. Brother Wu, your martial arts attainments are profound. I admire you. Lu Zhanqing bowed slightly, unfazed by his defeat. Old Wu also saluted. You're taking advantage of your age. You probably only started practicing martial arts after entering the building. Your talent is far superior to mine. I wouldn't dare. Listening to the two men's business flattery, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. A glance at the timer revealed that this mission had taken less than 8 hours from entry to completion, and the safe exploration period hadn't even begun. What is a speedrun? This is what a speedrun is. But Lin Qian felt there was still considerable room for improvement. If he was in a hurry, he could just go find the Rat King right away and reduce the time to at least 3 hours. Pure speed racing. After Lu Zhanqing and Old Wu had dressed again, they sat down again. Lin Qian continued what he had left unfinished. You Old Lu. He looked at Lu Zhanqing, the natural change of address showing that he already considered him one of his own. If you truly want to join the Black Army, I welcome you. But I would rather you stand on your own, carry the banner, and build your own power. If you need anything, just let me know. The Black Army, and I will be your strongest support. Listening to Lin Qian's words, Lu Zhanqing's eyes flickered. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Qian solemnly. I won't let you down. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction and looked away. Old Wu and you too. He looked at the captain of Team 3. You two have reached the limit break and are now capable of leading a team independently. Therefore, I will not be taking you into dungeons anymore. The more people who enter a dungeon, the smaller the rewards. Lin Qian had already realized this. After returning, rest for a few hours. Once the safe exploration time is up, go directly into the dungeon. Now is the best opportunity to become stronger, so we must seize every moment. Also, if all members of the entire team have reached the limit break, we will split up and do individual missions to strive for the most generous rewards. The elite team and Team 3 responded simultaneously. Understood. Finally, Lin Qian looked at the somewhat embarrassed captain of Team 4. After you return, wait for my news. See if any other teams have completed their missions within the safe exploration time. I take you along. Okay, disband. Chapter 384. After adding Lu Zhanqing as a friend for easier contact, everyone returned one after another. Back in his room, Lin Qian once again sat on the golden dragon throne, preparing to add points. The mission reward was 40 points, and the salary was 10 points, for a total of 50 free attribute points. As usual, he went all in on Spirit, bringing him one step closer to meeting the demon. Strength, 210. Agility, 120.1. Const, 201. Spirit, 531.9. The giant rat's flesh and blood were of somewhat poor quality. Even with all that food, including the Rat King, he only gained 9 points of strength and 11 points of constitution. Strength and constitution officially broke through 200 points, and Spirit finally broke through 500. Lin Qian had just closed the control panel when he felt a buzzing in his head. He immediately remembered the transformation that occurred when his attributes broke through 50, and his mind stirred. The next moment, his field of vision suddenly increased, and the beast's soul body unexpectedly triggered automatically. Brother Wu, take care. Unsure of what would happen, Lin Qian called out to Wu Sheng before completely leaving his body. A dark aura filled the air, and Wu Sheng, taking advantage of the situation, invaded Lin Qian's body, opening his pure black eyes. What's wrong again? You're... He turned his head in confusion, but upon seeing Lin Qian's current state, he subconsciously took a step back. Brother Wu, my soul feels a little swollen. Will it explode? As Wu Sheng's gaze slowly shifted upward, Lin Qian's beastly soul grew taller and taller, its head almost touching the ceiling. Even though Wu Sheng, a former general of the Demon Suppression Division, had seen a lot, he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Roar! A beast's claw, roughly the size of a man, brushed past Wu Sheng, its ferocious roar piercing his soul. However, Wu Sheng quickly regained his composure from the shock. He didn't dodge, even sheathing his sword. He folded his arms across his chest, looking on in a state of apprehension. It's your body, anyway. Do whatever you want with it. Lin Qian felt his soul seething. Those fragmented, incomplete resentments seemed to be forcibly completed, rushing into his consciousness, vying for control. But as his stone heart talent activated, all the wailing dissipated instantly, as if muted, leaving only pure murderous energy surging. Lin Qian regained his composure, and the beast's soul stabilized. He raised his claw, looked at it, then looked down at his miniature self, stunned for a moment. How did I get so big? And it's only my soul that's grown. The golden nails I previously refined with incense have become barely noticeable, still only a tiny speck. Come to think of it, it seems I haven't harvested the power of incense in ages. I don't know how much I've accumulated. The Black Army members have been busy lately, and the cities that completed the Beast Tide mission haven't had time to send people to spread the faith. The Zombie Dungeon and Qingzhou City, however, are said to have dedicated personnel in charge. As Su Mian expanded his influence, the Silver Masks, responsible for developing faith, also expanded, but Lin Qian was too busy to engage with them. I have to ask Su Mian to make arrangements when he has time. It seems like the power of incense is in dire straits now. While the exact purpose of the golden soul body after soul refinement is unknown, it's a bonus after breaking through the first limit, and it's certainly not comparable to ordinary abilities. Recovering his composure, Lin Qian prepared to familiarize himself with the enlarged beast's soul. When a room expansion card is used to a certain degree, its height will also increase. In its initial state, the room's height was similar to that of an ordinary residence, around 2.5 to 3 meters, but now Lin Qian's room was at least 7 or 8 meters high, giving it a spacious appearance and ample space for large facilities. But now, in beast soul form, Lin Qian felt a sense of suffocation, unable to straighten his back. Normally, a soul can pass through walls, but the rooms in the Infinity Building are like a separate world, making penetration impossible. He could only hunch over. Brother Wu, enter soul form 2 and fight a few moves with me. Lin Qian requested Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng was stunned, looking up at the terrifying 8-meter-tall beast. Its fangs, emitting black energy, were almost as thick as his waist. Ah? Me? Lin Qian nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. Wu Sheng reluctantly complied. Alright then. While waiting for Wu Sheng to appear, Lin Qian tried to control the evil energy within him. He swung his claws. Swish. The pitch-black evil energy streaked through the air like dust, sweeping across a vast area. This thing seems to be controllable by the mind. Through this scene, Lin Qian keenly grasped a clue and immediately attempted to concentrate the evil energy with his mind. Ouch! The next moment, air surged, and the faint wails of the beast's spirits echoed around Lin Qian. The pitch-black evil energy began to spread, then quickly retracted into his body. He opened his eyes, raised his hand, and swung his claws again. A sound of breaking air echoed. This time, the evil spirit didn't dissipate like dust as before, but instead condensed into 3 claw-like blades, slashing forward. Puff! The air vibrated violently, and the distant hot spring exploded with a roar, filling the air with steam. At this moment, Wu Sheng, who had already transformed, stared blankly at the scene. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he slipped back into Lin Qian's body. No more playing around. Something's up. Entering the hosting mode, he turned and left without a backward glance. Hey! Brother Wu. What are you doing? Didn't we agree on this? Lin Qian tried to catch up, but his size limited his stride. He could only bend down on all fours, following Wu Sheng and coaxing him into practicing his moves with him. But after witnessing his evil spirit attack, Wu Sheng refused to be his punching bag, so Lin Qian had no choice but to practice on his own. He discovered that when the evil energy condensed to a certain strength, it could possess a physical attack effect, and its power was considerable. Of course, this was also due to the immense amount of evil energy possessed by his beast soul. Even water, tens of tons in one blast, could wreak havoc on the opponent. Precisely because the beast soul was infused with the properties of evil energy, it was, unlike the death spirit encountered at the 100th level of the infinite boxing tournament, possessing a semi-realistic state, visible even to ordinary people. However, judging by the wailing cries of the revived souls, this breakthrough method seemed imperfect. It was only because he possessed the stone-hard talent that he could ignore these side effects. Anyone else would likely have their soul devoured by these creatures. Not to mention, the beast tribe, through all their hard work, had accidentally developed a breakthrough method tailored specifically for Lin Qian. Thinking of this, Lin Qian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Silver Wing. Chapter 385. Inside the room, Lin Qian released his beast soul form and returned to his main body, beginning to examine the 2 pieces of equipment he acquired during the mission. The thorn armor and the ion cutter. Somewhat unexpectedly, the thorn armor wasn't the heavy armor Lin Qian had imagined, but rather a tight-fitting garment resembling liquid mercury. With a flick of his mind, a cold metallic sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. Lin Qian looked down, only to see his upper body coated in a silvery white, mirror-like metallic paint. Reaching out to touch it, pressing it, it rebounded without any hardness, like a softened, imitation metal film. Until he pulled a pistol from his storage compartment and fired a shot into his arm. Bang! Clang! The deformed bullet fell powerlessly, sending ripples through the thorn armor, yet Lin Qian felt nothing. Is it similar to a non-Newtonian fluid state? Only attacks of sufficient strength can trigger it. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. He exerted a slight force, flicking the silver-white plating on his arm, making a dull sound. Then, he waved his hand, and with a swish, 4 or 5 irregular silver spikes emerged from his palm. Some were over a meter long, while others were only a few dozen centimeters. With a thought, the spikes retracted, and the thorn armor on his body regained its thickness. The attack power is too average. Wear it as a close-fitting soft armor. Originally, Lin Qian saw that the item was armor, and was planning to give it to someone else, but he didn't expect it to be so thin and close-fitting. It didn't affect his armor-transforming ability at all, and it served as an extra layer of protection, so he kept it. Then, he pulled out a short sword less than a meter long from the space. The blade was slender and pure white, its handle inlaid with a glowing red crystal. With a gentle press, the blade instantly glowed crimson. He swung the blade casually, aiming it at the pistol in his other hand. With a swish, the blade cut cleanly, its edge showing traces of heat. It's quite powerful, capable of cutting through metal armor. Suitable for agile players. Send it to the captain of Team 4 later. That guy's weapon seems a bit shabby, the same one from Evernight City. Lin Qian didn't like using a dagger, and his pure fire could melt steel directly, so why would he need to penetrate armor? Sheathing the ion cutter, Lin Qian produced another pitch-black card. Block card. After use, survivors within range cannot use any cards for 5 minutes. Although this was his first time obtaining one, he was familiar with it. Those 3 powerful beast men had used the block card against him before, but unfortunately, it only cut off his own escape route, backfiring. Just like the dual cards from last time, they're all contribution rewards. It seems these rare cards drop when a player's contribution reaches a certain level. He returned the banned card to storage, placing it with the dual card. They weren't necessary at this stage. He pulled out another card, a facility card of a type he had never seen before. Room environment card. Weightless planet. Lin Qian immediately thought of Mia's room. That fairy tale-like scene was likely created by this type of environment card. However, Lin Qian wasn't particularly interested in the theme of this card, so he put it away, waiting for a new one he liked. Turning around, he saw Wu Sheng had unknowingly started sparring with the dummy again, his long sword slashing furiously, leaving after images. Glancing at the time, Lin Qian saw that it was still over an hour before the safe exploration period. He didn't disturb Wu Sheng, but instead opened the door and entered the hallway. Ding-ling-ling. A familiar bell rang out, and Lin Qian skillfully retrieved a high stool from the storage space, placed it beside the counter, and plopped down on it. Puff! The next moment, stardust flickered, and the figure of the bald monster appeared behind the counter. However, when Lin Qian looked up, he was stunned by the sight before him. "Poor Boss Bald, what are you doing?" The bald monster was entangled in a pile of dark plants, like an octopus, unable to separate, and in a state of extreme distress. "Hey! Kid! You're just in time. Do me a favor. Use your spiritual fire to scare this thing. I need it to curl up. Be careful. Don't ignite it. This is abyssal grass. Very precious." Ugh! Before it could finish its words, its mouth was strangled by the pitch-black plant. The bald monster angrily spat it out and frantically grabbed other leaves. Lin Qian blinked, finding the scene before him strangely amusing. Not only did he not immediately help the bald monster escape, but he pulled out a camera. "Come on, Boss Bald, look here." Click! A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Qian contentedly put the camera back into storage. "Hey! Stop watching," the bald monster urged. Okay, coming." Lin Qian raised his hand, palm facing the bald monster, and was about to activate his ability when he suddenly frowned. "When I came here last time, I didn't seem to have acquired the power of pure fire yet. This guy just mentioned the original spiritual fire. I better hold back. If I accidentally ignite that thing, this profiteer will definitely blackmail me." Pulling his hand back, Lin Qian raised a finger, tentatively summoning a small flame. "Boy! What are you doing?" A tiny flame. The bald-haired monster's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to scold, he felt a terrifying heat wave spread. Then, the abyss grass, which had been entangled with it for so long, curled up as if encountering a natural enemy, forming a basketball-sized bud. Pure fire. The bald-haired monster didn't even notice the fallen abyss grass, staring at the small flame in Lin Qian's hand in disbelief. "Even this thing." The voice stopped abruptly. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" He leaned forward, staring at the bald-haired monster and asking word by word. "The evil demon actually gave me this thing. What on earth does it want to do with it?" The bald-haired monster quickly regained its composure. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled out a box filled with gold coins from his storage space, and slammed it on the table. "I spend money. Tell me, what is the evil demon's plan, and what role do I play in it?" As he spoke, he opened the lid. Hundreds of gold coins were neatly arranged, so many that Lin Qian didn't even have time to count them. However, the bald monster's reaction was completely unexpected. "Sorry, I don't know the answer to that question." Lin Qian was stunned and looked at the bald monster. "Even spending money won't work?" The bald monster shook its head. "All I know is that it's making a bold attempt. As for the specifics, I really don't know." It helplessly spread its hands and leaned over to pick up the ball of abyssal grass that had rolled to the ground. "Oh, by the way, this message is worth 3 gold coins." With a raised hand, 3 gold coins flew out of the iron box. Lin Qian was stunned, staring at the man in front of him in disbelief. "You truly are a dishonest businessman." Chapter 386. 304, 305, 306. On the counter, Lin Qian carefully counted the remaining gold coins in the box and finally settled on the number. "I have a total of 306 gold coins." The bald monster behind the counter chuckled. TSK, tell me, what do you want to know this time?" Lin Qian looked at him. "First, I need to verify the authenticity of some information. You just need to answer yes or no, and then take the corresponding gold coins." Lin Qian had gradually figured out this guy's trickery. The more detailed the information, the higher the price. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian composed his words. "After the 3rd regional survival trial, will we be released from the protection period?" Although he already had the answer in mind, he still needed to confirm it. It wasn't that he doubted the strength of the human survivors, but rather that he couldn't fully believe Novi's words. "Yes." Swoosh, 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 5 gold coins flew out. Lin Qian glanced at the number of gold coins. Fortunately, while the price was a bit steep, it was still acceptable to him. "If I participate in a dungeon mission outside the protection period as a summoned player and exceed the required completion quota, is there a chance I can obtain an item that allows me to break through the second limit? Second question. Yes. This time, the bald monster looked at Lin Qian with some surprise, as if he hadn't expected him to come up with this idea. 5 more gold coins flew away. How shady. Lin Qian couldn't help but lick his teeth as he watched the coins fly away. Don't ask me. The bald monster shrugged, looking nonchalant. Okay. Lin Qian was convinced. Third question. He repeated what Novi had said about the rules of the death restaurant. Is what she said true? The bald monster nodded. Yes. This time, he only spent 1 gold coin, which surprised Lin Qian. Had this guy changed his ways? He then spent another 5 gold coins, verifying almost everything Novi had said. The results were reassuring. Everything was true. He didn't think it was a waste of gold. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially with the information about the leopard house. Even the slightest mistake in the details could lead to serious consequences. Remaining gold coins, 290. Lin Qian tapped his fingers on the counter, making a rhythmic sound. There was actually a lot he wanted to know, but most of it was useless at this stage. Take the Chaos Maze, for example. Just from the name, you can tell it's a place where getting trapped is incredibly easy. Time is of the essence right now, and even more trouble awaits once you're out of protection. Who has time to gamble on a treasure chest whose contents you don't know? Even if you knew the rules, you wouldn't be able to go there right away, so 100 gold coins would be wasted. With that spare cash, you'd be better off buying some powerful equipment or items. Lin Qian suddenly realized that it had been ages since he bought items from Bald Hair Monster. He'd been buying information all this time. That's all I need to know for now. Also, can you help me find any items I like? The Bald Hair Monster was taken aback by this. TSK, you finally remembered what I do here. But I don't think I have anything you like. Lin Qian noticed the wording. None of it struck him as particularly appealing. It seemed he held considerable value in the bald monster's eyes. Oh, I remember. There's a piece of merchandise I've been holding for a while that might interest you. Let me find it. The bald monster closed his eyes and reached into his pocket. Swish, swish. Lin Qian suddenly heard a noise coming from the seemingly endless storage corridor behind him, as if a hand were rummaging around inside. Oh! Found it. Quickly, the bald monster pulled a fist-sized white crystal from his pocket and placed it on the counter. After the monster's attempt, Lin Qian reached out and touched it. The next moment, the item's information popped up. Flame after image ability crystal, after ingestion and digestion, gains the ability flame after image, flame after image? What are the effects? As soon as he finished asking, Lin Qian realized something was wrong and immediately snapped the lid of the gold coin box shut and pulled it over. If you're charging for this, I won't take it. The bald monster rolled his eyes. You're talking like I'm some unscrupulous profiteer. Lin Qian said nothing, simply staring at the bald monster with a sincere gaze. His meaning was clear. You are. The bald monster was speechless. Flame after images basically use your own flame power to create an illusion that remains in place. You gain a temporary stealth effect. Upon being attacked, the afterimage explodes, and your invisibility disappears. If you use ordinary flames to create afterimages, even if they explode, they only serve to confuse vision and have no lethality. But if you use source-level pure fire, the concept is completely different. Originally a support ability, it's been transformed into a destructive skill. TSK. How's it? Doesn't it suit you perfectly? Lin Qian's eyes flickered. This ability, combined with agility and extreme speed, might have unexpected effects in combat. How much? He asked calmly. The bald monster held up 3 fingers. Lin Qian was stunned. Are you kidding? The bald monster chuckled. You're not mistaken. 300 gold coins. Although it's a support ability, this is a truly high-level one. Other abilities with stealth effects cost far more. Lin Qian looked at him suspiciously. Are you raising the price because I'm tempted? The bald monster looked at him calmly. I don't have the final say on store prices. Lin Qian withdrew his gaze. Alright then. Although it felt a bit pricey, it was indeed a very useful ability, and it could also be fused with pure fire. Of course, more importantly, Lin Qian wasn't really short of strange gold coins right now. By the time the Black Army turned in their next round, he'd probably have a few hundred more. Add to that the gains from leading his men through dungeons, and he'd definitely have more than enough. With 10 gold coins still missing, Lin Qian casually searched through his storage space and sold all of the bone armor men's cursed items, bringing in exactly 300. With a clatter, the 300 gold coins were snatched up by the bald-haired monster, and the iron box was instantly empty. In its place was the Flame Afterimage ability crystal. Grabbing the ability crystal, Lin Qian devoured it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the digestion of this ability took quite a while. Lin Qian felt a burning sensation course through his body, which then slowly receded. Ding! Ability gained. Flame Afterimage. Ding! Source ability detected. Flame Afterimages automatically merge. Pure Fire, Flame Breath/Flame Afterimage. Chapter 387. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian's pupils gleamed. The specific effects of the Flame Afterimage were the same as described by the bald monster, but the details would require trial and error. With a thought, the ability was triggered. The pure fire within his body swirled automatically, and Lin Qian felt as if he had been pushed. Opening his eyes, he saw the back of his head. Instant? No delay. Surprise flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. Looking around, he took in his own state, and was even more astonished. Isn't this the same as when the shadow walks? Did I enter the intermediate realm directly? He walked around his flame afterimage, passed through the counter, and arrived in front of the bald monster. Hey! Bald monster, can you see me? He waved his hand tentatively. However, the bald monster seemed oblivious, and was sorting the gold coins he had just received. Hey! Lin Qian, suddenly intrigued, quietly reached into the bald monster's pocket. However, just as his hand reached halfway, the bald monster casually slapped the back of his hand. Little thing, don't be naughty. Lin Qian was instantly exposed by the blow. He stumbled forward, raised his head, and looked at the bald monster in disbelief. Can you see me? The next moment, the flames afterimage shattered, but the eruption of pure fire was isolated by a transparent cube, not even the heat leaking out, only a dazzling white light. Don't test your abilities on me next time. You have to pay for anything you break. As the bald monster spoke, he jumped off the chair and headed towards the corridor behind. Hey! Are you leaving now? Lin Qian shouted at the bald monster's back. What else? Do you have any gold coins? The bald monster said flatly, not even turning back. You wicked profiteer. So heartless. Lin Qian angrily left room 777, slamming the door behind him. The hallway was brightly lit. Safe exploration time had begun. Brother Qian. Stay. Lin Qian had barely taken 2 steps when Su Mian's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Huh? Another round of missions completed? Lin Qian turned and saw that not only Su Mian, but also Qin Liang had returned. Ha ha. Our total gains this time. Seeing Su Mian about to take something out, Lin Qian quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry, we tally them up later. At this stage, everyone was frantically collecting rewards. It would be too much trouble to have to hand them in every time. It would be better to wait until he had accumulated more. After all, his current strength was far beyond the standard, and improving it sooner or later wouldn't make much difference. Oh right, I need to go to Qinzhou City and harvest some incense. Remembering the incense power needed for soul refinement, Lin Qian looked at Qin Liang. His room just happened to have a permanent gate leading to Qinzhou City. Okay. Qin Liang immediately turned to open the door, while Su Mian followed closely behind Lin Qian. Passing through the permanent gate, the familiar courtyard greeted him. As soon as he entered Qinzhou City, Lin Qian felt a surge of incense power rushing toward him. A sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard, sending fallen leaves swirling. A flash of gold gathered from all directions, and penetrated Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian's tied-up hair fluttered violently. Closing her eyes, she heard faint, overlapping prayers echoing in her ears. Praise Father Qian. Merciful Father Qian. Thank you, Father Qian, for avenging my family. I will forever regard you as my only faith. In the skill bar, the progress after the incense ascending to godhood remained unchanged. Because the cultivation method had changed, the power of the incense directly entered Lin Qian's body. He didn't hesitate, and immediately activated his soul-refining ability. Roar! The next moment, his ferocious beast soul activated uncontrollably. A huge claw extended from his chest, directly cracking the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. Su Mian and Qin Liang, standing by, were startled and almost drew their weapons. A closer look revealed that the terrifying beast claw had emerged from Lin Qian's body, and they finally felt relieved. Brother Qian, I wonder what new abilities you've acquired. It feels like each one is more terrifying than the last. As the soul-refining ability activated, the immense incense power rapidly infused the beast's soul. Soon, starting with the fingernail-sized golden spot, A dazzling golden light spread inch by inch until half of its claw was completely transformed into gold, and the incense power was finally exhausted. You have to remember that Lin Qian's beast soul is now nearly 10 meters tall. Even a single claw is terrifyingly large. To be able to successfully transform half a claw, one can only imagine how much incense power Qingzhou City has accumulated during this period. After retrieving the beast's soul, Lin Qian slowly opened his eyes. Although he longed to see the current state of Qingzhou City, the time for safe exploration was limited. He pulled out a permanent door from his storage space. This item was no longer a scarce commodity, so he could use it freely. This will make harvesting incense power much easier in the future. After placing the items, Lin Qian didn't return to his own room, but retreated to Qin Liang's. Which dungeon is the silver mask active now? He asked Su Mian. Su Mian looked at Qin Liang. It was clear that he had already handed the task over to him. All dungeons have activities, but some aren't doing so well. Apart from the dungeon we just mentioned, the ones with the most noticeable effects right now are the zombie world and the weird world. As for the technologically advanced worlds, things aren't going so well, like the cyber instances and the quarantine zone dungeons. Lin Qian nodded. He knew about the zombie world, but he hadn't expected these guys to have established themselves in the weird dungeon. This was likely due to their collaboration with the authorities, which had garnered them considerable support. You two wait here for a while. Don't rush to the dungeon. I go take a look around the dungeon and catch up with you later. After giving these casual instructions, Lin Qian pushed open the door and left room 998. Because it was safe exploration time, shadow walking wasn't convenient, so Lin Qian could only teleport via the elevator to the floor Brother Chong was in charge of. He found the door to the zombie dungeon according to his memory and entered. The scene he saw startled him slightly. He remembered that the place behind the door had once been a dilapidated town, but now it was just a ruin, with deep craters left everywhere by heavy bombardment. There was no sign of a single zombie, only a few charred limbs and severed arms. The scene was horrific. Such a comprehensive sweep, it seemed someone is completing the cleanup. Just as he was sighing, the familiar feeling returned. Lin Qian looked up and saw a golden waterfall falling from the sky towards him. Judging by its scale, it was far greater than the one he had just seen in Qingzhou City. Holy crap! So many! What the hell did these guys do? Chapter 388. After returning from the zombie world, I visited the strange dungeon again and visited Zane. I found that he was still in a daze, while the little boy and the fat man were wandering around. The demon town had already covered the entire island, and a bunch of absurd monsters had spawned in the area. However, because Lin Qian had the brown paper bag, these monsters would not actively harm him. Of course, Lin Qian was not afraid of these monsters now, but after all, it was Zane's work, so he couldn't bear to destroy it. The incense power in the strange dungeon was far less than the scale of Qingzhou City, but Lin Qian was still very satisfied. Under the influence of the soul refining ability, all the incense power was refined, and the entire forearm of the bee's soul body had now transformed into gold. However, beyond the appearance change, Lin Qian was not yet clear about the specific function of this ability. After all, to date, he had only encountered a spirit limit breaker once, in the 100th level of the Infinite Boxing Championship, and that was his only encounter. Perhaps due to the restrictions of the limit breaking technique, spirit breakers are noticeably rarer within the Infinity Building. And judging by the last spirit breaker we encountered, aside from their spiritual attributes, their other three attributes were quite weak. Thus, someone like Lin Qian is an outlier among outliers, capable of catching their opponents completely off guard in combat. I guess I should use the ferocious beast souls more often in actual combat to gain some combat experience. Even if it's all about crushing, the method doesn't matter. Returning to the room, Lin Qian, accompanied by Wu Sheng, who was still struggling with the dummy, prepared to begin another round of team-leading speedrunning. This time, he intended to challenge his own record. As the message was sent, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Su Mian, Qin Liang, and the 4 team captains had already reunited with their respective members. Brother Qian. The greetings were quick and powerful, seamless and uninterrupted. After such a long period of interaction, the teams had established a strong rapport. Hearing that Lin Qian would be leading the dungeon, the members of teams 1 and 2, including Su Mian, were all overjoyed. However, before the dungeon, Lin Qian still had some matters to arrange. A new dungeon city-state requires the intervention of Silver Mask and our personnel. Arrangements must be made as soon as possible. As soon as he issued the order, Su Mian pulled out a summoning card. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a familiar figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the silver mask leader, the bald, burly man covered in tattoos, responsible for spreading the faith. Brother Mian, Captain Qin, Brother Qian? He was visibly dazed after being suddenly summoned, but he instinctively greeted everyone. Turning around, he saw Lin Qian standing right beside him, and nearly fell to the ground in shock. After a few brief instructions, Lin Qian sent him directly into the city-state of the Beast-Tide dungeon. As for how things would unfold, that was none of his business. Back in the corridor, Lin Qian checked the time. There were 3 hours left until the safe exploration period ended. Okay, let's go! With a wave of his hand, he led a group of men into the dungeon in a mighty procession. In the gloomy forest, 2 men and 1 woman advanced slowly, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The flickering flame seemed suppressed by the surrounding darkness, as if they would go out at any moment. Brother, is your holy flame reliable? Why do I feel like the flame is getting smaller and smaller? The young man, clutching a silver-white long sword, intently observed his surroundings. Just then, a shadowy creature suddenly leaped out of the darkness, its sharp claws slicing through the air. The young man's eyes flashed, and he slashed with his silver-white long sword. Squeak! A shrill scream echoed, as the shadowy creature's claws were severed and quickly vanished into black mist. The middle-aged man, the core of the team, held a burning holy chalice in one hand, chanting incantations, sweat dripping down his forehead. The woman at the front of the team, holding a compass-like object, led the way with her eyes closed. What bad luck! We've actually encountered a dark dungeon. This must be the most difficult dungeon. The young man sighed, perhaps to ease his nervousness, but he couldn't help but want to speak. But the other 2 in the team ignored him, leaving him to his own musings. At that moment, the woman leading the group suddenly stopped and slowly opened her eyes. What's going on? The next second, the flame of the Holy Grail suddenly shrank significantly, the flame threatening to go out at any moment like a candle in the wind. It's bad. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the compass needle spinning wildly in her hand. At the same time, the young swordsman, whose main focus was agility, also sensed the approaching danger. He slowly hunched his waist, gripping the hilt with both hands, a silver glint flickering in his eyes. Get ready. It's coming! As soon as the words left his mouth, a ferocious beast head suddenly broke through the black fog and charged towards the 3 people. Roar! The 3 had been prepared, activating various protective abilities, causing the air to vibrate. However, just as they were about to grit their teeth and take the blow, something completely unexpected occurred. The black fog before them suddenly surged, and then, a terrifying golden claw descended from the sky, grabbing the shadow beast, the size of a wild bull. The shadow beast, which had made the 3 feel threatened, was like a weak chicken. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape. Roar! The shadow beast thrashed with all its might, biting at the golden claw, but besides a dull metallic clang, its attacks were ineffective. But the claw's owner seemed enraged. The next moment, a massive beast head, far more ferocious and terrifying than the shadow beast's, slowly lowered, its black, murderous flame surging, and its fang-filled maw slowly opened. Roar! With a soul-piercing roar, not only did the giant shadow beast in his hand instantly crumble, dissipating into black mist, but even the 3 unfortunate creatures nearby fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back, powerless to resist. Ouch! I forgot about these guys. Only when he heard the 3 men fall did Lin Qian, still in his beast spirit form, regain his composure and mutter in a muffled voice. His voice echoed around him like a reverberator, reverberating over and over again. Every syllable had the effect of a soul attack, sending the surrounding shadow creatures fleeing in all directions. Soon, the area was cleared. Brother Wu. This way. He stood up and shouted in one direction. The shadowy black mist could block out ordinary sounds, but it couldn't block the sonic attacks of the soul. In the distance, Lin Qian's true form, wielding the Lin Yuan long sword, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dark. Follow me, he said calmly, and all beside him responded instinctively. Yes. Brother Qian. TSK. Su Mian frowned and looked at him. I just said, not Brother Qian, but General Wu. Alu realized and apologized quickly. Sorry, muscle memory, hee hee. Su Mian looked at Qin Liang speechlessly. What kind of team member are you? You're just an idiot. Chapter 389. After actual combat testing, Lin Qian discovered that his beast soul dealt with these incorporeal shadow creatures as easily as crushing ants. In addition, he also understood the true power of soul refining. Although, due to the limitations of the incense power, Only the right hand of the beast's soul had been refined at this stage. The effects were still very obvious. First and foremost, it was its formidable defense. When facing the shadow creature's attack, Lin Qian deliberately used his right hand to counter it. The result felt like a bullet through his helmet, blasting his head. If one wasn't paying attention, one wouldn't even feel it. Because of his stone-hard talent, his soul was already incredibly strong. Add to that the incense golden body that significantly increased his soul's defense, and you can imagine how abnormal the combined effects were, sending his defense sky high. Furthermore, his golden right arm had a surprising ability that completely ignored world barriers. In other words, a single blow from his mouth could not only reduce incorporeal evil spirits to ash, but also pulverize corporeal humans. Unlike evil spirits, this wasn't an energy attack, but actual physical damage. It felt like a golden Buddha suddenly standing up and punching you, with a powerful punch. If the beast's spirit hadn't grown to its full size, the power of this attack might not have been apparent. But now, Lin Qian's punch was too much for the average person to withstand. At first, he wanted Su Mian to take the blow to test his power, but after seeing him casually shatter a stone tree 3 men could hug, he refused to move forward. What's even more bizarre is that, judging by the power, Lin Qian's golden body felt like a solid piece of metal, yet Lin Qian himself felt no weight at all. It was like gently flipping a marshmallow, and the next moment, the building it hit collapsed with a bang. It felt incredibly unreal. It feels like a random attack from the beast's soul is now more powerful than the power of the main body using the Ring of Power. Lin Qian, in beast soul form, squatted with his legs bent, staring at his gleaming golden right hand, muttering in a muffled voice. Right, after all, the difference is a few hundred points. Except for a few who had added points to their spiritual attributes, the rest of the black-clad soldiers felt their heads swell, and their steps stagger at the sound. Lin Qian noticed this, and couldn't help but be speechless. I haven't even spoken a word yet, and you're already losing it. Can you please be more alert next time? If you run into someone with a broken mind, you won't even be able to fight back. By the way, how long has it been? Su Mian chuckled and came closer. Brother Qian, it's been less than 40 minutes. Lin Qian nodded. Not bad. I estimate we have the area cleared in about an hour. The beast's combat power completely exceeded Lin Qian's expectations. Not only was its attack powerful, its defense high, and its movement speed exceptional, it possessed no weaknesses. The only unfortunate thing was that the beast's soul couldn't use its original body's abilities and skills, otherwise it would have been incredibly powerful. Ah! At that moment, the young swordsman among the 3 unconscious men suddenly woke up, cried out in surprise, and leaped straight up from the ground. Pa! However, before he could fully grasp his surroundings, a massive hand swung from the side, its immense force knocking him forward. You're yelling. You scared me. I even spilled the soup. Alla held a bowl of instant noodles, the soup dripping onto the noodles dangling from the edge, steam rising. The young swordsman rolled forward, regaining his balance, his sword raised, a look of formidable danger. Who are you? Where's that monster? He gasped in shock, alert to his surroundings. Ouch, my head hurtles. Just then, the middle-aged man woke up. Oh no! My holy flame! The moment he regained consciousness, he instinctively checked the holy grail in his hand. However, it was now empty, the flame long gone. But the surroundings were still as bright as day. He slowly raised his head, and saw a sphere resembling an artificial sun radiating a blinding light from the massive, broken stone tree above him. Finally, a moment too late, he recalled the scene before his coma. He turned stiffly, just in time with the young swordsman, and saw Lin Qian slowly rising to his feet. The 2 men stared up at Lin Qian, who looked like an ancient evil god, with horror on their faces, their hearts skipping a beat. Before, the shadowy black fog had obscured their full view of Lin Qian. Now, seeing him, they truly felt the terror. Lin Qian said nothing, merely glancing casually at the 2 men before turning and walking back into the shadowy black fog in the distance. Which country are you survivors from? At Lin Qian's signal, Qin Liang took the initiative to approach the 2 men. However, it was clear that the 2 hadn't recovered from their shock, and they didn't reply for a long time. Hey! You two, Captain Qin is asking questions. Are you deaf? As soon as Lin Qian left, Ali's bully nature was immediately revealed. He casually tossed his instant noodle bowl aside and rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward. Don't litter, especially after you've used it. Pick it up. Qin Liang glanced at him and sneered. Oh. Sorry, Captain. Ali's temper immediately vanished. He obediently put the instant noodle bowl into storage and left in disgrace. Ha ha. That brat. Su Mian, beside him, was so amused that he shattered a large rock beside him with a slap. The young swordsman couldn't help but twitch his eyes at the sight. What kind of monsters are these? I don't think I've ever heard of them. In the shadowy black fog, Lin Qian attacked with both hands, knocking over a shadow giant with one punch. Then, he roared to the sky and unleashed a psychic attack to clear the area. With a combination of skills, the last area was cleared. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. Survival mission ends early. You can choose to return at any time. Ding! Exceed the mission target. Reward upgrade. Received reward. Free attribute points *40. A quick glance at the reward list revealed the same 2 limit-breaking items, and some familiar rewards. The only noteworthy item was the Shadow Battle Axe. Lin Qian took it out and examined its effects. It had a Shadow Shield skill that increased defense slightly, perfect for the fragile warrior of Team 3's captain. Ah, so much worry. With a sigh, Lin Qian headed home. The speedrun was complete in less than 2 hours. Chapter 390. What is efficiency? Before entering the dungeon, there were 3 hours left before the safe exploration time expired. After completing the mission and returning, there was still 1 hour and 10 minutes left. That's called efficiency. When the mission completion notification popped up, Su Mian and Qin Liang were dumbfounded. They had done nothing but cook some noodles, chat for a while, and eat while enjoying hot pot, and they had already completed the mission. On the other hand, the captain of Team 4, having experienced this once before, was much calmer. Returning to his room, Lin Qian sighed with regret. After discovering that it was the Shadow World dungeon, his first thought was the black figure with the bird bone mask he encountered in the Eternal Night City dungeon. He had thought that if he could meet it this time, perhaps he would learn about its relationship with Sister Min and Snake Brother, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. But there was no need to be discouraged. He would continue to play dungeons at high intensity during this period, and sooner or later, he would randomly enter the Shadow World. Perhaps he would encounter it next time. This time, Lin Qian didn't rush to add points. Instead, he opened the chat interface and found Su Mian. I give you an hour to rest. Before the safe exploration time ends, your 3 teams will gather in the corridor. Then, open the door and enter the dungeon, and then summon me. Su Mian replied almost instantly. Yes, Brother Qian. The guy's excitement was palpable from his words. By the way, how's the soundproof room I asked you to customize last time? Brother Qian, it's ready and ready for pickup anytime. And as per your previous request, I've had Lao Jiang make dozens of extra rooms of various specifications in case you need them. Okay, bring it to me. Yes. Closing the chat interface, Lin Qian glanced at the timer. Although there was only an hour left, that would be several times longer in the City of Chaos, more than enough time. After receiving a dozen more rooms from Su Mian, Lin Qian turned and opened the door to enter the Skeleton City. Huh? Brother Snake isn't home? Using Shadow Walk, he entered Brother Snake's cabin and took a look, only to find that there was no sign of him. Are you out on a mission? The puppet had previously said that level 3 supervisors' missions were uncertain, and overtime could be expected at any time. Perhaps because she hadn't sensed Brother Snake's presence, Sister Min didn't go out as usual today, resting quietly in the hound space. Luckily, Lin Qian hadn't come here to look for Brother Snake, otherwise he would have come back empty-handed. Arriving at Paradise Square, Lin Qian noticed something amiss. A long line stretched directly to the entrance of Skeleton City, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even stranger was the fact that, besides the natives of Skeleton City, the group also included many unfamiliar faces Lin Qian had never seen before, rusty robots and one-eyed monsters 4 or 5 meters tall, clearly residents of other cities. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel overwhelmed after glancing at the throng. Squeezing through was likely impossible. He'd have to resort to shadow walking. Thinking of this, Lin Qian dove into the shadows, swiftly moving towards the center of the park. However, to his complete surprise, halfway through, an invisible force yanked him from the shadows. In the crowded line, Lin Qian sat dazedly on the ground, a bewildered look on his face. Huh? What just happened? At the same moment, a pitch-black monster with dead fish eyes nearby casually waved its hand. If you want to apply, get in line at the back. Hearing the deep voice in his head, Lin Qian looked at it in surprise. The monster's head resembled a fish's, shoulderless. 2 grayish-white eyes were covered in a pitch-black web. There were no pupils, but its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, somewhat resembling those of a zerg. It was enormous, at least 3 or 4 meters tall, with deformed arms that hung down to its ankles, and its body covered in scales. This fish monster looked like a strength-focused type, yet it could forcibly pull itself out of the shadow walk and even communicate with its souls. It was truly astonishing. What are you looking at? You uncultured creature, trying to cut in line? Do you know how long I've been waiting? However, the fish monster took Lin Qian's curious gaze as a provocation. It flew into a rage, leaning forward to approach Lin Qian. If I see you again, I tear you apart. Before he could finish his words, a childish voice suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone nearby. Boss Lin. With a series of clattering sounds, the puppet hurried over. This creature was clearly notorious, and those nearby, realizing it was him, immediately gave him some distance. Only the fish monster was stunned. It glanced at Lin Qian, then at the hurried puppet, its eyes trembling as if realizing something. Boss Lin. What's wrong with you? Quickly, the puppet reached Lin Qian's side, keeping its distance and asking with concern. It's okay, just a fall. Lin Qian stood up and casually brushed off the non-existent dust. Just then, a large hand suddenly supported him. Lin. Boss Lin, are you okay? Lin Qian turned back in surprise, only to see the fish monster hunched over, carefully supporting him, as if afraid he'd lose his balance and fall again. Haha, it's okay, don't worry. Lin Qian casually waved his hand, dismissing the incident. But the puppet figure sensed something was amiss. It placed its hands on its hips, and looked at the fish monster. You idiot fish, are you being disrespectful to our boss Lin? The fish monster was startled, and quickly waved its hands. I'm not. It lowered its head. I didn't know he was the legendary boss Lin. The fish monster's voice sounded noticeably less lively than the puppet figure's, a sense of naive helplessness lingering in its voice. It's okay, senior puppet. But you two, it seems like you've known each other before? The puppet averted its gaze indignantly. Lin Qian couldn't figure out how he managed to pick up such a rich tapestry of emotions from its stick-drawn features. Yes, I do. After all, there aren't many beings in the City of Chaos with the ability to communicate with souls. But I'm not familiar with it. Lin Qian could hear the discontent in the puppet's tone. What? Is there a grudge between you two? The puppet placed his hands on his hips in a very human manner. A while ago, we were on a mission together. Afterward, we agreed to split the tree in half. But this guy, taking advantage of its size, took 90% of it, leaving me with only 2 broken fruit shells. The fish monster was immediately displeased upon hearing this. Hey! I remember you said to divide it, not split it equally. Besides, I was the one who broke that tree. Without me, you wouldn't even have a nutshell. But before it could finish its words, the puppet man ruthlessly interrupted it. Your application is disqualified. The fish monster was stunned upon hearing this. What? I waited in line for so long. No!